Chapter 2182, Shijian Part 2. You're certain, Wu Baliu studied him. The enemy appears well positioned. Your unit carries many new recruits. Can they handle this? They require tempering by fire. If they always shelter behind the Fubo army, they'll never learn to stand alone. Li Dong's confidence showed. Veterans still form the squadron core and morale runs high. Excellent. The vanguard is yours. Wu Baliu appreciated such courage and approved immediately. Li Dong led a reconnaissance party forward. The village braves had chosen their ground well, the road's narrowest point, flanked on one side by mudflats too soft for maneuvering and on the other by hills crowned with observation towers that commanded the approaches. Study the terrain. How do we attack? Li Dong posed the question to his assembled leaders. The pre-battle conference included squad leaders, sergeants, and veteran soldiers. The Senate's officer education system emphasized collaborative planning before engagement. Suggestions proliferated. The tactics distilled to two approaches: outflank or assault directly. The differences lay in execution. Some proposed laying fascines across the mudflats to enable a flanking maneuver. Others suggested setting fire to the hillside to drive the enemy from the high ground. Each variant had its advocates. You're all overthinking this, Yang Erdong cut through the discussion. Prisoners say only 200 village braves hold Shijian. The defenses amount to a wooden fence. Why complicate matters? One hard push breaks through and saves time. Yang Erdong, newly promoted to corporal with upgraded weapons to match, brimmed with aggressive confidence. Time is our critical constraint. The chiefs demand we reach Lianzhou for Yao suppression with all speed. If we fight cautious, methodical battles at every obstacle, we'll never get there. Li Dong agreed completely. They would attack frontally. The wooden barricade stood barely taller than a man. Though defended by trenches and abattis, nothing presented a truly insurmountable obstacle. The militia manning the position showed minimal equipment, few bows, fewer firearms. Working parties hastily constructed makeshift assault bridging and a dozen crude scaling ladders. Wu Baliu's company advanced into supporting positions for overhead fire. So-called overhead fire employed high-angle rifle volleys. European armies of the flintlock and Minier era used the technique routinely for extended-range fire support. Skilled infantry could project bullets 500 to 600 meters and still achieve useful lethality. Accuracy suffered terribly, but massed company volleys against dense formations still inflicted respectable casualties at distance. Wu Baliu employed the tactic not for range but to enable his company to fire over the Wuzhu squadron's heads in the confined terrain. The narrow road prevented deploying all three squads abreast. They would enter action in platoon column. Li Dong surprised everyone by withholding his strongest rifle squad from the vanguard position. Yang Erdong, you lead the assault, he ordered. Yes, we will complete the mission. Yang trembled not with fear but excitement. Leading the vanguard meant high casualty risk, but it also meant first claim to glory if they broke through. Assault drums thundered. Rifle volleys crackled overhead. Yang Erdong had no time for contemplation. Leveling his bayoneted rifle, he roared, "Brothers, follow me," and charged. Yang's experience in the old Ming army taught him that even vice-generals and regional commanders led their household troops from the front, anything less, and common soldiers wouldn't risk their lives. With so many new recruits in his squad, he couldn't maintain control from the rear. The entire squad, then the entire squadron, surged forward at the trot. Only 300 meters, speed meant survival. The Wuzhu squadron maintained formation despite the confined space, soldiers advancing at double time with lowered weapons. Yang saw only militia behind the fence, panicked figures running chaotically, followed by confused shouting and the rattle of bamboo clappers. Then Li Dong's worst fear materialized. Fire belched from behind the barricade, followed by the cannon's roar. We're finished. Yang's mind went white. Direct canister on this narrow road, I'm dead or maimed. His legs kept running. His arms worked fine. Behind him, 4 or 5 men lay crumpled, bodies torn and bloodied. Screams filled the air. The squad stopped dead. Some turned to flee, directly blocking the following squad. Yang roared, trying to drive them forward, but the men cowered, paralyzed. Arrows and bird gun projectiles whistled overhead. The assault column fractured into 3 segments, dissolving into chaos. Luo Mao shouted from the rear for them to resume the charge, but gunfire drowned his voice. Panicked troops began firing blindly. Ai Bui, trapped mid-column, trembled with terror. "Stop shooting and follow me." Yang dragged and kicked the front rank until they grudgingly moved forward. 2 soldiers dropped their rifles, jumped off the roadbed, and scrambled uphill. "Where the hell are you going? Get back here," Yang bellowed. The lead deserter had covered dozens of meters when gunfire cracked from the rear squad. Both fleeing men tumbled down the hillside, shot dead. The wavering troops froze. "Those who want to live, follow me." Yang seized the moment, rallying his men for a final rush to the barricade. They threw down makeshift bridges, scrambled across trenches, and threw up ladders. Yang scaled first, bayoneting a panicked militiaman at the top. The Yang family village braves offered no sustained resistance. By the time the assault reached the trench, they were fleeing. The entire squadron breached the fence successfully. The second company followed through the gap. With the barricade fallen, Shijian's fate was sealed. Jiang Wenming and Zai Wendong fled with their remnants, leaving behind scattered equipment and dozens of corpses for the Fubo army. Shijian stood relieved. The National Army squad leader who'd held the town emerged with the town elders in welcome. The young officer, facing his first real test, gripped Li Dong's hand wordlessly, tears threatening. The Sui River detachment elected to rest overnight in Shijian. Li Dong's unit claimed first honors and every squad celebrated, though such respite rarely lasted in military life. Before the Wuzhou squadron could settle, new orders arrived. Establish perimeter security north of Shijian. Having just finished treating the wounded and preparing meals, they packed their mess kits, marched through town, and prepared for overnight field deployment. Shijian occupied a small alluvial plain where the Sui River bent from south to east. Mountains hemmed the east and north. The road to Guangning threaded through the northern mountain pass, over 2 li from the village proper. Concerned about separation from the main force, the 2nd Battalion established their bivouac only half a li from the northernmost houses. Scout reports indicated a single small village on the opposite mountainside with no sign of Ming forces. Clear skies, calm wind, pleasant temperature, combined with guard duty requirements, the officers forbade tent pitching, citing the need to harden the troops' spirit. The assault's near disaster gnawed at Yang Erdong. Though the squadron leader said nothing, his own conscience troubled him. Despite earning first to ascend honors, he volunteered his squad to construct the perimeter fortifications. "You just fought. Casualties were significant. Should we assign another squad?" Li Dong asked. "It's fine. These raw recruits need more drill to stop them dwelling on things." "Very well, it's yours." While the other 2 Wuzhou squadron squads gnawed rock-hard ration biscuits with soup, Yang Erdong's squad labored with shovels, piling excavated earth into low chest-high walls that looked inadequate to stop anything. They understood how poorly the battle had gone. The barricade had been defended by barely a dozen militia with 3 to 5 muskets total. The cannon had fired once. The reserve militia fled when the wall was breached. The squad had lost 4 men, most shamefully, 2 executed by battlefield law enforcement. Shame notwithstanding, squad leader Yang Erdong stood by the excavation drinking his soup, calling it supervision and guidance. The Sui River detachment had built field fortifications every night during the northward march. Even fools had learned the routine by now. What guidance did they need? The bandit suppression around Jiaking had been comparatively relaxed, but trench digging recalled painful recruit training memories from Guangzhou. With Ming forces approaching, likely just Guangning garrison troops in limited numbers, the soldiers' enthusiasm for fortification work remained minimal. The squadron leader punished our whole squad. "Why don't you work with us, leader?" A few veterans complained, trading on familiarity. "What, not convinced?" Yang laughed. When you change that armband chevron to a rank pip, someone will work for you. The casual banter between ranks emboldened newer recruits. You officers are all from the chief's regulars. We'll never get that chance. Chapter 2183 Shijian Part 3 Since when was I Fubo Army? I'm authentic National Army stock. A few months ago I stood exactly where you are, an ordinary big-head soldier without even a Nanyang rifle. I carried a spear. That fast? The new recruit's skepticism showed. What's rare about it? Fighting under the Senate offers countless chances for merit and advancement. What's an NCO promotion? Fight well, enter the training team after battle, and emerge with officer stars on your shoulders and a command sword at your side. To common soldiers, promotion remained the most magnetic topic. Whether in the old Ming army or under Senate command, officers belonged to a higher class. But here, that future seemed visible and attainable. These few words immediately kindled everyone's ambition for fame and fortune. Becoming an officer might require effort, but NCO rank, head of soldiers, tail of generals seemed within reach. It amounted to selling one's life with sword and gun in combat. They'd fought several engagements already, none particularly ferocious. The enemy largely crumbled before them, rarely reaching bayonet range. The chiefs are sages contending for the world. There will be countless battles ahead. Fight bravely, follow orders, and promotion is inevitable. But looking at your miserable performance today, dying is easy, advancement will be hard. Remember this, the first to die in battle are the cowards. Those two today proved it. Speaking of which, it was brutal, shot down directly. Someone whispered indignantly. No one else to blame. In battle, you maintain formation. Even in the Great Ming, this was law. When I marched as a government soldier back then, house retainers supervised from behind. Not just retreating, anyone who even looked back was beheaded on the spot. The old campaigner started his familiar bragging. Let me make this crystal clear. Being a soldier in any country, any dynasty, means two things above all: neat ranks and strict discipline. Without orders, even if a blade falls on your head, you do not fire. Understood? Next time someone moves a finger without orders, I'll cut you down myself on behalf of the supervising team. Yang Erdong cursed them thoroughly. When logistics delivered supplies and he left to receive them with the quartermaster, the soldiers' hands kept working, but their mouths found new entertainment. The topic drifted from cursing officers for treating them like livestock, meandering to who panicked first and fired that initial shot during the wall assault. Until finally no one could distinguish truth from fiction, proving innocence only through cynical oaths. AI Bui kept his head down, digging earth, avoiding his comrades' routine bragging contests. Someone suddenly remarked, "Lucky we won eventually. If we'd failed to take that wall, they might have shot a few of us tonight when we retreated." The matter touched on survival. Every ear perked up. "Don't talk nonsense. The chiefs don't kill people indiscriminately," someone said quickly. The speaker snorted, nodding toward Melee, who sat mending clothes nearby. "What do you think Luo Mao's direct control squad does? They execute those who don't advance on the drumbeat and fear the enemy." "Melee, isn't that right?" Melee, a new recruit, dared not refuse an old soldier's question. He shook his head. "I dare not say, but Sergeant Luo certainly has the squadron leader's trust. He always stays close." "Exactly. Squadron leader Li trusts Sergeant Luo most. In battle, his squad stays at his side, deployed at critical moments. What is that if not house retainers?" The speaker was Gu Shangshan, a Ming army veteran who'd served as a combat soldier rather than mere replacement fodder. He loved to brag on ordinary days. AI Bui followed the crowd's gaze. Gu Shangshan grew more animated. "Didn't we eat lunch on the main street our second day in Jiaqing? I saw with my own eyes Luo Mao taking men into a government courtyard, closing the gates, and cutting down over 100 prisoners inside. The blood ran like streams. They say it was captured bandits and local landlords who refused levies. Is this true?" Everyone showed skepticism. Killing people in this era wasn't rare, but executing hundreds in the city without any public notice seemed too fantastical. "Believe it or don't, That night their squad alone got extra dishes while other squads didn't. Isn't that the executioner's meal? Gu Shangshan spoke vividly. Look at his men. Every one of them carries that aura. Only people who kill regularly have it. At these words, everyone shuddered, turning to rejoice endlessly about today's outcome. Yang Erdong finished receiving and counting supplies, then began weapons inspection per orders. Li Dong worried that soldiers new to rifles might develop problems, so he ordered every squad leader to personally inspect every weapon's condition nightly. He examined each soldier's rifle, checking if they'd cleaned their weapons properly. Old soldiers proved reliable, most had developed the habit. New soldiers showed inconsistency, some forgot amid their tasks. Yang Erdong cursed them out again and ordered those with uncleaned weapons to stand watch tonight. Inspection finished, Yang Erdong frowned and called out, "Ai Buyi, come here." Ai Buyi's rifle had been taken for inspection and not returned. His heart had been trembling ever since. Hearing his name, his head buzzed. Walking up unsteadily, he saw Yang Erdong holding precisely his rifle. Knowing the matter couldn't be hidden, he dropped to his knees. Yang Erdong said nothing, raising his hand to slap him twice, then kicking him hard enough to make him howl. At that moment, Luo Mao was leading his direct control squad on night patrol. Hearing the commotion, he came to investigate, terrifying Ai Buyi. Yang Erdong handed Ai Buyi's rifle to Luo Mao. "Take a look." As an old Fubo army soldier, Luo Mao knew weapons intimately. Taking the rifle, a quick check revealed the problem. He tilted the barrel, 4 bullets poured out. The two NCOs looked at each other and sighed. Ai Buyi felt death was certain. That he didn't collapse entirely was due only to months of drilled military discipline. He didn't even realize he was begging with a tearful voice. "Officer, please let me go home. I truly can't shoot at people." Both NCOs knew such cases had occurred in other National Army squadrons, even in the Fubo Army. Men who looked robust and bold, with good obedience and decent training scores, but simply couldn't kill. They fainted on the battlefield, failing to fight themselves while dragging down comrades. Now their squadron had discovered such a liability. Luo Mao found himself in a difficult position. Beating him publicly would treat symptoms, not the root. Shooting him seemed excessive. In peacetime without combat, dismissal would suffice. But now they were engaged. If a healthy, strong man could go home simply from cowardice, this war couldn't be fought. In the end, Luo Mao took responsibility. "I'll talk to him, you handle your business." Luo Mao sat on the breastwork, lit a cigarette, beckoned Ai Buyi closer and asked, "What frightens you? Tell me." Ai Buyi answered haltingly, "I'm terrified. I can't shoot at people, and I can't beat the enemy in combat. I've followed the unit through several battles, standing in back watching clearly. My meager skills aren't enough to fight the Ming army. I have an old mother at home. I'm afraid if I die, no one will care for her. Please speak to Squadron Leader Li and let me go home." Tears threatened. "Everyone fears death. Who doesn't? But will fear save you? War isn't your personal affair. Over 100 brothers stand with you. If you leave because you're afraid, what about the squadron? We're in combat now. Your conduct today counts as desertion before the enemy, enough to be shot. Remember those 2 brothers executed. Report to officer, I remember." "Good that you remember." Luo Mao paused, softening his tone. "Now I'll teach you how to be a soldier and survive. Listen carefully. If you don't want to die, you must win battles, win them decisively. Understood? Tell me, how do we win battles? Shoot to kill the enemy." "Bullshit. I see you've forgotten everything from training. The beatings were wasted." Luo Mao's anger made Ai Buyi shudder. "I'll teach you once more. Remember this. You are a soldier. A soldier's duty is to obey orders." Repeat it louder. "When ordered to form up, you form up. When ordered to fire, you load and shoot at maximum speed. Without orders, stand fast. Don't move even if a blade falls on your head. You're afraid because you think too much. Don't listen clearly to orders. Remain half-hearted. No matter what the enemy does, don't think about killing them. That's what officers consider. Watching the officers' every word and action is your duty. Victory doesn't lie in enemy body count, but in everyone completing their duty. And as long as everyone performs their duties, we keep winning." "Yes." Luo Mao couldn't tell if these words would help. He softened further. Besides, you follow the troops to battle. Although brothers die or get wounded every fight, how does it compare to enemy corpses littering the field? Fighting with the Fubo army, you won't throw your life away easily, as long as you obey orders and follow commands. Not wanting to push too hard, Luo Mao sent him back after saying what needed saying. Luo Mao didn't shoot you. What did he say? As soon as Ai Buyi returned to the trench, the brothers swarmed him. Ai Buyi merely gripped the shovel handle tightly, head bowed in silence. "Little brother, next battle you'll definitely be vanguard," Gu Shangshan said, his intent unclear. After returning, Luo Mao reported Ai Buyi's case to Li Dong, suggesting continued observation. New recruits are inevitably timid. They'll be fine after a few more battles. Chapter 21, 84 Fight Alone. I don't think it's that simple. I've seen this type before. Li Dong's combat experience showed. Others sharpen in battle, these men deteriorate. They'll be casualties soon enough. The more afraid, the more mistakes. Mistakes lead to wounds. If he's wounded, we'll declare him medically unfit and discharge him. Agreed. Let's hope he has that luck. Dawn had barely broken when the high-pitched, rapid bugle blast jolted Li Dong from fitful sleep. His blood ran cold. The enemy attack call. He threw off his blanket and scrambled up, buckling his belt while running for the breastwork. The camp erupted in controlled chaos. Soldiers with disheveled uniforms jammed hats on their heads, grabbed rifles, and sprinted to designated positions. Li Dong climbed the lookout tower they'd built last night from excavated earth. Luo Mao was already there. Seeing him arrive, he immediately indicated the threat. About 300, not government troops. Li Dong raised his telescope. Mountains blocked the rising sun, but as dawn light crossed the peaks and burned away the morning mist, it exposed figures that had crept close under night's cover. Hundreds of men and horses massed before the mountain pass, over 300 at rough count. More kept pouring onto the small plain, seemingly endless. Close inspection showed most wore no armor and flew miscellaneous banners. Weapons and clothing were chaotic, definitely not government troops. "See that dust cloud behind? Follow-up forces. Quick, report to Company Commander Wu in town. Wuzhu Squadron on me, move. Rifle team, fall out." Commands overlapped in rapid succession. Disheveled officers raced about, gathering equally bleary-eyed soldiers into formation. Could it be those stubborn Yang family village braves from yesterday? Prisoner interrogations suggested they could field these numbers. But they'd suffered 2 defeats yesterday, losing nearly 200 men. Too late for retreat and rest. How could they resume attacks on Shijian? He studied the terrain. Their position was dangerously exposed. The Wuzhu Squadron stood isolated at Tangzhejiao in the far north. Right flank, mountainous terrain. Left flank, the National Army Guangning Battalion's 1st Squadron, deployed along Shijian levee backing Bambian Gang, half-side hill. The road between formed the junction of both squadrons. Li Dong knew the Guangning 1st Squadron all too well, a newly formed unit with few veterans and masses of recruits. With even more green troops than the Wuzhu Squadron, their combat effectiveness was questionable at best. The Fubo Army 8th Battalion concentrated in Shijian town behind them, with logistics and civilian personnel massed at Taogang Head Hill, where the Sui River bent. "Putting us on the forward line, what is Battalion Commander Yang thinking?" Luo Mao whispered. "Quiet, focus on observation." Li Dong cut off his subordinate's complaint. He understood Yang Zheng's deployment perfectly. Standard defensive doctrine placed weaker troops on the first line to absorb enemy momentum. When the attack stalled and lost impetus against first-line resistance, elite second-line troops would counterattack. Brilliant in theory. Brutal for those absorbing kinetic energy on the first line. Heavy casualties, sometimes total annihilation. So we National Army are still cannon fodder. The thought rankled, but Li Dong expelled this less than absolute loyalty from his mind and shouted orders. "Messenger, contact the 1st Squadron leader. Tell him to watch the junction, prevent a central breakthrough." After speaking, he lowered the telescope and spotted Ai Buyi cowering beneath the lookout tower, nervously watching outside. He barked, "You, what's wrong? Why aren't you with your squad?" "Report," AI Bui's articulation failed. I can't find the squad leader. Li Dong looked around. AI Bui's squad deployed on the right flank near the mountains. He pointed. Right there, go quickly. AI Bui acknowledged, grabbed his rifle, and started running. Li Dong suddenly realized his messenger had just left. He needed someone close for dispatch. This AI Bui wouldn't contribute much in the squad anyway. He called him back. You don't return, stay with me. Li Dong moved toward the left flank junction to prevent central breakthrough. He saw AI Bui nearby, clutching his rifle and trembling, looking soul lost. He shouted loudly, when I inspect later, nothing better be in that gun barrel. He turned his attention to the armed forces gathering a li distant, over 500 now. These suddenly appearing enemies carried only simple swords and spears, no firearms visible. Their formation lacked cohesion, perhaps fearing the Hare men's repeating guns. They stood very sparse. Overall, they seemed composed of many small groups with weak coordination. Some rushed forward impatiently, then retreated seeing others didn't follow. Luo Mao appeared suddenly. Squadron leader, I think this gang looks like Yao people. How do you know? A new recruit said so. He's Lang Zhuang and fought Yao before. The clothing doesn't match. There are Han among them too, probably bandits. He says when Yao rebel they sometimes act with Han bandits. Doesn't matter who they are, those attacking us are enemies. Li Dong drew his command sword and shouted, all squads steady, no firing without orders. This enemy force definitely exceeded what their 2 squadrons of 200 could handle. Battalion Commander Yang wanted them to defend firmly and await reinforcements, so they would die defending here, waiting for the Fubo army's countercharge. Afraid there'll be heavy fighting today, he told Luo Mao. At worst, throw our lives away here. Luo Mao smiled, obviously not expecting to die. AI Bui beside him thought otherwise, trembling violently. Li Dong had no energy to scold AI Bui. As commander, his only hope was that the Fubo army's counterattack would come quickly, otherwise, his brothers faced inevitable heavy casualties. He watched nervously as enemies kept arriving more than a li away. Fortunately, the enemy hadn't committed to attack yet. Just when both sides stood in standoff, and the situation teetered on breaking, change came. Seeing the enemy multitude, the Guangning 1st Squadron on their left flank took it upon themselves to withdraw from Shijian levy, retreating toward Bambian Gang to rely on Shijian's stockade wall and gain fire support from the Fubo army in town. This exposed the entire Wuzhu Squadron's left flank to the enemy. Who the hell ordered them to retreat? Li Dong nearly died of rage. AI Bui, chase them down, find their squadron leader, tell them to return. AI Bui ran after them. Li Dong shouted, all units steady, prepare to fire. Let's withdraw too. Luo Mao looked worried. Fall back to Bambian Gang and form line with 1st Squadron. With 1st Squadron withdrawn, we're the rear guard. Li Dong smiled bitterly. Now if I order withdrawal, you think the whole squadron won't collapse? The 1st Squadron could retreat in good order because friendly forces stood behind them, no fear of pursuit. Behind them, however, lay nothing. Soldiers had no psychological security. Once the enemy charged, the whole squadron would probably break. Ill fortune then. Luo Mao fixed bayonet to rifle. I'll take a squad to the left flank. Good. Don't throw your life away. Li Dong walked along the breastwork, shouting encouragement to hold position. But facing the massive pressure of being outnumbered, men couldn't help wanting escape. The entire battle line began wavering. The Yao people saw the defense wavering. They seized the opportunity. Gongs and drums thundered through the enemy array. They launched a full-line charge. Rumbling footsteps echoed through the valley, but the rifle team stood motionless. They hadn't heard Li Dong's order yet. In Li Dong's eyes, even by national army standards, the enemy formation was too loose. The already sparse column stretched even more open once they ran. Moreover, they'd launched their charge while still a li from the breastwork. Halfway through, their speed slowed. Steady, steady. The sergeants kept repeating Li Dong's order. Then the first volley of arrows launched from the enemy mass. Hug the breastwork, heads down. The National Army lacked steel helmets. They could only duck low, pressing against earthworks. This shielding proved effective. No one was hit under the swishing arrow rain. Melee's head nearly drilled into the earthen wall. He gripped his rifle tight. The sound of arrows cutting air terrified him, and their landing sounds nearly drove him mad. When 4 or 5 arrows impaled the ground less than 2 zhang away almost simultaneously, he nearly lost his wits. Fortunately, 8 weeks of training had made him regard discipline as God. He dared not move. Moments later, a second arrow volley fell. Li Dong crouched behind the breastwork observing the enemy's advance. They showed no impatience. The main body spread out and slowly approached the breastwork, with archers behind firing arrows in rotating ranks. The command looked quite methodical. 100 meters, 80 meters. When the enemy entered 50-meter range and the 5th Squadron Huaiji brothers could clearly see enemy faces, they finally heard the captain's order. Sight 50 meters. Ready, aim. Commands shouted in unison by NCOs. The rifle team impatiently aimed their loaded rifles at the enemy. The shorter second rank extended muzzles through gaps in the front rank to avoid deafening comrades. At this distance, even Nanyang rifle accuracy couldn't miss. Li Dong glanced at Ai Buyi, drew his machete and chopped down forcefully. Fire. Chapter 21, 85 Fight Alone, Part 2. Rifle fire drowned out the enemy's footsteps. From behind the low breastwork, less than 100 men erupted in a sheet of white smoke. The charging bandits seemed to strike an invisible wall. 20 to 30 fell instantly. The vanguard was cut in half. Inexperienced with organized firearm units and lacking serious military structure after months of rebellion, they devolved into chaos from a single volley. Some turned to flee while others rushed forward to exploit the reload gap, advancing and retreating without coordination. Ready, fire! The second volley command came, yet less than half the rifles completed the reload fire cycle in time. Most soldiers simply couldn't reload fast enough. Melee's hands and feet trembled uncontrollably. He dropped the percussion cap repeatedly. Ammunition management and training had been strict. Melee had suffered many beatings from training sergeants for dropping caps, so he instinctively bent to retrieve it. Hearing the second volley order, panic seized him. He fumbled for several minutes without loading properly. "Stop picking it up. Use a new one." The squad leader kicked him and roared, "Quick! Fire at will!" Recognizing the squadron's training level couldn't support continuous volleys, Li Dong issued the order. Melee finally seated the percussion cap, raised his rifle, and aimed. Gunpowder smoke filled the breastwork's crest. He could only see enemy silhouettes vaguely running. So close, Melee nearly dropped the gun. He pulled the trigger almost subconsciously. The rifle cracked and kicked violently, the recoil bruising his shoulder. Yet this discharge, the noise, smoke, and impact actually steadied his heart. His hands stopped shaking. Training movements returned to his body all at once. "Quick, load and shoot!" Sergeants ran along the breastwork shouting. Soldiers mechanically followed drilled steps. Load, aim, shoot. Melee loaded as if possessed, as though born to this task. He fired 6 shots in a minute. By the end, he couldn't even see clearly what lay ahead. The enemies rushing the breastwork found this low fortification had become an impassable moat. Climbing over it against muzzle fire meant certain death, while their arrows could be dodged by opponents simply crouching. Soon, the vanguard under concentrated fire retreated. The bandits first pulled back dozens of meters, attempting to weaken their opponents with archery, but bullets from the breastwork followed them, forcing further retreat. When they reached nearly the limit of bow range, a leader shouted, "Don't retreat. We're too far, they can't hit." His voice hadn't faded when a volley of lead flew over and killed him on the spot. Seeing this, the bandits fled wildly all the way to the mountain pass. The enemy retreated, sharp-eyed soldiers shouted. Cheers erupted along the breastwork. For the raw recruits dusty and disgraced yesterday, this defense felt exhilarating. Gun sounds, man falls, simpler than target practice. Corpses scattered the ground before the breastwork, the smell of blood stimulating their spirits. The originally timid recruits now swelled like oxen, chests out, assuming the bearing of veteran campaigners. "Maintain cover," sergeants ran around. The enemy hasn't been defeated yet. The enemy, defeated for now, still blocked the pass and their numbers kept growing. They seemed to prepare a second attack. Li Dong burned with anxiety. Less than a li from town, yet neither the unauthorized retreating 1st Squadron nor the 8th Battalion advance party in town had sent a single soldier to support him. Where is Ai Bui? Has he returned? No. The messenger. Coming. The messenger sent to battalion headquarters returned breathless and reported. Battalion Commander Yang wanted him to persist in place. He was maneuvering troops to encircle and annihilate this enemy force. He said if you can't hold, withdraw gradually, at most 1 hour. Li Dong checked his pocket watch, then put it away. Battalion Commander Yang wanted him as bait to lure the enemy for an encirclement. Good, understood. What about 1st Squadron? Battalion Commander Yang already sent someone to order them back to their original position. Li Dong relaxed. Understanding the superior's determination, he feared no mission however tough. He immediately ordered troops to reorganize and check weapons and ammunition status. Squadron leader, enemy movement, the lookout shouted. Li Dong raised his telescope and saw commotion in the enemy crowd at the pass, seeming to make way for something. Sin Furuo hurriedly took Li Dong to lie on the breastwork. Looking closely, a squad of soldiers in Ming army uniforms emerged from the Yao array, and 6 hand-pushed carts with painted tiger-head shields erected at the front, shield carts. Government troop equipment. Li Dong was secretly surprised. Shield carts were widely used in the late Ming Dynasty and highly effective against light small-caliber firearm attacks. Bandits thinking to use them wasn't strange. The problem was, whether bandits or Yao, fighting emphasized lightness and speed. Carrying such heavy siege equipment was normally impossible. How did these Yao people join forces with the Ming army? Everyone puzzled over this question, but little time remained. The National Army had no cannons. Behind the cart shields lay layers of sand sandwiched between thick cotton quilts soaked in water, 3 or 4 layers total. Let alone their smoothbore muskets, even the Fubo Army's Mini-A rifles couldn't penetrate them at distance. Artillery or cavalry was needed to deal with them effectively. Quick! Request artillery support from headquarters. Li Dong dispatched the messenger again. His situation grew critical. Already inferior in forces, they'd spread very thin to defend the flanks. Once the shield carts closed, the line couldn't hold. Once the battle line breached, only retreat remained. Fortunately, the enemy feared their firepower. After the shield carts approached, the infantry completely hid behind them and advanced slowly, speed comparable to snails. Volley fire. Li Dong ordered when the shield carts approached within 100 meters. The concentrated volley of the whole squadron's rifles filled the breastwork front with smoke. The shields on the carts were beaten beyond recognition, split apart, revealing the cotton quilts behind. The cotton quilts had been torn by bullets, leaking sand from inside. However, the lead bullets didn't penetrate this composite armor of cotton quilt and sand. Except for a few unlucky cart pushers on the sides killed by fire, the shield carts continued advancing. The following enemy formation tightened, shrinking completely behind the shield carts. The formation stretched very long. Li Dong ordered squads to spread toward both flanks. The closer the enemy advanced, the more exposed their flanks became. At 50 meters, the shield carts could no longer protect the soldiers behind. Fire! Infantry on both wings fired simultaneously. Bullets swept across the ranks like a sickle. Instantly, blood splattered in the ranks behind the shield carts. Bandits fell left and right, and the shield carts stopped instantly. Blow the charge! After Li Dong spoke, he drew his command sword, jumped from the breastwork first, and shouted, "Kill!" 2 squads instantly charged from the left and right wings, pouncing on the shield cart columns from the flanks. The bandits, already thrown into confusion, saw the National Army with gleaming bayonets pouncing like tigers descending a mountain. They were frightened out of their wits and fled. In an instant, the first shield cart was captured. Li Dong rushed to the shield cart. It was already blood-stained. He was greatly startled. No wonder this cart moved so slowly. Behind the earth armor of the shield cart, a tiger crouch cannon was hidden. It was fully loaded. The gunner killed by bullets lay by the wheel, the slow match on the short spear already lit. 10 meters closer, and the gunner could have dropped the earth armor fixed with leather ropes in front, revealing the muzzle to give the national army hiding behind the breastwork a devastating blast. What F-seeking bandits are these? They're government troops, Li Dong cursed secretly. Around them, soldiers had already engaged in melee with the few fierce bandits who refused to flee. The sound of clashing blades, fighting, and screaming mixed together. Soon, the national army annihilated these fierce bandits and captured the second, third shield carts. All shield carts were captured, and the enemy had completely routed. However, at this point, enemy archers could shoot arrows here. National Army soldiers who'd lost the breastwork's protection were hit by arrows one after another. He shouted, "Quick, fall back!" He saw Yang Erdong. "Destroy these carts, quick!" Yang Erdong led a few nimble soldiers, throwing torches onto the carts one after another to ignite the gunpowder. Boom! The tiger crouch cannon on the first shield cart ignited. The ammunition in the bore erupted violently. However, the earth armor in front hadn't been lowered, so the ammunition was all blocked by the shield. Only the heaviest main shot penetrated the shield, flying a few meters away and rolling in the mud. 6 shield carts exploded one after another, and the whole squadron withdrew back. Though the crisis was lifted, nearly 10 casualties had been taken. Soldiers panted heavily, wiping blood from their faces and hands. Before the Wuzhu squadron could catch its breath, rifle volleys suddenly rang out from the left flank where Luo Mao guarded. Li Dong was startled. The just withdrawn troops instantly panicked. "Don't panic," Li Dong called Yang Erdong. "Monitor the frontal enemy here. Second platoon, follow me." While they'd sortied to destroy the shield carts, surprise troops, outflanking from Bambian Gang, had suddenly appeared on their exposed left flank, colliding directly into the squad led by Luo Mao guarding there. Chapter 21, 86. Unexpected news. The surprise troops numbered little over 100, but Luo Mao commanded only 10 men. A single volley couldn't stem the human tide. Their firing rate couldn't form a continuous wall of fire. They could only fight and retreat. Fortunately, a few men still carried grenades. Throwing them in succession to deter pursuit, they managed to avoid being overtaken and engulfed. The second squad arrived in time. A head-on volley followed by bayonet charge quickly stabilized the position. However, this surprise force proved numerous with surprisingly tough fighting spirit. Though stunned by the initial volleys, once recovered, they charged again desperately. Judging from attire and weapons, they were neither local Han nor rioting Yao, probably troops from some unknown native chieftain deep in the Lianguang Mountains, conscripted by the government. Seeing the second squad's footing unstable, able only to retreat with alternating cover, Li Dong grew anxious. Suddenly, a cannon boomed from behind. White smoke streaked overhead and smashed into the approaching enemy mass. A thunderous crack, the explosion dropped enemy troops in patches. 2 more shells followed, blowing the enemy off their feet. Now even the most fearless couldn't endure. They routed. Li Dong, with insufficient forces, dared not pursue and immediately contracted his troops. At this time, cannon fire from Shijian's direction grew denser. Shells constantly flew over Li Dong's heads toward the enemy. The enemy army, which had seemed somewhat methodical, couldn't stand firm under artillery barrage. Suddenly they were like ants doused with boiling water. The nest exploded, fleeing in panic. Some even ran toward Li Dong's positions in their confusion. "Squadron leader, bugles from the enemy's rear flank," Melee suddenly shouted. Li Dong cocked his head listening. Indeed, bugles sounded faintly on the wind. The charge call. His spirits rose. The Fubo army outflanking to attack from the rear. Sure enough, the enemy formation descended into chaos. Driven down from the mountain pass by the Fubo army, several hundred compressed into a small area between the pass and Shijian. Ahead lay constant artillery fire from Shijian and National Army volleys. Behind, the Fubo army's fierce assault. Right flank, the Sui River. Left flank, continuous mountains. Truly no road to heaven, no door to earth. locked in a pocket for slow annihilation. In desperation, many jumped into the Sui River attempting to swim across, only to be shot by cannon and volley fire. Countless drowned. When guns and cannons finally ceased, over 200 corpses littered the battlefield. Only a few dozen managed escape. An 8th Battalion Company pursued the enemy nearly 10 kilometers, stopping only at Beiding Mountain's foot, where they established a forward camp. The road here left the Sui River, turning north toward Guangning County seat, an important transportation node. The battle at Shijian's North Pass was the Sui River Detachment's largest engagement en route, with the heaviest casualties. Losses concentrated in the Huaiji squadron, 4 dead, over a dozen wounded and 1 missing, Ai Buyi. He'd vanished after going to contact the Guangning 1st Squadron. The Guangning 1st Squadron soldiers claimed they hadn't seen him. No corpse was found during battlefield cleanup. Could he have been captured? Li Dong wondered. But the enemy routed after encirclement. Impossible they'd think of taking captives while fleeing for their lives. Moreover, his direction was completely opposite the enemy's attack. How could he be captured? The Fubo army also suffered 1 dead and over 10 wounded. The Guangning Battalion 1st Squadron leader who'd retreated first was brought before Yangshan. "You are the Guangning Battalion 1st Squadron leader." "Yes, yes." "Did you order the retreat?" "Yes, it was me." "Execute him." After issuing this order, Yangshan immediately gave a second. "Interrogate the captives immediately. I want an intelligence report." The detachment quickly cleared the battlefield, treated wounded, and purged surrounding remnant enemies. From corpses abandoned on the battlefield, one could clearly distinguish Ming troops in uniforms, Yao in indigo jackets and Lang Zhuang from Guangxi. This confirmed Su Qi and others' previous speculation. To oppose the Senate outsider, Xing Wenken had mobilized all available resources to add chaos to the South China army. From captives' mouths, they learned this incoming enemy force was a native chieftain's armed contingent sent by Xing Wenken from Guangxi, combined with Yao and local bandits, gathered into a large force commanded by a general under Xing Wenken. As for this general's identity, captives couldn't say clearly, only that he was a Han official. This Han official had arrived in Guangning with troops half a month ago. Flying the official flag with proper seals, he'd soon gathered numerous adherents. Currently he commanded a mixed armed force exceeding 1,000. The composition was complex. Native chieftain forces from Guangxi, Ming army stragglers, various bandits, rioting Yao and local militia seeking fortune in chaos. A complete hodgepodge. This force had occupied Guangning 3 days ago. Huaiji, due to strenuous resistance by local village braves and militia, hadn't fallen, but traffic in and out had been cut off. What? Guangning has fallen. Yang Zheng and Huang Kao were greatly shocked by this news. Though some county seats had indeed fallen after bandit chaos spread, those fallen seats were all where no personnel had been officially sent yet, maintained temporarily by local gentry or surrendered Ming officials. These seats either lacked armaments or surrendered garrisons proved half-hearted, easily exploited by external forces. Their fall wasn't strange, but Guangning County had a naturalized citizen county director and a national army squadron. This squadron even had spare capacity to garrison a squad at Shijian, showing the situation wasn't critical. Where are the great Song officials in the county? This was Huang Kao's greatest concern. Great Song officials in the county, some died in battle, some were killed. Heard they killed quite a few. The magistrate was caught and beheaded. This blow struck harder than before, especially for Huang Kao. Though he didn't know this county director personally, he knew those appointed as county directors by the Senate were elite among naturalized citizens. Many had followed the Senate 5 or 6 years, working their way up from village cadre or administrative positions in enterprises and agencies, cultivated over many years. The dozen-plus naturalized cadres who'd gone with him to organize the team were also mostly carefully cultivated elites with both grassroots experience and training. The loss of these cadres far exceeded the loss of several national army squadrons in severity. As for how the county seat fell, captives couldn't explain, knowing only that stratagem was used to take it from inside and out. Part of the national army died in battle, another part surrendered when the city fell, and remnants with a few surviving cadres fled to Huaiji. Hearing a few survived, Huang Kao felt somewhat better, but hearing some surrendered felt even worse. In all the years since the Fubo Army's founding, no matter what storms encountered, there'd never been units or soldiers who actively surrendered. This time it actually happened. Most national army lack sufficient training. Naturally their fighting will isn't strong. Chief needn't mind too much, Yang said. They're all temporarily conscripted old soldiers and commoners. How much fighting can they have? I think having units like the Wuzhou Squadron that can fight already exceeds expectations. Even that Guangning 1st Squadron, retreating before the enemy without collapsing on the spot, is already quite good. You're right. We were too rash, didn't train them properly. On what basis did we ask them to throw away their lives? Huang Kao said with some pain. Too self-righteous. He paused. How many cadres and soldiers sacrificed in vain? This is all the result of our arrogance and rashness. Yang dared not answer. He knew Chief Huang addressed the Senate. This didn't belong to categories he could comment on. He whispered, "We should still recover Guangning as soon as possible." "Not as soon as possible, but cautiously," Huang Kao said. "Don't repeat the mistake of rashness." Yang had originally wanted to send a few companies light pack to strike straight at Guangning, but since the senator instructed otherwise, he couldn't disobey. He ordered the Sui River Detachment to abandon boats and land at the campsite near Baoding Mountain, stockpiling transshipment materials, preparing to launch a siege against Guangning County seat. Guangning originally belonged to Sihui. In the Jiajing era, Sihui's northwest suffered years of turmoil, so in Jiajing's 38th year, Guangning County was established by carving land from Sihui County, taking the meaning widespread peace, still belonging to Jiaqing Prefecture. The city wall used long stone strips as base, covered with green bricks above, over 8 meters high. Though not as tall and large as Guangzhou's city wall, it was strongly fortified, not a small city easily taken. Originally, Zhu Mingxia and others all thought no matter how chaotic Guangning became, at least the county seat could be kept from falling. According to captive confessions and intelligence, over 1,000 enemy troops guarded the city. Strength approached the Sui River detachments, and they had city wall protection plus considerable firearms. So whether commanders like Yang and Huang Kao or ordinary officers and soldiers below, all knew this would most likely be another bitter battle. However, soldiers' morale ran very high. Hearing the county's naturalized director and national army were killed by bandits, they all felt common hatred. They clamored to ruthlessly teach this gang of bandits who dared provoke Senate prestige a lesson. Considering the task's arduousness and national army casualties, Yang decided this time the 8th Battalion, which hadn't acted yet, would undertake the main attack mission. For Li Dong's squadron soldiers, this was undoubtedly a huge relief. Continuous battles along the way had already left them somewhat exhausted. The Fubo Army's combat power was legendary, their equipment incomparable. The biggest difference between Fubo Army and National Army, at least superficially, was firearms, or more directly, they had cannons. These hollow iron pillars, always polished shiny, made National Army soldiers envious. If the Wuzhou Squadron had cannons during the North Pass battle, they might not have let the enemy reach the breastwork at all. Chapter 21, 87, Recovering Guangning. Just as troops marched 10 kilometers through mountains carrying ammunition, transporting shells and gunpowder to artillery positions outside Guangning City, the scout team sent back a message. Guangning City appeared devoid of enemy defense. The city wall top sat completely empty, without a single guard. Scouts observed the city from nearby hilltops with telescopes, finding no signs of enemy troops gathering near the walls. Yang, who'd arrived at the forward command post, was secretly puzzled, thinking, are they playing the empty fort strategy? Just as he prepared to instruct scouts to reconnoiter closely. Suddenly, the always tightly closed Guangning gates opened by themselves. A large group of commoners emerged beating gongs and drums, walking toward the confused Sui River detachment. A middle-aged man dressed as a Confucian scholar at the front bowed with tears and mucus flowing, shouting something like, "The whole city's people invite the great Song celestial troops to enter the city." Could this be enemy trickery, to lure us into the city for a burning of Zinai? Huang Kao muttered. Yang sent people to bring over the lead elders. He'd seen quite a few local elders, but this was the first time seeing such wretched ones. Each had a bruised nose and swollen face, and clothes torn in several places. The local elders were searched before being brought before Yang and the others. Several all prostrated themselves, each reporting their names, inviting the celestial troops to enter the city quickly. Such eagerness was truly suspicious. Yang ordered a company to occupy various gates and gate towers, and a company to enter the city searching, while questioning the elders about the county seat's fall. It turned out Guangning had fallen 3 days ago. At that time, bandits troubled the county. The Guangning county director sent the 2nd Squadron to suppress the riot. Guangning County's original establishment included only 1 National Army squadron, and the 3rd platoon was deployed at Shijian. With this arrangement, only the 1st platoon and the newly formed county militia team remained in the county seat, about 200 people total. Given Guangning's sturdy city defense, closing the gates meant 200 people sufficed to resist general bandit and chaotic soldier harassment. Not to mention, there was a fully armed National Army platoon. So when news arrived that a large bandit and chaotic soldier group was coming from Hezhou, the county director and squadron leader weren't overly nervous. They sent people to Shijian to contact them about watching for enemy movements, while closing city gates and preparing for battle. However, 3 days ago, part of the militia team in the city suddenly mutinied and opened the gates. The bandits outside swarmed in. The National Army squadron leader hurriedly led the platoon to counterattack, but suddenly died in battle. Part of the National Army surrendered on the spot and the rest fought and retreated, finally breaking out and escaping with some militia by opening the gates. "How many escaped?" Yang asked. "About 100 or so," the middle-aged Confucian scholar said tremblingly. "This lowly one didn't see, just heard people say so. Where are the cadres in the county?" Heard. The middle-aged Confucian scholar was afraid in case this Herr Chieftain vented anger on his head he'd be eternally doomed. "Heard what? Speak quickly." Yes, the cadres in the city. Rumor says some fled with the celestial troops. The magistrate and 6 others were trapped that day. Killed? Yes, right at the Cross Street intersection." The middle-aged Confucian scholar shrank his neck, fearing thunderous anger would descend. Student and the gentry in the city have collected the corpses, now all resting in the temple." Yang and others inquired carefully and learned that after the bandits entered the city, they caught 7 naturalized cadres headed by the county director. All were beheaded and executed at the intersection. They also beheaded all captured militia and wounded National Army soldiers, allegedly to report merit. The next day, they killed several county consultative council committee members and merchants, and caught quite a few treacherous people who attached to the hair to behead. In total, over 100 people were killed. Though the incoming bandits claimed to be government troops, their military discipline was extremely poor. Besides demanding various offerings after entering the city, stragglers committed all crimes: arson, murder, rape, and money looting. Almost all merchants and gentry in the city were harmed. Ordinary commoners were also trampled considerably. Last night, the bandits suddenly started looting the whole city and captured many women. Early this morning, they opened the gates and fled. "We awaited the celestial troops like withered fields awaiting sweet rain." After the middle-aged Confucian scholar finished crying his complaint with snot and tears, Huang Kao and Yang Zheng's faces were already iron blue. Yang Zheng said, "Let's go." We enter the city. Entering the city, it was a mess inside. Every household had doors wide open. Shops along streets were all smashed and looted empty. Corpses still lay on the streets. Survivors gathered on both sides of the road with fear on their faces to welcome the celestial troops. These days they'd suffered enough from the bandits' poisoning. Whether poor or rich, they all had great goodwill toward this regime they didn't understand before and only accepted passively. The contrast was simply too stark. Though they'd suffered heavy losses from bandit looting, the commoners still set wine and food by the roadside to show their intentions. Yang Zheng and others came to the cross-street intersection, only to see spots of blood on sandstone slabs, a large black patch. Thinking of comrades killed here days ago, indignation filled his heart. If only we knew the situation here earlier. Even if the whole army force marched until legs broke, we would have come. Huang Kao's feeling differed from his. Besides anger, an inexplicable fear welled from the bottom of his heart. Though there were no corpses, the cold reality and blood all over the ground reminded him the situation he had to face was 100 times more difficult than pacifying the Li in Hainan back then, and the cruelty unprecedented. He took a deep breath to calm down, but somehow felt the air was full of blood smell. He couldn't help retching twice. The killed cadres and National Army soldiers' corpses had been collected by local elders using simple coffins. Yang Zheng sent people to look. They said all were missing heads. "Where are the martyrs' heads?" Yang Zheng pressed the middle-aged Confucian scholar. The heads were originally hung at the county yamen and the 4 city gates. All were collected last night, probably taken away. Heads were important props for recording merit. Unsurprising they were taken. Yang Zheng was helpless. He instructed people to find high ground outside the city to bury the victimized cadres and soldiers. Hearing people in the city suffered heavily, Huang Kao instructed setting up porridge sheds locally to dispense porridge and clothes. He also personally went to offer condolences to the killed county consultative council committee members. Some members' homes were looted empty, and surviving family members were cold and hungry. He instructed taking all these people in and sending them to Lingao for support. From them, they learned the one commanding this force was a scribe named Li Kungu. Though a scribe, he was bloodthirsty like a maniac. Once entering the city, not counting killing captives and pro-hair local commoners, he also slaughtered their families, not even sparing the old and young, killing off more than 10 households in one breath. Only because gentry and big households jointly pleaded were the families of several consultative council members, originally to be killed off, saved. As for the militia team acting as insiders to open the door and part of the National Army surrendering, which Huang Kao and others cared about most, locals knew very little. They knew only that those who opened the gate were a few young men in the militia team, all idlers in the county. As for their subsequent fate, it was unclear. Presumably, they fled with the bandits. The names of these people must all be recorded and wanted forever, Huang Kao said indignantly. However, relying only on these few plain names, without photos or fingerprints, and in an era of constant war, the possibility of catching them in the sea of people was extremely small. The only thing Huang Kao could comfort himself with was that, since they ran with the bandits, maybe they'd already lost their lives in battle. To ensure Guangning's safety, the Sui River Detachment built another stockade on the Sui River bank north of Baoding Mountain to choke the road to Huaiji. The brought-along Guangning Battalion was responsible for the county seats and surrounding transportation nodes safety, with the 1st Squadron and remnants of the original Guangning Squadron. Meanwhile, an infantry company was sent to Huaiji to establish contact with the local garrison, especially to gather back troops and cadres who fled from Guangning. Of the Guangning Battalion's other 2 squadrons, one patrolled the interior line between Guangning and the Sui River to ensure smooth communication with the main force. The other maintained order among villages outside the city, gradually expanding reconnaissance range to guard against enemies from the north. The Sui River Detachment's main force immediately set out for Huaiji. Originally, whether Huang Kao or Yang Zheng, both intended to conduct large-scale public security rectification in Guangning and Huaiji to ensure communication line safety. But judging from the current situation, it no longer allowed them to advance gradually and fight steadily. Troops must reach Lianzhou as soon as possible to suppress the riot. The Wuzhou Squadron was also left behind as National Army, but acted as a mobile team, responsible for carrying out public security rectification between Guangning and Huaiji, and simultaneously supporting various squadrons. The Wuzhou Squadron's combat power had been recognized. Internal line public security rectification's content was very simple, nothing more than circling back and forth on fixed routes. The main purpose was maintaining military presence and deterring potential enemies. If there were small-scale riots, they could also be extinguished promptly. Doing it was safe with timely supplies. What was relatively dangerous was the outer line patrol. North of Guangning was after all outside the control zone, plus the surroundings were all mountainous areas prone to ambush. The main work was actually following guides along the road from village to village. At each place, they posted printed notices, summoned villagers to preach, called village elders to explain policies and assign tasks. Because civil affairs cadres were insufficient and Guangning wasn't in the recent occupation plan, these jobs were makeshift done by officers. Staff Officer Li Song was sent to the Wuzhou Squadron to guide work and compile documents to avoid errors during future handover. If locals cooperated, they could be granted power to organize militia for self-defense. Local militia would be included in the county militia sequence. Simultaneously, they were required to pay reasonable burdens. If they didn't cooperate, the village would be broken, and elders and big households arrested as local tyrants and evil gentry resisting the celestial troops, sent to the Guangzhou court for trial, usually sentenced to fines or exile to Kaohsiung. Chapter 21, 88 Dividing Forces at Huaiji. Very few villages received such treatment. Local big households proved tactful. In the midst of Yao chaos, what ordinary villages worried about most was safety, so they weren't averse to this rectification. As for money and grain levies, it was the same in any dynasty. What the Australians demanded wasn't necessarily more outrageous. For common people, who levied money and grain in the county seat didn't matter. Having a local official, knowing the emperor still existed, they felt assured and wouldn't panic. Some village worthies with ideas, seeing great song troops arriving to patrol so quickly, also had their initially eager thoughts fade considerably. Some weak villages further requested the National Army send troops to garrison for countryside protection. Naturally, with current stretched troop strength, this couldn't be done. They only helped establish village militia, distributing some weapons and captured Ming army firearms. Fortunately, almost every village in this area had a stockade. Slightly strengthening self-defense capabilities would allow them to hold out for considerable time. Public security rectification, carried out simultaneously on both internal and external lines, achieved great results. Especially after extensive establishment of village militia, the Bayagia system, and mutual security guarantees among villages, bandit activities were greatly curbed. Some large outsider bandit groups couldn't maintain their position locally and fled one after another. Local bandits either disbanded after suffering military strikes, disintegrated under pressure, or went dormant in mountain strongholds in remote areas. The Sui River Detachment couldn't attend to them for now. Huang Kao's plan was rushing to Huaiji immediately, then advancing to the Sanlian Three Lions area. But the local security situation forced Yang Zheng and his Sui River Detachment to stay between Guangning and Huaiji a few more days. By the time they officially decided to set off for Lianzhou, it was already late May. Before departure, Huang Kao and Yang Zheng held a small meeting. though the Lianyang area was called one region, and the three cities of Lianzhou, Lianshan, and Yangshan weren't far apart. All three were located in northern Guangdong's high mountains and lofty ridges. Traffic between them wasn't easy. To rebuild order in this zone, the Sui River Detachment had to coordinate well. According to rules, Yang Zheng was unit commander with power to decide the unit's action plan. Even a senator couldn't interfere with his military command authority. However, this public security rectification activity's guiding principle in the Lianyang area was 30% military, 70% political. Even if Huang Kao wasn't a senator, Yang Zheng had to solicit his views on the action plan. Yang Zheng's plan: he would personally lead the detachment's main force, leaving the water route and taking the mountain road to attack Lianshan county seat. Attacking Lianshan, suppressing Yao was secondary. The main purpose was occupying the Lianshan county seat stronghold. To prevent the Ming army in Hezhou from capturing Lianshan, thereby advancing to Huaiji and Guangning to threaten Zhejiang, or occupying Lianzhou to the east, then going south along the Lian River to threaten Yingde, or even the Guangzhou area further south. So for the South China Army, the Yao chaos was always a skin disease. The real great enemy remained the Guangxi Ming army controlled by Qingwenqin. Once Lianshan was controlled, the possibility of the Guangxi Ming army entering Guangdong to intervene in Yao chaos was completely cut off. Simultaneously, it blocked the Guangxi Ming army's infiltration routes into the northern Guangdong region. It benefited the security situation of entire Guangdong. From a political level, whether the Yao chaos in northern Guangdong could be properly handled concerned whether the Senate could stably and effectively rule entire Guangdong, and also determined whether there'd be an experience model to learn from when facing more complex ethnic issues in the three southwestern provinces of Sichuan, Guizhou, and Yunnan in the future. Therefore, winning hearts was the primary indicator, and also the only indicator, for all political and military work in pacifying this Yao chaos. Among the currently targeted three cities, Lianshan County was surrounded by mountains, with no large rivers flowing through. The Senate's water transport advantage was zero in Lianshan. Because Lianshan was inconvenient to supply, Yang Zheng only intended to take 3 Fubo army companies and 2 national army squadrons to attack Lianshan. After taking it, only 1 Fubo army company and those 2 national army squadrons would be stationed there as a stronghold defending against the Hezhou Ming army and a pivot for pacifying the northern Guangdong Yao chaos. Then he'd take 2 Fubo army companies and traverse mountains all the way east to Lianzhou. Lianzhou would serve as another pivot. The terrain around Lianzhou was relatively flat, and the Lian River, a North River tributary, had abundant water flow, connecting Yingde, Yangshan, and Lianzhou all the way. Supplies were more convenient. After capturing it, it would serve as base camp for pacifying the Yao chaos. As for Yangshan, as a transit station on the Lianzhou-Yingde line, it must be restored as soon as possible. So after simple discussion, Yang Zheng and Huang Kao decided to split forces into 2 routes. Yang Zheng would lead troops north to strike Lianshan. Huang Kao would take the Li Miao Company, a national army battalion and 2 squadrons, totaling over 600 people, east to restore Yangshan. After restoring Yangshan, the 2 would meet in Lianzhou. In Huaiji County, ground infantry preparing to set off for Lianzhou were assembling. Huang Kao reviewed them briefly. By Fubo army standards, only the Li Miao Company could be considered to have neat military bearing. The others looked like peasant uncles who just put down their hose no matter how one looked. If the superior was willing to replace the shrimp soldiers and crab generals under him, except the Li Miao Company, with a Fubo army company, he'd be 1,000,000 times willing. Back then, he'd led a Fubo army platoon, combined with some familiar Li and local village braves, to completely eradicate bandit troubles in Lingshui, including bandits and hostile Li forts. At this moment, Yang Zeng had already led the team climbing among mountains for most of the day. Though he'd been in the army for many years and had long exercised abundant physical strength, this was the first time leading troops walking in the middle of such large-scale mountains. The team of over 600 was hidden without trace among the mountains. Yang Zeng had to send a messenger every 15 minutes to keep the unit's front and rear from disconnecting. At this time, Yang Zeng understood why Yao chaos in Lianguang during the Ming Dynasty was so difficult to handle. Indeed, nature was an army's greatest enemy. Endless mountain climbing consumed the unit's energy endlessly. The modernized Fubo army could still maintain itself in this situation, but the National Army was already full of problems. The National Army's physical strength had reached a critical point, and stragglers began appearing. Seeing noon sun high, Yang Zeng ordered the whole army to stop marching, rest in place for lunch, and wait for stragglers. Before departure, Huang Kao and Yang Zeng agreed whoever arrived in Lianzhou first would treat the other to a meal. Yang Zeng knew he was destined to pay for Huang Kao's meal. For one, his marching route was almost entirely mountainous terrain, while Huang Kao, as long as he traversed a patch of mountains, could largely march along flat land of the Lion River bank afterward. If they waited for the boat convoy reinforced by the North River Special Task Fleet at Yangshan City, the subsequent journey would just be taking boats. Though the terrain was complex, Yang Zeng wasn't too nervous. This action would be an armed parade to a greater extent. According to Yang Zeng and Huang Kao's prediction, Yao people who heard news would likely withdraw from Lianshan City, and the Fubo army could occupy Lianshan City without fighting. Then, Yang Zeng would lead the army east to control Luming Pass, occupy Sanjiang Market, and then arrive at Lianzhou. The whole process would take about 5 days, so every soldier carried 5 days of dry rations, and every company and National Army squadron had to take turns carrying loads, carrying another 5 days of dry rations. Yang Zeng couldn't say for certain when supplies sent from Guangzhou would arrive under Lianzhou City, nor could he ensure whether Huang Kao could successfully restore Yangshan. Yang Zeng chewed Grassland Series dry rations tasting like wax, while looking at a flag Huang Kao gave him before departure. It was a Chinese-style long pole flag, with 10 characters densely written in small regular script, Great Song Western Route Army and Horse Grand Marshal Zhu. According to Huang Kao, for various works to be carried out smoothly, the momentum must be huge enough. Against those Yao who feared nothing, regardless of one's own strength, one must pretend to be very strong. A bluffing big flag was very useful, so Huang Kao also made a big flag for himself, inscribed, Great Song Lianyang Recruitment and Pacification Commissioner Concurrent Prefect of Lianzhou Military Affairs Huang. Looking at this flag, Huang Kao had a good addiction to pretentiousness. Simultaneously, he also hoped this flag could convey a message to those ill-informed Yao. Though they weren't the great Ming government, they were also a regime willing to negotiate. He announced to officers and soldiers under him that the whole army would set out after dawn tomorrow, heading for Yangshan County in the northeast. He also emphasized the marching route was mostly mountain roads, asking everyone to prepare mentally and materially, especially shoes. Huang Kao's intended operational plan wasn't attacking Yangshan County seat directly, but advancing to Yonghua Township of Yangshan County first, pacifying that place, then besieging the point to strike the reinforcements, waiting for an opportunity to ambush returning Yao. The residents of Yonghua Township were mainly Yao. In the 6th year of Wanli, Yangshan Magistrate Zhao Wenjiang personally went deep into the Yao Mountains, successfully registering the Yao of Beiming, Laiya, Sheichuo, Sangking, and other Yao stockades into household registers, and set up Yonghua Township. This was one of the few deeds of successfully pacifying Yao in the history of various places in Lianguang. However, judging from limited intelligence, the Yao occupying Yangshan County seat were mostly from Yonghua Township, with a small part from other Yao mountains in Yangshan. The Yonghua township Yao didn't belong to the 8-row Yao system. They belonged to flatland Yao. The Yao of this township mostly lived in river valleys between mountains. Though the land wasn't fertile, it wasn't barren either, and output was passable. Their economic level was much better compared to other mountaineer Yao who wandered outside the great Ming government system and lived in big mountain hollows. As registered government commoners, Yonghua Township Yao had always been law-abiding. There was really no reason to rebel. This group of Yao rebelling must have their compelling reasons. If he could strive to settle the Yonghua Township Yao riot in one battle and recruit and pacify them as soon as possible, he could exclude this group of Yao from the Yao chaos camp. Next step would be solving the 8-row Yao. If operated well, it was even possible to utilize the power of the Yonghua Yao. The mountain company led by Company Commander Zhen was too few in number, far insufficient to cope with the local geographical environment. He calculated establishing a Yao mountain company for his own use. Even without training and with poorer combat power, at least they could serve as reconnaissance troops. Fighting in such big mountains, intelligence was much more important than troop strength. Chapter 21, 89, Recovering Lianshan since ancient times. Using X to control X has been a foolproof weapon in military operations. Though Huang Kao wasn't a soldier, he understood this principle. However, local Yao and the Great Ming had long been like water and fire. Yaohan conflicts were sharp. Recruiting auxiliary troops from them wasn't easy. While it was easy to spend money hiring Lang Zhuang from Guangxi like the Great Ming did, reliability could never be guaranteed. The most successful auxiliary troops, the Korean White Horse Unit and the Japanese Sword Drawing Unit Battletai, were composed of official slaves and Baekjeong most deeply oppressed on Jeju Island and persecuted Catholics, respectively. The Senate granted them great grace, so they were naturally loyal. But to win Yao hearts wasn't so easy back then in Dingen. Pacifying the Li also took enormous effort. In the end, all policy focused on winning hearts. Whether economic appeasement, cultural influence, or military deterrence, in the final analysis, it was about making the other party identify with your rule from their hearts. This was very difficult to achieve. It was a pity there wasn't a single cadre of Yao origin on hand. Instead, a Li Miao cadre group arrived. When Huang Kao took office, he'd asked the organization department to send cadres with experience in ethnic work. As a result, the personnel division had a strange brain circuit and sent a Li Miao cadre group. This group was the first batch of graduates from the Li Miao school advocated and founded by Mu Min, led by Mu Min's proud student Bai De. 11 people total, all young boys and girls, Li and Miao teenagers who'd received the Senate's education from a young age. These 11 naturally gave him great support, but Huang Kao really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He wanted naturalized cadres with work experience in Li areas, not a group of Li and Miao cadres. Before in Lingshui they didn't send them. Now he didn't need to pacify Li, yet they inexplicably sent these people. Li and Miao cadres arriving in the Lianyang area weren't even as useful as ordinary naturalized cadres. However, based on his observation, the leader Bai De was quite capable. She also looked spirited, and the key was she didn't have facial tattoos. The female cadres in this group, except for her, all had facial tattoos. The black tattoo patterns on their faces looked quite scary. Huang Kao had seen much in Li areas so didn't feel anything, but his subordinates said it was hair-raising to look at. It's fine during the day, but looking at them at night will definitely cause nightmares. Huang Kao's secretary, a newly arrived administrative intern, complained while packing luggage. "What kind of custom is this? You don't know this," Huang Kao smiled. "Do you know why Li women all tattoo their faces?" "Don't know." "Thinking it looks good. Anyway, I can't figure it out. Not for looks, but to prevent being abducted by outsiders. With tattooed faces, no outsiders would target them. This was also a method forced out by circumstances," Huang Kao sighed. "But aren't Li areas all under the Senate's rule now? Who would run to Li areas to abduct women? Why not simply ban it? Habits are already formed. They can't be changed so easily. Take foot binding, for example. What's the benefit? The Senate propagandized and prohibited it, working for several years, yet hasn't completely banned it. Customs like facial tattoos don't have much health impact and don't hinder social order, so the Senate doesn't prohibit them. Slowly, as society progresses, it will naturally die out. They're all students of the first Li Miao school and still have traces of tradition. Later batches of students have fewer and fewer facial tattoos. But this kind of facial tattoo also has infection possibility, and social interaction is inconvenient after such tattooing. Administrative work must distinguish priorities. Huang Ko took the opportunity to give guidance. Facial tattoos aren't an urgent matter, so naturally there's no need for the Senate to spend great effort banning them utterly. At most, we guide them, but what counts as urgent and what counts as not urgent has no standard. This also tests the ability of our local administrative personnel. "Chief, you speak so well." His secretary admired him greatly. Huang Ko was modest for a few sentences, feeling very happy inside. This sense of satisfaction was the main driving force supporting him in this space-time. "Rest early, we have to travel tomorrow." That night was Yang's first night leading the team to camp, the first night entering the mountains, and the first day of marching. The troops marched north along the Jiangzhou River. The terrain was fairly flat. That night, they stayed overnight before a small stockade surnamed Zhao near little Sanjiang town of Lianshan town in the old timeline. The stockade gates were tightly closed, and many bonfires were lit. They only asked a few able-bodied men to carry 2 sides of pork, a few loads of brown rice, and some wine over. Yang didn't want the wine, kept the pork and brown rice, and gave 10 newly minted Guangzhou Prefecture silver dollars in return. After the military doctor tested the pork and passed it, it was cooked that night for the whole army to feast. On the second day of marching, they spent a morning crossing the Jiangzhou River and Yangfeng River watershed, and marched along the river valley for another half-day. Until about 7 in the afternoon, they arrived at the old city of Changshan area, which was the Lianshan county seat location before the Shunjai era. Though the county seat was abandoned, this place was still more prosperous than others, with some shops and households. It was just that most shops were closed and most households empty, traces of looting everywhere. According to the few old people remaining here, this place had been looted many times, and most residents and merchants had fled to nearby fortified villages. Yang sent people everywhere to announce that the great army had come to suppress the riot. After people were sent out, quite a few village elders came, bringing pigs, sheep, chickens, ducks, or brown rice and local wine to comfort the great army. Yang treated them with gentle words and instructed logistics to pay according to purchase prices, quickly closing the distance between the two sides. These trembling elders who came to comfort the army were also willing to tell him some situations. However, what they spoke wasn't the Cantonese vernacular Yang could speak. Later, when soldiers passed by, they realized they were speaking Hakka. After understanding, they learned that in the Lianshan County area, Zhuang, Yao, and Han were interspersed. The Han were mainly Hakkas, reclaiming land in mountain valleys and building Waiwu walled houses for self-protection. Some Zhuang stockades also participated in the riot this time, but the main force was the 8-row Yao. Hakka villages with walled houses were mostly not affected too much, but those reclaiming land in scattered dwellings mostly suffered disaster. Yang comforted everyone, saying he came here to suppress the riot by order of the Senate of Great Song, and order in Lianshan would be restored before long. He asked everyone to organize village braves well and protect their own villages. If there was any emergency, report to the county yamen. He would recover the county seat in a few days. Everyone wasn't surprised by his preview of recovering the county seat soon. Yao rioting and capturing the county seat had happened before, but Yao rarely defended the city. Mostly they'd retreat on their own initiative after looting. Yang Zeng asked each village for a few guides to lead the way. They set off to climb mountains early the next morning. After 3 hours, they reached Jishan Market, which was the Lianshan county seat location in the old timeline. This place had also suffered looting. Then they went north along the Shijian River. In the afternoon, they crossed another mountain. At dusk, they finally arrived under Lianshan City. The gates of Lianshan City were wide open. Yang Zeng's department entered the city without spending a single shot or bullet. The 8 Rou Yao originally entrenched in the city had long scattered like birds and beasts, leaving only an empty city. He sent people to search the whole city, but found not even a mouse could be found here. Lianshan County seat wasn't big. Yang Zeng estimated the resident population in the county seat was only about 1,000, roughly equivalent to those county seats in southern Hainan. The city was low and small, and able-bodied men were insufficient. It wasn't strange that the 8 Rou Yao could capture Lianshan. Finally, only an old man was found in the county Yaman's prison. Yang Zeng inquired carefully and learned this old man was the magistrate's family servant. The 8 Rou Yao broke the city through insiders. The magistrate couldn't resist and was killed. The county seal was seized. The whole city was looted empty, and young adults, women, and children were all taken away. Because he was old, he was forgotten in the county Yaman prison. Took everyone away. Yang Zeng was slightly disappointed. His plan also wanted to utilize the county seat's human resources, at least provide some corvée labor help for the station National Army. Now it seemed he didn't need to think about it, because after 3 days of long-distance mountain marching, the whole army's physical condition had reached its limit. Yang Zeng ordered a 1-day rest in Lianshan County seat. Simultaneously, he counted the whole army's number. No one from the Fubo army fell behind. 12 from the National Army fell behind. Yang Zeng felt satisfied with such results. Actually, Chief Yu's 2nd Brigade should be called to come here, Yang Zeng thought to himself. They could take small steamboats from Yingde, follow the Lian River, and easily reach under Lianzhou City. Crossing mountains from Lianzhou City to Lianshan City was naturally not as hard as coming from Huaiji. Huang Kao set off 1 day later than Yang Zeng. Though the road in his direction was much easier to walk, it still took 2 days. The first day he walked along the Fenggang River to the watershed. Early the next morning he crossed the watershed and walked along the Chengjia River for another 2 hours to reach Yonghua Township. Huang Kao's troops' morale was still relatively high now. Though the accompanying Li Miao cadre group came late, they were full of spirit. This group initially made the whole army very uncomfortable, especially the Li girls with black ink facial tattoos. But during the march, this group of boys and girls were full of vigor and hummed songs. Sing a mountain song for the chief to hear. The chief's grace is like a mother. How many times will the arts and propaganda system ruin classics from the old timeline before they stop? Huang Kao thought. But Huang Kao had to admit that these songs had a wonderful chemical effect on boosting morale. Li Dong and a few other old naturalized officers in the National Army were moved hearing this song. After listening a few times, they found the song catchy and learned it in a short while. When Bai De and her group stopped singing, a few National Army officers started singing in unison by coincidence. Within half a day, the whole army, whether old naturalized soldiers or new recruits just incorporated into the team, learned to sing this song. The singing echoed again and again among the high mountains and lofty ridges. Even Huang Kao, who'd always been disgusted in his heart, couldn't help humming a few lines along. Chapter 2190 Ambush. When deciding to camp that night, he found Li Miao Company Commander Zhen Huan and asked him to take the Li Miao Company and set off first. Guides have been found for you. There are several Yao stockades in the Yonghua Township area. You guys rest a bit, then set off overnight. He looked at his watch. Set off at 9 p.m. Arrive before dawn the day after tomorrow. Then split up to harass these stockades and create a tension atmosphere. Zhen Huan nodded. Yes. Only harass, no need to attack. There shouldn't be many able-bodied men in these stockades. Taking them would be effortless for you, but you just need to scare them. I understand. We are here to suppress the riot, focusing on recruitment and pacification. Pay attention not to inflict too heavy casualties when you act. After receiving the order, Zhen Huan immediately took his company with guides and set off. Mountain roads were difficult to travel. The troops quickly fell asleep after eating dinner upon camping. Huang Kao, on the contrary, couldn't sleep at all. He had a Dian horse for transport, and carriers handled his luggage. He could be said to be the most relaxed person in the team. But riding a horse all day wasn't pleasant either. Coming down from the horseback, his whole body ached. The most fatal thing was that this was his first time taking charge alone. Though there were regular army officers under him, so he didn't need to manage and command troops himself. He had to decide the general direction, which made him feel quite pressured. Moreover, there were operations after arriving in the Sanlian area. The scale of pacifying the Li in Dingen could not be mentioned in the same breath as suppressing the Yao in Guangdong at all. The Li in Dingen were not only much fewer in population than the Yao in Guangdong, but the terrain was also far less complex than here. He flipped through his notebook, which contained his plan for launching activities in the Sanlian area and recorded relevant situations. He'd thought of many methods and read a lot of materials, but he had no confidence about whether they'd be effective. He'd worked at the grassroots level for a few years and knew deeply that no matter how good the plan, the effect was completely uncontrollable. Now the Senate and the senators of the Guangdong region were all staring at him. Huang Kao thought to himself, if I can't suppress the Yao chaos in the Sanlian area quickly and cleanly, I'd better go back to raising chickens. He looked up at the dazzling night sky without light pollution in the 17th century, suddenly feeling that he missed his wife and son staying in Lingao very much. At noon on the third day, Huang Kao led the team to arrive at Yonghua Township and met with the Li Miao company, which had set off early to conduct harassment. Zhen Huan reported that he'd already harassed various Yao stockades in Yonghua Township. Similar to Huang Kao's estimation, not a single Yao stockade came out to fight. All closed their stockade gates tightly. Moreover, according to their observation, there were indeed very few men in the villages, mostly teenagers and old men. This is good. Huang Kao's heart settled halfway. At this time, the able-bodied men of various Yao stockades in Yonghua Township were all out, leaving places empty. Huang Kao immediately sent messengers to announce everywhere. Those who submit to Great Song will not be blamed for the past. Those who refuse to welcome the Senate will not be left with a single piece of grass. He also required each village stockade to immediately offer grain, grass, chickens, and wine as comfort, and simultaneously, each stockade must hand over hostages. The messenger's arrival immediately threw the village stockades into disarray. The male adults in each stockade were almost empty. After besieging Yangshan county seat, the able-bodied men and even some strong women in the stockades went to carry war trophies near the county seat. The stockades were full of half-grown kids, not yet fully fledged, and old men, holding spears to guard the stockade. If these Great Song official troops really attacked, they were powerless to resist. So they sent people with gifts to express surrender on one hand and sent messengers to Yangshan County to report the emergency on the other. Huang Kao instructed the troops, don't intercept, let them go call for reinforcements. Within a few days, the scent scouts reported. The Yao occupying Yangshan County knew their backyard was on fire and could no longer keep their cool. They began to withdraw from Yangshan, and a large group of men and horses was marching towards Yonghua Township. There were two roads from Yangshan County seat to Yonghua Township. One went through Daling Market, taking the mountain road. The other went along the Lion River to Libu Market, going south along the Zhegang River. The mountain road was shorter. Though the riverside road was relatively flat, the distance was farther. The returning Yao would probably take the mountain road to return to their own villages at the fastest speed. Whole army set up an ambush at the mouth of Chengjia River, he issued the order. The mountain company is responsible for luring the enemy. Zhen Huan led the troops to spread out in the forests on both sides of the road. Seeing the Yao returning with torches, he ordered the whole company to fire at will. According to Huang Keo's order, soldiers fired more sniping shots and killed fewer people, harassing them with sparrow warfare tactics. Though the Yao were fighting on their own doorstep and were very familiar with the terrain, it was difficult to contact each other at night, and the large group dared not spread out to chase. They could only fire back blindly. Helpless against the Li Miao Company's good physical strength, high training level, and tacit cooperation, after taking sniping shots for a while, when they rushed forward, the Li Miao Company had long fled without trace. Then as soon as they stopped, there was another round of sniping shots. In this way, though the Yao didn't lose many lives, they were already burning with anger. Tiancheng Gong, stockade leader, Pan Tianchen of Sengkang Stockade, was relatively calm. Thinking it over, he realized the other side was dealing with them using the method they usually used against government troops. They weren't facing the great Ming government. So there must be people lying in ambush ahead, waiting for them to fall into the trap. Pan Tianchen shouted loudly, "Don't chase, there's an ambush," while telling people around him to find Tiancheng Gong of various stockades in the team, asking them to stop pursuing immediately. However, at this time, several tongues of fire flashed by the forest edge again. With the gunshots, an able-bodied man fell listlessly. The team that had been shouted to a stop by him became restless again. Dozens of young men swarmed towards the place where the firelight lit up to kill. Pan Tianchen stamped his feet in anxiety. He wanted everyone to stop, but in this situation, even people from Sengkang Stockade might not listen to him completely, let alone other stockades. Beimeng Stockade was even more so. Though Beimeng Stockade was registered together with other stockades in the Wanli era, it wasn't submissive and went out to loot from time to time. Pan Tianchen felt he was powerless. He only prayed that the opponent didn't have many people. Their 4 stockades totaled over 400. If the opponent had few people, they could still fight. At worst, the fish dies and the net breaks. The angry Yao took the bait quickly. Under the fight and retreat tactic of the Li Miao Company, they were lured into the encirclement. As a signal rocket flew into the sky, the Li Miao Company turned around and formed a line. The first volley knocked down over 10 people rushing at the very front, instantly suppressing the pursuit team. Immediately after, rapid bugle sounds and shouting of killing rang out from the ridges and woods on both sides. Shadows of people were everywhere. Everyone was startled. "We've been tricked," Pan Tianchen shouted loudly. "Quick, rush out." Before his voice died away, crackling gunshots rang out from the ridges on both sides like a golden snake dancing along the ridge. Dense bullets poured into the team. In a moment, wailing and screaming filled the team. Dead and wounded, a large patch fell instantly. The remaining crowd exploded instantly, turning into a mess. Pan Tianchen complained secretly. While gathering the able-bodied men around him, he shouted for everyone to calm down. Fortunately, after firing this volley, the enemy didn't shoot again and became completely quiet. Since they fell into a trap, they must escape as soon as possible. Actually, the troop strength of both sides was almost the same, and the terrain here was complex. Huang Keo's team couldn't completely surround the Yao armed forces, not to mention the Yao were more familiar with the local terrain. However, this Yao armed force came from multiple stockades in Yonghua Township. Though nominally commanded by a leader in reality, each village stockade acted on its own. They couldn't unify command to concentrate forces to break through one point. People from every village stockade spontaneously formed groups to charge towards locations they deemed possible to escape, and each time they were routed by the national army. They fell into chaos instantly. "Tell all units, as long as the enemy doesn't intend to break out, don't open fire," Huang Keo issued orders. "But keep an eye on them, don't let them run." This puzzled the troops very much. Just shoot all these barbarians. Government troops suppressing Yao had done this since ancient times. let alone the other side were rebel bandits, holding swords and spears. Even women and children in the stockade would be killed completely without asking whether they were principals or accessories after breaking the stockade. Slaughter alone can't solve the problem. We want 30% military, 70% political. Don't use shooting and killing to solve all problems. It's easy to make people die, but impossible to make them come alive again. Huang Kao said. Everyone work harder, we'll end the battle after dawn. The trapped Yao charged blindly for a while, suffering quite a few casualties. But they found that as long as they didn't attempt to break out, the other side wouldn't fire a single shot. Pan Tianchen understood that the opposite side wanted them to surrender, to capture them all alive. The opposite side wasn't great Ming government troops. Though Pan Tianchen and others in the team were somewhat confused about this suddenly appearing great song, the opposite side had more people than them, and the bird guns in their hands were formidable, with short swords attached to the muzzle. It was definitely not a team to be trifled with. Everyone don't move blindly. Tiancheng Gong of each stockade were maintaining their own stockade men, but Beimeng stockade people didn't care about this. Their Tiancheng Gong was an old man of nearly 70, completely unable to control the young adults under him. Bird guns fire one round, can't fire the next round immediately. One charge can scatter them. Those who want to live follow me, a youth from Beimeng roared. Half of the Beimeng stockade young adults rushed out following him. Huang Kao picked up the SKS rifle he'd asked North American friends to buy before passing through time, killed the one leading the charge with one shot, and then roared, "Li Miao Company, finish off those sticking their heads out." Crackling sounds rang out. Over 30 corpses were left on the ground. The Yao dared not move blindly anymore. Tiancheng Gong of various stockades chattered and held a small meeting. Just now only 100 guns fired. If 600 guns fired together, 9 out of 10 of them would manage to die. As long as the green hills remain, there's no fear of running out of firewood. The remaining 300+ Yao laid down their weapons and chose to surrender. Huang Kao dared not slack off. Leaving a National Army squadron to guard the captives, he led the remaining troops to march to Yangshan County seat overnight. Not long after dawn, Yangshan, which had become an empty city, returned to the hands of the Senate. Chapter 2191. 2 Magistrates. The truth of Yangshan County's situation revealed itself only after Huang Kao passed through its gates. Intelligence reports claiming the county had not fallen proved overly optimistic. While technically accurate, they masked a graver reality. The Yao forces had indeed breached the outer defenses, forcing officials, soldiers, and civilians to retreat into the fortified battalion city, where they continued their desperate stand. The population had survived largely intact, but the county's wealth had been systematically stripped bare. The raiders left nothing behind, not even a wicker basket. Gone was any trace of shame about collaborating with bandits that might have colored the surrender. Officials and gentry alike practically threw themselves at Huang Kao's feet, hailing him as their savior. Magistrate Zhou Lianshan's eyes brimmed with tears of relief. His calculated gamble had finally paid off. Not a single naturalized citizen resided in the Yangshan County seat. Though the region had nominally submitted to Great Song, when Daisy had yet to dispatch proper cadres, only hasty appointment letters, delivered by the messenger sent to accept the surrender, had arrived. The local officials who surrendered simply filled in their own names and considered themselves installed. Beyond the nominal change in authority, county administration continued unchanged. Courts convened, cases were tried, taxes levied, grain collected. Neither the magistrate nor his officials knew what uniforms Great Song required. They understood only that the Australians wore their hair short and dressed simply. Since no one in the county possessed such tailoring skills, they continued wearing their traditional round-collared robes and gauze caps to court. To signal the transition from old regime to new, they had merely removed the rank badges from their official garments. Huang Kao studied the magistrate in his badgeless robe, struck by the absurdity of the scene. Yet the garment told its own story. Scorch marks and dust covered its surface, tears marred the fabric in several places. The man's recent days had clearly been anything but easy. Whatever Zhou Lianshan's failings as an official or individual, he had held the county seat and tied down Yao forces, a considerable service to the Senate. Huang Kao offered warm words of comfort and praise to all assembled. The chief honors me beyond measure. This subordinate merely performed his duty. Zhou Lianshan bowed so deeply his forehead nearly touched the floor tiles. Great Song's celestial troops moved with such swiftness, sweeping away the rebel stronghold like thunder, purging all wickedness. Only through this were the city's people preserved. His gratitude rang genuine, for without the Australians' arrival, Zhou Lianshan would most likely have perished defending this great song of uncertain origins. "Spare me the formalities," Huang Kao said. "Tell me the current state of affairs in the city." Zhou Lianshan hastened to provide a thorough briefing. The city currently housed roughly 1,000 souls, officials, soldiers, gentry, and commoners, many refugees from neighboring villages. Among them were approximately 400 able-bodied men. And the grain situation. Money and grain stores are nearly depleted, all plundered by the Yao barbarians. Only the battalion city retained some modest reserves. As he spoke, he shot a venomous glare at a middle-aged man standing nearby. "You escaped lightly enough." Huang Kao noted the exchange with puzzlement. What drama is this? Among the county's surrendered officials and soldiers, the roster proved remarkably complete. Apart from a handful who had fled before the Yao uprising escalated, virtually every official remained. The minor clerks were locals with nowhere else to go, while the higher-ranking officials found themselves trapped, too fearful to attempt escape. Even former Magistrate Peng Shuan stood among them. Following Zhou Lianshan's introduction, Huang Kao identified the object of that earlier glare as Peng Shuan himself. Small wonder he looked so dusty and miserable, wearing his ill fortune like a second robe. The man who had safely retired now bears the stain of collaboration. No surprise he seems resentful. Several officers from the local Guard battalion completed the assembly. Though the Guard battalion itself operated with notorious laxity, the perpetual Yao situation had necessitated maintaining at least minimal competence among its officers. Each commanded a dozen or so capable personal soldiers. In truth, Yangshan's resistance had depended entirely on this corps of officers and their few dozen men. "You have all endured much in the city's defense. Return to your homes and rest for a few days. Should you need to report anything, speak with my cadres. Those facing difficulties need not hesitate, speak freely. Whatever I can remedy, I shall." He swept his gaze across the assembled officials. "However, I must speak plainly. With chaos and bandits rampant throughout the region, all who shelter within these walls must embrace the spirit of mutual survival. Harbor no contrary thoughts. Great Song has always emphasized voluntary participation in all matters. Should any of you prove unwilling to serve as officials or citizens under Great Song's governance, we shall escort you beyond our borders with all courtesy once the Yao uprising is quelled and roads are secure again. But should anyone engage in treachery during this critical time, do not expect mercy." The assembly rushed to pledge their loyalty, swearing they would never betray the city to outside enemies. Eager to demonstrate his particular devotion, Zhou Lianshan stepped forward with a bow. "Since we subordinates have surrendered to Great Song, we humbly request that the Superior bestow upon us proper robes and uniforms, that we might shave our hair and adopt new dress." An awkward silence descended on the hall. Inwardly, every man present cursed Zhou Lianshan as shameless, though none dared voice such thoughts under another's roof. "That matter can wait," Huang Kao replied. "First, I arrived in haste and lack sufficient uniforms for all. Second, the Yao crisis remains urgent, hardly the time for such ceremonies. For now, simply wear civilian clothing. Those gauze caps and round collars are no longer necessary." Yes, yes, many thanks to the Lord for his understanding. Zhou Lianshan had only sought to demonstrate sincerity. Whether the senator agreed mattered little to him. After all, keeping his hair allowed him certain flexibility should circumstances suddenly shift. Relief rippled through the assembled officials. Huang Kao proceeded to announce personnel assignments. He summoned several men and women wearing short garments, their hair cut short. Zhou Lianshan recognized them immediately as false hairs, rebels who had joined the hair thieves at an earlier date. This is Wang Chui. The Senate has appointed him as Yangshan County's new county head. Wang Chui offered a slight bow and introduced himself in heavily accented Putonghua. My name is Wang Chui. The Senate has honored me with their trust in appointing me as your local county head. I look forward to productive cooperation with you all. The group below hastened to offer flattery. Zhou Lianshan felt the ground shift beneath him. He had assumed that his initiative in surrendering to the hair thieves, combined with his merit in preserving the county seat, would surely earn him the magistracy under this great Song regime. Instead, the position had been granted to what appeared, judging by the name to be some common peasant. Yet he allowed no trace of disappointment to cross his features, lavishing Wang Chui with effusive compliments. Peng Shuan suppressed a smile of secret satisfaction. He could have escaped earlier, but Zhou Lianshan's interference had trapped him here, saddling him with the reputation of collaboration. Wang Chui continued reading an appointment letter in his stilted Mandarin. Given that Zhou Lianshan had only recently arrived to assume his post in Yangshan and remained unfamiliar with county affairs, yet possessed merit in both surrendering and defending the city, he would serve as director of the general office of Yangshan County. Zhou Lianshan's mood soured immediately. Though unfamiliar with this general office, he grasped that the position essentially meant assisting the county head. In one stroke, he had plummeted from magistrate to something resembling deputy magistrate. The remaining surrendered officials received their own appointments, titles none had heard before. Standard protocol dictated that surrendered Guangdong officials should be sent to Guangzhou for screening and re-education, rather than assigned local positions. But circumstances demanded flexibility, and Yangshan would be treated as a special case. Finally came Peng Shuan's turn. He was appointed chief advisor to the Yangshan county government. Peng Shuan didn't know whether to laugh or weep. He had already resigned his office. Without Zhou Lianshan's meddling, he might already be traveling back to his ancestral home. Instead, he now found himself trapped between impossible choices. Refusing this puppet position was unthinkable. He had no intention of dying for duty's sake. Yet accepting it branded him with the crime of surrender. Weighing his options, he concluded that preserving his life took precedence. While the Green Mountains remain, there will always be firewood. He indicated his acceptance, deferring to circumstances. Fortunately, he had already returned his seal and received no confirmation from the Ministry of Personnel. Technically, he no longer held official status. He could avoid the gravest charge of territorial official surrendering to the enemy. Though the surrendered officials regarded Wang Chui as a mere peasant, he proved remarkably methodical. He immediately arranged for personnel to assume control of granaries and city defenses while conscripting able-bodied men to repair the walls. He instructed gentry and commoners who had fled to the city to spread word far and wide. Great Song's celestial troops had secured the county seat and would soon suppress the Yao uprising. All village strongholds should maintain vigilant defense. Simultaneously, he levied reasonable burdens on wealthy households and gentry. The surrendered officials watched with growing bewilderment and secret dismay. Where did this peasant learn such methods of governance? Yet none dared reveal their skepticism, instead bracing themselves to carry out their assigned duties. Whatever heretical practices Great Song might embrace, suppressing the Yao chaos and preserving their lives and property remained paramount. By comparison, Peng Shuan enjoyed considerably more freedom, though it brought him little comfort. He had envisioned completing his term peacefully, then returning to his hometown in Puxian County, Fujian, with the gold, silver, and valuables he had accumulated over the years, settling into the respectable life of rural gentry. Yangshan was a poor county with scarce level farmland, hemmed in by mountains on all sides. Despite Peng Shuan's energetic pursuit of profit, he had managed to save less than 2,000 taels of silver over several years in office. Peng Shuan maintained certain principles: pursue wealth but avoid causing deaths. So long as no lives were lost, he would accommodate whatever the local tyrants and evil gentry requested, provided the customary filial silver changed hands. Indeed, Peng Shuan considered himself conscientious. He had contributed funds to repair sections of the city wall destroyed by flooding and donated to the county militia. He took pride in being a good official. Originally, he had harbored ambitions of transferring to a more lucrative posting. However, conditions throughout the empire had deteriorated in recent years, with even traditionally stable Guangdong proving no exception. Several years prior, the hair thieves had established themselves as bandits in Qiangzhou. Governor of Lianguang Wang Zund had raised an army to suppress them, only to see it annihilated. The hair thieves' warships sailed brazenly to the approaches of Guangzhou City. News from his home province shocked him even more deeply. Zheng Zhilong, the great sea lord who had dominated the Fujian and Zhejiang coasts, had been defeated by these same hair thieves in a single night, losing his head in the process. With the hair thieves ensconced in Qiangzhou and repeatedly assaulting Guangzhou, their designs on Guangdong seemed unmistakable. This realization cooled Peng Shuan's enthusiasm for official service considerably. Given his modest abilities, securing a comfortable posting in Jiangnan was impossible. As for other regions, Lianzhou, Jiangxi, Shandong, Guanzhong, Heluo, roaming bandits choked every road, while natural disasters and human calamities never ceased. Serving as magistrate in such places would make the twin duties of tax collection and pacification nearly impossible. Thus he had begun contemplating resignation and return to his ancestral home. After more than a decade in office, he had accumulated tens of thousands of taels of silver, enough to live comfortably as a man of means. Chapter 2192. The first step starting from Yangshan. When Peng Shuan first received his assignment to Yangshan, everyone considered it a hardship posting. He hadn't minded. Though the county boasted more mountains than arable land and suffered from Yao unrest, it remained sufficiently remote. The hair thieves who roamed the four seas would certainly never bother trekking to such an impoverished backwater to trouble him. His ambitions had been modest from the start: extract what profit he could, then resign and return home when his 3-year term expired. This plan had nearly succeeded. Just as his term concluded peacefully and he prepared to hand over authority to his successor, news arrived that Guangzhou had fallen and the hair thieves were establishing an administration there. Once Guangzhou fell and the hair thieves began installing officials, subsequent developments required little imagination. Peng Shuan had perused enough geographic gazetteers to understand terrain and strategic positions. If the Australians intended to govern Guangzhou long-term, they wouldn't remain confined to a single location. They would inevitably push north beyond the 5 ridges, and this remote county seat of Yangshan offered no sanctuary from the wider world. He awaited his successor Zhou Lianshan with mounting anxiety. When Zhou Lianshan finally arrived, a document accompanied him. Though delivered by 100 household of the Guangzhou Guard, it bore the signature: Grand Song Lianguang Pacification Commissioner Wen Daisy. The letter's content proved predictable enough: a demand that he surrender the city, with assurances that Great Song would cause no difficulties, and allow him to stay or depart freely. Peng Shuan had intended to thrust this burning coal into Zhou Lianshan's hands, but after reading the letter, Zhou Lianshan harbored other plans. He insisted Peng Shuan delay his departure, urging him to help weather these difficult times together. The situation was critical, Zhou argued, precisely when experienced hands were needed most. As a newcomer unfamiliar with local conditions, he required his predecessor's assistance. Peng Shuan attempted to flee several times, only to be intercepted by Zhou's family servants. Eventually, Magistrate Zhou simply placed him under house arrest. Peng Shuan understood perfectly what calculations drove the younger man. Should the hair thieves actually arrive, Zhou could simply walk away, leaving his predecessor to bear the blame. If they never came, he could continue his magistracy unmolested. So Peng Shuan spent several days in this stalemate with Zhou Lianshan. Then fresh news arrived. Qingyuan and Yingde counties had fallen to the hair thieves in succession. Yingde County hadn't even held out a full day. It capitulated in less than 2 hours. Yingde lay only 1 day's travel by water from Yangshan. Those hair thieves could appear beneath the city walls at any moment. Yangshan possessed neither adequate soldiers nor capable commanders, and grain supplies fell far short of requirements. Everyone recognized that Yangshan County lacked the capacity to resist the hair thieves. This left Peng Shuan facing 2 stark choices: fight and either die in battle or commit suicide for the city's sake. Neither Peng Shuan nor Zhou Lianshan wished to die. Initially the two had avoided each other's company, but circumstances now forced them to convene and discuss this existential question. According to Zhou Lianshan's calculations, he had prepared to abandon the city should the hair thieves actually attack, claiming he had never formally assumed office in Yangshan, and thus bore no responsibility for surrendering to the enemy. However, current conditions made fleeing an impossibility. Surrounding counties had surrendered to Great Song one after another. That proved secondary to the fatal reality that lawless elements everywhere were exploiting the chaos to turn bandit. Not only did the people outside civilization descend from their mountain strongholds to plunder, but even registered commoners from the valleys had transformed into brigands, waylaying merchants and murdering travelers on the roads. Should the 2 magistrates attempt to flee the city, they would become prime targets before clearing Yangshan County's borders. Peng Shuan couldn't flee. Neither could Zhou Lianshan. The assembled officials in the county, high and low, found themselves equally trapped. Many had brought their families along. Without the protective prestige of Great Ming, they would find themselves unable to advance a single step beyond Yangshan County's gates. The two consulted with other officials throughout the city. Everyone spoke obliquely and hypocritically about difficult circumstances, lamented the critical current situation, and bemoaned how the people's livelihood suffers. From the angle of alleviating the people's burdens, they resolved to submit to Great Song to preserve the common folk's safety. They promptly drafted a letter of surrender, declaring that Yangshan County's Yamen officials, from highest to lowest, all admired Great Song's heavenly grace, anticipating the Senate's arrival like drought-stricken farmers awaiting sweet rain, willing to serve like dogs and horses on the Senate's behalf. Beginning with Zhou Lianshan, every civil and military official of Yangshan, regardless of rank, affixed their signature. When Peng Shuan inscribed his name, his hand trembled slightly, conveying entirely the sentiment of being compelled to collaborate with bandits. After all had signed, Zhou Lianshan ordered 3 trusted family servants to carry this surrender letter and travel day and night with the messenger back to Guangzhou, delivering their capitulation to the hair thieves' high officials. After the servants departed, an elderly man in the Yamen office, whether instructor or jail warden remained unclear, began sobbing. Several others followed suit with hollow wailing. Peng Shuan joined the chorus of grief for quite some time. Weeping was weeping. Surrender resembled selling oneself to a brothel. Before the transaction, one suffered endless torments and harbored 1,000 varieties of worry. Once the deed was done, well, there it was. Without Great Ming, Great Song would suffice. At least they possessed a nominal authority to shelter behind. This thought alone allowed them to unite under the Yao siege and assault, holding out until Huang Kao arrived with relief. Recovering Yangshan brought Huang Kao little satisfaction. First, Lianshan had been devastated so thoroughly that his plan to replenish grain supplies there collapsed entirely. Not only would his troops struggle to resupply here, but grain would need to be transported from outside to sustain the local population. Second, they possessed no mass foundation whatsoever in the region. This remote backwater suffered from severely underdeveloped transportation and commerce. The External Intelligence Bureau had stationed no personnel locally, and merchants from the 5 mountains and 5 banks rarely ventured here. The name, Australians, carried minimal recognition among locals. This meant they had no trustworthy people on the ground and must rely entirely on retained Yamen personnel, whom the senators had always regarded with deep suspicion. Let's inspect the county seat. This location will serve as an important support point for us. Huang Kao truly couldn't fathom how such a substantial city as Yangshan had been occupied by a mere few hundred Yao fighters armed with primitive weapons. But upon reaching the southeastern corner of Yangshan County and observing the wall section being repaired by concentrated manpower, collapsed from flooding, understanding dawned immediately. The accompanying Peng Shuan explained that after the city wall had been soaked and destroyed by floods several years prior, though money and grain for repairs were raised swiftly, the work had never been completed properly, and construction progress remained glacial. For this wall repair alone, I personally donated 30 taels. However, the collapsed section exceeds 100 zhang. A mere few hundred taels of silver proves wholly inadequate. Peng Shuan overflowed with complaints on this subject. To repair the wall, he had spent months scrambling to extract more than 200 taels from local gentry, wealthy households and merchants, yet after over a year the work remained unfinished. After Zhou Lianshan assumed his post, he had been observing the situation with no inclination to prioritize wall repairs. The breach remained gaping until the Yao forces poured through it. Huang Kao sighed and shook his head repeatedly. The efficiency of this ancient bureaucracy truly defied belief. He ordered an immediate assessment of material losses throughout Yangshan County. Though the Yao fighters hadn't set fires after breaching the city, they had looted exhaustively. Beyond soft goods and valuables, they hadn't even spared tables, chairs, benches, or wicker baskets. One could imagine how impoverished their usual existence must be. It seems that without addressing the underlying economic problem, this Yao chaos cannot be quelled. Huang Kao summoned the captured Tiancheng Gong from several Yao stockades. The Yao people of Yonghua Township traded regularly with Han people from Yangshan County, so all spoke the Han dialect and required no interpreters. As I understand it, the Yao people of Yonghua Township have traditionally been law-abiding. Why did you suddenly rise in rebellion alongside the 8 Rou Yao? Magian Rou coerced us. Had we refused, they would have descended from the mountains to raid our stockades. Pan Tianchen took the lead in responding. They coerced you, so you rebelled. Your 4 stockades feared a single Magian Rou. Our 4 stockades have few people. Counting children and elderly, we barely muster 400 able-bodied men. Magian Rou combined with the other 7 Rows commands 2,000 or 3,000 fighters. Our 4 stockades couldn't match them. Besides, Pan Tianchen trailed off. Besides what? Huang Kao pressed. Sun Debao at Daling Market forbids anyone else from selling us salt. We can only purchase his salt. Recently he raised prices. If we buy salt, we lack sufficient funds for grain. Harvests have been poor in recent years, and now we're in the hunger gap between spring and summer. Without salt, we'll die. Without grain, we'll also die. The magistrate dared not restrain him, so Pan Tianchen hesitated once more. So what? Speak quickly. Huang Kao's patience wore thin. So we had no choice but to join everyone else, first to eliminate that salt profiteer Sun Debao and his entire household, though he managed to escape. Huang Kao knew of this Sun Debao. Through the Intelligence Bureau's Yangshan materials compilation, he understood that Sun Debao operated ostensibly as a salt merchant at Daling Market, but functioned in reality as a bandit chieftain. He commanded over 100 direct followers and 300 to 400 home-dwelling bandits who answered to his orders. Small wonder the Yao people of Yonghua Township both hated and feared him. The Yonghua Township Yao rebellion might be partially excusable, but Huang Kao found Pan Tianshan's self-pitying performance deeply unsatisfying. He pressed further. Setting aside your burning and looting of Sun Dabiao's household, he deserved it. But the common people of this county seat bore you no grudge, did they? You customarily attended markets in the county seat. Now observe what ruin you've reduced this city to. You robbed quite a few Yangshan County residents, correct? Where are the people you abducted? And the stolen goods? The 4 Tiancheng Gong exchanged glances. 3 of them fixed their gazes on the Tiancheng Gong from Beimeng Stockade. Pan Tianshan immediately kicked his ally while he was down. The looting in the city was all conducted by Beimeng Stockade people. Many in their stockades serve as bandits under Sun Dabiao, and they maintain constant contact with the 8 Ro Yao. Their entry into the city served purely to seize plunder. Beimeng Stockade's Tiancheng Gong blanched with terror. He hastily prostrated himself in defense. Lord, Beimeng Stockade wasn't alone in taking plunder, was it? Nor were we the only ones communicating with the 8 Ro Yao. Everyone had a share. Huang Kao had no interest in thoroughly investigating the veracity of Beimeng Stockade's Tiancheng Gong's claims. The matter of Yao forces looting Yangshan County required a scapegoat, and slaughtering the entire Yonghua Township Yao population proved impractical. Beimeng Stockade would have to bear the blame. Chapter 2193, Yonghua Pacification. Though all Yonghua Township shares culpability, this siege of the county seat was orchestrated by your people. That much is indisputable, correct? The other 3 Tiancheng Gong immediately chorused their agreement. Master, it's absolutely true. Beimeng Stockade incited us to attack the county seat. Beimeng Stockade's Tiancheng Gong found himself drowning in accusations, reduced to shouting protestations of innocence while kowtowing frantically, his forehead striking the floor like a pestle pounding garlic. Whether under Great Ming or Great Song, all such forces constituted official troops. Throughout history, pacifying the Yao by official forces invariably involved killing, burning, and massacring entire villages and stockades. They had all witnessed Great Song's military prowess the previous night. Should they truly march to Yonghua Township to pacify the Yao, it would spell catastrophe, families shattered, clans extinguished. This Tiancheng Gong understood the stakes perfectly well and could do nothing but cry injustice ceaselessly. Huang Kao himself had no intention of using the Yonghua Yao as an example to establish authority. The Yonghua Yao had maintained registered household status for many years and interacted extensively with local Han people. They represented potential allies worth cultivating. In pacifying local conflicts, winning over a portion of the local population could prove invaluable. However, the scale of this Yao uprising had been substantial. Even the customarily law-abiding Yonghua Yao had participated, demonstrating how chaotic conditions had become and how volatile public sentiment ran. Without making these Yao people understand fear, he could never command their obedience. Setting aside your collusion with 8 Ro Yao rebels, the crimes committed by Beimeng Stockade alone justify slaughtering your entire settlement. Huang Kao's tone turned grim. Master, spare our lives. Our humble stockade truly didn't lead this. Every stockade harbors those who conspired with the 8 Ro Yao, everyone. The Tiancheng Gong's voice grew hoarse with desperation. This lowly one is willing to give testimony. He's lying. Speak with conscience. Doesn't your conscience pain you saying such things? Huang Kao raised his hand to silence the quarreling. He swept his gaze across the 4 Tiancheng Gong. Who conspired and who didn't, I know perfectly well. Each of you will go and produce a written confession. Those who provide clear, complete accounts will have their merits offset their crimes. Those who remain vague or attempt to obfuscate matters, don't blame me for turning ruthless. This lowly one cannot write. You speak, I'll naturally arrange for someone to transcribe. Huang Kao paused. One more matter. Immediately send messengers back to your stockades. Whoever seized property or abducted people, I'm giving you 3 days to return everything to the county seat. Should anything remain outstanding when the deadline arrives, I'll have to dispatch people to your doors to collect them personally. The Tiancheng Gong wore troubled expressions, but could only murmur their assent. But we still need to purchase salt. Our stockades are completely without salt. Pan Tianchen spoke with a furrowed brow. One requires a head to consume salt. Huang Kao's voice turned cold. The 4 Tiancheng Gong couldn't suppress their trembling at these words. Observing this, Huang Kao's expression softened into a smile. Do as I instruct, heed my words, and I guarantee you'll have salt to eat. The 4 Tiancheng Gong recognized that Huang Kao would demand something more, so they waited silently for him to continue. You may return tomorrow morning. I'll release your people as well. However, the morning after tomorrow, I expect to see your able-bodied men outside Lianzhou city, every man aged 18 to 40, all bearing weapons, reporting to the county seat to await my orders. The Tiancheng Gong exchanged glances. This condition seemed reasonable enough, yet something about it felt off. Years of dealing with government officials and conducting commerce with merchants had instilled in them a habit of suspicion. Was this stratagem designed to lure their fighting men to their deaths? They had heard tales of the government employing such tactics in the past. Seeing them hesitate with difficulty written across their faces, Huang Kao initially couldn't fathom their reluctance. What difficulty could such a simple matter present? He pressed. What further difficulties trouble you? This. Pan Tianchen found himself in agony. Speaking the truth would provoke this great Song official to fury. Regardless of whether the man intended a trap, once such words left their mouths, they would all surely be dragged out for execution. Peng Xuan, who had served in this region for years and possessed extensive experience with Yao people, observed their demeanor and immediately grasped the situation. He whispered several sentences to Huang Kao. Upon hearing this, Huang Kao laughed and shook his head. Had I wished to kill you, I would have slaughtered everyone last night. Would I truly expend such effort on elaborate deceptions? Huang Kao expressed his disdain openly. The 4 Tiancheng Gong recognized the truth in Huang Kao's words, yet couldn't bring themselves to decide immediately. After conferring among themselves, Pan Tianchen voiced their collective condition. We require a hostage. A hostage? Huang Kao suddenly burst into laughter, his mirth echoing skyward until those above and below stood utterly bewildered. After some time, he ceased laughing and spoke sternly. Open your eyes and observe. Great Song's celestial troops have arrived. Had I desired the heads of a few able-bodied men from your villages, I could have massacred you all during last night's battle, then proceeded to slaughter every dog and chicken throughout your stockades today. Would I truly need to expend such thought? Be clear on this. I've considered that you've maintained registered household status for many years and are fundamentally peaceful, law-abiding commoners, rising to besiege the county seat only under the 8 Ro Yao's instigation this time, and many died in the process. Out of pity, I'm offering you a path to survival. Life or death hinges on a single decision. These words drained the color from the Tiancheng Gong's faces. Pan Tianchen glanced at the others and dared not speak further. Huang Kao ordered the release of all captured Yao fighters and provided rudimentary treatment for the wounded. As for those slain in battle, their heads remained unmutilated. He notified the various stockades they could claim the bodies freely. Any unclaimed would be buried on site. Captured weapons were likewise returned. The Yao people's armaments proved even more primitive than the shoddiest government forces. Iron implements were scarce, with many carrying mere bamboo spears. Beginning the following day, Yao people from the 4 stockades arrived successively under their Tiancheng Gong's leadership. Not only did they return plundered property, but they also restored more than 500 men, women, elderly, and children abducted from Yangshan County and its surroundings. Huang Kao examined the property they returned, truly shabby and pitiful. The Han commoners of Yangshan could scarcely be called prosperous themselves, so naturally little wealth or valuables existed. What they returned included not only crude furniture from ordinary citizens' homes but various farm implements as well. As for cloth, grain, and clothing, in the Yao people's eyes, these constituted excellent war trophies. This is genuinely poor people robbing poor people. Huang Kao watched the Yao delivering goods and local commoners reclaiming items, sympathy stirring in his heart. It seems that achieving lasting peace and stability here requires ensuring everyone can live with adequate warmth and sustenance. The returned items proved miscellaneous, accumulating in a great heap before the county yamen. Apart from large items like furniture, most goods proved impossible to distinguish individually. Wang Chui followed Huang Kao's instructions, registering everything uniformly before distributing it to the commoners. Since robbed items had never been registered, naturally verifying whether the Yonghua Yao had honestly returned everything proved impossible. But Huang Kao turned a blind eye. The 4 stockades Tiancheng Gong declared that all plundered goods had been returned. Only a portion of the salt had already been consumed and couldn't be restored. I won't pursue the matter of the salt. I've heard about your difficulties obtaining salt and the exorbitant prices, Huang Kao said. Many thanks, master. Where are the able-bodied men? All have come. They await master's inspection outside the south gate. Beyond the south gate, the able-bodied men from the 4 stockades had completed their assembly. Because he had specified only those aged 18 to 40, and 50 to 60 fighters from the stockades had been killed or wounded in that ambush battle, those who came numbered merely over 100. Following his prior instructions, they uniformly carried bamboo spears and crossbows. He surveyed the fighters' complexions and found them acceptable. Commoners of this era universally bore the dark-skinned pallor of malnutrition. Their clothing proved somewhat tattered, and some wore garments obviously seized as plunder. Huang Kao ordered these able-bodied men to don blue armbands and organized them into the National Army Yangshan Provisional Squadron. 1 platoon would remain in Yangshan, with the National Army responsible for their military training. The other 2 platoons received orders to accompany the main force to Lianzhou. Huang Kao remained in Yangshan for a day, addressing the county's most pressing matters. Early on June 1st, he led his troops aboard the small steam launch reinforced from Guangzhou, proceeding north along the Lion River. Accompanying the steam launch came 2 small gunboats, 6 12-pounder mountain howitzers with their gunners, plus 12 artillery sergeant students. At noon, the boat convoy reached Lianzhou. Huang Kao was originally a native of Lianzhou in northern Guangdong. In 8 years, this marked his first return to his hometown. Gazing upon his birthplace in 1635, Huang Kao found himself momentarily speechless. Years ago, he and his wife Huang Susu had chosen to travel through time because neither family approved of their marriage. Now he returned to his hometown, yet his parents existed in another spacetime entirely. Huang Kao couldn't help sighing deeply. Had he been too impetuous back then? Should he have worked harder to persuade both families? Huang Kao couldn't afford to dwell on such thoughts. He hadn't even taken time to appreciate the beautiful scenery of Huangchuan's 3 gorges during the journey. A mountain of problems awaited resolution. The troops landed west of Lianzhou City, opposite Longjin Gate Wharf. The 8 Yao besieging Lianzhou City appeared sparse and dispersed. Outside each gate stood merely 50 or 60 fighters, generally older in age. Huang Kao estimated roughly, Lianzhou City possessed 10 gates total between the old and new cities. Excluding the south gate of the old city connecting the 2 sections, the other 9 gates all led outside. Presently, approximately 500 fighters surrounded Lianzhou City. The remainder were either concealed somewhere or dispersed throughout surrounding villages to plunder. Yet such tactics carried minimal risk. Most villages in the Lianzhou region had constructed stockade walls, with able-bodied men guarding each settlement. Without mobilizing 500 or 600 fighters each time, a stockade couldn't be taken. Should they mass such forces, the defenders inside Lianzhou city would seize the opportunity to sally forth. Intelligence prior to departure indicated over 1,008 Ro Yao besieging the city. According to Pan Tianshan's testimony, Huang Kao estimated that the 8 rows and 24 hollows commanded roughly 2,500 to 3,000 young adults. The 8 Ro Yao besieging Lianzhou probably numbered more than 1,000, between 1,500 and 2,000. Thus a substantial portion of the 8 Ro Yao forces remained undiscovered, with a considerable number of fighters remaining behind to guard their strongholds. Presently, Huang Kao commanded at most 400 troops. One National Army squadron remained in Yangshan, another in Yonghua Township. Those accompanying Huang Kao to Lianzhou consisted of merely 1 battalion and the Li Miao Company. Huang Kao lacked the strength to attack. He chose instead to control various ferries along the Lion River's western bank, blocking the retreat of 8 Ro Yao attempting to flee west. Now everything depended on whether Yang Zeng could occupy Luming Pass in time. Chapter 21-94. Meeting at Sanjiang Market. By the time Yang Zeng's troops completed their half-day mountain climb, they had secured Luming Pass and occupied Sanjiang Market, located 5 kilometers below the pass. With the Fubo army controlling Luming Pass, they had effectively blocked the 8 Ro Yao's northeastern route to harass Lianzhou. A squadron monitoring the 4 stockades in Yonghua Township sealed off the southeastern approach to Yangshan. Combined with the already recaptured Lianshan county seat, they had established the initial framework of an encirclement against the 8 Ro Yao. The 8 Ro Yao concealed in the mountains would prove difficult to root out and destroy. However, with their fighting men currently deployed in the field, an opportunity presented itself to eliminate them wholesale. Once these active forces were annihilated, the remaining women, children, and elderly would pose no threat. Yang Zeng's riot suppression strategy followed a pragmatic sequence: first the sword, then diplomacy. Defeat and annihilate the 8 Ro Yao's active forces, then proceed with recruitment and pacification. That evening, the reconnaissance squad Yang Zeng had deployed finally rendezvoused with the reconnaissance team from Huang Kao's Li Miao Company. Subsequently, the 2 commanders met at Sanjiang Market. Yang Zeng dispensed with dinner to study the Lianzhou situation with Huang Kao. The 8 Ro Yao uprising appeared formidable on the surface, but intelligence gathered during their advance revealed a different reality. The 8 Ro Yao's main strength consisted of fighters from their own stockades plus some coerced commoners. Total forces numbered at most 4 or 5,000. Not only did they field few troops with inferior weapons, but they also lacked siege equipment. Many times they couldn't even overcome relatively well-fortified village stockades. Actually capturing Lianzhou city remained pure fantasy. Successfully maintaining the current siege already pushed the limits of their capabilities. If they cannot take Lianzhou, why continue surrounding the city? Huang Kao asked. Are they attempting to besiege the point to strike reinforcements? I think that's impossible. Yang Zeng shook his head. Chief, consider this. For Yao uprisings throughout history, the governor of Lianguang at most mobilized troops from 2 provinces for joint suppression. Even if reinforcements this time consisted of Guangdong Ming troops rather than our Fubo army, the 8 Ro Yao would still lack the capacity to destroy them. Then perhaps it's a feint to the east while attacking in the west. Huang Kao advanced another theory. To be honest, that doesn't seem likely either. Yang Zeng had already grasped the general process of how Huang Kao and others recaptured Yangshan. If we're discussing feints, the largest city in the Lianyang region is none other than Lianzhou itself. Feinting toward Lianzhou while attacking east could only aim to plunder local Han villages. Yet judging from conditions in surrounding settlements, aside from attacking several Han villages to requisition grain, they've conducted no large-scale stockade-breaking operations. Furthermore, why would they incite the Yonghua Township Yao to assault Yangshan? Yangshan city's defenses prove far weaker than Lianzhou's, and its wealth surpasses ordinary stockades. The 8 Yao would profit more from attacking it themselves. You're suggesting their original objective was indeed Lianzhou? Huang Kao looked puzzled. Not entirely. Observing Huang Kao's doubtful expression, Yang Zeng felt a flash of pride. Opportunities to hold forth before a chief came rarely. He immediately recognized the impropriety of such an attitude and shifted to a respectful demeanor. The Yonghua township Yao should constitute a diversionary force. The attack on Lianshan likewise aimed to pin down government troops. Their purpose amounts to creating disruption on multiple fronts, dispersing incoming suppression forces, all to avoid interference with their assault on Lianzhou. But didn't you just say? I suspect the 8 Yao leader understands perfectly well that force alone cannot capture Lianzhou. His purpose likely involves compelling the city's inhabitants to pay ransom or satisfy certain demands through siege and supply interdiction. Alternatively, he may possess some ingenious stratagem for taking Lianzhou city. What precisely motivated them remained unknowable. The 8 Yao had lived for generations in remote mountains. Roads were treacherous, and they maintained perpetual isolation. Apart from occasional small peddlers conducting trade, outsiders rarely dealt with them. To handle Yao unrest smoothly during the Guangdong campaign, the External Intelligence Bureau had long sought to infiltrate intelligence personnel into the 8 Yao's interior. Such recruitment efforts proved unsuccessful. First, Yao people generally distrusted Han people. Even establishing contact proved extremely difficult, much less recruiting and training intelligence assets. Second, Yao people divided into numerous branches with intense xenophobic tendencies, while customs and languages varied dramatically. Even fellow Yao, unless native to the 8 region, could scarcely penetrate their communities. The External Intelligence Bureau's intelligence on the 8 Yao, beyond materials extracted from the Great Library, consisted of fragments from Han merchants who had visited the region. Valuable intelligence remained exceedingly scarce. Consequently, determining Yao mentality and combat patterns for military operations became exceptionally challenging. Yang Zeng's assessment rested on this meager intelligence foundation. Huang Kao found it persuasive, yet sensed something missing. However, having received no tactical command training, he deemed it more prudent to trust Yang Zeng, the professional. Regardless of their objective, our primary task is securing Lianzhou, Yang Zeng stated. I've already dispatched reconnaissance parties under cover of darkness. We aim to annihilate the 8 Yao's main force beneath Lianzhou's walls. I have no objection to lifting the siege, but casualties shouldn't be excessive. After all, recruitment and pacification remain our focus. Yang Zeng disapproved intensely in his heart. Without bloodying the enemy, how could one recruit and pacify? Throughout history, when armies clashed, attempting peace negotiations before crippling the enemy invariably invited future catastrophe. Yet the other party held senatorial rank. Open contradiction would prove impolitic, so he answered yes, perfunctorily several times. Zhen Huan felt somewhat restless. He hadn't expected to actually encounter Bai Da outside Lianzhou city. Though merely a hurried glimpse, it sufficed to set his imagination running wild. Bai Da probably hadn't noticed him, absorbed in conversation and laughter with her companions. In the 2 years since their parting, Bai Da had grown more captivating. Her mature aura proved especially attractive. Yet Zhen Huan disciplined himself against dwelling on Bai Da. He had accepted the mission to lead his brothers on nighttime reconnaissance, determining the Yao forces' encampment locations and approximate troop strengths. Years of combat enabled him to quickly rein in his emotions. Failure to do so could cost him his life on the battlefield within minutes. Of the good brothers who had departed the stockade with him originally, few still drew breath. Several years had passed since he'd led his brothers to enlist with the Australians, driven by his pursuit of Bai Da. Yet since that parting by the river, he had never again laid eyes on the woman who haunted his thoughts day and night. Though serving under the same Australian banner, Bai De remained impossibly distant. Before descending from the mountains, Zhen Huan possessed no conception of the Senate's true scale. In his former understanding, Australians amounted to something resembling the great sea lords merchants spoke of, commanding perhaps a dozen ships and at most several thousand men. Given sufficient time, reunion would inevitably occur. After leaving the mountains, however, he recognized how narrow his vision had been. Military service seemingly opened a door to a vast new world. Through these years, his footsteps had covered all of Hainan Island. He'd even boarded ships beyond his wildest dreams to travel to Kaohsiung for punitive actions against local natives, witnessing the world's grotesque diversity outside the mountains, observing countless human joys and sorrows, even experiencing numerous life-and-death crises. His knowledge had evolved far beyond that of the little overlord from the stockade. He had even taken leave to return to his village stockade, yet found he no longer shared a common language with its inhabitants. His sole lingering concern for stockade life had always been Bai De. Never had he imagined encountering her on this Yao region battlefield in Guangdong. Right by the river where they'd made camp, the woman who occupied his every thought walked and conversed with several men and women wearing naturalized cadre uniforms. After years of separation, Bai De's appearance had changed little. Only her hair had been cut short. She wore an administrative staff uniform and carried a canvas bag, in every respect indistinguishable from the female cadres, ubiquitous on Lingao's streets. Though the woman who had haunted his thoughts for years stood less than tens of meters away, and he had fantasized countless times about their reunion, rehearsing his words over and over in his mind, when she actually appeared before his eyes, Zhen Huan found himself at a loss, timid from approaching the one he loved. Remembering he'd accepted orders for reconnaissance, he refrained from disturbing Bai De and quietly withdrew. For this reconnaissance mission, he brought only 5 soldiers from the Li Miao Company. The reconnaissance target comprised both banks of the Jingxi River beneath Lianzhou city. Under night's cover, Zhen Huan's squad commandeered a small boat discovered by the river, rowing north into the Jingxi River before landing quietly north of Lianzhou city. They lingered only briefly near Lianzhou's walls before proceeding north toward North Mountain. According to Yang Zheng's assessment, the Yao forces would likely position their main strength where concealment and support for various gates proved most feasible. Yangxi Mountain fit these criteria perfectly. As a commanding height, it offered easy observation of activity within the city. Dense forest facilitated troop concealment, and it enabled support to various gates within half an hour. Sure enough, the reconnaissance team discovered the Yao forces' main encampment on Yangxi Mountain slopes. The Yao fighters obviously possessed no understanding of concealing smoke and fire. Firelight flickering through the forest betrayed their position. Zhen Huan led the squad in a slow approach toward the firelight. Noticing a raised hillock near the encampment, he directed the squad to infiltrate there. He cautioned the point man, "Watch your feet." Whether from his Li heritage or years of mountain combat, he knew mountain people's combat habits intimately. They often arranged hunting traps and ground crossbows around encampments. Few army squads had repeatedly suffered such losses during punitive operations in Hainan and Taiwan. Getting caught meant not only severe injury or death for the victim, but also alerting enemies within the camp. Indeed, less than 100 meters from the encampment, the point man discovered a bamboo spike trap. Though its depth barely exceeded the calf, concealed fire-hardened bamboo spikes could easily pierce through a soldier's foot and leg. Even without poison, one would end up half-crippled. Moreover, these spikes were commonly coated with the arrow poison Lianguang Yao people customarily employed. They dismantled the trap carefully. Within a few paces they discovered a tripwire, the trigger mechanism for a ground crossbow. After removing the tripwire, they soon located a third trap. In merely 100 meters of approach, they encountered over a dozen various traps. Zhen Huan felt secretly alarmed. The enemy maintains high vigilance. Chapter 2195. Li Sanjius Abacus. The squad silently ascended the small hillock. From this position, less than 30 meters from the encampment, they could observe portions of the camp below. Zhen Huan concealed himself behind a pile of thatch, raising his telescope to carefully study conditions within. Bonfires burned throughout the camp. Yao fighters slept on the ground surrounding the fire pits. Some dozed clutching weapons beside the fires, presumably night watch personnel. Along the camp's periphery, armed Yao sentries maintained relatively alert postures. Patrol teams carrying torches circulated along the bonfire's edges. The spread of bonfires roughly indicated the camp's extent. Zhen Huan silently counted the fires visible within his telescope's range, approximately 30. About 15 or 16 Yao fighters rested beside each bonfire. 30 fires meant 450 men. Quite a substantial force, a scout whispered. Too few, Zhen Huan shook his head. According to Intelligence Bureau estimates, if the 8-row Yao conscript 1 fighter from every 3 men, they can mobilize at least over 1,000 combatants. We need to determine whether this constitutes their main encampment, or if additional camps exist. Zhen Huan led the reconnaissance team in a circuit along the camp's bonfire-marked perimeter, tallying approximately 50 fires. This indicated roughly 700 Yao fighters on Yangxi Mountain. Combined with troops stationed around Lianzhou monitoring gates and roads, the estimate of over 1,000 Yao fighters besieging Lianzhou appeared roughly accurate. Let's proceed. We'll check other locations. Descending from Yangxi Mountain, they investigated several other sites where Yao forces might be stationed along Lianzhou's walls, discovering 3 or 4 positions in succession. Just as they prepared to conclude reconnaissance, patrolling Yao fighters spotted them. Shouts erupted. A dozen crossbow bolts whizzed through the air toward their position. Don't panic. Stay low and move deliberately. Zhen Huan knew the enemy possessed poor night vision and wouldn't dare pursue far beyond the bonfire circle. As long as his squad avoided obvious movement, the Yao couldn't identify targets and could only shoot blindly. They withdrew lightly using grass and trees for cover. As predicted, the enemy dared not pursue far, merely shouting beside the bonfires and loosing occasional arrows. Suddenly horn blasts sounded from the camp. Zhen Huan understood they were assembling larger units to initiate a search. He verified his squad had disengaged nearly 200 meters from the bonfire periphery, then ordered, "Run!" The team straightened and sprinted. The Yao forces behind raised an outcry. A chaotic mob poured out in pursuit. However, the Yao fighters' physical conditioning couldn't match that of Zhen Huan and his battle-hardened veterans. Their strength and endurance fell far short. Determining directions in the darkness proved difficult. After a burst of commotion, the reconnaissance team easily outdistanced their pursuers, returned to the city's northern approaches, located their concealed boat, and rowed back across. Chaos erupted in the 8-row Yao encampment on North Mountain. Leaders from various routes fell into panic. No one had anticipated the Australians' troops arriving with such speed. Yao combat capabilities were limited. Every uprising exploited vacuums in prefectural and county military strength. Once government forces arrived in strength for suppression, they could only retreat to remote mountains and resist using terrain advantages. The Australians' assault on Guangdong had prompted withdrawal of the anti-Yao colonel and troops from other regions, presenting the Yao people with an excellent opportunity to rise and descend from the mountains to plunder. According to most leaders' calculations, the Australian main force positioned far away in Jiaqing and environs would require at least a month to reach Lianzhou, not to mention treacherous roads along the route, with bandits rising everywhere to make them suffer. No one had foreseen such rapid deployment. Li Sanjiu, the palm mater head of the Magian Yao, though somewhat surprised by the Australian speed, found it within expectations. Yesterday at noon, Magian Yao fighters guarding Longjin Gate and Jichuan Gate had spotted this peculiar force on the opposite bank. Gray cloth military uniforms, no armor, all carrying firearms. Li Sanjiu recognized them as Australian soldiers immediately upon hearing the description. Unlike most Yao who spent entire lives in remote mountain valleys, Li Sanjiu was a man who had seen the world. Though Yao by blood, he had been raised in a Lang Zhuang stockade. Most Lang people in Guangdong had been relocated from Guangxi by the Great Ming government specifically to suppress Yao populations. These Lang stockades were typically distributed along Yao territory's peripheries and major routes. Lang people sometimes operated independently, other times cooperated with government troops to launch clearing operations against Yao regions. Reportedly, Li Sanjiu's father and mother had perished during one such government stockade-breaking operation. Young Li Sanjiu had been spared and brought back to the stockade. Li Sanjiu thrived among the Lang people. At 17, his outstanding martial prowess secured him a position as personal soldier under a minor Lang Tusi, native chieftain. He accompanied the Tusi through numerous campaigns, to Guangxi, to Guizhou, even to the two Hu provinces, Hunan and Hubei. He'd even been dispatched to Guangzhou on official business. After Great Ming's authority in Guangdong collapsed, the Central Route Defense Forces withdrew to Guangxi. Many Lang stockades immediately abandoned their settlements to relocate back to Guangxi. Li Sanjiu didn't flee with the Tusi. He understood he wasn't truly Lang and possessed no roots in Guangxi. So he took several brothers and defected to the Magian Yao. With his background and resume, he naturally represented rare talent among the Magian Yao. Before long, he became the Palm Matter head of Magian Rou. This Palm Matter head wasn't actually an official position. Most Yao communities internally still functioned under a primitive social commune system. No distinction existed between nobles and commoners, nor fixed hereditary headmen or tusi. The 8 Rou Yao practiced the Yao elder system. The Tiancheng Gong served as head of the entire Yao Rou for one-year terms. Heads of various surnames within the Rou were designated headman Gong, acting as Tiancheng Gong's assistants. Enlightened reason elders functioned as deliberative council members. Palm Temple Gong and incense-burning Gong bore responsibility for religious sacrifices. Water Release Gong managed agricultural matters. While the Palm Matter head, temporarily appointed during wartime, led clan members in military operations. Yao elders successfully executing their respective duties, generally undertaken by clan elders of relatively high prestige, though not absolutely required. Li Sanjiu, barely in his early 30s, represented precisely such an exception, serving as the figurehead of the young faction within the 8 Rou Yao. Despite growing up in a Lang stockade and serving as a government soldier after reaching adulthood, Li Sanjiu's knowledge and hundreds of battles made him both courageous and resourceful. Soon, he gathered a cohort of restless young people within Magian Yao, forming a formidable power base. So much so that he gradually hollowed out the authority of Magian Rou's Tiancheng Gong, becoming the de facto leader. The Australians dispatching troops to assault Guangdong presented a once-in-a-millennium opportunity for the 8 Rou Yao. The Great Ming government, preoccupied with fighting Australians, would surely lack time to address them. For Li Sanjiu personally, this represented an excellent opportunity to realize his ambitions. He had no interest in remaining a temporary Palm Matter head. Even manipulating Magian Rou from behind the scenes held little appeal. How much population and wealth could a single Yao Rou command? His true ambition involved becoming a local emperor, like the Tusi or two prefects he'd observed, while suppressing uprisings in Guizhou, enjoying every luxury, commanding majestic authority, wielding power of life and death over subjects below, even passing such privileges to descendants for generations of wealth and honor. Thus, when the 8 Rou Yao internally plotted their uprising, Li Sanjiu expressed unwavering support. After the rebellion commenced, he proved most active. Due to his abundant military talent, he soon usurped actual command of the 8 Rou Yao rebel forces. He first dispatched people to enter Lianshan city pretending to sell mountain products, breaking the city through coordinated internal and external assault. He colluded with Beimeng Stockade's able-bodied Yao men, coercing Yonghua Township Yao into breaking Yangshan city. Without pause, he plundered Sanjiang market and laid siege to Lianzhou city. Since ancient times, Hunan had depended on Guangdong salt. Lianzhou happened to sit astride the Hunan-Guangdong salt trade route. Salt produced along the coast traveled upriver, disembarking at Lianzhou before transshipment overland to the Huguang region. Goods traveling south from the two provinces likewise passed through Lianzhou for transshipment. Consequently, Lianzhou city housed numerous salt merchants and warehouses. Sanjiu deliberately reserved Lianzhou for last, even refraining from blocking roads, precisely to trap more traveling merchants and wealth within the city. According to Sanjiu's calculations, the optimal outcome would see Lianzhou city surrender to him. He would occupy Lianyang's 3 cities without bloodshed, connecting the territory into a unified region. Then he'd submit a surrender letter to the Australians, expressing willingness to submit to Great Song. If the newly arrived Australians acknowledged this fait accompli, he could capitalize on the opportunity to become a native subprefect, ruling as local emperor of the Lianyang 3 cities for generations. He judged this quite feasible. He understood something of this great song emerging from unknown origins with these Australians. Few people, limited soldiers, they relied on nothing beyond sturdy ships and powerful cannons. Dispatching an expeditionary army to Guangdong, the most essential part of Guangdong was Guangzhou Prefecture. Occupying there would mean endless glory and wealth. Why delve into mountain valleys to fight these people outside civilization? Furthermore, beyond Guangzhou, great Ming troops remained in Guangxi, Hunan, and elsewhere. Behind them, bandits created chaos on all sides. No matter how sturdy Great Song's ships or sharp their cannons, they required abundant soldiers to commit. Therefore 9 chances in 10 they'd go with the flow and hold their nose to acknowledge the situation. Provided he governed these 3 Lianyang locations well, using them as a wealth source while integrating Lianyang Yao people into a formidable bloc, then expending additional resources and silk to bribe the hair thieves, serving peacefully as native subprefect for a dozen years shouldn't prove problematic. As for developments thereafter, none could predict clearly. Regardless, even should Great Ming counterattack, they too would have to acknowledge reality. Those Guizhou Tusi had maintained their positions for over 10 generations. Should Lianzhou refuse surrender, he'd storm the city with full force and plunder extensively within. Those salt merchants were extremely prosperous. Occupying Lianzhou, he could still negotiate terms with the Australians. If negotiations failed, he'd simply retreat to the mountains with Lianzhou's spoils. Though Yao forces lacked siege equipment and proper weapons, Lianzhou city fielded few defenders and stored even less grain. Vast numbers of commoners had fled into the city. Now provisions within approached depletion. Commoners already suffered grain shortages, and morale wavered. Prolonged starvation would inevitably produce internal chaos without combat. As for himself, Sanjiu harbored no concerns. He'd already plundered and extorted substantial grain from surrounding areas, sufficient to sustain all personnel for over 2 months. Now the Australians' arrival with godlike speed somewhat disrupted his plans. This forced Sanjiu to completely reconsider his strategy. He dealt with government forces and Lang people, but never with Australians. Yet since they styled themselves Great Song, they were presumably also Han descendants. Approaching them with the attitude one employed with Great Ming would likely prove approximately correct. Chapter 21-96, discussing conditions. Great Ming's policy toward Yao pacification exhibited profound inconsistency, frequently depending on individual officials' capabilities. During peacetime, local authorities' attitudes toward Yao populations typically oscillated between 2 extremes. The first, Lianguang officials strive only for temporary tranquility, maintaining no military preparedness, turning blind eyes to various small-scale Yao raids and encroachments, even suppressing local commoners and prohibiting legal complaints. Even when Yao forces rose in rebellion and plundered extensively, local officials proved helpless, capable only of preparing red flowers, beef, and wine for appeasement. The second extreme proved precisely opposite, extorting and blackmailing already pacified Yao stockades through every available means, exploiting and humiliating them, even exploiting their remoteness and inability to appeal, manufacturing cruel provocations, inverting right and wrong, both destroying their livelihoods and frustrating their nature. Li Sanjiu had served beside Lang people Tusi extensively and understood great Ming officials' mentality and methods thoroughly. From his perspective, since Australians styled themselves Great Song, they too constituted Han people. He knew Han officials' patterns all too well. Throughout his decade-plus military career, whenever generals dispatched troops for combat, unless military circumstances proved dire, such deployments invariably presented excellent opportunities for enrichment. These Australian Great Song forces likely followed similar patterns. Lianzhou City, after all, belonged to Great Ming. Great Song's generals bore no responsibility for defending this territory, so they probably wouldn't mount particularly enthusiastic rescue operations. Their rapid deployment aimed merely at coveting the city's valuables, jade and silk. This matter, he, Li Sanjiu, could certainly negotiate. Though Yao people descended from mountains to raid every few days, what they truly sought amounted to nothing beyond daily necessities like salt, grain, and iron implements. As for other items, should this Australian officer desire them, parting with such treasures wasn't impossible. Compared to his ambitions, what did such trinkets matter? Should Australians desire pacification, he'd submit. Not merely submit, but present substantial gifts. Should Australians prefer suppression, he'd retreat to the deep mountains and wage guerrilla warfare, giving Australians endless headaches, ultimately forcing pacification. Since the Australians had already arrived, he must demonstrate sincerity. He located a trusted confidant with strong swimming skills, whispered several instructions, and dispatched him to swim across to the western bank. When Huang Kao heard an envoy wish to see him, he could scarcely credit it, the rebel leader actively seeking peace negotiations. Historically, 8 Ro Yao uprisings persisted extensively and affected substantial territories, demonstrating leaders' exceedingly resolute attitudes. Why, in his case, did the opposition seek pacification discussions so rapidly? In Huang Kao's heart, naturally he hoped to minimize combat and casualties. The enemy requesting peace talks wasn't inappropriate. At minimum, he could learn their thinking while incidentally gathering details. Guards escorted the searched envoy inside. The emissary proved obedient. Entering the tent, he immediately knelt and kowtowed, identifying himself as Li Wu, dispatched to meet the Great Song General by order of Lianyang Yao Stockade General Palm Matter Head Li Sanjiu. Naturally, Li Sanjiu had invented this title himself. Though all 8 Ro Yao troops beneath Lianzhou answered to his command, he remained merely a temporary coalition commander. Beyond Magian Ro's fighters, other Ro's able-bodied men maintained their own palm matter heads. For warfare purposes, they obeyed deployment but not proclamation. Rise and speak. Huang Kao studied the arrival. Short and shrewd, speaking fluent Guangdong Mandarin, obviously no ordinary Yao person. He already knew Li Sanjiu's name from Yonghua Township Yao interrogations. However, their intelligence remained relatively sparse, establishing only that this individual had served as an official and returned to Magian Ro only recently, enjoying considerable trust. This military deployment bore his general management throughout. Li Wu rose respectfully, his anxiety diminishing halfway, though the saying went "don't kill envoys" during warfare. Serving as emissary constituted extremely hazardous profession. One might easily be executed as a spy. Such incidents occurred frequently historically. He covertly assessed the great Song general within the tent. The structure teemed with crowded figures. No tiger table or flags and plaques of royal command appeared. As for the man seated behind a large table surrounded by others, he likewise exhibited no general's bearing whatsoever. An ordinary figure wearing Australian coarse cloth jacket, neither donning armor nor gauze cap, boots, or formal robes. Had he not spoken to pose questions, identifying him among the assembled masses would prove impossible. Having campaigned beside Li Sanjiu previously, he'd witnessed great Ming generals' ostentatious displays. By comparison, this great Song general radiated stark austerity. "I am great Song Lianyang Recruitment and Pacification Commissioner, concurrent director of Lianzhou Military Affairs, Huang Kao." Huang Kao announced his official title in a single breath. "Since you come bearing orders, state your business plainly." Li Wu felt somewhat nervous. Glancing upward slightly, he observed numerous figures crowding the tent's interior. He recognized several individuals. Tiancheng Gong and Palm mat her heads from various Yonghua Yao stockades. Momentary shock registered. Hadn't these Yonghua Yao people already submitted to Li Sanjiu? How had they reversed course to surrender to the Australians? Could Yangshan have already fallen completely? Despite his surprise, Li Wu strove to maintain composure, merely adopting several degrees more humility when speaking. "Our Palm Matter head declares. Great Song likewise opposes the Ming Kingdom. Our Lianyang Yao people similarly refuse Ming Kingdom jurisdiction, hence our uprising. Lianyang Yao people harbor no intention of antagonizing Great Song. Should the general consent to assist breaking Lianzhou city, we 8 Ro Yao desire none of the city's valuables, jade or silk, all offered to the general. We request only permission to transport away salt, grain, and iron implements from the city. Lianzhou city shall belong to Great Song's jurisdiction." According to Li Sanjiu's calculations, this condition proved exceedingly generous. Compared to wealth, he now valued legitimacy more highly. Provided Great Song acknowledged his authority to govern the Lianyang region, what significance did mere Lianzhou city possess? "I want everything." Huang Kao nearly voiced this sentiment aloud. Should he truly wish to seize Lianzhou city, he required no 8 Ro Yao assistance. Relying solely on national army forces would suffice. Yet seizing proved impossible. The Fubo army differed fundamentally from Ming forces who'd commit any atrocity. Preposterous, utterly preposterous. "You barbarians dare present conditions to our Great Song." Zhou Lianshan leapt up. Despite his recent submission and seniority ranking below various naturalized officials in the command structure, regarding attitude, he feared appearing insufficiently resolute. Accompanying Huang Kao to Lianzhou this time, though merely serving as advisor, none consulted him on specific circumstances. Yet from Huang Kao and others' customary discussions and arrangements, he understood Australians absolutely weren't masters willing to compromise with recruitment and pacification for temporary tranquility. Therefore, at this moment, he immediately advanced to rebuke the envoy. Huang Kao signaled him against interrupting. Zhou Lianshan tactfully fell silent immediately. "Anything else?" Huang Kao ignored Li Wu's initially mentioned condition for the present, wondering what additional 8 Ro Yao demands existed. "Provided Great Song consents to canonize our Magian Rose Li Sanjiu as native subprefect governing Lianyang's 3 cities, hereditary and irreplaceable, he shall immediately lead the 8 Rows and 24 Hollows in submitting to Great Song. Lianzhou city shall likewise be offered freely, desiring no war spoils whatsoever." This condition left Huang Kao torn between laughter and tears. Observing Zhou Lianshan appearing eager to intervene, he winked at him. "Becoming subprefect amusing. Can this Li Sanjiu even read and write? Subprefect remains unnecessary. Tusi, Lianzhou Pacification Commissioner, either suffices. Whatever title Great Song proves willing to confer works perfectly." Huang Kao shook his head internally. were conferring Tusi capable of stabilizing regions and pacifying populations. The late Ming wouldn't have witnessed successive Baju, Xian, and Shapu rebellions, nor would the Qing dynasty in the original timeline have required implementing native chieftain reforms, Gaidu Gilyu, and conquering Jinchuan. Systems resembling Tusi governance fundamentally constituted desperate measures employed under insufficient strength circumstances. They might secure temporary peace short-term, yet long-term inevitably became uncontrollable behemoths. Withdraw temporarily. Huang Kao declined answering his proposal. He waved, signaling guards to escort Li Wu out. Then he indicated the assembled surrendered personnel should all depart, retaining only naturalized cadres. What are your thoughts regarding this Li Sanjiu's proposal? Naturally it cannot be accepted, Yang stated. Were we to agree, what purpose does our presence here serve? Precisely. However, one observes his appetite proves hardly modest. Chief, I believe this matter offers potential utility. The speaker was Fu Debang, the naturalized Lianzhou County Magistrate preparing to assume office in Lianzhou. He proposed superficially agreeing to Li Sanjiu's title request to exchange for lifting Lianzhou's siege. Once their vigilance diminished, seize the canonization opportunity to capture them all in one sweep. Huang Kao shook his head repeatedly. This approach proves inadvisable. Fu Debang still lacked a certain cautious political sensitivity. From strategic perspective, this could qualify as excellent tactics. However, they weren't mountain bandits or pirates. They couldn't trample faith and righteousness so shamelessly. Rulers should cherish their reputations maximally and minimize treacherous conduct. Fu Debang exhibited deficiencies in this aspect. He should counsel him when opportunity arose. Have the Li Miao working team arrange thorough interrogation of this Li Wu, Huang Kao directed, particularly regarding Li Sanjiu's personal background. Then he dismissed the others, retaining only Yang Zheng to discuss combat strategy. The two studied the map. West Bank River and Xingzi River converged, forming Lion River west of Lianzhou City. Apart from several mountains including Yangxi Mountain, North Mountain, and Jinfeng Mountain, Lianzhou City's vicinity consisted of flatlands. Yang Zheng's plan involved, beyond leaving one national army unit guarding Lion River ferries, remaining forces would cross West Bank River northward first, then traverse Xingzi River eastward, deploying a Fubo Army Company as vanguard, outflanking and encircling Yangxi Mountain. The rationale for selecting northern crossings of West Bank and Xingzi Rivers rather than southern Lion River crossings was that West Bank River and Xingzi River exhibited narrow widths, shallow depths, and minimal currents, convenient for constructing temporary pontoon bridges, enabling rapid large-unit transit. The prepared pontoon bridge structure proved exceedingly simple, utilizing collected small boats as foundations overlaid with planking, even lacking engineer units. This presented no significant challenge. This battle actually presents minimal difficulty. Their equipment quality proves extremely poor, inferior even to Ming forces, with limited firearms, Yang Zheng observed. The critical objective involves complete annihilation. Destroying this 8-row Yao main force, they'll possess no position for negotiating recruitment and pacification, only surrender. Minority populations conducting warfare typically deployed all able-bodied men. Mobilization rates frequently ran exceedingly high. Minimal populations could field substantial forces. However, once annihilated, they'd forfeit sustained combat capability entirely. Chapter 21, 97. Encircling Yangxi Mountain. Li Wu's interrogation required minimal effort. Yet as merely Li Sanjiu's bodyguard, he possessed scant valuable intelligence. He confirmed roughly 2,000 Yao tribal warriors had deployed to Lianzhou, despite claims of 5,000 elite soldiers. They possessed reasonable weaponry but virtually no armor, limited firearms, and minimal gunpowder. The headman placed little faith in firearms. Beyond such basics, he offered nothing substantial. However, the work team extracted from him one critical uprising catalyst, salt, Upon assuming his post as Governor-General of Lianguang, Xing Wenqian had commenced military reconstruction. Reconstruction demanded capital. The capital-raising mechanism naturally involved extracting from the populace. Salt, inevitably, featured prominently. Consequently, salt prices had climbed steadily for years. The Yao territories, situated deep inland, produced no salt, depending entirely on hand merchant supplies. Yao region salt invariably commanded premium prices. Hand peddlers charged far above market rates. Exchanging a fat chicken for a single jin of salt proved commonplace. Recently, prices had doubled again, forcing numerous Pai and Chang settlements to subsist on bland fare. Resentment festered deeply. Li Sanjiu had merely exploited the opportune moment. When the Council of Elders seized Guangzhou, combat erupted across Guangdong. Salt trade routes severed. Coastal salt could no longer reach inland markets, propelling prices higher still. Within Lianzhou city, certain salt merchants had exhausted stocks while others hoarded for extortionate profits. Salt prices throughout the Lianzhou region had soared to extraordinary levels. In Yao territories, salt became unavailable regardless of payment. Roads proved too perilous for merchants to risk transport. In truth, the 8 Pai Yao rebellion's primary spark was salt stockpiled within Lianzhou city. Salt, perpetually salt. Huang Kao recalled academic papers documenting how the Great Wattle Gorge Yao rebellion had erupted precisely because certain Guangxi Tusi chieftains and local officials monopolized salt commerce, inflaming social tensions. Throughout Huang Kao's experience, whether addressing Li uprisings in Hainan or Yao rebellions in Lianguang, two primary catalysts existed. First, inequitable trade terms with Han populations. Second, harsh living conditions coupled with minimal productivity. Under such combined pressures, mountain-dwelling minorities resorting to violent plunder for survival proved hardly surprising. Temporary military suppression could manage circumstances briefly, yet given sufficient time, the cycle would inexorably recur. Addressing root causes remained premature. Huang Kao extracted the Lianyang region economic and cultural development outline from his satchel. That document he'd reviewed innumerable times before returning it. He'd authored this blueprint personally, drawing upon Hainan experience while referencing poverty alleviation materials from the original timeline. Truthfully, the Lianyang region's population pressure ran far lighter than in the old timeline, with environment well preserved. Though mountains dominated while flatlands proved scarce, substantial wilderness awaited clearance. Inland river transport proved remarkably convenient, with abundant resources anticipating development. Compared to Hainan counties where he'd previously served, this locale qualified as prosperous. Provided peace can be maintained, this region demonstrates tremendous potential. Though timelines differed, this Lianzhou wasn't the Lianzhou Huang Kao originated from. His affection for this territory had never wavered. Yet the 8 Pai Yao problem weighed constantly upon his mind. He understood clearly, whether the Lianyang region could achieve lasting peace depended entirely upon successfully pacifying the Yao. The so-called 8 Pai Yao constituted the collective designation for Yao populations inhabiting territory between Lianzhou and Lianshan. Han people termed their larger villages Pai, smaller ones Chang, hence Pai Yao. The 8 largest settlements, Magian, Junliao, Libadong, Huashao, Dazheng, Nangang, Hengkeng, and Yuling, alongside numerous smaller villages generated the expression 8 Pai 24 Chang, yielding the name 8 Pai Yao. Unlike neighboring Han clan villages, individual Pai didn't necessarily contain singular surnames. Nangang Pai, for instance, housed the Deng, Tang, Pan, and Fang surnames. Among the 8 Pai, the 3 eastern ones, Nangang, Hengkeng, and Yuling, fell under Lianzhou's direct jurisdiction, designated the prefecture's 3 Pai, eastern 3 Pai, or outer 3 Pai. The remaining 5 occupied Lianshan County territory, known as the county's 5 Pai, western 5 Pai, or inner 5 Pai. The Pai Yao represented a settled Yao branch exhibiting relatively advanced social organization and production levels, rendering them somewhat more formidable militarily than nomadic, mountain-wandering Yao. The Pai maintained mutual independence without central authority. Thus, although Pai unrest occurred annually, comprehensive uprisings engaging all 8 Pai proved relatively rare. Historically, 8 Pai Yao rebellions would persist until finally suppressed during the Qing dynasty's Shunjai reign. This operation demands swiftness and decisiveness, Huang Kao murmured. During pre-dawn hours, troops commenced pontoon bridge construction, with Dafa launches serving as tugboats, despite sunrise remaining 2 or 3 hours distant and working solely by torchlight. Bridges achieved rapid completion. One pontoon bridge employed over a dozen collected riverine small boats as floats. The other utilized inflated oxhide bladders transported with the army. They connected via cables, anchored by wooden stakes on both banks, planked with boards. The troops, having rested most of the night, began river crossings. The Fubo Army, Li Miao Company, and various National Army units all exhibited high morale. However, the Yangshan Provisional Squadron, which had traversed mountain roads all day and arrived merely hours earlier, displayed visible exhaustion. This provisional squadron of Yonghua Yao numbered only approximately 80 men, already excluding elderly and infirm. Yet their physical conditioning couldn't match the Fubo armies. Following extended marching without adequate rest, fatigue manifested clearly. Huang Kao harbored minimal combat expectations for them, nor did he trust this unit lacking reform and training. Yet their very presence transmitted a crucial signal to the 8 Pai Yao. Their alliance with Yonghua Yao had already collapsed. This represented Huang Kao's initial step toward fracturing the rebellious Yao. As dawn broke, all units had crossed safely. The Fubo Army Company covered the artillery team's seizure of North Hill. 2 National Army squadrons, each accompanied by Yonghua Yao contingents, divided into upper and lower routes, encircling Yanxi Mountain before summit-based 8 Pai Yao could react. The Li Miao Company deployed south of Yanxi Mountain to observe and defend against both city-besieging 8 Pai Yao and the Lianzhou garrison within. When Li Sanjiu awakened, he discovered Australians had encircled him completely. Shock registered. Reports of Australian pontoon bridge construction had reached him from inception. Li Sanjiu had estimated that even commencing construction at midnight, completion would prove unlikely before the following evening. Given Yao forces' organizational capacity, launching rash night attacks would likely fail while potentially throwing their ranks into chaos. Thus he'd merely instructed men to continue observing. He hadn't anticipated that by first light, Song troops had already crossed and encircled the Yangtze mountain region. Li Sanjiu, a veteran campaigner, avoided panic. He dispatched men to coordinate with various mountain-based headmen while sending others gathering enemy intelligence. The news proved mixed. The positive, enemy numbers ran far lower than anticipated, maximally around 1,000, dispersed across multiple positions. Though occupying key chokepoints, they might not withstand concentrated assault from his main strength. The negative, forces surrounding him included Yao warriors. Sudden realization struck. Had the Yonghua Yao already betrayed him? This thought sent chills coursing down his spine. Coercing Yonghua Yao into joining the uprising had constituted his masterstroke, a feint drawing Australian attention while constraining their movements. Provided Yonghua Yao hadn't submitted to Australians, even should Australians recapture Yangshan, the Yonghua could still immobilize their forces. Yet the Yonghua had proved so feeble, not merely surrendering Yangshan meekly, that followed these Song troops to attack him. Quickly arm yourselves, prepare for breakout. Li Sanjiu issued orders when suddenly someone reported. Li Wu had returned. Bring him immediately, Li Sanjiu commanded. Upon Li Wu's arrival, Li Sanjiu berated him furiously, demanding where he'd been and whether he'd delivered messages punctually. Li Wu protested innocence, recounting every mission detail. He explained the Australian Lord Huang, commissioner for pacifying and suppressing Lianyang and military governor of Lianzhou, had released him to convey a message. What message? This. Li Wu hesitated, glancing toward surrounding headmen and Tiancheng Gong. Lord Huang desires your immediate surrender, promising your life will be spared. Li Sanjiu erupted in profanity. The enemy hadn't merely refused negotiation, they'd pressured Yonghua Yao into submission while now demanding his surrender as well. His clever stratagems had yielded nothing. Imminently, he'd forfeit everything. Chief, now proves no time for fury, Li Wu urged. Song forces possess might and deploy heavy artillery. Should we engage, we'll suffer certainly. We must flee immediately. This reminder sobered Li Sanjiu. Breathing laboriously, he stated, "Fear nothing, I retain a final stratagem." That stratagem involved 200 Junliao Pai warriors concealed on Jinfeng Mountain, originally positioned guarding against the Lianzhou garrison. Should the garrison break the siege, Li Sanjiu planned leading Yangtze Mountain Yao in feigned eastward retreat, luring garrison pursuit. When they reached Jinfeng's southern flank, exposing themselves, smoke signals would dispatch the Jinfeng force charging downward for flank strikes while his main strength wheeled for pincer assault. Though Australians carried muskets and artillery, they fielded fewer numbers. Should he signal Junliao Pai to descend striking enemy flanks and rear, their deployment would descend into chaos, drawing their attention. Yangtze Mountain Yao could then charge downhill for pincer attacks against Australians positioned north of the mountain, subsequently breaking through amid confusion. Victory or defeat pivoted on this instant. Li Sanjiu decided immediately. Quickly, raise black smoke signals. He added, "Summon all headmen to me immediately." The Junliao Pai on Yangtze Mountain ranked among the 8 Pais most defiant. Whenever the 8 Pai rose in rebellion, Magian and Junliao invariably spearheaded charges. Not only commanding the most able-bodied fighters, they also proved more ferocious and battle-hardened. This force constituted, effectively, Li Sanjiu's emergency reserve. End of chapter. Chapter 2198. The relief of Lianzhou. Fang Yuanwu, headman of the Junliao Pai positioned on Jinfeng Mountain, had long observed Australians encircling Yangtze Mountain. When black smoke rose from Yangtze's summit, he understood Li Sanjiu signaled him to attack, striking Australian flanks and rear to cover his breakout. "Instruct everyone, take up arms and prepare descent." At his command, warriors immediately seized swords and spears. These 200 men constituted relative elite compared to other Pai forces, all able-bodied adults, each wearing rattan-woven armor. Though such armor offered modest protection, it proved lighter and more breathable than iron, ideally suited for mountain terrain. "Headman, should everyone charge out, what becomes of our plunder?" a subordinate inquired. Recent days had witnessed extensive looting around Lianzhou, amassing substantial goods and valuables within their encampment, all awaiting transport homeward. "Should we prevail, none dare touch it. Should we fall, we'll scatter. Who will concern themselves with plunder then?" Fang Yuanwu hefted his broadsword. "Everyone, rout the hair clippers first." Fang Yuanwu enjoyed renown for daring and ferocity, commanding considerable prestige among Yao populations. When he raised his blade shouting, his men swarmed downslope following him. Fang Yuanwu had engaged government forces repeatedly and witnessed their firearms. He understood muskets proved devastating. Single volleys could fell many. Yet firearms couldn't sustain fire. Should they weather 1 or 2 volleys while closing to melee range, they frequently routed soldiers, or at minimum fought to draws. Should soldiers' volleys pin them down, however, they'd suffer not merely defeat but utter rout. Yang Zeng lowered his binoculars. He'd known since the previous night that Yao forces occupied Jinfeng Mountain. Consulting maps, understanding enemy positioning there proved straightforward. This Li Sanjiu actually possessed some skill, demonstrating intuitive terrain grasp and inter-unit mutual support. "Order artillery to commence firing," he commanded. The 6 12-pounder mountain howitzers stood already loaded, crouching silently amid grass. At the order, gun captains inserted friction primers. Firing parameters had been preset. Should Jinfeng Mountain's enemy attack, that slope constituted their sole route. At the company commander's order, 6 mountain howitzers erupted sequentially. Cast iron shells screamed toward Yao below, smashing into crowds and bouncing along, reaping lives throughout their paths. Fang Yuanwu stood utterly unprepared when cannonade commenced. Shock paralyzed him. Upon regaining senses, carnage surrounded him, corpses and severed limbs everywhere, blood pooling in all directions. Fang Yuanwu had witnessed artillery previously, yet in this region, terrain meant government pacification. Forces typically avoided transporting heavy guns, maximally crouching tiger cannons or small Frankish pieces. Regarding wooden cannons employed in private feuds, whether constructed from lychee wood or ironwood, bores couldn't be made excessively large nor powder charges too heavy. Frequently they served merely generating noise. The Australians' bombardment far exceeded anything they'd envisioned. Observing his men scattering in all directions, Fang Yuanwu grew frantic. Everyone, charge forward. Cannons firing one volley required considerable reloading time. Should they rush hastily, they'd avoid second barrages. His estimation proved incorrect. Once he managed rallying his men, the second volley already screamed toward them. Amid wails and shrieks, his force dissolved into fleeing rabble. Fang Yuanwu himself couldn't maintain position longer and was swept away amid the rout. National Army Wuzhou Squadron, advance. Complete annihilation. The Wuzhou Squadron maneuvered swiftly, soon eliminating Fang Yuanwu's 200 men entirely. Apart from Fang Yuanwu himself, who escaped alongside several trusted companions exploiting terrain knowledge, virtually none slipped through. Observing this from Yangtze Mountain, Li Sanjiu's spirits collapsed. 200 men obliterated within moments. Confronting such overwhelming disparity, Li Sanjiu suddenly awakened from delusions. Becoming tribal chieftain proved utterly impossible now. Plundering Lianzhou was beyond question. Demanding city ransom no longer concerned him. Presently, survival proved paramount. Escape remained impossible by daylight. He could merely hold until nightfall, then break through, vanishing into mountains. Allow Australians to attempt hunting them there. He shouted for everyone to hold positions when shells arced toward the hilltop. Though 12-pounder mountain howitzers possessed limited range, their high elevation angles permitted lobbing shells onto Yangtze Mountain. Within moments, the encampment became engulfed in smoke and thunder. The already rattled Yao force dissolved into chaos. Everyone, maintain calm. Li Sanjiu bellowed while leading bodyguards toward the stockade gate. The chokepoint controlling mountain approaches, and the route hair clippers would inevitably traverse. They'd concentrate main strength there. Indeed, upon reaching the gate, they collided directly with Li Miao Company soldiers. Li Sanjiu roared, brandishing his broadsword, charging at the fore. Yet the Li Miao Company wielded double-barreled shotguns. Buckshot hails swept over them, and Li Sanjiu's bodyguards fell nearly entirely. Li Sanjiu himself sustained wounds, barely dragged to safety by remaining guards. The Yao encampment on Yangtze Mountain suddenly became leaderless. Amid chaos, the Fubo army's main strength surged upslope, systematically clearing each position. Encampments fragmented. Individual Pai and Chong fled separately. Yet ambushes awaited every descent. Musketry volleys followed by flanking bayonet charges routed each fleeing group within moments. By 9 morning, the Yao force on Yangtze Mountain had ceased existing. Only several hundred survivors huddled within the old camp, where grain was stored. Terrain there proved so rugged the Fubo army couldn't storm it immediately. Yet they stood completely surrounded. Their fall constituted merely a temporal matter. Despite wounds, Li Sanjiu wasn't seriously injured. Yet all thoughts regarding becoming tribal chieftain had vanished. His sole concern now involved escape methodology. Should he reach mountains, neither Ming forces nor Australians could touch him. While mulling this, a messenger approached. Pan Tianshan of Yonghua has arrived. Li Sanjiu knew Pan Tianshan. The old man climbing the mountain now meant one thing: he'd come persuading surrender. "What business brings you here?" Sanjiu glared at Pan Tianchun, aching to behead the old man, dismembering him for venting fury. Yet in his current circumstances, that would prove suicidal. He could merely swallow rage. Pan Tianchun felt terrified. Sanjiu constituted no gentle soul. Moreover, he alongside Yonghua elders had sworn blood oaths with this man. Should Sanjiu fly into rage killing him, none would declare him wrong. Yet his entire village now rested in Australian hands. When they ordered him ascending the mountain for negotiations, he dared not refuse. Pan Tianchun managed conveying Yang Zheng's terms: immediate surrender and submitting to judgment. Provided they surrendered promptly, lives would be guaranteed. Following combat's conclusion, each would be permitted returning to his own pai, encountering no further obstruction. Should we refuse? Sanjiu asked. Should you refuse? Pan Tianchun glanced furtively towards surrounding headmen and Tiancheng Gong. The Australians shall set the mountain ablaze, leaving none alive, slaughtering everyone. At these declarations, various Pai and Chang leaders commenced murmuring amongst themselves. Before the Fubo army's assault, some had still nursed hopes regarding breaking through to mountains and regrouping. Yet following combat's chaos, none harbored such illusions anymore. Sanjiu didn't wish surrendering. Once accomplished, their lives would rest in enemy hands. Whenever government troops arrived pacifying Yao populations, they invariably claimed to pardon followers. Yet practically the killing proved brutal. Not merely headmen but ordinary Yao frequently suffered slaughter. As the ringleader, his death proved certain. He desired resisting, discovering some breakout methodology. Should they reach mountains, neither Ming troops nor Australians could touch them. Yet he commanded a coalition, and even his own pious warriors might not obey him presently. The solely reliable men constituted his dozen-odd diehards. Half had just been killed or wounded. Observing leaders and headmen eyeing him with increasingly hostile expressions, Sanjiu felt chills. Were they planning offering him as scapegoat? Should they bind him, delivering him over, he was finished. As fear gnawed at him, Magian Pai's Tiancheng Gong sidled close, whispering, "Surrender. Should we refuse, the 8 Pai's able-bodied men shall all perish on this mountain. Even should Australians refrain from striking, the Han villages below shall eliminate every Pai." In ordinary times, Sanjiu, effectively Magian Pai's master, wouldn't have granted this man second consideration. Yet now he possessed no choice but bowing. While life remains, hope exists. Surrender first, formulate plans subsequently. Pan Tianchun brought back victory news. The 8 Pai Yao proved willing, surrendering. Lianzhou's siege was lifted. Between surrendered individuals and battle-captured prisoners, over 1,000 Yao warriors became imprisoned. Excluding the several hundred who'd fled, the force was virtually annihilated. Because the 8 Pai had committed nearly all able-bodied men to this campaign, their headmen and elders had mostly arrived at Lianzhou as well. Their casualties ran heavy too. Minimally a third had perished or sustained wounds during fighting. "Treat wounded and bury dead," Huang Ko ordered. "Issue road passes to prisoners permitting homeward return. The Pai and Chang headmen shall be held as hostages. Assign them to the Yangshan Provisional National Army platoon for custody." Road passes proved necessary because returning to the 8 Pai required passing through Luming Pass. Without passes, they couldn't traverse. "Proves it wise releasing them all?" Fu Debang inquired worriedly. "Won't they simply rebel again?" Zhou Lianshan hurried over, offering counsel. "Seize this opportunity, slaughtering all prisoners. Solve the 8 Pai Yao problem definitively." The 8 Pai have suffered tremendous losses, over 600 warriors killed in action alone. "That constitutes no trivial number," stated Huang Ko. "The entire 8 Pai probably command no more than 5,000 adult males." End of chapter. Chapter 2199. Below Lianzhou walls, the loss of so many able-bodied men would bear consequences requiring no elaboration. Not only would it severely impact production, but their security situation would become perilous. Neither hostile Zhuang settlements nor Hakka villages in the lowlands would permit such opportunities to pass. To guarantee their safety, they possessed no choice but throwing in their lot with the Council of Elders. Besides, what would we do retaining them? More mouths to feed. Slaughter them all as Zhou Lianshan proposes. That creates blood feuds, and we still must win them over. We cannot resort to extremes. The Mo brothers, Mo Songling and Mo Hongling, and the Ma brothers, Ma Tianju, Ma Mingju, Ma Junju, and Ma Yunju, stood on Lianzhou's walls, gazing with keen interest across the moat at Australian army drills outside. Though Yao besiegers had retreated, Lianzhou's siege was not truly lifted. The city remained encircled. Solely now the besiegers were the self-proclaimed Song Dynasty Australians. Yet the Australian siege proved far more lenient than the Yao's. Apart from establishing camps at each gate and barring weapon-bearing individuals from passing, they left the rest unguarded. Commoners could leave the city gathering firewood or drawing water without hindrance, free to come and go. Tension inside and outside walls had eased considerably. It was within this relaxed atmosphere that these children had clambered onto walls observing the troops. Previously, they had watched local garrison drill on the eastern parade ground. Given Lianzhou's location in Yao territory and constant Han-Yao conflicts, the local garrison maintained higher readiness standards than most and could actually fight. Yet compared to Australian soldiers drilling below walls, the gap proved vast. Though Australians wore no armor, every equipment piece radiated lethal efficiency, the unmistakable appearance of crack troops. The Australian soldiers truly live up to their reputation, stated Mo Songling, the eldest at 14. The Mo brothers' grandfather, Mo Yuki, and the Ma brothers' grandfather, Ma Changhai, had been close friends. Both the Mo and Ma families were prominent Lianzhou gentry. Though both patriarchs had passed away, the families remained linked by old ties, and the brothers had grown up together. Though they were still children, 14-year-old Mo Songling being the eldest and the youngest Ma Yunju, not yet 9, they were already known as sons of great houses in the city. The soldiers and militiamen on walls dared not stop them, allowing them to play as they pleased. Heads of both families had been away from home since the Yao siege began, spending days at the prefectural yamen deliberating strategies, with no time supervising children or checking on studies. These youngsters had become wild horses without bridles. When fighting was intense, the garrison had kept them off walls, but now that the situation had calmed, guards were happy accepting a few coins in return for letting young masters sightsee. Yesterday cannons thundered for quite a while and then Yao retreated. The Australians' artillery is formidable indeed. What's so interesting about cannons? We have them on walls too. It's the self-propelled boats on the river that I really want to see up close. They chattered as they gazed at the Fubo army outside, their curiosity piqued by every novelty, big guns, motorized launches, and other marvels. Outside walls, Yangzheng had largely completed Lianzhou's encirclement. Besides camps at each gate, one National Army squadron was deployed north of the city, another to the northeast, and a third to the east. The artillery, the Fubo Army Company, and the Limiao Company were all positioned on Yangxi Mountain. The Yonghua Yao were encamped on the west bank of the Lion River, and patrol boats cruised the river day and night. What appeared to be a loose perimeter was, in reality, an airtight blockade. Neither Yangzheng nor Huang Kao wished to storm Lianzhou. First, their forces, already spread thin, were inadequate for assault. Reinforcements would have to come from elsewhere. But regions where they had dispersed units were essential to controlling the entire Lianyang area. Withdrawing troops might destabilize everything. Second, Lianzhou was the foundation of their future rule. Huang Kao did not want to leave the city's defenders and civilians with impressions of foreign conquerors. In the flower hall of Lianzhou's prefectural yamen, Prefect Kui Shijiao was conferring with the city's gentry on strategy. The 8 Pai Yao had retreated, But one crisis had given way to another. Lianzhou was still besieged. The Australians who had replaced the Yao were far more fearsome. In the old timeline, the Lianzhou gazetteer recorded that during Qi Shijiao's tenure, his moral influence had reformed the rebellious Yao and peacefully resolved the Changjian Eighth-Year Uprising. But in this timeline, with the Lianguang campaign as an additional variable, Qi Shijiao had had no chance to reform the Eight Pai before encountering the Australian elders, and his virtue could certainly not reform these crude brutes. Qi Shijiao at least knew something of the Eight Pai Yao. He recognized some of their leaders, and many in the city had dealings with them and could speak with them. But how to deal with the Australians, who had come from who knew where, was utterly unknown to anyone. Qi Shijiao had heard of the Australians. To him, they were overseas pirates, capable of raiding Qiangzhou and harassing Guangzhou perhaps, but distant concerns with little relevance to him. Only when news of the Australians' attack on Guangzhou reached him did he realize they were not mere sea raiders but had grander ambitions. To the envoys the Australians had sent demanding surrender, Qi Shijiao's responses were refuse to meet, refuse to surrender, and refuse to leave. As magistrate of Lianzhou under the Great Ming, he could not possibly submit. Abandoning his post to flee was equally against his principles, and so, somewhat stubbornly, he remained. Yet another morning of deliberation dissolved into aimless chatter. Qi Shijiao sighed, then glanced at the two jurin of the Mo family, Mo Jin, son of the Tanki-era Jinchi Mo Yuki, and his younger cousin Mo Yang. Mo Yuki had passed the Jinchi examination at 63, served a single term as judge of Taiping Prefecture in Nanjing, resigned, and soon after died. Mo Yuki had been renowned for his scholarship and had meticulously educated his sons and nephews, producing two jurin in Mo Jin and Mo Yang. The Mo family thus commanded great respect in Lianzhou, and Qi Shijiao valued their opinions. But Mo Jin and Mo Yang exchanged a tacit glance and continued sipping their tea in silence. Qi Shijiao then looked at the Zheng brothers, Zheng Rushao and Zheng Ruzuan, grandsons of the Wanli-era Hanlin scholar Ma Xianqian. Ma Xianqian had risen to investigating censor of the Henan Circuit in the Court of Censors, and had successfully impeached the powerful eunuch Zhang Jing of the Eastern Depot during the Wanli reign. Afterward, he resigned and returned to Lianzhou, reverting to his original surname Zheng, and devoted himself to historical studies until his death. Now the Zheng brothers were old men in their 50s and 60s. After sitting all morning, they had grown weary and were dozing off, oblivious to Qi Shijiao's gaze. With neither the Mo nor the Zheng family offering opinions, Qi Shijiao found the situation tedious. He looked to Ma Chengxiang, a friend of the Mo family, but Ma Chengxiang likewise seemed disinclined to speak. The other notables, Lianshan, Zhou Hong, Shi Yuheng, and their ilk, all wore expressions that said they preferred to stay silent. With no other recourse, Qi Shijiao turned to his closest friend in Lianzhou, Ma Ti. Ma Ti shook his head. Qi Shijiao knew that once again they would reach no conclusion. He offered an exit. The noon hour approaches. Please return home and rest, all of you. Take care not to suffer the heat. We shall resume discussion of repelling the enemy tomorrow. How to repel the enemy, they had debated this endlessly. When the Eight Pai Yao were besieging the city, they had reached no conclusion. Now, facing the far more formidable Australians, the prospects were even bleaker. A few armchair scholars who never set foot outside insisted there must be some stratagem, yet could never articulate one, and anyone who listened could tell it was pure fantasy. These past few days had been quiet mainly because everyone was talked out and weary of talking. Empty words, repeated 1,000 times, remained empty words. Fortunately, the Australians showed no intention of assaulting the city, so Lianzhou continued to hold out in stalemate. The city's granaries had never been well stocked. As supplies dwindled, the gruel stations had cut back from twice daily to once, and the gruel itself had grown thinner and thinner. Qi Shijiao had earned respect in Lianzhou, and the gentry were willing to donate grain for relief. But if they had to keep contributing, even their own household stores would be depleted. Unlike the countryside, the city lacked large reserves. The salt merchants would have gladly offered bribes to buy their safety, but all they had was salt and silver, neither of which Qi Shijiao needed. During the Yao siege, the city's gentry had stood united, willing to sacrifice everything if necessary. A Yao breakthrough meant losing not just property but their lives. But the moment the Australians took over the siege, opinions diverged. By all accounts, the Australians were far more civilized than the Yao. Timely submission would supposedly guarantee the safety of both persons and property. Both the Mo and Zheng families believed it might be worth negotiating with the Australians for an honorable outcome that would spare them all from mutual destruction. Even Ma Ti, Qi Shijiao's closest friend, urged him to negotiate for a graceful conclusion. But Qi Shijiao would not accept it. An honorable outcome was still surrender. Qi Shijiao cared deeply about his reputation. Yet the granary's true state forced him to weigh the lives of the entire city against his posthumous name. The shops had long since run dry of grain. Only well-to-do households and the great families retained any stores. The official granary was nearly empty. The line at the gruel station grew longer every day. In a few more days, he knew, he would not have a single grain of rice left to cook porridge for the refugees. Lianzhou was on the brink of starvation. End of chapter. Chapter 2200. The liberation of Lianzhou. The word, starvation, brought with it another phrase Qi Shijiao had encountered countless times in his reading. Cannibalism. He had read innumerable histories, accounts of sieges where loyal ministers and righteous defenders held out against impossible odds, their suffering condensed into terse sentences that left no lasting impression once read. But the Shui rebellion of recent years was different. When rebel forces besieged Guangang, the city held out for over a year. Officials' daughters were seized by soldiers and eaten. Only a little over 200 civilians survived. He had heard these horrors recounted by numerous lips. If he wished to remain a loyal minister, cannibalism would occur. And even if he steeled himself for that, he might never get the chance. When the 8 Pai Yao besieged the city, he could still organize the garrison and able-bodied men for sorties from Longjin Gate or Guangji Gate, then dispatch boats upstream to requisition grain from nearby villages. He had done so several times. The Yao intercepted him each time, but if he offered sufficient rewards and soldiers were willing to risk their lives, these efforts usually succeeded, at the cost of several dead. Against 2 small gunboats patrolling day and night, however, such methods proved useless. Even if the Australians left the landward side completely unguarded, no small boat could slip past their gunboat blockade. Qi Shijiao was paralyzed. Staking the city's lives on his posthumous reputation was beyond him, yet surrendering outright was equally unthinkable. It seemed there was no way forward. As he paced his study, a servant came rushing in. "Disaster, Your Honor, disaster," Qi Shijiao started. "Are the hair clippers attacking?" "No, boats have arrived at the north gate, and the hair clippers are unloading sacks of rice, piling them below the walls. They say the rice is a gift for the city's people, but Your Honor must come out to receive it." Qi Shijiao hurried up to the north gate tower. Below the walls, baskets of rice were indeed stacked in rows, 50 shi at minimum, possibly more. Hair clipper soldiers stood guard on both sides. Leaning over the parapet, Qi Shijiao called down. "This student is Qi Shijiao. State your business quickly and make no rash movements. The cannons and arrows on this wall have no eyes." The hair clipper leader raised a large speaking trumpet and bellowed toward the tower. "Magistrate Qi, your reputation for loving the people like your own children, and for your virtue is widely known. Our great song's Lianyang Commissioner for Pacification and Suppression, His Honor Huang, has long admired you. Hearing the city approaches grain depletion, he has specially dispatched 50 shi of rice for relief. Should Your Honor open the gates and surrender immediately, these 50 shi may relieve Lianzhou's emergency." The garrison and militiamen on the walls stirred. For days, rations had been cut, and many had not eaten their fill. Now glistening white rice lay just below. In ordinary times, they could have sallied forth and seized it. But they had all heard of the hair clippers, stout ships, and sharp guns, and their ruthlessness. Hungry and weakened, none were willing to risk it. Qi Shijiao's heart churned like hot oil. Had he possessed 200 crack troops in fighting trim, a single charge could scatter these 100-odd hair clippers, bringing the rice back to the city and buying more time. Yet all he commanded were several hundred famished, exhausted soldiers and militiamen even less capable. Sallying forth would be throwing lives away. The grain lay before his eyes, yet he dared not cross that threshold. Observing no response from above, the hair clippers shouted again. Magistrate Qi, Commissioner Huang declares, open the gates and surrender, and the entire city's safety is guaranteed, along with grain for relief. Ming officials, soldiers, and civilians willing to serve Great Song shall be employed according to their abilities. Those unwilling shall receive travel funds and be permitted to leave. From refugees who had slipped out of the city to forage, Huang Kao had learned that Lianzhou's grain was running out. Thus he had devised this stratagem. It proved devastating to the city's morale. Qi Shijiao did not answer the shouts. He returned alone to the yamen and collapsed into his armchair. After a long while he sent for Ma Ti and gave him instructions. Brother Ma, please assemble the gentry and have them open the gates to negotiate. Inform them Lianzhou is willing to surrender. The officials and soldiers within shall not obstruct them, but my wife and son, I entrust them to your care. With that, he swallowed a vial of his secret formula crane's crest poison. For one instant, Qi Shijiao believed he was dying. Through chaotic dreams and racking pain, through repeated bouts of vomiting, he dimly sensed he remained alive. Suddenly he came to, lying on the bed in his chamber, his stomach still aching dully, his head swimming. His wife and children wept beside him. Ma Ti stood nearby, alongside a young man with cropped hair. Seeing him awake, the young man said, Prefect Qi, you are badly hurt. Please rest a while longer. Then Qi Shijiao drifted off again into murky sleep. With Lianzhou secured, Huang Kao kept his promise and invited Yang Zheng to dinner. As a native of this region in the old timeline, Huang Kao had hoped to find the locally famous Dongbei cured meats to serve Yang Zheng. When he sent someone to Dongbei Market, however, he discovered that Dongbei cured meats had not yet been invented. None of the hometown snacks he had craved in the old timeline existed in 1635 Lianzhou. This left Huang Kao frustrated. Once he calmed down, he realized that this timeline's Lianzhou was not truly his hometown. Everything he longed for did not exist here. Without Dongbei cured meats, the dinner still had to be held. He would simply cook several home-style dishes himself. Though Huang Kao's culinary skills were nothing remarkable, he had some reputation for his home cooking. Before they had children, he and his wife had often hosted dinner parties at home, sometimes entertaining his naturalized subordinates. Huang Kao had his people procure a 2-jin pullet, a duck, and a slab of pork belly, along with a pile of vegetables and seasonings. This timeline's ingredients were pitifully scarce, and with hostilities just ended, markets had not yet recovered. The orderly spent considerable time gathering everything. Scallions and ginger simmered the chicken for baki jai poached chicken. Star anise, fennel, cassia bark, and bay leaves made a master stock for braised duck. Rock sugar and soy sauce braised the pork. He also found a jar of local yellow wine, prepared a dish of fried soybeans and pickled radish, and stir-fried several vegetables. This was both a victory banquet and a farewell dinner. With Lianzhou taken, the Sui River Detachment's mission was complete. In a few days, Yang Zheng would lead the main forces away to new operations. Not only Yang Zheng came to dinner, but also several key officers and cadres. Whether staying or leaving, this was the first time in months they could sit down peacefully for a meal and a drink. Commander, once we withdraw, please be very careful, Yang Zheng said. The Yao are fickle in their allegiances. This time we've suppressed them, but we haven't rooted them out entirely. They could easily be incited again. With the main forces gone, Huang Kao would have only 2 infantry companies, 1 Li Miao Mountain Company, and 4 National Army squadrons. 3 of those squadrons would be garrisoning 3 cities. Only the Wuzhou squadron remained as a mobile reserve. The 2 regular infantry companies had been assigned primarily to guard against surprise attacks from the direction of Hezhou. Yang Zheng's concerns were not unfounded. Though the 8 Pai Yao had been suppressed, minor disturbances throughout the Lianyang region had not been fully stamped out. Along their march route, the chaotic conditions in each county had left deep impressions. The official bandits, Xing Wenqian, had stirred up. The local bandits, hoping to profit from turmoil. None cared about county boundaries and could sweep through at any moment. Should they arrive and once again incite the Yao, the trouble's scale would far exceed the present. Huang Kao was well aware of this danger. In the old timeline, the expansion of the 8 Pai Yao rebellion was linked to the roving bandit movements at the end of Ming. Yet for Yang Zheng, a naturalized officer without transmigrator precognition, to reach such conclusions was commendable. He nodded. I understand your concerns. The Lianyang region's problems are not isolated. They're part of a larger chess game across northern Guangdong. Both military and political efforts are needed, so I have no objections to old Zhu pulling you out. Keeping you here would be a stabilizing anchor for Lianyang, but for the overall campaign it does no good. This was half true. Huang Kao knew why Zhu Mingxia was recalling Yang Zheng. The southern China army had to maintain substantial mobile reserves at all times, yet who wouldn't want more crack troops, especially in a perilous place like this? He simply did not wish to appear weak before naturalized personnel while wanting to demonstrate his big-picture thinking. Being an elder is exhausting, Huang Kao grumbled internally. Yang Zheng, oblivious, was moved. Commander, you see the whole picture, he added worriedly, but if something happens, should something happen, don't we have the radio? 1 telegram and you'll come running, that's our advantage. Indeed, Commander, Fu Dan spoke up. Without the main forces, we do feel somewhat uneasy, but the Council of Elders excels at mobilizing the masses. Give the commander several months and he may have raised several battalions. Huang Kao knew Fu Dan was flattering him, yet his words captured the essence of governing here. Relying on superior firepower could only maintain order temporarily. He required the people's support. You're right, old Fu, you're about to become county magistrate here. Remember, winning the people's hearts is your first priority, not just the Han commoners, but the Yao and those Pai too. They are also subjects of the Council of Elders. We need them not only to fear us but to submit and ultimately to love us. That's not easy, it will take time. I shall remember the commander's teachings, Fu Dan nodded repeatedly. With you here guiding me, I fear nothing, I'll perform excellently. Observing his ardently trusting gaze, Huang Kao felt a pang of doubt. Would the methods he had used in Hainan to pacify the Li really work here? He suppressed his unease and smiled. Come, let's drink to the liberation of Lianzhou. End of chapter. Chapter 22:01. Letting the new hands perform. After seeing off Yang Zheng's main force, Huang Kao felt a certain emptiness. With so few troops controlling the Lianyang region, he felt exposed. His situation was, in some ways, worse than reporter Zai's in Wuzhou. At least Zai had more cadres. Huang Kao's cadre corps was thin to begin with and had to be spread across 3 locations. He established his headquarters in Lianzhou, making it the base for the Lianyang region. Under his direction, a 5-member governing committee was formed to administer Lianzhou city. The committee comprised 3 local gentry, Mo Jin, Zheng Rushao, and Ma Ti, and 2 naturalized cadres, Fu Debang, the Lianzhou governor, and Zhang Dayang, commander of the Lianzhou National Army Squadron. The committee's authority was limited to Lianzhou city itself, responsible for maintaining law and order and overseeing the retained Ming clerks. As for the surrounding countryside, they could only maintain the status quo and allow village self-governance for the time being. The most urgent priority was pacification and public security. Without stability, nothing else could be accomplished. Qi Shijiao was still recuperating. Upon entering Lianzhou, Huang Kao had heard that his suicide attempt had failed, and he counted himself fortunate. According to the army medic, the cause was unclear, but Qi's symptoms indicated acute food poisoning, likely the result of some protein in his supreme-grade crane's crest having spoiled. My instructor says this kind of food poisoning is often extremely dangerous, sudden onset, high mortality, and few treatment options. But he's past the acute phase now. With proper rest and electrolyte correction, he should recover. In reality, the medic's only remedies were oral glucose rehydration solution and saline. Qi Shijiao had pulled through on the strength of his constitution. Huang Kao visited several times but received no warm welcome. Putting a warm face to a cold reception, he cursed inwardly, but considering Qi Shijiao's influence in the region, the man had value worth exploiting. So he continued to drop in every few days to pay his respects. Qi Shijiao had been moved to Ma Ti's residence. Leaving him at the yamen was inconvenient. Worse, if he recovered only to be seized by melancholy and attempt suicide again, it was better to place him in a friend's home where Ma Ti could look after him. Huang Kao had too many matters to manage personally. Huang Kao did not meddle in Lianzhou's day-to-day administration. Petty affairs were not his concern. Having trained these naturalized cadres, he let them work. He merely set the overall direction. He attended each meeting as an observer and rarely issued instructions. Unless Fu Debang's requests for guidance raised serious issues, he generally refrained from singling them out. With the siege lifted, Fu Debang's first task was to dispatch messengers bearing proclamations to Lianzhou's four quarters and every Yao Pai and Zhuang stockade. All of Lianzhou is now under great song. Let the people remain tranquil and refrain from causing disturbances. He then sent out armed patrols to conduct several sweeps against scattered bandits in the vicinity. Once the roads were secure, grain and vegetables from the surrounding villages began flowing into the city, and the looming food supply crisis was instantly relieved. Fu Debang, who had been fretting over relief provisions, breathed easier. In truth, the army grain they had brought was not plentiful. The supply line depended on ships shuttling from the logistics stations. Offering 50 she at the city walls had been bravado. In reality, they were stretched thin. Fu Debang sent word for each village and stockade to send representatives to Lianzhou for a conference, to arrange reasonable burdens and organize village militias for self-defense. Meanwhile, he organized famine relief, gruel stations, restoration of commerce, and kept busy from dawn to dusk. Huang Kao, by comparison, was relatively at leisure. At the yamen, he screened the prisoners held in the jail and lockup. Those with minor offenses or what were essentially civil disputes were released on bond and sent home. Those involved in serious crimes, murder, robbery, rape, were held pending reinspection by judicial personnel to be dispatched later. News of the clerk purge in Guangzhou had already reached the city. Many of the 3 squad's runners had fled. Those with the worst records were almost all gone, though it deprived him of the satisfaction of ridding the people of scourges. It also spared him the bother of cleaning house. Some who remained voluntarily requested retirement, and Huang Kao did not press them to stay. Those willing to serve the Council of Elders had their names posted on the spirit wall outside the yamen. The Lianzhou yamen was reorganized according to the 1635 edition Provisional County Institutional Framework. A General Affairs section was established within the county government, handling administrative matters as well as personnel appointments. The Revenue Division was transformed into the Finance and Taxation section, a vertically managed unit. Finally, there was the Public Security section, responsible for order within and without the prefectural seat. Because conditions in the newly liberated counties remained unsettled, full-fledged county police departments could not yet be established. A provisional public security section was created instead, integrating all security forces. village militia organized by local stockades, retained constables, national army squadrons, and police, under unified command. Household registration, formerly managed by the old Yamen, was temporarily assigned to this section. Huang Kao also set up a section for culture and propaganda. Propaganda work, after all, was important. Education would have to wait. These provisional county structures followed the principle of maximum simplification, dividing responsibilities into broad blocks without fine-grained subdivision. First, there were too few naturalized cadres to fill the positions. Second, their skill levels made it difficult to manage too many units. Yet when Fu Dan busied himself furiously while ignoring the war-damaged city walls, Huang Kao felt compelled to drop a hint. The next day, Fu Dan set aside all other work and personally presided over a meeting on wall repairs, mobilizing the entire population. Wall repairs naturally followed their customary work-for-relief model. Fortunately, grain supplies were stabilizing, so expending some on wages was affordable. But when Fu Dan insisted on overseeing the construction site in person, he was making a mountain out of a molehill. "You're the prefect," Huang Kao said. "Spending all day on the walls, how will you get anything else done? Assign someone else to supervise on site." "But everyone is so busy." Fu Dan looked troubled. Every naturalized cadre was already juggling countless tasks. "There's one on site already. Let Zhou Lianshan handle it." "Zhou Lianshan?" Fu Dan was startled. "The surrendered magistrate, a bookworm like him, knows how to repair walls." "You don't know how to repair walls either," Huang Kao laughed. "The actual construction is in the hands of the Works Division clerks. No need to worry. It just needs someone in charge to coordinate. Since Zhou Lianshan is so eager to serve the Council of Elders, we might as well test his administrative ability and his attitude toward practical work." And so the job was delegated to Zhou Lianshan. Zhou had been feeling anxious with nothing to do. Now, entrusted with something as significant as wall repairs, he threw himself into the work with gusto, camping at the site day and night. In less than a week, the walls were restored, much to Huang Kao's surprise. He had assumed that a bookish scholar like Zhou would be hopeless at practical affairs and unwilling to do manual labor. But Zhou's performance on the construction site exceeded all expectations. Although he did not personally haul earth or carry bricks, coordinating over 100 workers was no small feat. Some elders still couldn't handle management positions. Though Zhou's defection had an opportunistic flavor, his administrative ability was solid. He was a man worth using. "Well done," Huang Kao commended him. "Is your wife and child with you?" Yes, Zhou replied hastily. "They're still in Yangshan. The security situation in the Lianyang region is unsettled and the social environment is complicated. It's not safe for your family to stay here," Huang Kao said. "A logistics ship will arrive in a few days. When it returns, it will take some dependents along. I think your family should go too. I've already spoken with Commissioner Wen. They'll be settled in Guangzhou. Once they're there, you needn't worry. Our institutions will take care of everything. What do you say?" Though phrased as a consultation, Zhou Lianshan understood that once his wife and child departed, they would become hostages in Australian hands. But having cast his lot with the hair clippers, he could not waver at this juncture. He replied at once, "Thank you for your kind consideration, Commander. I have no objections. Please arrange as you see fit." "Good," Huang Kao nodded. A stable environment for the child is more important than anything. A few days later, Peng Shaoan and a National Army platoon arrived in Lianzhou, escorting the families of the Yangshan officials who had surrendered. Though nominally an advisor in Yangshan, Peng Shaoan had in fact been given no concrete work. Content to take it easy, he had spent his days reading and writing, his complexion growing fair. The order puzzled him. Why suddenly transport all the families to Lianzhou? Perhaps Elder Huang intended to hold them hostage under centralized guard to prevent defections. With no say in the matter, Peng Shaoan could only lead the group of dependents to Lianzhou. Upon arrival and roll call, someone came to summon him to see Huang Kao. Peng Shaoan went with trepidation. Huang Kao received him with a smile. "I hear your son is 9 years old." This was the first thing Huang Kao said. He had long since memorized Peng Shaoan's file, a late-in-life father doting on his only son, keeping the boy at his side for personal tutoring. Peng Shaoan's face went pale. His son was dearer to him than anything. If Huang Kao was asking, it meant the man had designs on the boy. He stammered, My son is indeed with me." "Can he manage on his own if he's away from you?" Peng Shaoan was aghast. He quavered, "Please spare my son, Commander. He is only 9. I haven't said I'll do anything to your son." Huang Kao laughed in spite of himself and explained, "Your son is at just the right age for schooling. What do you say to sending him to Guangzhou to study?" End of chapter. Chapter 2202, Hostages Lingao. Peng Shaoan knew the place. It was the Australian's lair. Sending the boy to Lingao for schooling sounded pleasant enough, but wasn't it simply taking his son as a hostage? Never mind Lingao, even sending his child to Guangzhou was unacceptable. Once there, who knew if the boy would ever be seen again? He and his wife had been blessed with their precious son only in middle age. They had raised him with endless worry and care until he turned 9, hoping he would one day look after them in their old age. If the boy went to Lingao, who knew how many years they would be separated, perhaps forever? Peng Shaoan's voice shook. "This humble official has not been greatly corrupt in recent years, but I have taken a few thousand taels in bribes. I will return every liang of it. I will also surrender my meager personal savings, all of it to the Council of Elders. I beg your honor to spare my son." The Council of Elders does not expect everyone to emerge unsullied from the mire. Besides, you served Ming. It had nothing to do with great song. You have a decent reputation in Yangshan, so I will not pursue these old matters. The silver, keep it. I support that. But as I said, your son is at an age for schooling. Let him go to Lingao for proper study, and in the future he may become a pillar of our great song. Clearly, there was no room for negotiation. Peng Shaoan abandoned all pretense of scholarly dignity, fell to his knees and kowtowed several times, his forehead striking the floor. "My son is still so young. Please grant us a few more years." Seeing this elderly man begging on his knees for his son's sake, Huang Kao felt a pang of sympathy. He helped him up. There, no need for this. He's just going to school, not into a tiger's den. Children in Lingao go to school at 7. Some boarders have no parents and must live at the school. Besides, given your status, we will arrange for your son to be well looked after when he arrives. Peng Shaoan knew his son's fate as a hostage was sealed. Tears streaming down his face, he said, "Since my son is still young, I beg your honor to send a few reliable servants along to care for him in Lingao." School in Lingao means communal living, dormitories and cafeterias. But since the child is small, having someone attend to him is only right. I would have had you escort him yourself, both to set your mind at ease and to let you see the prosperity and peace under the Council of Elders' rule. But Yangshan is in ruins and cannot spare you. Find a few trustworthy people to accompany him. If your wife wishes to go, that is also acceptable. As for the rest, I will make the arrangements." Peng Shaoan realized that not only his son but his wife was now being drawn in. Then again, he himself was in a precarious position, surrounded by bandits and roving brigands. Even if Elder Huang released his family to leave on their own, they would not dare take to the road. Lingao, though the Australian's lair, was at least a place of peace. He was doomed to bear the label of collaborator anyway. Fleeing was too dangerous to contemplate. His heart in turmoil, he lowered his head. "Thank you for your grace, your honor. Choose the family and servants to send to Lingao. I advise you not to bring many servants. Lingao levies a servant tax, and too many will cost more in taxes than your silver can cover. Tell your wife to buy a house as soon as she arrives. Any location will do. Otherwise, you may not even be able to afford rent. Thank you for your concern, your honor." Peng Shaoan's thoughts were in chaos. How would his wife and child fare? Of his few servants, only one old retainer was reliable, and his health was poor. Seeing his downcast expression, Huang Kao offered comfort. "Don't be too sad. Your son is going to study. He will come home for the new year, and once things settle down here, you can take leave to visit him in Lingao. Back during his time in Lingshui, Huang Kao had arranged several semi-coercive instances of sending local power holders' children to Lingao for schooling. Once hostages had been delivered, the parents dared not act rashly. More importantly, once in Lingao, it was almost impossible for these children not to be transformed by that whole new world. Within half a year to a year, their world views and values diverged drastically from their parents. Most second-generation students who returned home became ardent supporters of the Council of Elders, or at least supporters of the Council's way of life. And after a year or two of study, their knowledge and horizons far surpassed those of their peers at home, significantly elevating their fathers' and brothers' standing. Thus, any family of note soon clamored to send children to study abroad. Promoting new-style education within Li and Miao settlements became a natural progression. Originally, Huang Kao had not been in a hurry to push this agenda. He had planned to wait until conditions stabilized. But after Peng Shaoan's surrender, his ambivalent attitude had infected many of the surrendered officials, who now dragged their feet. They had been retained because of their familiarity with local conditions and their considerable utility. If they all displayed this attitude, retention was pointless. By contrast, although Zhou Lianshan's opportunism was blatant, he was willing and able to work. This time, Huang Kao resolved to give Peng Shaoan and his fellow surrendered officials a thorough lesson. He ordered their families transferred to Lingao for resettlement. Departure was set for 3 days hence. Huang Kao gave them time to pack. Returning to his lodgings, Peng Shaoan noticed someone missing from the courtyard. Looking carefully, he realized his personal secretary was gone. The secretary could have left at any time. He was free to go, but fearing the unsafe roads, he had stayed with Peng Shaoan. Upon inquiry, Peng Shaoan learned that the secretary had been arrested for severe corruption and was now locked in the county jail. Secretaries earning gray income was routine in official circles. Peng Shaoan was not surprised, but the sudden arrest startled him. Could this be a warning? How much did he embezzle? Peng Shaoan asked his old steward. I hear over 4,000 taels. Learning that the secretary had amassed nearly as much as himself, Peng Shaoan grew furious. How could he embezzle so much? He often secretly took the county seal out to stamp documents, colluding with local strongmen to seize land, the steward said. How was I unaware? Why didn't any of you tell me? Peng Shaoan had known generally of strongmen grabbing land. He had not wanted to participate, but also had not wanted to offend the local powers, so he had turned a blind eye. It was all very secretive. This time, villagers lodged complaints and the Australians uncovered it, the steward said. Apparently, the embezzled silver was buried in the back garden of the Yangshan Yamen. No wonder the fellow kept visiting the backyard to commune with the wind and moon. He had been burying silver. Peng Shaoan did not wish to continue this topic. He turned to the matter of his son's departure for Lingao. In a few days, Liner must go to Lingao to study. My wife will go too. I have no one here I can trust. I ask you to look after them on the journey. The old steward exclaimed. Lingao, that's on Qiangzhou Island, several hundred li from here. It will be fine. This is the Australians' arrangement. They will handle everything along the way. Once in Lingao, everything will depend on you. I understand, master. Pick 2 capable, honest servants from among the men and women to go along. It is a long journey over mountains and rivers. Liner is still a child and my wife is a woman. They will both depend on you. I will stake my life to guard the mistress and the young master. Enough with the inauspicious talk. Peng Shaoan produced a bank book from DeLong. This is my savings. When you reach Lingao, use the silver there for expenses. This old steward had been born into the Peng household and had served them since childhood, loyal and capable. Entrusting the family to him gave Peng Shaoan some peace of mind. A few days later, at the dock outside Lianzhou city, the surrendered officials gathered to see off their families. Every face was despondent, reluctant to part. Peng Shaoan gave last-minute instructions to the old steward. then wanted to say something to his son but could not think of what. While he sighed and hesitated, Huang Kao arrived with his entourage to send them off. He came straight to Peng Shaoan. Peng Shaoan's wife hastily turned away to avoid him. His son, too, was too frightened to speak. Huang Kao paid this no mind and asked with a smile, "What is your name?" Seeing his gentle manner, the boy was not shy. "My name is Peng de Lin, de as in virtue, Lin as in unicorn. A fine name. Here, uncle has a gift for you." He handed Peng de Lin a Lingao-made school satchel and a pencil case. Peng de Lin took them and opened them. Inside the satchel were several books. Inside the pencil case, several pencils, a fountain pen, and a small bottle of ink. Peng de Lin had heard countless stories of Lingao and seen all manner of Australian goods. He had long yearned for such things. Receiving the fountain pen, he could not put it down. Peng Shaoan hastily said, "One does not accept gifts one has not earned. How could my son receive such a valuable present?" Huang Kao waved dismissively. "Old Peng, your son is going to study. We are colleagues now, and I am something of an elder. In Australia, when a junior goes off to school, it is customary for an elder to give school supplies. Ordinary supplies would be one thing, but this pen is too valuable. It also represents a hope of mine, that your son may one day become a pillar of our council of elders. If you feel unworthy of accepting it, then work harder for me in the future." With that he moved on, going to send off each of the others in turn. Peng Shaoan said no more, though it was obviously the classic stick and carrot, as the old proverb said, a slap followed by a sweet date. The arrangements were indeed considerate. A warmth stirred in his heart. The small steamer blew its whistle, about to depart. Peng de Lin and the others hurried up the gangplank. Sailors pulled in the plank and cast off the mooring lines. The steamer eased away from the dock. As it glided past, Peng de Lin knelt at the bow and kowtowed once toward his father. Seeing this, Peng Shaoan wept old tears and covered his face with his sleeve. End of chapter. Chapter 2203, Pacifying Yangshan, Part 1. At once the dock and the small steamer erupted in wailing, mothers calling for children, children crying for parents. The scene was heartbreaking. Even Huang Kao found it hard to watch. An inexplicable longing for his own wife and child welled up, and he felt a measure of sympathy for the old man. He consoled Peng Shaoan. "Old Peng, don't grieve. Once things here are finished, we'll go to Lingao together. You can visit your son and I can spend time with mine. We'll enjoy the joys of family." Peng Shaoan felt a warmth in his chest. Suddenly, this Australian commander seemed more approachable. Involuntarily, he said, "I only hope these affairs are concluded soon, that Lianyang and the other places may achieve peace, and the people may enjoy well-being." After this episode, the surrendered officials' attitudes all shifted, to some degree. With their families in Australian hands, they had no choice but to exert themselves. Peng Shaoan returned to Yangshan. Huang Kao gave him a set of instructions to cooperate with County Magistrate Wang Chui. The title of Yangshan County Director that Zhou Lianshan had held was now given to Peng Shaoan, while Zhou Lianshan received the title of Lianzhou County Director instead, a promotion of half a rank from county to prefecture, and he seemed quite pleased. Traveling through the night, Peng Shaoan reached Yangshan to formally assume his post. Wang Chui, meanwhile, was itching to launch a bandit suppression campaign. Unfamiliar with local conditions, however, he had limited himself to arranging National Army patrols along the roads. In recent days, the National Army had dispatched mixed patrol teams, locally conscripted laborers, Yao tribesmen and National Army soldiers, along Yangshan's old courier routes and urgent dispatch station paths, patrolling the entire county. First, this proclaimed the new regime's presence, bolstered civilian morale, and reassured the populace. It also gave wavering local gentry and strongmen the opportunity to align with the organization. If they caused trouble, their influence could be enormous. Fortunately, they were basically law-abiding citizens whose greatest concern was their own safety. As long as they were not given the chance to be incited, they were unlikely to take the path of rebellion. Second, The patrols had provided a preliminary understanding of local village conditions. Through these patrols, a rudimentary Bayagia mutual surveillance system had been established, remnant bandits cleared out, and a batch of rural villains rounded up. The county's security situation had largely stabilized. Though the naturalized cadres agreed this stability might be temporary, it was markedly calmer than before Yangshan's recovery. Next came the task of eliminating destabilizing elements within the county. The greatest destabilizing element in Yangshan, the Yao, had now gone quiet. Whether the Yao of Yonghua or those elsewhere in the county, all had heard of the 8 Pai Yao's crushing defeat. Having been conscripted by the national army, essentially taken as hostages, none had any desire to fight. Instead, it was the local bandit strongmen who were beginning to stir. Yangshan, like all counties where Yao and Han lived side by side, had an extremely weak government presence. Setting aside the Yao settlements, which were autonomous unto themselves, even the more remote Han villages lay beyond the county's reach. Years of Yao-Han conflict had taught the populace that the government is unreliable. The county yamen had neither prestige nor military force and was often scorned by local strongmen. When the Council of Elders first arrived, they were treated no better than Ming had been. The Australians' battlefield exploits were mere legends to these petty local tyrants. Apart from the Yao who had actually suffered at Australian hands, the various local heroes dismissed them with an air of so what. The mixed patrols had achieved great results in general terms, but when it came to specific county administration, obstacles arose. Wang Chuyi's first priority upon entering the city, apart from security, was to collect reasonable burdens. The Council of Elders had given him a staff, a national army squadron, and little else in material support. Whether to maintain the national army, provide famine relief, or repair the ruined county seat, he desperately needed grain and money. Apart from some battlefield spoils, most of this would have to come from the local population. Reasonable burden was a provisional tax, crude but easy to collect, offering short-term relief for budget shortfalls. It was an obligatory levy for any new territory administrator. Resistance was usually minimal. One simply summoned the local gentry and strongmen, explained the situation, and the matter was generally settled. But in Yangshan, the reasonable burden collection model had failed. Wang Chuyi's emissaries went out to explain and apportion the levy, but apart from a few villages near the county seat or along major roads that grudgingly agreed, more than half the villages in the county found excuses to demur. The reasons were endless. The recent Yao uprising had inflicted too much damage. There was simply no grain or money to pay. Ironically, the Yonghua Yao and other Yao groups agreed to pay on time, but they strongly demanded that Wang Chuyi's county government do something about the salt merchants. As a new magistrate, Wang Chuyi could not take a single step without grain and money. He was desperate to solve this problem. When Peng Shaoan, that local earth god, returned, Wang Chuyi immediately consulted him. Hearing Wang's account of the situation, Peng Shaoan gave a bitter smile. 3 years earlier, when he first arrived in Yangshan, he had faced the same predicament. Though there had been no 8 Pai Yao uprising then, his situation had been identical to that of this shaven-headed county magistrate Wang. His solution was the same as Chinese bureaucrats' traditional method for millennia: work around it. Fortunately, the strongmen only wanted to do as they pleased in their own acre and a half. They dared not openly revolt. The two sides could always maintain a tacit understanding. Now, fresh out of a major upheaval with the Australians as newcomers, these strongmen were bound to test the new arrivals. After much deliberation, Peng Shaoan said, "I have 2 strategies, one civil, one military. Which would your honor prefer to hear?" Wang Chuyi silently cursed the pedant for putting on airs, but he was groping in the dark and could not do without this former magistrate. "Tell me both," he said. "We'll use whichever works." Peng Shaoan smiled. "Neither is intrinsically better or worse. Each has its pros and cons. I leave it to the county magistrate to weigh them." Fine, get on with it." Wang Chui pressed impatiently. The first is the civil strategy. The local strongmen refuse to pay because the levy is too large. Frankly, demanding grain and money so soon after such chaos is asking a great deal. Your honor might invite a few local gentry to act as mediators and negotiate privately with each village to settle on a sum both sides can accept, fair to all parties. This was, in fact, the most traditional and prudent approach. Local strongmen were not plotting rebellion. No matter how lightly they regarded the magistrate, they dared not disrespect the court behind him. If terms could be agreed, all would go smoothly. The advantages were clear. Though less grain would be collected, it was a peaceful negotiation without swords drawn, preserving social stability. No small matter in a place as complicated as Yangshan. Forced collection meant resorting to arms, a difficult proposition for a wholly outsider magistrate. Setting aside battlefield risks, even a whisper of popular unrest would doom one's career, possibly one's life. Naturally, Wang Chui could not accept this strategy. As for Peng Shaoan, he had long since read the Australian's governance philosophy and knew full well that Wang Chui would never accept the civil strategy. That left the military strategy. The military strategy was bandit suppression. Bandit suppression, Wang Chui was puzzled. They had been discussing reasonable burdens. Why had old Peng veered to bandits? Suppressing bandits was, of course, the natural course. After all, his urgency to collect reasonable burdens was mainly to expand the county national army's strength. Your honor may not know that Yangshan's banditry and its strongmen are intimately connected. Once the bandits are suppressed, your honor need not worry about collecting grain. Good, old Peng, tell me more. Wang Chui realized this former magistrate might be useful after all. Peng Shaoan elaborated. Yangshan's banditry has two branches, riverine and land-based. The river bandits are led by Feng Hejiao, entrenched at Qinglian Market. The land bandits are led by Sun Dabio, based at Daling Market. Together with Zhang Tianbo of the County Yamen's Constable's Division, these three are known as the Three Tyrants of Yangshan. These three tyrants are deeply enmeshed with the local strongmen. Sun Dabio is himself a wealthy man, running salt shops, cloth shops, grain stores, 7 or 8 businesses at Daling Market. Outwardly a prosperous merchant, inwardly a bandit chief. As for Feng Hejiao, though he has been a notorious river pirate for years, he too comes from a local landowning family that later fell on hard times, driving him to this trade. And Zhang Tianbo, hardly needs mentioning, is the county's constable squad leader, the thieves' head. Any hero operating in this county pays him tribute. The three are in cahoots, thick as thieves, and have even sworn brotherhood. Wang Chui thought, you know all this so clearly, why didn't you deal with them before? But as a former naturalized commoner himself, he had seen enough similar situations under Ming rule. A magistrate seeking a peaceful tenure could not afford to offend local strongmen, especially in such a remote, lawless place. He kept his patience and let Peng Shaoan continue. Though Zhang Tianbo is merely a constable squad leader, not even a clerk of revenue, the county's grain collection depends on him. When certain villages refuse to pay their taxes, he enlists Sun Dabio and Feng Hejiao, rallies a few hundred ruffians, and surrounds the village. Villagers generally do not dare resist. They pay up. Thus, despite Zhang Tianbo's crimes, he delivers the annual grain levy on time. Naturally, he skims heavily off the top. The only thing is, only what? Huang Kao was growing impatient with Peng Shaoan's meandering. Only that the autumn levy is always late, always a month or two behind schedule. End of chapter. Chapter 2204, Pacifying Yangshan Part 2, Why is that? Allow this humble one to explain. The story begins with the backgrounds of the other two. First, Sun Dabio. His ancestors were not from Yangshan, they were bandits who drifted over from Huguang. Upon arriving in Yangshan, his forebears seized several storefronts in Daling Market and monopolized the salt trade with the Yonghua Yao, selling salt at prices as dear as gold. His salt comes from 3 sources. First, licensed official salt. Second, smuggled goods. Third, goods stolen from peddlers with no capital to invest, meaning he murdered and robbed them. Small traders who try to carry salt overland to Huguang or sell it in the Yao settlements are killed, and their goods seized if they cross his men. As for kidnapping for ransom, Sun Debiao has done plenty of that too. Wang Chui understood at once. No wonder the local Yao were so aggrieved about salt prices. So there was this additional cause. As for Feng Hejiao, he is the river pirate entrenched at Qinglian Market. His ancestors, rumor has it, were boat dwellers. After several gang wars, they secured the oxbow of the Lion River at Qinglian Market as their territory. He extorts passage fees from passing vessels. Those who refuse are robbed of ship and cargo. And that is not all. He frequently forces merchants to buy and sell at his prices. But none of this was news. Wang Chui had gleaned as much from the overview of Yangshan compiled by the External Intelligence Bureau. Though not detailed, he knew roughly who these people were. Has the county magistrate heard the saying, Huguang eats Guangdong salt, Guangdong eats Huguang grain? Peng Shaoan saw Wang Chui growing impatient. Please continue. Wang Chui knew Peng Shaoan was about to reach the crux of the matter. When Huguang has a good harvest, the whole realm is fed. Huguang produces grain but not salt, so grain is cheap there and salt is dear. In Guangdong, it is the reverse. The Lianyang region is remote and mountainous, but fortunately the river runs all the way to Guangzhou, and it borders Huguang, separated only by the 9 Suspicions range. Cross the mountains and you can sail downstream to Wucheng. Thus, along the salt south, grain north trade route, Lianyang, though a backwater, remains relatively prosperous. Lianzhou in particular, where Huguang merchants buy salt and Guangdong merchants sell it, is the wealthiest of the 3 Lianyang cities. So far, Peng Shaoan was still stating the obvious, but Wang Chui kept listening. The 3 tyrants collude to sell the autumn levy grain to southbound grain merchants at Qinglian Market. With the silver they receive, they buy salt, transport it to Lianzhou, and sell it to Huguang merchants. Then they buy grain from Huguang merchants to replenish the county granary. So that was how they did it. Wang Chui nodded appreciatively. These details were not in the overview. No one who had not governed locally could know the tricks involved. This veteran bureaucrat might be hopeless at getting things done, but he saw through everything clearly. This explanation cemented Wang Chui's resolve to suppress the bandits first. Originally, he had planned to collect the grain levy first, then mop up the bandits. Now it seemed clear, unless he killed a few monkeys, the reasonable burdens would never be collected. There is another benefit to bandit suppression, Peng Shaoan added, seeing Wang's change of attitude and feeling gratified. He decided to share his full insight from years of local governance. When the Lianyang Yao rise in rebellion, there are always local scoundrels acting as guides and collaborators. If we cut off this route, even if the Yao wish to cause trouble, it will not be so easy. This was not unexpected. Huang Kao had told Wang Chui that the local bandits and Yao settlements were deeply intertwined. Clear out the bandits first, and the Yao who wanted to plunder downhill would lose their guides, a great boon for local security. What old Peng has told me is very useful, Wang Chui said sincerely. It seems we must first tackle the root. Bandit suppression was a weighty matter. Wang Chui dared not act on his own authority. Based on the intelligence gathered, he wrote a coded report along with his proposed action plan and dispatched a courier to Lianzhou for instructions. Though Huang Kao had granted his naturalized county magistrates and prefects broad authority, he retained a measure of control over military command, not out of distrust, but because their capital was too thin. 5 national army squadrons and 3 regular army companies spread across the entire Lianyang region. A single defeat could cripple them. Huang Kao understood his position clearly. The calm in Lianyang's 3 cities rested entirely on the tiger's majesty the Fubo army had built along the march. The populace had not yet been genuinely won over, especially the local strongmen and Yao settlements. One significant military setback and these forces would swarm up like bees. Better to be cautious, to move slowly, than to shatter the myth of the Fubo army is invincible. When he received Wang Chui's report, though he knew bandit suppression was the natural course, he could not help feeling uneasy. He stood and circled the large-scale Lianyang map on the table, calculating again and again. Truthfully, he was quite worried. Wang Chui's entire force in Yangshan comprised only 2 national army squadrons plus a small auxiliary unit of Yonghua. One squadron was stationed at Yonghua and could not easily be moved. It not only deterred the Yonghua, but also monitored the road from the 8 Pai Yao to the southeast. The other was the county squadron. Together with the militia of locally conscripted laborers, the county squadron had some mobility. Wang Chui's plan was to use this squadron for targeted strikes against Sun Dabiao and Feng Hejiao. Naturally, this force was insufficient to encircle 2 gangs, each capable of mustering 200 or 300 men. Both gangs occupied long-established strongholds. A direct assault by the undermanned and outgunned county squadron would probably win but suffer crippling losses. So Wang Chui proposed a plan of guile over force. Using an offer of pacification as bait, lure the 2 chiefs out of their lairs, seize and kill them in one stroke, then exploit the resulting chaos to raid their strongholds and wipe them out. This plan was not quixotic. In fact, Huang Kao rather admired it. During his own tenure as county director, he too had relied on various stratagems for bandit suppression. If asked which Ming historical figure he most admired, Huang Kao would answer without hesitation: Wang Yangming, not for leading Ming intellectual liberation, but because a certain popular history book had instilled in him great admiration for Wang Yangming's fondness for unorthodox tactics in bandit suppression and rebellion pacification, embodying the fundamental military principle that all is fair in war. During the Lingshui bandit suppression, Huang Kao had applied this philosophy liberally: night raids, ambushes, all manner of deception, and had been bold enough to take a single platoon against 100 bandits. Back then, a single platoon had sufficed because it was a Fubo army platoon. Now, Wang Chui's troops were National Army recruits with less than half a year's service. After much deliberation, Huang Kao decided to approve Wang Chui's plan. Everything had to start somewhere. He could not hold the hands of the naturalized cadres forever. But for insurance, he decided to dispatch the Li Miao Company to assist. After all, raiding enemy camps had always required elite troops. Relying solely on the National Army was too risky. He wrote a reply approving Wang Chui's plan. He also informed Wang that the Li Miao Company would reinforce him, but they could only arrive within 24 hours of the operation's commencement, so Wang must time the action carefully to avoid a coordination failure. At the end of the letter, he repeatedly cautioned Wang Chui to proceed with caution and avoid recklessness. Bandits were not regular soldiers. They knew the terrain intimately and often possessed extensive personal networks, with intelligence sources far superior to the government's. Secrecy was paramount. Anyone whose relatives had not been surrendered as hostages, or whose hostages were of insufficient weight among retained local personnel and gentry, must be regarded with suspicion. Wang Chui received the reply with great elation. He immediately convened the local naturalized cadres and Peng Shaoan to discuss the detailed plan. Using pacification as bait to lure and capture a bandit chief was a time-honored tactic of local officials. Peng Shaoan had never had the chance to employ it himself, but he had heard many such stories. This method had indeed eliminated quite a few bandits and local strongmen. I have no objections. As long as the county magistrate gives the order, our squadron will carry it out resolutely, said the National Army Squadron commander. The only issue is manpower. Even at full strength, our squadron numbers fewer than 100. Daling Market and Qinglian Market are both walled towns with numerous residents and shops. The terrain is complex. If we must storm them, we can take them. but with our numbers, we can only attack one at a time. Whichever comes second, I fear heavy losses. By the time we reach the second target, we may be too exhausted to fight. That's why we're using a surprise attack, Wang Chui said. We take out the chiefs in one blow and their men are leaderless. Then we strike while they're confused. Besides, Commander Huang is sending the mountain company to support us. You needn't worry about manpower. Hearing that regular troops would reinforce them, the squadron commander visibly relaxed. I have no further questions. I'll arrange reconnaissance at once. I don't think your squadron is suited for reconnaissance, another naturalized cadre said. We all have outsider accents, one word and we're exposed. A sudden stranger showing up is bound to arouse suspicion. Better to use locals. But it's hard to find locals. Aside from the Yonghua Yao, we haven't recruited any soldiers here. We could recruit a few local activists, people with blood debts against the bandits. Peng Shaoan cleared his throat, interrupting the debate. Setting that aside, since this is a pacification, we must make it look genuine. These two men have extensive connections in the county. Your Honor might first summon a trusted associate of theirs, offer a handsome reward, and send him to persuade them. This will hardly be accomplished overnight. Veteran rogues were full of tricks, and bandits' tricks were even craftier. In terms of fighting strength, will to fight, and weaponry, bandits often fell short of soldiers, and in the countryside they frequently faced resistance from relatively tough militia. Chiefs and corps members were typically extremely suspicious, not just having 3 bolt holes but sometimes moving to a new shelter 3 times a night. Without such caution, no one could survive decades in this trade. Both these gangs had been bandits for generations. Though they had evolved into strongmen, suspicion was long ingrained. End of chapter. Chapter 22:05. The intermediary simply sending word that the bandit chief was invited to surrender and expecting him to come. That sort of thing only happened to Sanjiang in water margin. Real-world pacification was far more complicated. A go-between might have to shuttle back and forth for lengthy negotiations, much like a business deal, with a chief's life and fortune hanging in the balance. Unless the outlaws were cornered and desperate, negotiations could drag on for ages. When the Ming court pacified Zhang Zhilong, from his first acceptance of terms in 1626 to his formal submission in 1628, the process took over 3 years, with multiple reversals and several breaks in talks. The success was due partly to Zhang Zhilong's strong desire to surrender and partly to Governor-General Xing Wenquan's sufficient sincerity, essentially meeting all of Zhang's demands. Now, if Wang Chui wanted to arrange a pacification, he too had to show sincerity. Otherwise, the other side would never believe him. This emissary is very hard to find, Wang Chui said, troubled. The envoy not only bore heavy responsibility and required quick wit, but also had to command considerable respect with Sun Dabiao and Feng Hejiao, someone whose words carried weight. The Jiangsu Quanzhou Maritime Circuit Intendant Kai Jai, who had mediated Zhang Zhilong's pacification, had once bestowed a favor on Zhang during his tenure as prefect. Right now, though, Wang Chui could think of no such figure. The ideal candidate is Zhang Tianbo, but he has fled, said Peng Shaoan. Even if we sought him out, he probably would not emerge. However, I have another option in mind. Peng Shaoan explained. There was a retired old functionary named Li Xuanqua, formerly the head constable of Yangshan County, who had retired over a decade ago and now lived in the countryside. By seniority, Zhang Tianbo was his disciple's disciple. Every year when Li Xuanqua celebrated his birthday, Zhang Tianbo would come to pay respects and bring a modest gift. If we ask Li Xuanqua to find Zhang Tianbo, Zhang will certainly agree to meet. Your Honor might first seek to win over Zhang Tianbo, promise him a bright future and tempt him with rich rewards, then have him act as the envoy. Wang Chui burst out laughing and clapped Peng Shaoan on the shoulder. You're quite something. No wonder they say scholars have only schemes in their bellies. That's exactly what we'll do. The slap nearly dislocated Peng Shaoan's shoulder. Paired with that backhanded compliment, his inner thoughts were unprintable, but he forced a smile. "The county magistrate flatters me. These are merely my humble observations. The actual execution is for your honor to decide." Wang Chui nodded. "No wonder the commander called you a treasure. He's absolutely right. We'll proceed just like this." He immediately assigned everyone tasks. The National Army Squadron commander sent men to reconnoiter the bandit lairs while others went to find guides and to locate the old constable. Li Xuanqua's home was only 5 or 6 li outside the north gate. During the Yao uprising, he had taken refuge in the city with his family. After the Australians lifted the siege, he returned home. Having served as head constable for many years, Li Xuanqua had amassed considerable savings. He had purchased a good deal of land outside the city. The Yao might burn houses and loot goods, but they could not steal land. Returning home to find the house in ruins and movable property stripped, his family wept and lamented. But Li Xuanqua remained composed. He had his people dig up the tools, utensils, and silver they had buried beforehand, hastily erected a few shacks, and managed to settle in. One day, while overseeing his workers in the garden, the local Bayagia headman came to tell him that a squad of soldiers from the county has escorted several officials who wanted a word with him. Li Xuanqua was surprised. He had left the Yamen over a decade ago. Though he still had old acquaintances there, his household had no entanglements with the government. Why would the Australians suddenly come calling? Saying, "I'll be right there," he leisurely patted the dust from his clothes. As a career functionary, his mind worked fast. Before he had finished brushing off his robe, he had guessed. The Australians' sudden visit was most likely connected to Zhang Tianbo. Zhang Tianbo was one of the county's notorious 3 tyrants. Evidently, the Australians meant to go after him. Entering the main room, he found 3 Australian officials standing there. After a few courtesies, the visitors introduced themselves. The leader was none other than the Australians' newly appointed county magistrate of Yangshan. Li Xuanqua hastily dropped to his knees. "So the county magistrate himself has arrived. This humble commoner failed to welcome you from afar. Pray forgive me." To demonstrate sincerity, Wang Chui had come in person. Seeing the old man so deferential, he felt obliged to exchange pleasantries and help him to his feet. Once host and guest were seated, Li Xuanqua uttered the usual phrases. "Your honor's presence in my humble abode leaves me greatly honored." And Wang Chui, assuming the old man was merely intimidated by officialdom, took his excessive courtesy at face value. But behind Wang, Lu Dabeng, the National Army Squadron commander who doubled as head of the county public security section, sensed otherwise. Though Li Xuanqua feigned bewilderment and timidity, a keen glint flashed in his sidelong glances. Clearly this was a formidable character. The old fox is slippery, Lu Dabeng thought. He won't be easy to handle, we may have to put in extra effort. But the conversation took an unexpected turn. Li Xuanqua was a veteran constable, seasoned in the ways of the Jianghu, and understood that an Australian county magistrate coming to his door could not be easily fobbed off. Furthermore, he had heard that the Australians loathed functionaries and purged them wherever they went, arresting some, executing others. Though he had long since retired, prudence dictated compliance. When Wang Chui asked about Zhang Tianbo, Li Xuanqua was forthright. "Zhang Tianbo is my disciple's disciple, my son's apprentice." Li Xuanqua recounted the history. When he retired, he had, as customary, passed the head constable's position to his son. But his son died of an epidemic after only a few years in the role. The position then went to the son's apprentice, Zhang Tianbo. Zhang Tianbo was not much younger than the son. The apprenticeship had been purely a means to secure the position. After the son's death, Li Xuanqua had no wish for his grandson to take up constable work. He sold the position to Zhang Tianbo for 50 taels. "After he became constable, did he stay in contact with you?" "Because my family is considered to have patronized him, Zhang Tianbo has always been respectful. He visits on every festival and holiday. He comes to pay respects on my birthday, drinks a cup of rice wine, and leaves." Li Xuanqui did not hide this. It was easily confirmed by asking anyone in the village. In truth, the situation was more complicated. Though no one in Li Xuanqui's household still worked as a constable, Li Xuanqui leveraged his old Yamen connections and his relationship with Zhang Tianbo to broker disputes and negotiate settlements for a fee, colluding closely with Zhang. He naturally knew all about Zhang's doings, but to this old functionary, none of it was unusual. Being a functionary was all about the money. Li Xuanqui greatly feared that Magistrate Wang would probe these matters. He could not easily disentangle himself from Zhang Tianbo, and he had things to hide. If pushed, he himself might not escape unscathed. Fortunately, Wang Chui did not dig deeper. He simply said, "Since you know Zhang Tianbo well, I ask you to pass on a message for the county government. Right now the county is in ruins, chaos reigns within and without, and we urgently need to restore order." He was Yangshan's head constable. If he is willing to serve, we will let bygones be bygones. Li Xuanqui demurred. "Your Honor, I do not know where Zhang Tianbo is now. If you set your mind to finding him, can you fail? I give you 3 days. On the morning of the 4th, I will send someone for your answer." No matter how Li Xuanqui protested that he had no way of contacting Zhang Tianbo, Wang Chui refused to relent. Left with no choice, Li Xuanqui agreed. After seeing Wang Chui off, Li Xuanqui paced his courtyard for some time. He was puzzled. He had heard the Australians held functionaries in contempt and purged them wherever they went. Why suddenly want to use this sworn brother of his? Of course, the county was in turmoil and security was poor. It was not so strange for the Australian-appointed magistrate, desperate for order, to summon an old constable to take charge. And yet, the wily old constable still detected an ominous whiff. Could this be a trap? But try as he might, he could not see why the Australians would set such a trap for him. He was just an ordinary old man now. Zhang Tianbo, stripped of his constable's credentials, was likewise worthless. There was no reason for the Australians to expend such effort. Forget it, he thought. It had nothing to do with him anyway. Since the Australians wanted Zhang Tianbo, he would find him. Otherwise, he would have no answer to give in 3 days. He had not lied earlier. He truly did not know Zhang Tianbo's whereabouts. The man would certainly not be hiding at home. He must have sought refuge with some friend. Functionaries had many friends, but most were fair-weather or self-interested connections. Genuine trust was rare. Li Xuanqui reasoned that the only people who would dare shelter Zhang now were Sun Dabiao or Feng Hejiao. Leaving aside their sworn brotherhood, even without that bond, those two had to safeguard him. Otherwise, all three would sink together. The problem was, even if he went asking, those two would probably deny it, given the current climate. After much thought, only Zhang Tianbo's own family could get through. Zhang Tianbo had fled to a bandit lair, but his wife and children were hiding elsewhere. Veteran rogues were full of tricks, and Zhang Tianbo was no exception. Though he had sworn brotherhood with Sun Dabiao and Feng Hejiao, he still guarded against his sworn brothers. Jianghu loyalty never trumped hard silver. Over the years as constable, he had embezzled a fortune, and his household had accumulated substantial savings. If his sworn brothers turned on him and swept the den, it would be the end of him. Following the cunning rabbit, 3 burrows principle, before going into hiding, Zhang Tianbo had entrusted his family to Li Xuanqui. Li Xuanqui dared not shelter them at home. He had no room anyway, so he placed them with his sworn brother Xin Lianan's estate. End of chapter. Chapter 22, 06 Haggling. Xin Lianan was no good man either. He was a highwayman who, when he could no longer survive elsewhere, had fled to Yangshan. Under Li Xuanqui's protection, he resumed his old trade. Though Yangshan was a small place, the Lion River was navigable. Merchants traveling to and from Huguang often passed through, so the highway robbery business was quite lucrative. Xin Lianan prospered for years under Li Xuanqui's wing, but as he aged, he felt his strength waning. The trade was too strenuous. He also knew it was likely to bring disaster on his descendants. So he washed his hands of the trade, purchased land in Yangshan, and openly became a gentleman farmer. Given this relationship, Li Xuanqua could safely entrust Zhang Tianbo's family to him. Besides, Zhang Tianbo had also looked after Xin Lianan's business. That bit of Jianghu mutual respect still counted for something. Li Xuanqua was a seasoned old hand, and he feared this might be a trap. Perhaps hair-clipper spies were lurking outside, tailing him. He summoned Jiang Ziaoshan. This man was another of his sworn brothers, and he pursued the same trade as Xin Lianan, spending years alone on the Lion River, slitting throats and robbing ships under cover of darkness. His skills and swimming prowess were exceptional. After the Australians occupied Yangshan, he had taken refuge on Li Xuanqua's estate as a farmhand. In reality, he was lying low. Tonight, slip down to the riverbank in the village, swim out unseen, and go to Brother Xin's estate, Li Xuanqua whispered. When you get there, tell him this. After some twists and turns, the message. The new song-appointed magistrate of Yangshan wishes to invite Zhang Tianbo back into service, reached Daling Market. Just as Li Xuanqua had guessed, Zhang Tianbo was hiding at his sworn brother Sun Dabiao's place. Zhang Tianbo had been whiling away his days eating, drinking, and amusing himself in the stockade, but with a knot of unease in his heart. Word of the Australians' Yamen purges had long since reached here. He had heard plenty about how the Australians dealt with functionaries, every manner of cruel extorted confession, and entire families executed. Zhang Tianbo was scared out of his wits. Despite Sun Dabiao's repeated assurances that the place was absolutely safe, Zhang remained despondent, dreading that the Australians would come for him. By Australian purge standards, he had earned death 100 times over. The aggrieved plaintiffs were probably at this very moment lodging complaints. Then this message arrived. Li Xuanqua, his great-grandfather in the trade, was someone he trusted, otherwise he would not have entrusted his family to the man. But trusting Li Xuanqua did not mean trusting the Australians. For all he knew, the Australians were laying a trap to lure him out and kill him. After much deliberation, he consulted his sworn brother Sun Dabiao. Sun Dabiao was unconcerned. How many years have you been a constable? I took up the post in the second year of Changzhen, altogether a little over 5 years. How many mortal enemies do you have, enemies whose kin you killed? Zhang Tianbo counted on his fingers. If we're talking about those whose money I stole, whose wives and daughters I took, quite a few. But those involving loss of life, only 4 or 5. There you have it. You have only 4 or 5 lives on your hands. What's there to fear? Sun Dabiao laughed. In this stockade of mine alone, there are at least 10 or a dozen men with more than 10 lives on their hands. Your tally is nothing. Even the rampaging Yao have probably killed more than you. The Australians are at war with government troops and guarding against the Yao. Why would they stuff themselves so full as to waste effort tricking the likes of you? Elder brother is right, but still, Zhang Tianbo remained anxious. He knew his 3 tyrants of Yangshan reputation to some extent. Whether the Australians actually want you as their constable is uncertain, but they probably don't want to kill you. Sun Dabiao thought a moment. Why not meet with the Australians and see what they say? If there's a way to clear your name, whether or not you become constable, you could at least emerge into daylight again instead of skulking and hiding. Elder brother speaks wisely. I will go and see. In truth, Zhang Tianbo was still uneasy, but since Sun Dabiao had spoken in favor of trying, he dared not refuse. If he angered this bandit chief, the man might simply truss him up and hand him over to the Australians to curry favor. Through Li Xuanqua, word was passed to Wang Chui that Zhang Tianbo was willing to meet. Old Peng, your scheme really works, said Wang Chui upon receiving the news. One whiff of that fragrant bait and Zhang Tianbo surfaces. Peng Shaoan smiled faintly, conveying all is within my grasp. What happens next? What follows, leave to this humble one. However, the county magistrate will need to make an appearance to show due gravity. Peng Shaoan said, we must give Zhang Tianbo a title to set his mind at ease and make him willing to serve as our envoy for the pacification. Wang Chui nodded. A title is easy enough. The county has plenty of vacancies. Apart from section chief, I have the discretion to fill any position. What title should we give him? He was a constable, so naturally he should be assigned detective work. By his old position, he would be the county public security section chief, but that is a key county post and an official song appointment. Zhang Tianbo is merely a surrendered Ming official, hardly deserving of such responsibility. Give him the title of detective squad leader. Outsiders will not find it too surprising. The detective squad was an ad hoc unit formed in each liberated prefecture and county to employ retained constables, handling auxiliary security work. It was not a formal Australian cadre position, but the title sounded impressive. Peng Xiaoan left one thing unsaid. Zhang Tianbo was merely a pawn. Once Sun and Feng were destroyed, he would naturally be purged. If they gave him a formal title now, cleaning up later would be awkward. Wang Chuyi understood. He nodded. Very well. The detective squad has only a handful of men anyway. He can hardly stir up any trouble. County Magistrate, the fewer who know about his appointment as detective squad leader, the better. Ideally, he should not formally report for duty, Peng Xiaoan said. Once he accepts the post, have him devote himself entirely to the pacification mission. Seeing Wang Chuyi's puzzled look, he explained. Zhang Tianbo is one of the 3 tyrants of Yangshan. His reputation among the people is abysmal. Though this is a sham pacification, the commoners do not know that. If word spreads, it will damage public trust. Wang Chuyi's eyes lit up. Master Peng is absolutely right. The pacification scheme was set in motion. Under Peng Xiaoan's meticulous orchestration, with Li Xuanqua as go-between and Peng Xiaoan himself taking the field, he met Zhang Tianbo at Li Xuanqua's home. Zhang Tianbo, seeing his old superior, believed a few more degrees. After all, during Peng Xiaoan's tenure, he had never offended the magistrate. He had not served with great zeal, but at least he had not caused the magistrate any grief. Yet no matter how Peng Xiaoan soothed and reassured him, Zhang Tianbo remained wary. If this were an ordinary change of dynasty, he would not be so suspicious, but the Australians' notorious treatment of functionaries left him no choice. Peng Xiaoan knew that if he could not overcome this sticking point, the wily old rogue would never fully trust him. After much thought, the only angle was to persuade him that Magistrate Wang was not a true hair clipper, but merely a counterfeit. He explained. Although the Australians held functionaries in contempt and purged them wherever they went, Magistrate Wang was no genuine hair clipper. He had once been a Ming subject. He hinted that Wang was dissatisfied with the Australians' militarism and indiscriminate killing, and wished to govern the county with benevolence. With internal chaos, bandits everywhere, and no troops or officers at hand, he desperately needed local worthies to lend their strength. This speech not only allayed Zhang Tianbo's suspicions, but also laid the groundwork for the forthcoming pacification of Sun and Feng. Peng Xiaoan had indeed exerted himself to the utmost. As expected, these words dispelled 7 or 8 parts of Zhang Tianbo's mistrust. He expressed his willingness to submit to the Council of Elders. Peng Xiaoan naturally offered further assurances. In the prime of life, able to serve the Council of Elders and do good for the people of his homeland, past matters entirely forgiven. Peng Xiaoan added that Magistrate Wang did not require him to move his family back to the county seat immediately. They could live wherever they pleased. He himself need only come to the county yamen to work for the magistrate. He was promised the post of detective squad leader. As for his past ill-gotten gains, no questions would be asked. Should any aggrieved plaintiffs lodge complaints against him, Magistrate Wang would help smooth things over. Of course, smoothing over the plaintiffs may require some expenditure, and Magistrate Wang cannot be expected to fund that himself. I understand completely. As long as his honor is willing to mend fences on my behalf, I will gladly bear these expenses. Zhang Tianbo hastened to agree. Peng Xiaoan said, Very well. Settle your family affairs, then report to the yamen. Zhang Tianbo replied, My household affairs are easily arranged, but I have a few lingering questions. I hoped Magistrate Wang might personally resolve them. That is no trouble, once you arrive at the yamen. Forgive my boldness, I would ask his honor to meet me at the Heavenly King Temple at the 20-li courier station. Zhang Tianbo said, might his honor condescend. This put Peng Shaoan in a difficult position. He knew this sly old fox still did not fully trust him. He wanted Wang Chui to demonstrate sufficient sincerity. Peng Shaoan dared not agree on the spot. Let me report this to the county magistrate and await his decision. I shall trouble Master Peng then. Zhang Tianbo bowed deeply and presented Peng Shaoan with 20 taels of silver for his pains. Peng Shaoan accepted with a smile. Back at the yamen, Peng Shaoan relayed Zhang Tianbo's request and added, Zhang Tianbo does not seem to trust us entirely. Meeting on his terms carries considerable risk. The 20-li station, as its name suggested, lay 20 li north of Yangshan's north gate, a market that was notorious for bandit activity. It was hardly a safe place. Zhang Tianbo proposing to meet there might well be a trap. He could have colluded with bandits or Yao to ambush the magistrate. End of chapter. Chapter 22:07. The newly minted envoy Wang Chui considered for a moment, then said, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Though this carries risk, the likelihood of Zhang Tianbo plotting against me is small. What would he gain by betraying me? Peng Shaoan thought it over. Indeed, the Lianyang region was now firmly under Australian control. There was no news of a Ming counteroffensive. If Zhang Tianbo set a trap for Wang Chui, he had nowhere to claim a reward and would only invite Australian retaliation. He was a local man with roots here. He could hardly sacrifice his entire family. Still, Peng Shaoan would not say there's no problem, only the risk is considerable. If Zhang Tianbo suddenly lost his senses, Peng himself could not bear the blame. Though the county magistrate judged the risk to be low, prudence dictated sending men ahead to scout the 20-li station area. Only after confirming nothing amiss did they formally agree. Thus, Zhang Tianbo and Wang Chui met at the Heavenly King Temple on the appointed day. Zhang Tianbo insisted that Wang Chui come in person, accompanied by no more than 10 men. Wang Chui agreed to all terms. On the day, Wang Chui and Peng Shaoan reached the temple and waited from the sea hour until past noon, but there was no sign of Zhang Tianbo. The guard squad leader grew nervous, repeatedly dispatching men to investigate. Wang Chui, too, grew impatient. Could his plan have leaked, and Zhang Tianbo refused to take the bait? Peng Shaoan, however, remained calm. He said Zhang Tianbo's non-appearance actually indicated there was no danger. The man was simply observing from the shadows, testing whether the county magistrate would actually honor the agreement, a way to gauge the other side's sincerity. This is an old trick, Peng Shaoan said, seated before the altar in the main hall. These Jianghu fellows are full of schemes. Arriving late to a pacification is child's play. Some make the most outlandish demands. All of it is merely to test the official's sincerity. When I served in Huguang, I was once ordered by my superiors to pacify a notorious bandit. Everything had been agreed. On the day he was to enter the city and surrender, this outlaw stopped at a village 5 li outside the walls, claiming he wanted a meal and asking the county to send him food. Oh, a meal? Wang Chui was intrigued. Once he entered the city, he could eat whatever he wanted. Why demand food on the road? Merely posturing. Peng Shaoan smiled. At the time, I was not surprised. I immediately ordered food prepared. To my amazement, he sent another messenger saying he wanted neither fish nor meat nor banquet fare. He wanted a bowl of wonton made with duck tongues. Duck tongues are mostly bone with only a scrap of skin. How could you wrap wontons with them? Wang Chui was skeptical. Even if you scraped enough meat off, how many duck tongues would that take? Not so many, only about 100. Peng Shaoan said lightly. I understood his meaning. I immediately sent runners to scour the area, bought over 100 ducks, slaughtered them, extracted the tongues, deboned them, and wrapped a bowl of wonton with the meat. Then I made a rich broth from the ducks, simmered it, and sent it to him. Wang Chui was astounded. A poor man by origin, he had never imagined the government would go to such lengths, such extravagance, to pacify a bandit. Once the wonton arrived, the bandit ate 3 dumplings and set down his bowl. He stripped off his upper garment, donned the kang and chains, and entered the city to surrender. A trace of pride crept into Peng Shaoen's voice as he recalled the old days. Later, I asked him why he had demanded such a bowl of wonton. He said that if the government could not satisfy even that small request, it lacked sincerity, and he would have fled back to his mountain lair. Wang Chui said nothing, but inwardly he was disgusted. Though murderers and arsonists seeking pacification was the norm since ancient times, the government was willing to lavish such effort and expense on outlaws while sparing no thought or coin on law-abiding commoners. No wonder the Ming realm was ablaze with rebellion. That must have cost a pretty penny, Wang Chui remarked. Naturally, the expense was considerable, Peng Shaoen said. It was the county's wealthy households who suffered, but the yamen runners came out ahead. They dined on duck for days. As they talked, the sun had passed its zenith. The noon hour was nearly over. Just as Wang Chui was about to ask whether they should wait any longer, a guard came in to report. Zhang Tianbo has arrived at the temple gate and requests an audience with the county magistrate. Wang Chui's spirits lifted. Old Peng, that bureaucratic fox, really did know his stuff. He asked, how many men did he bring? He came alone. Any anomalies in the area? The guard squad leader reported, we just checked with binoculars, nothing unusual. Good, show him in. Wang Chui was about to rise and greet him when Peng Shaoen tugged his sleeve and whispered, County Magistrate, if we are to act the play, we must play it to the hilt. Wang Chui nodded. I understand. Both parties intended to play a role, so the pacification was imbued with classical atmosphere. Zhang Tianbo arrived wearing a kang and chains, his hair loose, as if he were a convicted criminal. Upon entering the main hall, he fell to his knees and declared himself guilty. Wang Chui duly removed the kang and chains and delivered a stern admonition. Zhang Tianbo naturally wept with gratitude and expressed his willingness to serve Great Song loyally. The pacification complete, the group returned to the county seat. Peng Shaoen immediately broached the matter of pacifying Feng Hejiao and Sun Debiao. Time was pressing. Moreover, raising new tasks would steady Zhang Tianbo's nerves. Such sudden submissions inevitably bred second-guessing. Zhang Tianbo's face showed difficulty as he listened to his old superior. Master Peng, Feng Hejiao and Sun Debiao are indeed my sworn brothers, but they are Jianghu heroes and local strongmen. I can try to persuade them, but whether they will submit to Great Song is not something I can guarantee. I'm not asking for a guarantee. Peng Shaoen understood his meaning. Since ancient times, pacification was a transaction. Both sides made offers, followed by lengthy haggling. If Zhang Tianbo was to serve as envoy, he needed terms to bring. The terms were tricky to formulate. The Australian system differed from Ming's, and there was no precedent. What conditions would be suitable and how to make them believable was a puzzle. After much discussion with Wang Chui, they decided to follow the genuine pacification process. Open low, let the bandit chiefs believe it, then negotiate upward. Though the back and forth would consume time, it would feel genuine and lull the chiefs into letting down their guard. The county magistrate says that if they are willing to surrender, the county will pardon their past offenses and guarantee all their property. The lives and property of their followers will also be protected. In addition, they may assume the position of local Bayajia headmen, though their armed bands must disband. These terms were middling, not harsh, but hardly generous by historical standards. Zhang Tianbo replied at once, if that's the case, I will make the trip. When you go to persuade them, act discreetly and do not spread word. Understood? Understood, Zhang Tianbo acknowledged. Here are $50 silver from the county magistrate as a settling-in allowance. Once the task is done, there will be a substantial reward. Thank you for your patronage, Your Honor. Zhang Tianbo's face lit up with flattered surprise. Forgetting Australian etiquette, he immediately knelt and kowtowed. Zhang Tianbo wasted no time. He first visited Li Xuanqui, kowtowed in thanks for his great-grandfather's care, and presented a generous gift. When Li Xuanqui heard he had been made a squad leader, his brow furrowed slightly. I can't quite make sense of these Australian positions. Still, since they've appointed you, you must make a proper showing. The Australians are in such a hurry to bring you back. Do they have some pressing task for you? Great-grandfather, you are truly clairvoyant. Zhang Tianbo nodded. The Australians want me to pacify my sworn brother's son and Feng. No wonder they're in such a rush, Li Xuanqui said, eyes closed and smiling. In Yangshan, your connections make you the only man for the job. As great-grandfather says, Zhang Tianbo felt rather pleased with himself. The Australians are urging me to set out immediately, but this matter is weighty. I wanted to consult with great-grandfather first. Li Xuanqui said, this is your own affair. Why drag me into it? If you can do it for the Australians. If you can't, find a way to fob them off. Zhang Tianbo smiled ingratiatingly. Though I'm not kin, I did take my master's apprenticeship. As the saying goes, master and disciple are like father and son. This matter is considerable. If anything goes wrong, I cannot afford to offend either side. I still need great-grandfather's guidance. Li Xuanqui pondered a moment, then asked in a low voice, do you truly intend to work for the Australians, or are you merely coping for the moment while looking to the long term? Think carefully before you answer. Zhang Tianbo considered, then whispered, great-grandfather, we runners, whoever becomes magistrate, as long as they don't interfere with our livelihood, we naturally serve them diligently. Whether it's Ming or Song matters little. Slippery as ever, Li Xuanqui coughed and spat. You haven't even got your post yet and you're already straddling two boats. Great-grandfather jests. It's not that your disciple is slippery, this is simply how I think. After all, whether Ming or Song, someone has to work in the yamen, right? True enough. But the Australians are newcomers, their true nature remains hidden. I hear they treat us yamen folk harshly and have killed quite a few. Besides, which of us constables has a clean record? For now you must serve them, but don't serve too zealously. Beware they don't turn on you later. Yes, I heed great-grandfather's teaching. Zhang Tianbo nodded. When you visit your two sworn brothers, don't go as detective squad leader and don't carry a mindset of working for the Australians. Go as if brothers are reuniting. Once you're there, discuss matters thoroughly among yourselves first. Whether the Australian pacification is genuine or false, the three of you should reach an understanding. Then you have nothing to fear. The Australians are different from us. You must be on your guard. End of chapter. Chapter 22:08 Bestowing titles and making promises. You say the Australians want to pacify me and brother Feng. Sun Debil narrowed his eyes. One of his eyes was blind, the result of an arrow wound over 20 years ago while robbing salt smugglers. The arrowhead had come within a hair's breadth of killing him. Years of fighting for control of the salt route had left his face covered in scars, giving him a fearsome countenance. That's right. Zhang Tianbo nodded. He was nervous, uncertain what his sworn brother was thinking. He hastened to add, I'm merely passing on the message. The decision is yours, elder brother. Sun Debil stroked his chin, rather conflicted. Since ancient times, murder and arson leading to pacification had been the best outcome for Jianghu brothers, but he was wary of the Australians. Why? Because many of his followers had fled north from counties further south, seeking refuge with him. They said that since the Australians took the provincial capital, they had ruthlessly suppressed all manner of Jianghu folk along the way, capturing and killing them, hanging dozens or hundreds along the roads. No one had ever heard of any hero receiving pacification. Liu Laoxiang might count, but he was a sea lord, a different breed from their greenwood. Now, the moment this magistrate Wang took office, he suddenly wanted to offer pacification. Sun Debil could not help but be suspicious. At heart, though, he badly needed this pacification. The current situation was truly dire. Unlike Feng Hejiao, Sun Debil had always been counted among law-abiding citizens in Yangshan, though he had a name in the greenwood. He had never formally taken to banditry. Ordinarily, he did not waylay merchant travelers, unless they were foolish enough to smuggle salt into the Yao territories or refuse to pay passage fees. Yet he was the undisputed local tyrant of Daling Market. Anything he chose to meddle in, no one could stop. In Daling Market, his word carried more weight than the magistrates. This time, however, the Yao uprising had dealt him a devastating blow. Over 1,000 Yao besieged Daling Market. Though he had been prepared, his few hundred men crumbled after a few clashes, scattering in all directions. He escaped with his life only thanks to a handful of die-hard brothers who fought to protect him. He had foreseen trouble and sent his family and portable wealth to the county seat, but his shops and residence in Daling Market were looted clean. Worse, the Yonghua Yao, who had nursed years of resentment over his salt monopoly and price gouging, set fire to his properties, burning half the street along with them. Though he had returned to Daling Market, he was a shell of his former self. He was not the only casualty. Most of the merchants in Daling Market had been ruined by the disaster. Only a few shops had limped back into business. Daling Market had been his cash cow. Now it could not yield a single drop. He had lost his salt, his shops, his residence. At least he still had a few thousand taels saved up, plus the prestige accumulated over the years. But ever since the Yao sacked Daling Market and sent him fleeing in disgrace, that prestige had diminished considerably. If he accepted pacification, he could cloak himself in official authority. Many things would be easier to do. At this thought his heart stirred. He asked about Magistrate Wang's terms. CTM. Hearing Wang Chui's conditions, Sun Dabiao burst into curses. NND, what kind of terms are these? Make me a Baojia headman. And disband my brothers so they can be rounded up for his merit report. What kind of bird-brained official is this Magistrate Wang? Does he even know the rules? Zhang Tianbo soothed him. Elder brother, this isn't a one-shot deal. If he opens high, we counter low. Magistrate Wang may ask the sky. We can pay the earth. If I weren't busy rebuilding my house, I'd show this damned Magistrate Wang a thing or two. Sun Dabiao cursed freely, though inwardly he felt hollow. His current strength was depleted, only 30 or 40 reliable men at hand, counting the scattered part-time bandits in the countryside, perhaps 100 at most. Never mind showing the Australians anything. If the Yonghua Yao came for another round, he could not hold. Go tell this Magistrate Wang. I'll submit to the Australians, but I want a title, one that lets me command troops. My brothers get enlisted and draw pay supplied by the county, and Daling Market remains under my authority. His eyes shifted. He thumped his chest. Zhang Tianbo knew his sworn brother was currently weak. He wanted to press him to accept Wang Chui's terms, but then he recalled Li Xuanqua's words and grew cautious. He had been sworn brothers with Sun and Feng for years. They had always stood together. If Magistrate Wang harbored ill intent and used this pacification to lure and kill his brothers, they would all perish together. After a moment's thought, he said, Elder brother Sun, I don't think we need to rush. Should we discuss this with brother Feng? Sun Dabiao's eyes shifted. This pacification included Feng Hejiao too. Feng was based at Qinglian Market. Thanks to the terrain, he had suffered little during the uprising. He still had considerable strength. If they could join forces to bargain with the Australians, Sun could borrow his influence. But openly, he was unwilling to say so. He feared Zhang Tianbo would look down on him, and even more feared Feng Hejiao would probe his weakness and then devour him. He blustered. Why bother with him? He's a river rat. With Australian gunboats running up and down the river, he's already too scared to do business. I doubt Magistrate Wang even wants him. Bringing him in would only be a burden, Zhang Tianbo urged. The three of us swore an oath. One rises, all rise. One falls, all fall. If we don't include him in the pacification, won't people say you lack loyalty? Besides, Magistrate Wang said he'd welcome Brother Feng's submission as well. Since you put it that way, so be it, Sun Dabiao said with feigned reluctance. He turned and summoned a lackey. Take my card to Qinglian Market. Invite Third Master Feng to discuss business. Feng Hejiao had not been having an easy time of it either. Qinglian Market lay on the Lion River's bank, surrounded by water on 3 sides, easy to defend, hard to attack. The Yao uprising had not reached his lair. But once fighting broke out, merchant traffic on the Lion River ceased entirely. His protection fee racket ground to a halt. As for going out to plunder, once the war started, there were no merchants left on the river. The only vessels were Australian supply ships, fat targets to be sure, but their gunboats also prowled the river. After losing 4 fast boats, Feng Hejiao finally understood that provoking the Australians was a losing proposition. Stuck in his water stronghold with no income and expenses unchanged, feeding over 100 brothers was no small burden. Just as Feng Hejiao was sighing and wondering which way to turn, visitors arrived. Feng Hejiao found this curious. Normally, Jianghu heroes coming to join up or passing through would pay respects, but in such chaotic times who would purposely travel to Yangshan? He invited them in and found one was an old acquaintance, Zai Wendong, formerly the second-in-command at Waihu Mountain in Huaiji County. The others with him were not Jianghu folk. After introductions and courtesies, Feng Hejiao learned that the men accompanying Zai Wendong were Bai Xuansheng and Zhan Zhekun, secretaries to the Yang family, a powerful clan from Huaiji. He had no prior dealings with the Yang Jinghui household. Their sudden arrival via Zai Wendong's introduction was unexpected. When he asked their purpose, Bai Xuansheng did not hide it. He said that his master had received a commission from Governor-General Xing Wenqian and had risen in anti-hair clipper, pro-Ming rebellion. They had already clashed with the hair clippers several times in Huaiji. This Master Zhan is not actually my employer's secretary. He comes from Governor-General Xing's staff. Bai Xuansheng lowered his voice conspiratorially. I am indeed from the Governor-General's retinue, said Zhan Zhekun, a fair-skinned, beardless, refined-looking middle-aged scholar. This time I have come specifically to meet the hero and invite him to join the national cause and vanquish the demons. He produced a document from his clothing. Feng Hejiao took it, a certificate of appointment, stamped with the seal of the Lianguang Governor-General. It bore Zhan Zhekun's name. The title was Staff Advisor, and instructed all officials and civilians of Lianguang to extend him every convenience. Though Feng Hejiao styled himself a bold hero who fears no official, in truth he held officials in awe. The greatest he had ever seen was a 7th-rank county magistrate. Now, suddenly confronted by a staff advisor from the Governor-General's entourage, his head swam. He scrambled to his feet to bow again. Hero Feng, no need for formalities, Zhan Zhekun said. This student has risked great danger to come here for one reason, to deliver a great fortune to the hero. Yes, yes, please instruct me, your lordship. Zhan Zhekun explained. The hair clippers were ravaging Guangdong, the people were in misery. But Governor-General Xing had already mustered a great army in Guangxi, and the court would soon dispatch reinforcements. Within months, imperial forces would counterattack Guangdong. The Governor-General was now recruiting heroes throughout Guangdong to rise in anti-hair clipper, pro-Ming rebellion. Once the Governor-General recovered Guangzhou and the court assessed merits, everyone would receive official posts, honors for themselves and their descendants. The pie was painted beautifully, and for a moment Feng Hejiao's blood boiled. But as soon as Zhan Zhekun finished, half that ardor cooled. He was barely keeping his 100-odd men fed. What righteous uprising could he manage? Just preventing mutiny among his followers was stretching his resources thin. I appreciate the Governor-General's kindness, Feng Hejiao said with a bitter smile. But right now I'm besieged in my water stronghold without grain or pay. Even if I wish to support Ming, I lack the means. Grain and pay, what do those matter? Said Zhan Zhekun. Yangshan County is Ming territory. Its people are Ming subjects. Paying grain and taxes is their duty. If you are willing to raise the banner, the Governor-General can appoint you left flank Bazong of Yangshan, a bona fide imperial military officer. He drew a blank commission from his bundle. Once the hero agrees, I will fill in his name at once, and the hero becomes an officer of the court. The Governor-General authorizes you to act with full discretion within Yangshan County. End of chapter. Chapter 2209. The freshly minted Bazong seeing Feng Hejiao still in a daze, Bai Xuansheng hastened to chime in. Congratulations, Hero Feng. Now that you are an imperial officer in this Yangshan county, you are the army, collecting a bit of grain and pay. What difficulty is there?" This remark invigorated Feng Hejiao. Never mind the ancestral glory of an official title, just having that status made him legitimate military. He could levy grain and conscript labor throughout the county. Any village that dared say no was colluding with bandits. Exterminating them would not only be guiltless but meritorious. At this thought, he began to feel giddy. Then he reconsidered. The title left flank Bazong of Yangshan was enticing, but it was, after all, just a piece of paper. The hair clippers were not to be trifled with. Governor General Xing's 100,000-strong army had been chased all the way to Guangxi, and he was merely a minor Greenwood gang in Yangshan County. Wasn't this like an egg smashing against a rock? Zhan Zhekun noticed his shifting expressions and guessed what he was thinking. He smiled. "Hero Feng, do not worry. Everyone says the hair clippers are superbly trained, unbeatable in battle. In truth, they merely rely on superior guns and cannon. If they were as formidable as they claim, how would Guangning have been recaptured by the government?" He began to boast of how he had led his men, first infiltrating the city to suborn remnants of the surrendered garrison, then coordinating an inside-outside assault that took Huaiji County. "We killed several hundred hair clippers on the spot, captured the false county magistrate they had appointed along with a host of false officials and clerks, and publicly executed them." Zhan Zhekun spoke with considerable pride. Indeed, this was his greatest achievement since slipping back into Guangdong from Guangxi. The heads of the naturalized county director and several important collaborators had already been packed in lime-filled boxes and sent overnight to Guangxi. Zhan Zhekun hoped to press the advantage and take another city. Yet his plan to incite the Yang family in Huaning to seize Shijian and then capture Huaning County seat had collapsed when hair clipper reinforcements arrived in time. The Yang family's forces suffered heavy losses in the Battle of Shijian. Returning to their estate, the entire Yang household was plunged into mourning. Zhan Zhekun, too, was crestfallen. Fortunately, the two Shijian battles had forged an irreconcilable feud between the Yang family and the hair clippers. Even if they wanted to defect, they no longer could. All they could do was steel themselves to sacrifice everything for the nation. After returning home, Yang Jinghui immediately set about follow-up measures. First, he transferred the estate's portable wealth and dependence to the captured Waihu Mountain stronghold. The terrain there was so rugged that ordinary attackers could not take it. He also heightened the estate's walls, cast cannons, manufactured gunpowder weapons, and conscripted every second able-bodied man among his tenants and bondservants as militia. The entire estate braced for a fight to the finish with the Australians. 3 times a day there were panics. Everyone slept in their clothes, ready to fight at any moment. Yet Huang Kao, in his haste to reach the Lianyang region, had not sent troops to besiege the Yang estate. When scouts reported that the hair clipper main force had already passed through, the Yang household, who had been living in terror, finally relaxed. But Yang Jinghui knew the crisis was not over. The hair clippers were ignoring him only because the Yao uprising in the Lianyang region had diverted their attention. Once the rebellion was suppressed, the hair clippers would certainly not let the Yang estate off. As the county's national army grew stronger and the militia system solidified, the Yang estate's room to maneuver had shrunk drastically. Some villages that once submitted to them now had the county's backing and had raised their own militia. Crushing these villages would not be hard, but Yang Jinghui feared triggering a full-scale siege by the county. The Yang estate had walls and watchtowers, even cannon and muskets, but it was still just a manor, with no natural defenses. And once the national army besieged them, the tenants could not farm. Where would grain and money come from? So no matter how Zhan Zhekun urged and guaranteed, the wily old fox Yang Jinghui refused to confront the hair clippers directly. Yet he also knew that if he did nothing, he was simply waiting to die. In the end, Yang Jinghui decided, continue to make trouble for the hair clippers, just not in Huaning. A different venue was needed. After all, a rabbit does not eat the grass by its own burrow. Zhan Zhekun agreed the plan was feasible. After conferring, they chose Yangshan. Yangshan was a mixed Yaohan territory. The Yao uprising had only recently been suppressed. There might still be a few disgruntled elements who could be incited. Most importantly, the former second-in-command of Waihu Mountain, Zai Wendong, had contacts in Yangshan. And so this delegation had arrived at Feng Hejiao's residence to persuade him to support Ming and destroy the hair clippers. Hearing of this achievement, Feng Hejiao was secretly astounded. So such things were happening. He had indeed heard vague rumors that the hair clippers had suffered a defeat in Huaning and even lost the county seat. Seeing his skepticism, Zhan Zhekun had a retainer bring out a chest and opened it before him. "Hero Feng, look here. This is the hair clipper false magistrate's 7-star pepperbox pistol," Zhan Zhekun said, not without smugness. "This is a national treasure of the hair clippers. Only their naturalized cadres possess such things. There is nowhere in Ming to buy one. Need this student say more about breaching the city and slaying the enemy?" Feng Hejiao took the revolver. Though he had never seen one, he had heard talk of them. Its form, luster, and intricate workmanship were beyond any local blacksmith, clearly genuine hair clipper goods. "You see, the supposedly invincible hair clippers have their defeats too." Zhan Zhekun resumed his boasting. "The hair clippers were defeated and halted at Tengxian in the west. They cannot advance an inch. Throughout Guangdong, heroes are rising everywhere. The hair clippers number only tens of thousands, scattered across the province. They are stretched thin, unable to cope. They may seem powerful now, but their position is like treading on spring ice. Within half a year to a year, imperial forces will counterattack. Yangshan lies on the main route for Huguang armies entering Guangdong. If Hero Feng holds this ground to welcome them, would he not be a great contributor to the court's recovery of Guangdong?" These words set Feng Hejiao's head spinning, the fires of ambition blazing. He laughed. "Good, so be it." He raised a hand. "Bring wine." The ensuing banquet saw everyone harboring hidden agendas, yet each satisfied. The Huaning delegation all hoped Feng Hejiao would pull their chestnuts from the fire. They fawned over him lavishly. Zhan Zhekun addressed him as General, every other sentence, until Feng Hejiao was so drunk he seemed to have forgotten that the title he had been promised was merely left flank Bazong of Yangshan, a post that could not be found on any board of personnel or board of war roster. The next day, at the Huaning delegation's urging, Feng Hejiao staged a small ceremony. He donned the military official's robes Zhan Zhekun had brought, strutted about like a monkey in a crown, and formally assumed the post of left flank Bazong of Yangshan. Zhan Zhekun presented him with a standard-issue saber of a Ming officer. Bai Xuansheng and Zai Wendong offered gifts and went through the motions of kowtowing and paying respects below, puffing Feng Hejiao up until he lost all sense of direction. Now that he was an official, he had to distribute titles. Feng Hejiao appointed his dozen-odd headmen as squad commanders and platoon commanders, then assembled his gang for a feast. The commoners of Qinglian Market were the ones who suffered. Suddenly there were many more tribute payments. At the banquet, Zhan Zhekun and Bai Xuansheng poured on the flattery until Feng Hejiao, oblivious to his own limitations, boasted repeatedly that he would take Yangshan County seat and show Governor-General Xing what he was made of. Having become a Bazong, Feng Hejiao raised a banner in Qinglian Market and began recruiting soldiers and buying horses. He dispatched men to neighboring villages demanding they contribute grain and pay. In the midst of this commotion, word came that Sun Dabiao of Daling Market had sent someone with an invitation. Third Master Feng is requested to come and discuss business. In the past, when Sun Dabiao requested, Feng Hejiao would set out at once. Sun Dabiao was the wealthiest of the three sworn brothers. When Feng's business was slow and his men short of pay and provisions, he often had to beg this elder brother for help. Any large spoils also had to be fenced through this elder brother. But now he was puffed up. He was an official. Sun Dabiao, a mere commoner, should come to see him, not the other way around. And Sun Dabiao had not even congratulated him on his new post. How tactless. He felt aggrieved. Without receiving the messenger, he said, "Tell him that I am preoccupied with official duties. If he has business, he may come here to discuss it." The subordinate assented and was about to withdraw when Bai Xuansheng said, "Wait." He stopped the man and turned to Feng Hejiao. "Master, I hear this master's son is your sworn brother." Before coming, Bai Xuansheng had gathered considerable intelligence from Zai Wendong about the local situation, especially the background of this Feng Hejiao. He knew exactly who Sun Dabiao was. "That's right, he's elder by age, I call him elder brother." "In that case your reply may be, inadvisable." "F your mother, what's inadvisable?" Feng Hejiao's impression of Bai Xuansheng was that he was a smooth-talking, talented pedant. He had impulsively made him a secretary, but now this one word, inadvisable, made him feel slighted. He glared at Bai Xuansheng with a look that said, "If you can't explain yourself, I'll have your head." Bai Xuansheng was genuinely frightened, but he had seen enough of the world to know that backing down now would mark him as weak in this Greenwood hero's eyes, making it even harder to speak up later. He cleared his throat and feigned composure. "Master, you now hold an official post. You are no ordinary person. But since you and Master's son have sworn brotherhood, you are brothers who live and die together. The word loyalty must be observed. If word of this gets out, those who understand will say it is a matter of rank. Those who do not will say you lack loyalty." "Me? Lacking loyalty?" Feng Hejiao was, after all, a Jianghu man. The mere suggestion of a disloyal reputation softened him, though he continued to bluster. Bai Xuansheng knew his words had hit home and pressed the advantage. "Now that you are an imperial officer, master, you must surely seek great deeds. They say it takes brothers to fight a tiger. Master's son is your sworn elder brother. If you can win him over, he would be an immense asset. I beg you to reconsider." Feng Hejiao's mind turned. Bai Xuansheng had a point. His sworn brother had been hit hard by the Yao, suffering heavy losses, but he was still a centipede that dies but never falls. He had men and resources. Offending him served no purpose. Winning him over would be helpful. His anger turned to delight. He clapped Bai Xuansheng heavily on the shoulder. "No wonder they say scholars are full of cunning ideas. You really do have insight." Bai Xuansheng's shoulder ached from the blow. Inwardly cursing the soldier ruffian, he kept a calm expression. "Not at all, it is the master's farsightedness and openness to counsel." "Very well, I shall condescend. Just this once." Feng Hejiao stood and paced, then told his attendant, "Tell the messenger I will come tomorrow. Have him prepare wine and meat." From Kinglian Market to Daling Market was only half a day's overland journey. In the past, they often visited each other without fanfare, only bringing a few followers for protection against enemies or Yao raiders. Usually they walked. Sometimes they took a simple two-man sedan chair. This time, Feng Hejiao wanted to make an impression, his first outing since becoming an officer. He needed a proper entourage. A sedan chair was too shabby, yet such things were rare in Yangshan. Decent palanquins were found only in the county seat or with local gentry, not in a bandit's nest like Kinglian Market. Feng Hejiao eyed the dilapidated palanquin his men had scrounged up with displeasure. Again Bai Xuansheng was quick-witted. "Master, you are now an imperial military officer. By regulation you should ride a horse. The palanquin can be left behind." Horses they did have, a few. They selected the most spirited steed. Now Feng Hejiao had a mount. Behind the horse came a red silk canopy and a name banner. A few dozen lackeys formed an escort. At the front, taking a cue from the magistrate's procession, they found a brass gong and beat out the rhythm of "Make way, soldiers and civilians." The procession set off in grand style. The spectacle was imposing. Yangshan's roads were already nearly deserted after the Yao uprising. With Feng Hejiao's cavalcade on the march, not a single traveler remained. End of chapter. Chapter 22:10. Brotherly loyalty, it's no trouble at all. I'll speak with secretary by myself. I'm certain he'll be delighted. Zhang heaped on further flattery, lauding Bai Xuansheng as a brilliant young talent destined to accomplish great things, and help Bazong Feng rise to glory. This puffed up Feng Hejiao, who fancied himself the discoverer of some prodigy, and even Bai Xuansheng began to half believe it. Now officially a soldier, titles had to be distributed. Feng Hejiao appointed his dozen-odd lieutenants as squad commanders and platoon commanders, then threw a feast for the entire gang. The commoners of Qinglian Market bore the cost, saddled with yet more contributions. At the banquet, Zhang and Bai Xuansheng ladled on flattery, until Feng Hejiao forgot all restraint, boasting repeatedly that he would seize Yangshan county seat and prove his mettle to Governor-General Xing. Having assumed the rank of Bazong, Feng Hejiao raised his banner at Qinglian Market and began recruiting soldiers and acquiring horses, dispatching men to surrounding villages to demand grain and pay. In the midst of this activity, someone reported that Sun Debio of Daling Market had sent a messenger with an invitation. Bazong Feng is requested to come and discuss business. In the past, when Sun Debio requested, Feng Hejiao would set out at once. Sun Debio was the wealthiest of the three sworn brothers. When Feng's business ran slow and he was short of pay and provisions, he often had to beg his elder brother for help. Large spoils also had to be fenced through him, but now Feng Hejiao had grown arrogant. He was an official. Sun Debio, a mere commoner, should come to him, not the other way around. Besides, Sun Debio had not even congratulated him on his new post. How tactless! Feeling aggrieved, he refused to see the messenger. Tell him I'm occupied with official duties. If he has business, he may come here to discuss it. His subordinate assented and was about to withdraw when Bai Xuansheng said, "Wait." He stopped the man and turned to Feng Hejiao. "Master, I hear this master's son is your sworn brother." Before coming here, Bai Xuansheng had gathered considerable intelligence from Zai Wendong, especially on Feng Hejiao's background. He knew exactly who Sun Debio was. "That's right. He's elder by age, so I call him elder brother." "In that case, your reply may be inadvisable." "F your mother, what's inadvisable?" Feng Hejiao had pegged Bai Xuansheng as a smooth-talking pedant whose eloquence had prompted him to make the man his secretary on a whim. Now this single word, inadvisable, rubbed him wrong. He glared as if to say, "If you can't explain yourself, I'll have your head." Bai Xuansheng was genuinely frightened, but he knew that backing down now would mark him as a weakling, making it even harder to speak up later. He cleared his throat and feigned composure. "Master, you now hold an official post. You are no ordinary man. But since you and Master's son have sworn brotherhood, you are brothers bound to share life and death. The word loyalty must be observed. If word spreads, those who understand will say it's a matter of rank. Those who don't will say you lack loyalty." Me, lacking loyalty? Feng Hejiao was, after all, a Jianghu man. The mere suggestion of a disloyal reputation softened him, though he continued to bluster. Bai Xuansheng pressed the advantage. "Now that you're an imperial officer, master, you surely seek great accomplishments. They say it takes brothers to fight a tiger. Master's son is your sworn elder brother. If you can win him over, he'd be an immense asset. I beg you to reconsider." Feng Hejiao's mind turned. Bai Xuansheng had a point. Though his sworn brother had been battered by the Yao and lost heavily, he remained a centipede that dies but never falls. He still had men and resources. Offending him served no purpose. Winning him over would be useful. His anger gave way to delight, and he clapped Bai Xuansheng heavily on the shoulder. "No wonder they say scholars are full of cunning ideas. You really do have insight." Bai Xuansheng's shoulder ached from the blow. Inwardly he cursed the ruffian, but outwardly he maintained a calm expression. "Not at all. It's the master's farsightedness and openness to counsel." "Very well. I shall condescend. Just this once." Feng Hejiao stood, paced, and told his attendant, "Tell the messenger I'll come tomorrow. Have him prepare wine and meat." From Qinglian Market to Daling Market was only half a day overland. In the past, they often visited without fanfare, bringing only a few followers for protection against enemies or Yao raiders. Usually they walked. Sometimes they used a simple two-man sedan chair. This time, Feng Heijia wanted to make an impression, his first outing since becoming an officer. A proper entourage was essential. A sedan chair was too shabby, but such things were rare in Yangshan. Decent palanquins could be found only in the county seat or among local gentry, not in a bandit's nest like Kinglian Market. Feng Heijia eyed the decrepit palanquin his men had scrounged with displeasure. Once again, Bai Xuansheng was quick. "Master, you're now an imperial military officer. By regulation, you should ride a horse. Forget the palanquin." Horses they did have. They selected the most spirited steed, and now Feng Heijia had a mount. Behind the horse came a red silk canopy and a name banner. A few dozen lackeys formed an escort. At the front, imitating the magistrate's procession, they found a brass gong and beat out the rhythm of make way, soldiers and civilians. The cavalcade set off in grand style. The spectacle was imposing. Yangshan's roads were already nearly deserted after the Yao uprising. Once Feng Heijiao's procession appeared, not a single traveler remained. As Feng Heijia marched, he posted his proclamations everywhere. This was Bai Xuansheng's idea, the only way for the populace to learn that Feng Heijia was now an imperial officer, which would make levying grain and pay easier. If any refuse even after the proclamation is posted, slaughter a few to make an example, Bai Xuansheng said. "I hadn't realized that for your young age you've got some ruthlessness in you." Feng Heijia was impressed. "Not at all. It's the master's tiger-like authority." Bai Xuansheng bowed his head in reply, inwardly laughing. This puts him on the fire. Now that he's the lightning rod, the hair clipper's attention will be drawn to him, and Master Yang can buy a bit more breathing room. Wherever they encountered a village or town, they demanded grain and pay. Larger settlements with stockades closed their gates and refused entry. Smaller ones suffered. Every stop, they extorted grain and provisions. Even the poorest lost a few chickens and ducks. Traveling at this pace, progress was slow. What should have been an overnight journey stretched into the following noon. Sun Dabiao and Zhang Tianbo, fearing something had happened on the road, sent men to investigate. The investigation revealed that their sworn brother had become an official. Sun Dabiao immediately summoned the messenger he had sent earlier and berated him. Why hadn't he mentioned this? Was he deliberately withholding information? The messenger protested that he had never even seen Second Master Feng. He had only relayed messages through others. As for Second Master Feng's new post, no one had told him, and Kinglian Market had seemed perfectly normal. Normal? Are you blind? Sun Dabiao was livid. He threw the proclamation his men had brought back into the lackey's face. "He's posting proclamations all over, and you say everything's normal. Normal, my foot. Drag him out 40 strokes. The lackey wailed his innocence but was hauled away and flogged mercilessly. Soon, cries of agony and pleas for mercy echoed from the courtyard. Still not satisfied, Sun Dabiao stepped onto the threshold and bellowed, "Hit him harder. Teach him to keep his eyes open. And his ears." He stomped back into the hall in a huff. Zhang Tianbo understood his sworn brother's state of mind perfectly. They had intended to bring Feng Heijia along to submit to the hair clippers. Instead, Feng had preemptively accepted Ming's pacification. Though people like them didn't much care whose pacification they received, Feng Heijia had been utterly disloyal, accepting a Bazong title without a word to his brothers. Now Sun Dabiao's bargaining chips with the Australians had shrunk dramatically. Zhang Tianbo was also annoyed with his second brother, but what was done was done. Venting anger served no purpose. He urged elder brother, "Now that second brother has accepted the court's pacification, fuming does no good. Let's think of a countermove. When he arrives, how do we speak? Where do we stand? Where do we stand? Do I open the middle gate to receive him? Kneel and call myself commoner?" Sun Dabiao spat. "XDLM, this Feng Heijia is a piece of work, and I swore brotherhood with him. Now that he's pulled this stunt, how can we even talk about the hair clipper pacification? Even if we do get pacified and the Australians order me to suppress him, do I do it or not? How could Feng Heijia be so reckless?" Zhang Tianbo soothed him. "Elder brother, don't be angry. At least second brother came, that still shows some brotherly loyalty. Let's not haggle for now, let's hear what he has to say. I suppose that's all we can do. Sun Dabao was dejected, but resentment churned within. Ming had been generous with his sworn brother, handing out a Bazong just like that. The Australians, on the other hand, had only offered a Bayagia headman's position. The difference was like heaven and earth. He seethed with envy, jealousy, and fury toward both Feng Hejiao and the Australians. Zhang Tianbo's thoughts ran in a different direction. He realized their situation was now delicate. Feng Hejiao had not only accepted Ming's pacification but was flaunting it openly. Whether or not that was his original intent, he had declared open war on the hair clippers. Pacifying Feng was now highly unlikely. With Sun Dabao's strength depleted and Feng Hejiao's support gone, extracting better terms from the Australians had become far more difficult. End of chapter. Chapter 22. 11. Two peaches kill 3 warriors to pacify Sun Dabao alone. That wouldn't be difficult even without Feng Hejiao. But the original plan had been to invite Feng here to discuss submitting to the Australians together. Now that Feng was coming, he would surely try to recruit Sun for Ming instead. This couldn't be kept secret. Within days, word would reach Australian ears. The hair clippers would lose all trust in both Sun Dabao and himself. How to win the hair clippers' trust? Zhang Tianbo mulled it over. Suddenly his heart stirred, murderous intent kindled. If they could seize Feng Hejiao and deliver him to the Australian magistrate, not only Sun Dabao but Zhang himself would earn tremendous merit. Both might secure Australian posts. At this thought he gave a little cough and said in a low voice, "Brother Sun, second brother has been far too disloyal this time. He gave no thought to brotherly bonds." Sun Dabao was already furious. Zhang Tianbo's goading stoked him further. He spat, "TND, this is too much. What kind of bullshit Bazong, a paper hat? This fool sticks his neck out and the Australians will deal with him first." "If the Australians deal with him, so be it," Zhang Tianbo said. "But we're his sworn brothers. We'll inevitably suffer as fish in the same pond. We must plan early." Sun Dabao had been in the Greenwood for years. He understood perfectly what Zhang Tianbo was hinting at. He had carried out his share of black-eating black schemes and had no qualms about them. Yet at this moment he couldn't bring himself to act, not out of brotherly loyalty. Men of the Jianghu might shout about honor, but when it came to money, they would sell their own parents. Slaughtering a few brothers was nothing. This time was different. The reason they had sworn brotherhood in the first place, apart from reasonably compatible temperaments, was that they had no major conflicts of interest and were roughly equal in strength. United, both benefit; divided, both lose. Only under such equilibrium could their alliance remain stable. But ever since the Yonghua sacked his stronghold, Sun Dabao had been badly wounded. Even if he gave the signal and killed Feng Hejiao on the spot, Feng still had a son and a band of followers who would come seeking revenge. Sun was no match for them. Even if he mobilized all the scattered part-time bandits, he had fewer than 100 men, far fewer than Feng Hejiao's. And whether he could even rally those bandits was uncertain. He was nearly penniless. If it came to a fight, his own men might well take his head and present it to the Feng family for a reward. As for the Australians, he didn't trust them either. Since ancient times, the relationship between officials and bandits had been one of mutual deception. If Feng Hejiao's men and his own clashed, he would stake his head that the Australians would sit back and watch. They might even swoop in after both sides were battered and scoop up the remains. After much deliberation, he said, "Forget it. Though old Feng has been disloyal, he's still our sworn brother. He may have wronged us, but we still need to leave him some face. Let's wait and see." Zhang Tianbo was somewhat disappointed, but the latter part of Sun's words left an opening. He mulled them over and grasped Sun's thinking. As they pondered, a lackey came to report. Feng Hejiao's party had reached the market gate. He had presented his card. Sun Dabao took the card. It was the same old one. That eased him slightly. He asked, "What's he wearing?" The lackey blinked, confused. "Wearing?" "The same, the usual. Not in official robes." "No, my lord. I looked closely at second master Feng's everyday clothes. Hearing that his second brother wasn't in official dress and wasn't putting on airs, Sun Debiao felt a little better. He called out loudly, "Open the main gate. Tell him I'm coming out to welcome him." Feng Hejiao had originally intended to arrive in full regalia, ceremonial entourage and all, to show off his new official prestige to his sworn elder brother. But just over a li from Daling Market, Bai Xuansheng advised that since the purpose was to recruit Sun Debiao for the anti-hair clipper cause, it would be unwise to flaunt his rank. Master Sun is your sworn elder brother. If you can win him over, he becomes your asset. You should act with humility. Liu Bei visited Zhuge Liang's thatched hut 3 times. Sun Debiao is no Zhuge Liang, Feng Hejiao grumbled. But Bai Xuansheng had a point. He badly needed Sun Debiao's cooperation. In truth, he was already regretting his choice. Ming had not a single soldier in the Lianyang region. The only potential support came from the Yang family in Huaiji, and whether Secretary Bai's promises would be honored remained uncertain. All he had gained was a Bazong title, no tangible benefit, and self-levy of grain and pay still required effort to collect. But there was no turning back now. His proclamations, stamped with his seal, had been posted all over the county. He had declared open war on the hair clippers. He would have to fight the hair clipper magistrate. The hair clipper magistrate had only a few hundred men, but still a few hundred. Feng Hejiao didn't have great confidence in his own troops' fighting ability. For years, his line of work had been on the river. Having his men form battle lines on land and fight with swords and spears was another matter entirely. He genuinely needed someone like Sun Debiao, experienced in land operations, to join him, so Bai Xuansheng didn't have to work hard to persuade him. The urge to show off had passed. He ordered the entourage put away, changed into his everyday clothes, and proceeded quietly toward Daling Market. What? Feng Hejiao accepted Ming's pacification. Wang Chui was startled. He set down the document in his hand. Yes, County Magistrate. Zhang Tianbo said respectfully. I was at Sun Debiao's in the middle of my pitch when Feng Hejiao arrived. Only after he came in did I learn he had accepted Xing Wenken's terms. He's now left flank Bazong of Yangshan. This was somewhat unexpected. Although Greenwood Outlaw's greatest dream was murder and arson followed by pacification, Ming forces were hundreds of li away, utterly beyond reach. What could Feng gain from this pacification besides a fancy title? Who would have thought Feng Hejiao so foolish? Wang Chui said. And what about your sworn brother Sun Debiao? Feng Hejiao did approach him, saying he had connections to help Sun get a Ming title too. But brother Sun said he didn't want to court death. He refused. Zhang Tianbo continued. Feng Hejiao may have accepted Ming's pacification, but he's a fish in a pot all the same. Any clear-eyed person can see that, but I need your honor's guidance. Do we still proceed with pacifying Feng Hejiao? Let me think about it. Wang Chui had never truly intended to pacify them. This new variable left him momentarily uncertain. He asked, and how does Sun Debiao respond to our side? Well, Zhang Tianbo hesitated. Brother Sun appreciates your honor's proposal, but he says he has many mouths to feed. If he alone submits but his men get no position and must fend for themselves, they won't accept. Ha, so he wants an official post. Wang Chui laughed. This matched Peng Shaoan's prediction almost exactly. Your honor is perceptive. Zhang Tianbo scraped and bowed. It's not that I'm speaking out of turn or favoring my brother, but every household has troubles. Brother Sun has over 100 men to feed plus their families. If he's willing to become a Bayajia headman, his men may not be. Please, your honor, show grace and arrange a way out for everyone. He wants pacification and positions for his men. That means a military post. This humble one dares not presume to say. Zhang Tianbo's head sank lower. Stop with the dares not presume. Speak plainly. What terms is Sun Debiao proposing? Yes. In fact, Zhang Tianbo and Sun Debiao had already agreed on the counteroffer. Sun had wanted to aim higher, but Zhang cautioned against asking too much. Wang Chui was only a county magistrate, not an elder. Overreaching would only breed suspicion that he lacked sincerity. Sun Dabao says, please give him and his men formal status as official soldiers with regular pay and provisions supplied by the county. Wang Chui was non-committal. Anything else? Designate Daling Market as his garrison zone under his administration. No interference from the county yamen. That's asking for the moon. Zhang Tianbo forced a laugh. Daling Market is brother-son's stronghold. Naturally he won't let go. I know. Anything else? Out with it all at once. Daling Market was sacked by the Yao a while back, looted clean. They're short on grain and cloth. He asks your honor to grant 50 shi of rough rice and 200 bolts of cloth for relief. That's everything. That's not excessive. Relief supplies ought to be provided anyway. Wang Chui nodded nonchalantly, his true thoughts unreadable. After a moment's thought, he said, you may go. In a few days I'll discuss this with you again. Zhang Tianbo withdrew. Wang Chui immediately sent for Peng Shaoan and briefed him on the pacification's progress. Peng thought it over, then said, Feng Hejiao accepting Ming's pacification may actually be a blessing. Now that Sun Dabao is willing to submit to us, a rift has surely opened between the two. We might well contrive a 2 peaches kill 3 warriors situation. 2 peaches kill 3 warriors. Oh, the story goes like this. Peng Shaoan secretly laughed at Wang Chui's ignorance but explained the old tale with an air of superiority. He added, Sun Dabao, Feng Hejiao, and Zhang Tianbo were once called the 3 tyrants of Yangshan. Now Zhang Tianbo has become our man. Feng Hejiao has become Ming's Bazong. Only Sun Dabao has nothing. If you were Sun Dabao, how would you feel? End of chapter. Chapter 22:12. Hidden agendas. He must be deeply resentful, Wang Chui said. Precisely. Peng Shaoan leisurely stroked his long beard. Sun Dabao was originally the eldest of the 3 brothers and the strongest. Then the Yao caught him off guard and dealt him a heavy blow. He was already seething. Now Feng Hejiao has beaten him to a Bazong commission. His heart must be churning with envy and hatred. This is our golden opportunity. Peng Shaoan fancied himself a strategist plotting from within his tent. He rallied his spirits and continued. Since that's the case, it's simple. Let's use a 1 stone, 2 bird stratagem. First, agree to Sun Dabao's conditions and give him grain and cloth. Then promise him a National Army Squadron Commander title and the post of Daling Market Lijiang on the condition that he captures Feng Hejiao's head. Can he pull it off? Whether he can or cannot matters little. As long as he accepts the pacification and we let the news spread, Feng Hejiao and Sun Dabao will become mortal enemies. Let them slaughter each other while we sit back and reap the fisherman's profit. Wang Chui mused. These scholars are truly ruthless. Yet such a cunning scheme was beyond his own imagination. The Australians had never taught it in training. They only spoke of bandit suppression through mobilizing the masses and relying on the masses. Not that those methods were ineffective, but they required vast manpower deployed for detailed grassroots work. The results came slowly and demanded enormous effort. By comparison, Peng Shaoan's approach was far simpler and equally effective. Good, do it exactly as you say. The next day, Wang Chui summoned Zhang Tianbo, praised him warmly, and laid out their terms. As long as he delivers Feng Hejiao's head, or captures him alive and delivers him to the county yamen, I will grant all his conditions. I will also recommend him to the Council of Elders for promotion. You must know the Council of Elders is urgently seeking capable men. As long as he serves wholeheartedly, there's no reason he can't secure honors for himself and his descendants, and a good outcome for his men as well. Zhang Tianbo's heart sank, his face changed. Wang Chui smiled. Well, any difficulty? No, there isn't, Zhang Tianbo swallowed. Your honor, this is indeed hard to manage. Feng Hejiao and Sun Dabao are sworn brothers. Asking Sun Dabao to do this would betray Jianghu loyalty. He probably won't agree. If he's going to be an official, what's Jianghu loyalty to him? Wang Chui said contemptuously. When Greenwood men join a gang, they always bring a certificate of allegiance. If Sun Dabao wants to join our Australian outfit, how can we trust him without one? Besides, I've already agreed to all his demands, provided he can deliver. Don't worry, I'll give you 1/3 of the grain and cloth now, so you have something to show Sun Debiao. Yes, I'll go speak to him at once. Zhang Tianbo had no choice. He took his leave. Wang Chui immediately issued a chit for the warehouse, 20 shi of rough rice and 50 bolts of cloth to be handed over to Zhang Tianbo. This provoked opposition from several naturalized cadres. Yangshan was in ruins. Grain and cloth were vital livelihood materials, already in short supply. How could they simply hand them over to Sun Debiao, a bandit chieftain universally loathed in the county, and pacify him, no less? Wang Chui had originally kept the matter secret to prevent leaks. Now, facing unanimous opposition from his subordinate cadres, he had no choice but to assemble all naturalized cadres and hold an internal meeting with Peng Shaoan, explaining his plan and requesting cooperation. Far from calming things, the meeting sparked even greater resistance. The strongest objection came from Luo Yiming, the National Army Squadron commander in charge of Yangshan's security. Why use such trickery? He countered. Daling Market was sacked by the Yonghua Yao once before. Sun Debiao took a heavy beating and still hasn't recovered. Merchants who have been there say even the walls haven't been fully repaired. True, we're short on troops, but we can mobilize the Yonghua Yao to help. They've had a grudge against Sun Debiao for years. If we move against him, the Yonghua Yao will turn out in force. Inadvisable, inadvisable. Peng Shaoan shook his head repeatedly. It's true the Yao have grievances with Sun Debiao, but if we drive them into battle, they will demand reward afterward. With what will Director Wang pay them? If it's salt, that's manageable. But if they seize Daling Market and refuse to leave, what then? Daling Market controls the throat of the Yonghua Yao. I've served as an official here for years. I know the local terrain well enough. If they take Daling Market, the Yao can threaten the entire county, even all 3 Lianyang cities, at will. And if they choose to resist imperial forces, they can hold the position. They wouldn't dare seize Daling Market. Luo Yiming found Peng Shaoan's character and schemes distasteful. He spoke loudly. What is our National Army Squadron for? We crushed even the 8 Pai Yao, far more numerous, and the Yonghua Yao are already our defeated foe. Would they dare strut about in Yangshan? Ordinarily, Peng Shaoan would not argue with naturalized cadres. First, it was beneath his dignity. After all, most naturalized cadres came from common origins. Second, as a surrendered official, he needed to stay out of trouble. But ever since Elder Huang had spoken encouragingly to him, and Wang Chui had placed such trust in him, Peng had developed a sense of repaying one who recognizes one's worth. Now he rose to defend his position. In terms of military force, our great Song certainly does not fear Yao arms. But Yangshan has only recently been pacified. Both government and Yao remain wary of each other. If we borrow Yao military power, not only is the victory ignoble, if we later refuse to reward them, resentment will fester in their hearts, sowing future strife. Your plan is too idealistic. What if Sun Debiao doesn't take the bait? Luo Yiming pressed on. Sun Debiao is licking his wounds and drifting through his days. Will he go fight Feng Hejiao for this? What if Feng Hejiao kills him first? Even if he wins and kills Feng, why should he trust Director Wang to honor his word? Who guarantees it? If we can see through these pitfalls, surely a few bandits can too. Peng Shaoan's expression soured. He gave a snort but said nothing more. Sun Debiao might well see through their drive the tiger to swallow the wolf scheme, but that hardly mattered. Sun Debiao had few options. Drifting on was a dead end. Even if the Australians didn't deal with him, sooner or later the Yonghua Yao would come down from the hills to settle accounts. As for accepting Ming's pacification, Ming had no reach whatsoever in the Lianyang region. Titles like Bazong, Shubai, Dusi, they sounded grand but were utterly useless. Yet he was too weary to explain further. How could these rough men understand what momentum meant? At present, the Australians' momentum in Guangdong in Lianyang was irresistible, sweeping all before it. Those who followed it would prosper, those who opposed it would perish. A petty band like Sun Debiao's could never resist such momentum. Peng was fully confident. Even if Sun Debiao saw through the scheme, he would still have to bite the hook. In the end, Wang Chuyi made the final call and settled on the plan. As a precaution, and to be ready to strike at any moment, both National Army squadrons were placed on alert. More scouts were dispatched to the vicinity of Qinglian Market and Daling Market to monitor developments in real time. With Zhang Tianbo in the lead, the rice and cloth were escorted to Daling Market. News that Sun Debiao was about to accept Australian pacification and become an official spread quickly. Seeing the grain and cloth arrive, Sun Debiao was so delighted he could hardly contain himself. He nearly burst out, "My parents gave me life, but only Director Wang loves me." "Elder brother, this gift may be sweet, but swallowing it comes with a hook," Zhang Tianbo reminded him, seeing his brother giddy with joy. "What do you mean?" "The Australians are giving you grain and supplies, agreeing to your terms, but it's all conditional. You must eliminate second brother Feng. Just a few days ago, right here in Daling Market, the three of us set up an altar and swore an oath, share fortune and misfortune alike. He even promised to help you petition for a title. Shouldn't you discuss this with him first?" "Brother, what's gotten into you?" Sun Debiao laughed. "Men who live by the blade only speak half-truths, not to be taken seriously. When Feng Hejiao accepted his pacification, did he send anyone to consult me? He did the deed first and only came running over afterward, asking me to join him in great undertakings and support Ming, destroy the hair clippers. Of course I just mouthed a few pleasant words. As for those stock phrases, how many oaths have we brothers sworn?" But Zhang Tianbo felt a chill down his spine. Feng Hejiao's visit a few days earlier had clearly not extinguished the fire in his sworn brother's heart. Still, he could understand Sun Debiao's thinking. Great undertakings really meant working under Feng Hejiao's command. Feng was already a Bazong, Sun was still a commoner. What kind of joint endeavor was that? Even if Sun earned some merit, the one with the official rank would claim it first. Yet the Australians' current offer was quite obviously a drive the tiger to swallow the wolf stratagem, designed to provoke Sun and Feng into killing each other so the Australians could reap the fisherman's profit. All he could do was warn again. "Elder brother, whether you accept the Australian pacification or Ming's, the goal should be harmony and profit for all. Do not fall into their borrow a knife to kill trap. Above all, do not start slaughtering each other." "Huh, what's come over you, suddenly so cautious?" Sun Debiao stood and laughed. "The other day when old Feng came here, weren't you the one suggesting we seize him on the spot and hand him over to the Australians?" "Heh heh." Zhang Tianbo smiled sheepishly. "As they say, times change. Back then, Feng Hejiao came to Daling Market with a light escort. We brothers could have captured him in one stroke and delivered him to the Australians, committed heart and soul to the Australian cause. That would have been a viable path. Now that opportunity is gone. To plot against him now means open battle and mutual destruction." End of chapter. Chapter 22:13. Hidden Agendas Part 2. In Zhang Tianbo's view, Sun Debiao's best move would have been to seize or kill Feng Hejiao when he came visiting a few days ago, catch him off guard, hand him over to the Australians, and at worst secure a safe retirement as a wealthy gentleman. Now that the opportunity was gone, attacking Feng Hejiao had become the worst option. Sure enough, after hearing Zhang Tianbo's words, Sun Debiao's expression grew less animated. "Mutual destruction aside, suppose we do wipe out Feng Hejiao. If the Australians keep their word, fine. But if they renege, what then? By that point, elder brother, you'll be short on men and supplies. Wiping you out would be effortless for the Australians." Now Sun Debiao began to pace restlessly. He circled several times, then burst out, "This won't work, that won't do. Are we brothers just supposed to sit here and wait to die?" Zhang Tianbo's eyes darted. "The only option is to straddle two boats." Sun Debiao immediately perked up. "How do we straddle?" Zhang Tianbo explained. "Accept the Australian pacification, that's the first boat. With that status, you officially become an Australian officer. Everything you say and do in the county becomes easier. And the second boat is Ming, I suppose." "Exactly," Zhang Tianbo nodded. If Feng Hejia wants to petition for a title on your behalf, don't stop him. But we should also send someone to liaise directly with Ming's envoys. Going through a middleman is always inconvenient. Good, good, Sun Debiao nodded repeatedly. Then his brow furrowed. Straddling two boats is easy enough, but how do we handle both sides? Ming is no trouble, Xing Wenkan is far away, we can tell him whatever we like. At worst, we scrounge a couple of heads to bluff him with. But the Australians are right here in the county seat. Once I accept the pacification, they'll pressure me to attack Feng Hejiao. What then? If they push, we attack, but naturally you'll have reached an understanding with second brother Feng beforehand. It'll all be for show, fire a few shots, done. Pick up a few heads from somewhere to turn in as proof of battle. If we don't succeed, we plead insufficient strength and ask the Australians for more grain and pay. The Australians aren't fools. Why would they agree? If they won't give us grain and pay, we simply go through the motions without exerting ourselves. This stalling works for a while, but not forever. Sun Debiao had been a bandit for generations. He knew official tactics. Given time, the Australian magistrate will send the national army to assist in suppression, forcing us to lead the charge. What then? Right now the county is in ruins. Ming and the Yao are the Australians' pressing concerns. The magistrate arrived with only a few hundred men. He can't handle everything. We stall as long as we can. When circumstances change, we adapt. For now, the key is to keep a tight hold on second brother Feng. With him, we have room to maneuver. Zhang Tianbo's words carried a second meaning. If Ming counterattacked or the hair clippers' grip on Yangshan proved weak, the three of them together would be the county's greatest force, capable of great things. If the hair clippers proved strong and Ming's counterattack hopeless, then at the right moment they could suddenly seize and kill Feng Hejiao, securing a final exit. Sun Debiao understood perfectly. He thought, this Zhang Tianbo truly deserves his reputation as a constable squad leader, ruthless to the bone. Having settled their scheme, the brothers sent word to Feng Hejiao, secretly agreeing on a public enmity, private accord strategy. Sun Debiao readily accepted all terms, saying he would attack and suppress Feng Hejiao as soon as he was ready. With grain, cloth, and an Australian title in hand, Sun Debiao openly set up a toll station at Daling Market and began collecting salt and trade taxes on goods bound for the Yao territories. With money and grain, scattered minions returned to him. Fugitive bandits who had escaped Australian suppression elsewhere flocked to join him. Daling Market became a den of chaos. Meanwhile, the Yonghua Yao seethed with resentment, sending delegation after delegation to complain to Wang Chui. The naturalized cadres were also deeply displeased. They had opposed the two peaches kill three warriors scheme. Sun Debiao wasn't attacking Feng Hejiao at all. Instead, he was using the Australian banner to extort and oppress, especially bleeding the Yonghua Yao dry, inciting popular fury. Wang Chui grew uneasy. He dispatched another messenger to ask Sun Debiao when he would advance on Qinglian Market. It's not that I'm making excuses. I simply lack troops and provisions at present. I must stockpile before I can march. Sun Debiao pleaded poverty as usual. He only pleaded poverty and stalled. Wang Chui found himself stymied. His colleagues had opinions too, especially Luo Yiming. He warned Wang Chui that if this continued, the Yonghua Yao they had worked so hard to subdue would revolt again. Worse, the propaganda promises would all become lies, making future work in the Yao territories immeasurably harder. What the Yonghua Yao hate most is expensive salt. Their participation in the 8 Pai Yao rebellion was rooted in Sun Debiao's exorbitant transit salt tax and monopoly at Daling Market. We came to Yangshan proclaiming we would eliminate the wicked, protect the good, and treat Yao and Han as equals. Yet here we are, still tolerating Sun Debiao's salt monopoly. Isn't that betraying them? Wang Chui was caught between two fires. Though a national army squadron was garrisoned in Yonghua Township, if unrest broke out, suppressing it would be easy enough, but he would have no defense before Elder Huang. He had no choice but to consult Peng Shaoan again. Peng Shaoan had no magic pouch to offer. He merely temporized with phrases like appease the Yao for now, wait and watch. The Yao are making quite a fuss, sending constant petitions. They say salt prices are so high no one can afford it and they're eating their food bland. A few words won't appease them. Wang Chuyi was deeply troubled. Peng Shaoan racked his brains. Then suddenly he thought of a clever scheme. The second squadron was stationed in Yonghua, and the county dispatched a supply convoy to them every month. There were two routes to Yonghua. One was by water, down the Lion River to Libu Market, then up the Zhegang tributary and onward by human portage. That route was longer. The Lion River's security was poor, and a substantial escort was required. For a mere 100-man unit, the logistical footprint was too large. So the supply convoys usually took the shorter, safer overland route, through Daling Market and into Yonghua. Though Sun Dabao had quickly reclaimed Daling Market, he had never dared intercept a national army supply convoy. Peng Shaoan's clever scheme was to smuggle salt into the Yao territory with the supply convoys and sell it at low prices to the Yao. This way, Sun Dabao's toll station at Daling Market becomes unprofitable and the Yonghua Yao get cheap salt. Everyone benefits. Wang Chuyi approved the scheme. But once again, Luo Yiming objected. Since ancient times, collecting salt tax has been the government's prerogative. What right does Sun Dabao have to set up toll stations? The county should issue an immediate order forbidding it. Smuggling salt to the Yao through supply convoys, that's absurd. Besides, once the salt arrives, the troops have to sell it. Doesn't that violate the prohibition on military commerce? Wang Chuyi felt his scheme was sound. Now that Luo Yiming had opposed it yet again, and recalling how his decisions had been constantly questioned by naturalized cadres, he began to suspect Luo Yiming of sabotaging him behind the scenes. He snapped, "Comrade Luo Yiming, let me remind you, I am the Yangshan County Magistrate. You are merely the National Army Squadron Commander doubling as Security Section Chief. You may express opinions through proper channels, but you have no authority to criticize my decisions. If you find my decisions inappropriate, you may report to higher authorities. But under no circumstances may you privately organize opposition to your superiors." The Council of Elders placed great emphasis on hierarchical relations. Luo Yiming understood the stakes. Rebuked to his face by Wang Chuyi, he swallowed his remaining words. He felt Wang's approach was completely wrong, pure scheming, utterly ignoring Elder Huang's directives to mobilize the masses and win over the majority. That aside, Luo Yiming's experience told him that rogues like Sun Dabao were extremely suspicious and unpredictable. So-called stratagems might not work on him, and even if they did, the fallout would be terrible. Already, there was considerable grumbling in Yangshan about the pacification of Sun Dabao and Zhang Tianbo. Even if they ultimately netted everything in one sweep, the damage to public trust would be hard to repair. Moreover, Sun Dabao might well bite back, inflicting losses on Yangshan's military and administrative apparatus. What to do? Luo Yiming returned to his quarters and pondered for some time. He decided that delay was inadvisable. He should report the situation to Elder Huang immediately. Spreading out writing paper, he began drafting a letter to Huang Ko. Even as undercurrents swirled on all sides, Feng Hejiao's compound at Qinglian Market was also thick with the scent of conspiracy. Unlike the song and dance, all is well atmosphere at Daling Market, Qinglian Market was in a state of tense mobilization. Feng Hejiao had recalled all the scattered, stay-at-home bandits to the stronghold and recruited numerous desperate fugitives from elsewhere. He also commandeered local peasants to repair the palisade daily, forge weapons, and cast cannon. The other day at the Sun residence in Daling Market, the three men had set up an incense altar and renewed their oath: never betray one another, live and die together. They agreed that Feng would petition for a title on Sun's behalf, and all would share in glory. Yet the news that Sun Dabao had accepted the hair clipper pacification still made Feng nervous for days. Before long, Zhang Tianbo arrived at Qinglian Market and explained his sworn brother's difficulties, and no alternative, straddling two boats. He also presented the public enmity, private accord strategy. The two sides concluded a pact of non-aggression and covert mutual assistance. Still, Feng Hejiao remained uneasy. In his view, the Australian National Army was small, newly arrived, and preoccupied with county security and pacifying the Yao, unlikely to come for him any time soon. The real threat was his sworn brother Sun Debiao. If Sun led Australians against him, he knew every shortcut, every weakness. If his sworn brother decided to use his head as a favor, his neck would feel distinctly chilly. End of chapter. Chapter 22:14. The supply convoy. Even if Sun Debiao didn't move against him, once he accepted the hair clipper pacification, he would certainly never cross swords with the hair clippers again. That freed them to attack at their leisure. When Feng found himself on the brink, his elder brother standing by and watching would already be an act of great mercy. More likely, he would kick him while he was down. Such fears tormented Feng Hejiao. He began to wonder if accepting this Bazong title had been a mistake. Perhaps it would have been better to surrender to the Australians from the start. After much anguished deliberation, he went to ask Bai Xuansheng for advice. Bai Xuansheng, of course, couldn't tolerate Sun Debiao straddling two boats. The Yang family had sent him here to stir up trouble for the hair clippers and bog them down in Yangshan. If Sun Debiao played both sides and locked horns with Feng Hejiao in a stalemate, Yangshan wouldn't erupt into chaos, and in time, even Feng Hejiao might waver. He fancied himself a little Zhuge Liang. If only his father hadn't kept him underfoot, he would have achieved great things long ago. Now, handling affairs on his own, he was determined to strategize brilliantly. Seeing Feng Hejiao come seeking counsel, Bai Xuansheng knew his moment had arrived. He lowered his voice. "Your suspicions are well-founded, master. Old Sun may say he has sworn a blood oath and promised non-aggression, but who can see into another's heart? What if?" "I know that. Do I need you to tell me?" Feng Hejiao snapped. "I've boarded Ming's boat. Alone and outnumbered, if the Australians attack, none of us will escape. MD, where are the firearms he promised? And that surname Jan, selling his backside, said he'd send silver. So far I haven't seen a hair. Bullshit." Bai Xuansheng felt a twinge of embarrassment. Those empty promises were naturally not to be taken seriously. But if he angered this bandit chief too much, not only would his own life be forfeit, the man might very well defect to the hair clippers on the spot. Getting supplies from Huining and Huaiji takes time. Besides, the roads are unsafe. Mr. Zhan and Yang would find it difficult to send anything. Our current situation won't wait for them. We have to act on our own. Act how? Spit it out. Feng Hejiao glared, his small eyes flashing with menace. Bai Xuansheng felt his heart quiver. This fellow really is a veteran river pirate. His contempt evaporated. He became properly deferential. "Please calm yourself, master. This student has a plan. Breaks over everyone. Time to get moving." Yusiren called out while donning his newly issued sun helmet and mopping his brow with a towel. At his call, the laborers and National Army soldiers who had been lounging lazily in the shade dragged themselves out. The 7th-month sun blazed as if to set the world on fire. Since the 6th month, not a drop of rain had fallen. The rutted road was coated in fine dust. The roadside grass had withered. Marching under such a sun left no one in good humor. "Lieutenant, it's so hot, can we rest another 10 minutes? The sergeant in charge of the laborers sidled up. "Are you daft? It's not even noon yet. We should cover as much ground as we can while it's tolerable so we can reach Daling Market for a rest. You want to roast in the afternoon sun," Yusiren snapped. "Move now. We'll take a siesta after the noon meal, then push on to make the night station. It's not safe after dark." Rebuffed, the sergeant slunk off to chivvy the laborers. The laborers straightened the ropes on the Zydian handcarts and lashed everything down securely. There were 10 carts in all, loaded with sacks of grain and an assortment of uniform bags and boxes of varying sizes, each stamped with a red iron fist military insignia and a blue serial number. These were standard-issue packing materials produced by the Joint Logistics Department. This was the supply convoy heading to Yonghua, 1 run per week. The main cargo was grain plus certain provisions that couldn't be procured locally. Each cart carried 300 jin hauled by 2 laborers, one pulling, one pushing. Under normal conditions, it wasn't too strenuous, but in this heat, the laborers found it doubly exhausting. Besides the 20 laborers, a squad of National Army soldiers escorted the convoy. Normally, a junior officer like Yangshan wouldn't be assigned to this duty. But with the situation growing complex and rumblings of unrest among the Yonghua Yao, Luo Yiming had sent him to Yonghua to investigate. Yangshan was one of the few National Army officers with a classical education, literate and capable of handling affairs systematically. Originally, Yangshan had had a bright future in the Fubo army. 6 months ago, however, he was diagnosed with a condition that made him unfit for line duty. He was slated for discharge, but unwilling to be sent to the rear, he had been posted to Yangshan as Deputy Security Section Chief. For convenience in his work, he wore the National Army uniform with lieutenant's insignia, the same rank he had held in the Fubo army. Within minutes, the column was assembled. As usual, Yangshan inspected the convoy and checked each soldier's equipment. National Army troops were generally inferior in combat quality and discipline, far below Fubo Army standards. He had to spend considerable effort correcting their petty lapses. Every rifle must be loaded. Don't be lazy, don't be afraid of accidental discharge. Yangshan repeated tirelessly. Yangshan is not yet pacified. Be constantly alert for sudden enemy attacks. The soldiers and laborers looked miserable. When Yangshan finally announced "move out," everyone actually breathed a sigh of relief. Yangshan called the sergeant to his side and asked quietly, "Daling Market lies ahead. What's the situation there?" This was his first time leading a supply run. He knew about Daling Market. Though Sun Dabio had accepted pacification, his men hadn't been reorganized or reformed. Passing through his turf made him uneasy. "No worries, Sun Dabio knows his place," the sergeant said casually. "Since he returned to Daling Market, we pass through his territory all the time. Whether it's a supply convoy or individuals, he never dares make trouble. Each time he escorts us courteously out of his domain. He even refuses our money when we stop for a meal." Yangshan nodded, though he remained uneasy. Local strongmen were fickle and unpredictable. One moment they called you brother, the next, they might stab you in the back. He disapproved of Wang Chui's failure to concentrate forces and seize Daling Market from the start. How could such a vital corridor to the Yao territories be left in hands like Sun Dabio's? If the man turned nasty, the squadron in Yonghua would be in a very awkward position. Wang Chui had revealed his true intentions at the meeting, but Yangshan found the calculation laughable, far too many uncontrollable variables. Still, he could only discuss such things with Luo Yiming. After all, Wang Chui was the county magistrate. The journey passed without incident. Before noon, the convoy reached Daling Market. The men manning the checkpoint took one look at the National Army and quickly moved the barriers aside. Daling Market was the key transit point to the Yao territories, once a thriving commercial town. The recent 8 Pai Yao uprising, however, had seen the Yonghua Yao sack it, looting and then setting it ablaze, burning 8 or 9/10 of the buildings. Recovery was still incomplete. Ruins stood everywhere. But merchants had already erected sheds and resumed business. The streets were bustling. Besides returning locals, people from surrounding villages came to trade. Here and there among the crowd, Yao folk could be spotted. The moment they entered the market, one of Sun Dabio's stewards hurried over, bowing and making pleasantries. Hearing they wanted to rest, he led the convoy to an open lot, apparently the site of some building now reduced to bare ground. A few bamboo shelters stood in the middle, with rickety tables and chairs for passing travelers to take a meal. "Come, come, brothers, please sit. I'll have food prepared right away," the steward said solicitously. "Don't go to too much trouble," Yangshan replied. "In this heat, nothing greasy. Rice and vegetables, whatever's fresh." "Yes, yes, sir. We keep ready provisions for passing merchants, plain but clean." He called for the food to be brought out. Yusiren glanced at it, cold rice porridge and pickled melons plus a big jar of mung bean soup. The utensils and food were clean enough and quite suitable. He nodded. The sergeant whispered, "Lieutenant, we stop here often. It's safe. Eat in peace." "Are the carts being watched?" "No need, they don't dare touch them." The sergeant jerked his chin toward the opposite shed. "The carts are right there, they've got people keeping an eye on them. You're worried about theft, they're even more worried," he laughed smugly. Yusiren disapproved of this complacency, but judging by appearances, Sun Debile was at least somewhat different from outright bandits. He would hardly run amok on his own turf. While eating, he noticed a group of Yao sitting in a nearby shelter, gnawing on taro and such. He saw no proper food in front of them, only a stack of large bowls and a big pot of tea. They looked sallow and weak, their every movement listless. Yusiren found it odd. "These Yao came here for a rest stop, why aren't they eating?" The steward smiled apologetically. "They come to trade mountain goods for salt. Once they've got their salt, they rest here before heading back. The master is kind-hearted, he pities their poverty, lets them sit in this shelter, eat their own provisions, and takes no money for the tea." "I see." Yusiren nodded. Clearly these Yao had gone without salt for a long time. He looked at their belongings. The bamboo tubes for salt were light and nearly empty. "What's the salt price here?" he asked casually. End of chapter. Chapter 22:15 Oaths and Curses. The steward's smile stiffened momentarily. He stammered, "Well, I'm not quite sure myself. They trade mountain goods for salt." Yusiren knew Sun Debile's methods. There was no point pressing further. He let the matter drop. Lunch finished, Yusiren insisted on paying. The steward adamantly refused. After a round of polite pushing and pulling, the steward finally accepted a token sum. Not only that, he had the bamboo canteens refilled with cool herbal tea, solicitous to a fault. "Let's move out," Yusiren urged. The party left the shelter, pushed the carts, and headed for the edge of the market. Daling Market wasn't large. The main street stretched barely half a li. Within moments they were through the gate. Only then did Yusiren let out the breath he had been holding. Seeing him exhale, the sergeant chuckled. "No need to worry, sir. This whole area is Sun Debile's domain. Petty thieves wouldn't dare make trouble on his turf. It's perfectly safe." He patted his rifle. "Bringing these is really overkill." Yusiren noticed that not just the sergeant but the entire squad had a slack, complacent air. He shook his head. "These local strongmen are suspicious and unpredictable. Don't trust them too easily." They talked as they pushed the carts. After another half-li or so, they rounded a hill, and suddenly another checkpoint appeared ahead. Not only were there barriers, but a wooden watchtower as well. A dozen-odd militiamen armed with swords and spears stood on guard, looking tense. Between the two barriers, only a narrow gap wide enough for one person remained. A dozen or so small traders and Yao-dressed figures were queuing to pass through one by one. The checkpoint was noisy with shouting. "That's Sun Debile's toll station," the sergeant said. "Past here is Yao territory." "What are they searching for?" Yusiren saw that everyone passing through was thoroughly checked, baggage examined, clothes opened. "Salt," the sergeant explained. "Sun Debile's biggest cash cow is selling salt into the Yao territories. Whether you're Yao or a peddler, if you're carrying salt into the Yao lands, you must buy it at his shop. Once you do, they put it in a bag with a wax seal. At the checkpoint, only bags with intact seals may pass. Otherwise, it's smuggling, confiscation, and a beating if you're lucky, locked in his private jail if you're not. Family has to pay ransom to get you out. Quite a show of power, more than the government itself." Yusiren was a naturalized commoner. He had seen plenty of local strongmen running roughshod while officials played blind. He was hardly as shocked as an elder would be. Still, he realized this situation was a direct cause of the Yonghua Yao's growing discontent, and of the unrest in the Yao territories. County Magistrate Wang had ordered this convoy to smuggle several hundred jin of salt precisely to appease the Yao. But Sun Debile and his gang had to be dealt with quickly. The longer this dragged on, the worse for both the Council of Elders' credibility and Yangshan's stability. "You're telling me," the sergeant spat. "Every time we go to Yonghua, the Yao complain about this. They say, You promised salt would cost the same for Yao and Han, but you're still charging high prices. Who knows what County Magistrate Wang is thinking? One soldier chimed in. If this keeps up, the Yonghua Yao will revolt again. As they talked, they approached the checkpoint. Suddenly, the sergeant frowned and murmured, "Something's off." "What?" Siren started. "I don't recognize the men at the checkpoint." When the convoy reached the barrier, no one moved to clear the way. Instead, a thin, swarthy man swaggered up, shouting, "Halt! TMD, halt!" The convoy stopped. The sergeant's brow creased. "Lieutenant, let me check." He signaled to the soldiers behind him. The sergeant stepped forward. "We're the supply convoy for Yonghua. Clear the barrier." "I don't give a damn what supply convoy. Anyone passing this checkpoint gets searched." The swarthy man's attitude was the polar opposite of the deferential militiamen when they had entered Dowling Market, pure arrogant swagger. "Listen carefully. We're the county's national army, carrying supplies to Yonghua. Another word and I'll put a bullet through you." The sergeant had passed here many times and had never been treated this way. He was furious. "Put a bullet through me? You haven't got the balls. This is Master Sun's turf. You play by Master Sun's rules. Anyone heading into the Yao lands gets checked for smuggled salt. No salt, you pass." Now the sergeant's face turned red with rage. He swung his rifle off his shoulder and leveled it. "I'd like to see who's tired of living and dares to search us." The entire checkpoint erupted. The escorting soldiers unslung their rifles. The checkpoint militiamen brandished swords and spears. The air crackled with tension. The convoy laborers, caught off guard, froze in terror, legs shaking. Siren's heart lurched. What is going on? Judging by everything they had encountered along the way, Sun Dabiao's attitude hadn't changed. Even if he had turned hostile, the best moment to strike would have been back at the tea shelter during their meal. Weapons had been set aside. Why the sudden hostility at the threshold of the Yao territory? Just as he was frantically calculating, a thunderous boom erupted from the hillside. Before he could react, a hail of iron pellets and gravel sprayed outward like water from a giant watering can, sweeping across the entire convoy indiscriminately. "So you're saying Sun Dabiao has no idea who attacked the supply convoy?" "Yes, yes. Sun Dabiao swears to heaven it wasn't him who attacked the convoy," Zhang Tianbo said, nearly folded in half, sweat streaming down his face. "This is a frame-up." Wang Chuyi received news of the attack on the supply convoy the next morning. A party arrived from Dowling Market, led by Sun Dabiao's steward. They had brought back the convoy, along with the wounded, and the bodies of the dead soldiers and laborers. Siren had returned too, dusty, dispirited, and wounded. The moment the steward saw Wang Chuyi, he fell to his knees, wailing his innocence. Only with great difficulty did Wang Chuyi piece together what had happened from him and the wounded survivors. On the day of the attack, while the sergeant was parleying at the checkpoint, a sudden lychee cannon blast from the roadside killed the sergeant and one soldier on the spot. The checkpoint militiamen then charged with blades and spears in the confusion. The laborers, caught unawares, suffered heavy casualties. The soldiers fought back and eventually repelled the attackers. In the end, 2 soldiers and 7 laborers were killed. Over a dozen more were wounded. The convoy's cargo was undamaged, but with so many laborers dead or injured, they couldn't continue. They had to return to Dowling Market. When Sun Dabiao learned of the attack, he rushed to Siren's side, swearing every oath imaginable that this was not his doing. He insisted the men at the checkpoint were not his. His own guards had all vanished. Siren had no desire to argue with him. Too many laborers were dead or wounded. The corpses had to be returned quickly. The summer heat wouldn't wait. He demanded Sun Dabiao provide laborers to escort the entire convoy back to the county seat. Sun Dabiao complied immediately, babbling incessantly that he was innocent, begging Siren to clear his name before County Magistrate Wang. He even pressed 500 taels of silver upon them as compensation for the dead and wounded. The convoy had been attacked on his turf. That was completely unexpected for Wang Chuyi. Of course he knew Sun Dabiao was not honest, but he hadn't imagined the man would dare strike a supply convoy. Do you think Sun Debao is telling the truth or lying? Wang Chui asked Yusiren. I can't be certain, but my guess is he's probably telling the truth, Yusiren said. Though he disliked Wang Chui's handling of the situation, he believed in speaking plainly. I can't fathom why Sun Debao would do this. It's dropping a chamber pot on his own head. My thoughts exactly. Doing this makes him our open enemy. What could he possibly gain? Also, just before the attack, Yusiren repeated what the sergeant had said. He knew the route well, he recognized the checkpoint guards, yet he said they all looked like strangers. That's definitely suspicious. You mean someone secretly replaced the original guards? That's my conclusion. Yusiren accepted this inference. But we can't simply take Sun Debao at his word. He's a classic local tyrant, a predator who bleeds the common folk. His hands are stained with blood. What does his blood debt have to do with this? All I care about is whether he did it, Wang Chui said impatiently. Yusiren felt a flash of irritation, but he held his tongue. He only said, right now our priority is resupplying Yonghua. They're running low on grain. I'll lead the convoy myself again. And so, a second supply run to Yonghua was dispatched the next day. This time, the convoy reached Yonghua Township without incident, carrying not only grain but 1,000 jin of salt, which was sold at low prices to the local populace. Yusiren reported back that Sun Debao had been solicitous the entire way. Though he dared not enter the Yao territory, he had sent men over a dozen li out to welcome and escort the convoy. Shortly after the convoy returned, Zhang Tianbo arrived. But the attack happened on his turf, at the very checkpoint leading into Yonghua. Wang Chui and Peng Shaoan had already conferred. Regardless of who was really responsible, they intended to squeeze Sun Debao to the utmost, force him to demonstrate greater sincerity, and achieve subduing the enemy without a fight. Yes, it's all Sun Debao's incompetence, Zhang Tianbo said. He's sick with remorse. He specially sent me to beg the county magistrate to see the truth clearly. He may be no saint, but he knows right from wrong. After all county magistrate Wang has done for him, how could he not appreciate it? He begs the county magistrate to be magnanimous and give him a way out. Whatever the county magistrate orders, he will do without a second word. Oh, did he really say that? This is too important for me to lie about. Zhang Tianbo was on the verge of swearing an oath himself. End of chapter. Chapter 22:16. A silver tongue. Very well. Since he's so sincere, I won't beat around the bush. Wang Chui's scheme was also Peng Shaoan's suggestion. You and Sun Debao both understand. The Yonghua Yao have been restless lately, and Daling Market is the key pass into Yonghua territory. If there's no strong garrison there, I won't be able to sleep at night. Zhang Tianbo was stunned. He understood perfectly what the county magistrate meant. He wanted to station troops in Daling Market. Once the national army moved in, within 10 days to half a month, Daling Market would change hands. Sun Debao's toll station, his license to print money, would be gone forever. Without income, which brother would stick with him? His life and death would hang on a word from County Magistrate Wang. This pulling the fuel from under the cauldron move was devastating. Zhang Tianbo cursed inwardly. That little whelp by Xuansheng had called it exactly. What if they refused? County Magistrate Wang now had a legitimate pretext. The moment the county dispatched troops, the Yonghua National Army wouldn't even need to move. One order from the Australians, and the Yao, who had suffered years of extortion at Sun Debao's hands, would swarm out to help. Zhang Tianbo silently cursed Feng Hejiao's lack of loyalty. This was forcing Sun Debao onto the boat. Just the day after the attack, while Sun Debao was tearing his hair out and raging, word came that Second Master Feng has sent an envoy. TNND, just the man I wanted to find, and he delivers himself. Sun Debao was seething. His men at the checkpoint had all been trussed up and dumped in a ravine. Once found and untied, they explained. Second Master Feng's people brought wine and meat. We ate, and then we all fell asleep. Sun Debao flew into a towering fury, cursing Feng Hejiao as disloyal, despicable, and utter scoundrel. This was blatantly dumping a chamber pot on his head. Grab every one of them and tie them up. Sun Debil bellowed. I won't see them. Tomorrow morning ship them all to the county. His men hastened to dissuade him. After all, Second Master Feng was a sworn brother. However bad official matters got, they mustn't spoil brotherly bonds. Besides, these were low-ranking men following orders, not their fault. Fine, let him explain himself first. Bring him up. The envoy was none other than Bai Xuansheng. Though he wore a composed expression, his robe was drenched with sweat beneath. This time he truly had his head tied to his belt. Worse, he had volunteered for the mission. Attacking the supply convoy had been his idea. Now that it was done, the aftermath naturally fell to him. Otherwise, Feng Heijia would never let him off. Of course, if he failed to smooth things over, Sun Debil would probably chop off his head right here and now, saving Feng Heijia the trouble. In the end, all he could do was console himself with fortune favors the bold. Still, Bai Xuansheng was no armchair strategist. He reckoned his odds at 7 or 8 out of 10. Steeling himself, he followed the guards into the hall. Seeing Sun Debil glaring at him with murderous intent, his heart went cold. The bravado he had mustered evaporated 70 or 80%. His knees buckled. He dropped to the floor and kowtowed. This student, Bai Xuansheng, pays respects to Master Sun. So you're that dick of a secretary my brother Sea Dragon just hired. Sun Debil neither returned the greeting nor told him to rise. He sneered. Yes, this student. Bai Xuansheng saw no invitation to stand. He started to get up on his own, but one glance at that ferocious glare sent him straight back to his knees. Sun Debil roared, that fine work Feng Heijia did. What does he have to say for himself? Please don't be angry, Master Sun, Bai Xuansheng said, bracing himself. I've come today to offer congratulations. Congratulations. Sun Debil was taken aback, then he sneered. Did Feng Heijia send you here to mock me? I wouldn't dare. Bai Xuansheng hastily bobbed his head. I have a document here. Master Sun will understand once he sees it. He drew a cloth-wrapped bundle from his robe. An attendant took it and presented it. Sun Debil opened it, a commission filled in with his name and 3 generations of ancestors. The title, Right Flank Bazong of Yangshan. This was obtained by Master Feng, who petitioned Master Zhan to secure it from Governor-General Xing on your behalf, Bai Xuansheng said. With this, you become a bona fide imperial officer. Is that not cause for congratulations? Bullshit, I'm already a Song official who wants your worthless scrap, Sun Debil said, but he didn't put the commission down. He turned it over and over, examining it repeatedly. Bai Xuansheng saw there was hope. He pressed on, Master Sun, this Ming Commission is a proper, legally issued document. With it, you are an imperial officer recognized in all 18 provinces under heaven. As for this song, they haven't even taken all of Guangdong. These words struck home. Seeing he had Sun's attention, Bai Xuansheng continued. Even within Guangdong, fires burn everywhere. The hair clippers have stout ships and fierce guns, true, but they are few and thinly spread. Though made of iron, how many nails can they forge? When the imperial armies return, I doubt they can hold. Bullshit, if Ming is so powerful, why has Xing Wenken crawled off to Guangxi like a turtle? Bai Xuansheng remained unruffled. Master Sun, please calm yourself. It's true the Governor-General is currently sheltering in Guangxi, biding his time while the hair clipper's edge is sharpest. But this is only temporary. Ming is the legitimate dynasty. It commands the resources of the realm and the hearts of the people. The present setback is merely a momentary lapse, exploited by the hair clippers. Once Governor-General Xing regroups and reorganizes, he will naturally recover the lost territories. Remember the Xian rebellion. It engulfed Sichuan and Guizhou, shook the empire. Was it not more formidable than the hair clippers? Yet in the end, the chieftains' heads were taken. He paused. Sooner or later, the court will deal with the hair clipper rebellion in Guangdong. When hundreds of thousands of imperial troops cross the 5 ridges and descend southward, the hair clippers won't mind. They can sail off to some foreign shore. But you, Master Sun, with your household and ancestral estate, what becomes of you? Sun Debil began to fidget. In truth, these doubts had never been far from his mind. But he was only a backwoods strongman, News reached him slowly, and he knew little of the greater picture. He couldn't synthesize the information. A literate man like Bai Xuansheng, with even a modest big-picture perspective, could easily overwhelm him with information and win his confidence, the same approach that had worked on Feng Hejiao. "My household and estate are none of Feng Hejiao's concern," Sun Dabiao said, steadying himself with a sneer. "Some fine brother dumping a chamber pot on my head. I'm grateful for his kindness. Forget waiting for the imperial army. The hair clippers will wipe out my ancestral estate any day now. Master Sun, since antiquity, loyalty and family cannot both be served, it's true Second Master Feng acted rashly this time, but looking at the big picture, he was actually helping you." "Bullshit," Sun Dabiao glared. "Explain how he was helping me. If you can't make sense of it, I'll help you first." Bai Xuansheng swallowed hard, but he now felt he had the measure of his opponent. He lowered his head. "Master Sun, you don't want to offend the hair clippers. Second Master Feng understands that. Accepting the Australian pacification, playing along to bide your time, Second Master Feng has nothing to say about that. But surely you realize, the notion you're hiding in your heart, the hair clippers can read it clear as day. They're ignoring it only because they're overstretched and can't be bothered with you for now. You think you need to teach me that? Of course not." Bai Xuansheng nodded hastily. "This is nothing this humble one would presume to teach. But has Master Sun considered, once the hair clippers catch their breath, will they tolerate you? When they swept the greenwood in Qiangzhou, they never once offered pacification." Seeing Sun Dabiao fall silent, Bai Xuansheng pressed on. "Besides, your ancestral estate is right here in Daling Market, and Daling Market is the gateway to Yonghua Yao territory. Even if you let the hair clippers pass freely, they'd rather hold it themselves. With this prime ground under your control, will the hair clippers let you keep it? Sooner or later they'll force you out. When that day comes, do you give it up or not?" "Shut up," Sun Dabiao bellowed. That last thrust had pierced his most vulnerable spot. Titles, pacifications, the court, legitimacy, none of it mattered as much as Daling Market. For generations, his family had toiled, bled, and fought the Yao and local rivals to seize this ground. How could he simply hand it over? If he lost Daling Market, he couldn't even hope to be a comfortable rich man. He fixed his bulging, bloodshot eyes on Bai Xuansheng. "How do you know the hair clippers want my Daling Market?" By now Bai Xuansheng was 90% certain. He rose to his feet and said, "Daling Market is the corridor into the Yao territories. The hair clippers place great stock in the Yao. They seem to regard winning them over as a mission." He described how Huang Kao had pardoned the 8 Pai Yao at Lianzhou and elsewhere. "With such intentions, how can the hair clippers tolerate you holding this vital pass? The Yonghua Yao have long resented your salt monopoly at Daling Market. Who knows how many complaints they've filed with the hair clippers, saying the Yonghua Yao were driven to rebellion by you." Sun Dabiao's neck swelled with fury. Bai Xuansheng's words struck at the very root of his existence. "Think about it, Master Sun. The moment the Australians take Daling Market, they can move in and out of the Yao territories at will, and they can use your head to curry favor with the Yao. Why wouldn't they?" "Enough!" Sun Dabiao paced the hall like a cornered beast, circling several times. Then he strode up to Bai Xuansheng, grabbed him by the collar and fixed him with blood-red eyes. "You're trying to intimidate me. I won't fall for your tricks." By now Bai Xuansheng had seen through Sun Dabiao. He gave a cold laugh. "This student would never dare intimidate anyone. If Master Sun doesn't believe me, just ask the militiamen who helped deal with the hair clipper supply convoy yesterday. Was there salt on those carts? And what was that salt going to be used for in Yonghua? Does Master Sun still want to play dumb and deceive himself?" End of chapter. Chapter 22:17. The road ahead is uncertain. These words utterly shattered Sun Dabiao. Bai Xuansheng's arguments were airtight. Try as he might, Sun could find no flaw to refute. He understood now. His straddling two boats game of watching which way the wind blew could no longer be played. Even if his good brother, Feng Hejiao, hadn't dropped a chamber pot on his head, the Australian County Magistrate Wang would never tolerate him sitting here as a local tiger. This student does not presume to guess, Bai Xuansheng said, now fully in control. But within 3 to 5 days, the hair clippers will seize on this incident to demand that master-son hand over Dowling Market. They won't ask for your household or your property. They won't even ask you to punish the culprits. Sun Debio had lapsed into a daze. Bai Xuansheng lowered his voice. Master-son, time waits for no one. You thought to respond to all changes with constancy, but what the hair clippers despise most is precisely that constancy. Wherever they go, they stir up towering waves, appending centuries of established custom. Even if you have no wish to be a Ming official, when Ming held sway, you could do as you pleased in this county. Did the Yamen ever object? Plainly put, as long as you didn't rebel, you were the official of Yangshan. But the hair clippers won't have it. Supporting Ming is supporting yourself. I urge you to reconsider. After much deliberation, Sun Dabiao finally made his decision, board Feng Hejiao's boat. Still, a sliver of hope lingered. Perhaps County Magistrate Wang wouldn't demand Dowling Market. If so, there might yet be room to maneuver. Unwilling to commit fully, he sent for Zhang Tianbo to discuss matters. When Zhang Tianbo received the message, he was shocked. Feng Hejiao's audacity had far exceeded his expectations. But what was done, complaints were pointless. The three of them were now grasshoppers on one string. If one suffered, the others wouldn't fare well. He agreed with Sun Dabiao's thinking. No matter what, they should first try for leniency. Go sound out the terms, Sun Dabiao said. What price does County Magistrate Wang want? Though I am loyal to Ming, I have no wish to cross swords with the Australians just yet. And how far may I go in negotiating? As long as he doesn't take my Dowling Market, I'd give him my wife, Sun Dabiao said. The rest goes without saying. As it turned out, County Magistrate Wang had no interest in Sun Dabiao's wife. What he wanted was Sun Dabiao's heart's treasure, Dowling Market. That viper Feng Hejiao. Hearing Wang Chuyi's terms, Zhang Tianbo knew there was no undoing this. The only question now was where he himself would stand. He bowed his head and folded his hands. I will return to Dowling Market at once and convey your honor's meaning to Sun Dabiao. Only Dowling Market is Master Sun's ancestral property. He treasures it beyond anything. He'd sooner part with his wife than Dowling Market. Dowling Market was once Ming territory. How did it become his ancestral property? Besides, this is now the realm of Great Song. Wang Chuyi smiled. Go. Tell Sun Dabiao that as long as he agrees, I guarantee his family fortune will be safe. He can live out his days as a comfortable, peaceful rich man. Yes, I understand. Zhang Tianbo sighed inwardly and withdrew. Back at his lodgings, Zhang Tianbo pondered his options. Among the three tyrants of Yangshan, he was the weakest. Only his constable squad leader title had allowed him to stand alongside Feng Hejiao and Sun Dabiao. Now, though he had been given the title detective squad leader, he had no real influence in county affairs. Security was handled by naturalized cadres the Australians had brought. Luo Yiming and Yu Siren only questioned him for information. They never included him in actual operations. He could sense that these two false hair clippers didn't trust him at all. Indeed, they were openly hostile. If he had a role at all, it was merely as a go-between and persuader. Now Feng Hejiao had accepted the court's pacification, and Sun Dabiao was embroiled in this mess. With Zhang Tianbo's wits, he understood perfectly. He was now a useless man. Sooner or later, the hair clippers would make an example of him to win the people's hearts. He had no shortage of enemies. Since the Australians arrived in Yangshan, the Yamen had been flooded with complaints against him. Some formal petitions accompanied by the beating of drums, others anonymous denunciations slipped under doors. His apprentices and cronies who had been retained at the Yamen secretly warned him. All these materials were piled up in County Magistrate Wang's office, stored in a special paper folder. Though Wang Chuyi had suppressed these materials, he hadn't, as legend had it, burned them in front of Zhang Tianbo to buy his heart. That made Zhang Tianbo secretly uneasy. When the day of the bird caught, the bow discarded came, these would be ready-made iron evidence. Zhang Tianbo pondered and paced, caught between two fires. At last he went to consult Li Xuanque again. This is not difficult at all. Having heard his disciple's troubles, Li Xuanque smiled faintly. I have a plan. Only the odds are 50-50. If you lose, there's no second chance, you're finished forever. Zhang Tianbo thought, that's the same as saying nothing. Please instruct your disciple, great-grandfather. Li Xuanque coughed up phlegm and said in a low voice, the Australians and us, we're not the same kind of people. Zhang Tianbo's eyelid twitched. Great-grandfather, we Yamen runners have always played a different game from the officials. Li Xuanque shook his head. There you think wrong. Though we runners are lowly serfs, we share a common fate with the officials. We depend on their authority to get by, they depend on us as their claws and fangs. Whether it's High Rui or Grand Secretary Yan, clean or corrupt, they all need us. The only difference is whether the rules are tighter or looser. But the Australians, Zhang Tianbo hesitated. Now that you mention it, they are indeed different from Ming. Exactly. Li Xuanque's expression turned grim. Though I no longer serve in the Yamen, I've learned a thing or two about Australian affairs and the county's goings-on these past days. Great-grandfather, you mean. The Australians and Ming, they don't run on the same track. There was a note of sorrow in Li Xuanque's voice. They have no use for the likes of us. Zhang Tianbo understood. Staying with the Australians meant no rice bowl, regardless of the outcome. Your disciple understands. Good, Li Xuanque said. But Ming, as I see it, is also a hopeless case. Don't expect the imperial army within 3 to 5 years. How to choose, that's up to you. Zhang Tianbo left Li Xuanque's house in a daze. Suddenly, a hand clapped his shoulder, startling him. He looked, it was Jiang Ziaoshan. Jiang Ziaoshan was a highway robber who had been hiding on Li Xuanque's estate as a farmhand. But being unable to practice his trade, life was dull and impoverished compared to his freewheeling bandit days. He had grown restless. Now that order in Yangshan was slowly being restored and merchants were once again traveling the roads, his fingers itched to pull off a few jobs. Since ancient times, a lone wolf robber needed connections in the Yamen. But when the Australians came, the familiar faces in the Yamen vanished. Those retained were all people with clean records. Even old acquaintances who had once been on friendly terms fled like rabbits at the sight of Jiang Ziaoshan. If cornered, they mouthed only evasive nonsense. Jiang Ziaoshan was shrewd. He knew none of them could be relied upon. After much thought, he fixed on the former constable squad leader, now detective squad leader. He and Zhang Tianbo were old friends. He had paid generous tribute over the years. They were quite familiar. Only he hadn't had an opportunity until now. Seeing Zhang Tianbo emerge alone, he wasn't about to let him slip away. He dragged him off for a drink. Zhang Tianbo, frustrated and without prospects, was in the mood to drown his sorrows. With a pull and a push, he found himself at Jiang Ziaoshan's quarters. This was the countryside, with no taverns. The Li household brewed its own rough wine. Jiang Ziaoshan produced some silver, had the kitchen slice up some cured meat and bring out dried and fresh fruit. The two sat down in Jiang's room and began to drink. Cup after cup, the wine took hold. Jiang Ziaoshan hinted that he wanted to resume his trade and hoped Zhang Tianbo would provide cover. As long as elder brother is willing to help, we'll follow the old arrangements. Jiang Ziaoshan said, earning a bit more silver is good for any unexpected need. Times have changed too fast. Zhang Tianbo laughed bitterly. You expect me to help you. I don't even know who can help me. Riding the wine, he poured out all his grievances. I count for nothing at the Yamen now. Detective squad leader Ba, he waggled his little finger. The Australians don't care for people like us. They only use the false hair clippers they brought from Guangzhou. Even when they promote a few old hands, they pick the dull, useless blockheads. I see. Jiang Ziaoshan nodded. If the hair clippers are so ungrateful, elder brother, why stay with them? Why not strike out on your own? On my own, easier said than done. Zhang Tianbo was 6 or 7 parts drunk now, he sighed. I'm not like Feng Heijia or Sun Debiao. They have turf, they have followers. I Zhang Tianbo got by in this county on reputation alone. Now that the Australians won't give me face, what do I have left? If this place won't keep you, there's always another. Jiang Ziaoshan slapped the table. Working this miserably, why bother? If not this, then what? The court has fled. I'm just a constable. Going home and idling is easy enough, but I'd eat through my savings, and after all these years as a constable. He didn't finish, only sighed. Jiang Ziaoshan knew. Zhang Tianbo had made many enemies in Yangshan. Without an official title to protect him, he wouldn't sleep soundly at home. Looking at it that way, there really was no way out. Jiang Ziaoshan sighed along with him, rather disappointed. Then he remembered Bai Xuansheng, who had quietly visited here not long ago. He asked, "Brother Zhang, do you know Bai Xuansheng, the new secretary Feng Hejiao hired?" End of chapter. Chapter 22:18, A Silver Tongue, Part 2. How could I not know him? Zhang Tianbo said. Every time I see second brother Feng, he's there. I don't like him. Why? He feels sinister, young, not a whisker on his lip, looks like a eunuch. Ha ha, Jiang Ziaoshan roared with laughter. Well put. He does have that air. I hear he was recommended to second Master Feng by some Squire Yang. Hasn't been here long, yet he's already so trusted. Quite remarkable. Since ancient times, men of the Jianghu were full of schemes, seasoned bandits like Feng Hejiao especially so. Normally, someone like Bai Xuansheng, even if taken on out of courtesy, would never be trusted, let alone kept close. He's different. The wine loosened Zhang Tianbo's tongue. Behind him is not just Squire Yang, but also a certain Master Zhan who came from Guangxi, supposedly here to rally people to rise up and destroy the hair clippers, restore Ming. Second brother Feng was so bewitched by a single commission that he swallowed the man's nonsense. Come to think of it, joining the government isn't such a bad idea, Jiang Ziaoshan said. Back when I ran my shady trade, as long as you followed the rules, you could still do business. Now these hair clippers have come along and thrown out all the rules, nothing works anymore. He slapped his thigh in frustration. These words stirred something in Zhang Tianbo. The good old days held a powerful allure. His ambitions weren't as grand as Feng Hejiao's. He didn't crave high office. If only he could return to his post as Yangshan's constable squad leader, he would be content. Even if I wanted to join the government, Sun and Feng have turf and troops. They can secure some title, big or small. I'm just a lowly runner with no backing. What could I possibly get? A uniform and orders to be a grunt. Zhang Tianbo was full of grievances. He felt his situation was hopeless. No matter which side he sold himself to, he couldn't fetch a good price. Making brother Zhang a common soldier would be a waste of talent. Before his words died away, a leisurely voice drifted in from outside the window. Both men flinched. Their wine fog instantly turned to cold sweat, dripping away completely. Yangshan was under Australian rule now. The words they had just exchanged marked them unmistakably as rebels. Though this place was remote, it was still in a state with people coming and going. If someone overheard and reported them, disaster. Jiang Ziaoshan was a desperate man. He always carried a slender oxear dagger. Now he had it in hand. He asked in a low voice, "Friend, who are you? Why are you eavesdropping?" A heh-heh laugh came from outside the window. With that laugh, the door of Jiang Ziaoshan's hut swung open. Two men entered, one after the other. One, a middle-aged scholar they didn't recognize. The other, an older man with the look of a wealthy gentleman, was someone they both knew, Xin Lianshan, on whose estate Zhang Tianbo's family had once sheltered. With a familiar face present, both relaxed. Zhang Tianbo patted his chest. "Old Xin, you nearly scared me to death," Xin Lianshan laughed. "How would I dare scare you? You're quite the important man these days." "Important, unimportant, don't mock me." Zhang Tianbo waved a hand. "And who is this?" "This is Master Zhan from Guangxi." The surname Zhan scholar flicked his sleeve and bowed with folded hands. "This student is Zhan Zhekun." He drew a document from his clothing. Jiang Ziaoshan was illiterate, but Zhang Tianbo took one look and shuddered. It was the very commission, stamped with the Lianguang Governor-General's seal, for a staff advisor, the same one that had been shown to Feng Hejiao. Zhang Tianbo knew genuine articles from fakes. His legs went weak. He fell to his knees with a thud, kowtowed 3 times, and said, "This humble one did not know your lordship was here. please forgive any offense." For all his Jianghu swagger, Zhang Tianbo's deepest longing was for official status, and his deepest fear was officials. The instant Zhang Zhekun flashed his credentials, Zhang couldn't help but kneel. Jiang Ziaoshan's face was blank with confusion, but judging by Zhang Tianbo's reaction, this must be a high-ranking official. He hurriedly knelt as well and kowtowed. "Greetings to your lordship." Zhang Zhekun was very satisfied with the effect of his commission. With a smile, he helped both men to their feet. "No need for such ceremony, heroes. Please sit." Zhang Tianbo kept protesting. "With a superior present, how could I presume to sit?" Until Xin Lianshan coaxed him into perching on the edge of a chair. "Heroes, this student, Zhang Zhekun, was sent by Governor-General Xing Wenken to rally righteous soldiers here in the Lianyang region and resist the hair clippers. I'm sure you've heard something of this." Yes, I've heard a thing or two." Zhang Zhekun then described how he had been dispatched to northern Guangdong to rally militia, how everywhere righteous soldiers were surging up, killing hair clipper troops, capturing hair clipper ships. In mere months, they had annihilated tens of thousands of false hair clippers and seized enormous quantities of their goods and grain. The rest cowered in cities, too afraid to move. He particularly emphasized the recovery of Guangning, and went into detail about the National Army soldiers who had defected, opening the gates to welcome the imperial forces. All had received rewards. The leaders were granted substantive ranks. Bazong, Beizhong, Duozhong, and the common soldiers also received rewards. Zhang Zhekun glanced at Zhang Tianbo. "It is not too late to renounce darkness and embrace the light." Zhang Tianbo's eyelid twitched. He swallowed involuntarily. He understood perfectly what Zhang Zhekun was implying. Though he affected the Jianghu manner, he secretly envied officialdom. Zhang Zhekun's hints and inducements touched his ambitions, but the current situation, throwing in with a government that had been driven out of Guangdong, whose forces were who knew where, to fight the well-armed Australians, Zhang Tianbo wasn't that loyal. He might well become cannon fodder before ever wearing an official's hat. This humble one followed the rebels only out of necessity. Zhang Tianbo's mind raced. He quickly staked out his position. "Once the imperial forces retake Yangshan, I will be the first to rise in response. Whether it's secretly opening the gates, passing intelligence, going through fire or water, I have no second thought." Fine-sounding words, but empty. When imperial forces would retake Yangshan was anyone's guess. Zhang Zhekun naturally read his mind. He smiled. "The imperial recovery of Yangshan is imminent." "What? To speak frankly, I have come precisely for the recovery of Yangshan. Over 3,000 militia have rallied from all directions and are marching toward Yangshan as we speak. Once we strike, Yangshan will simply become another Guangning." Is this true?" Zhang Tianbo was thrown off balance. If there were no such grand affair, would this student, a staff advisor from the Governor-General's own bureau, risk this perilous place just to waste words on you? Zhang Zhekun's smile turned cold. Feng Hejiao, Sun Dabiao, and all these heroes know how to read the times. When the great work is accomplished, they will have titles and honors for themselves and their descendants. Those who fail to read the times, however, they will not only invite disaster upon themselves but drag their families down with them. He didn't finish, but his meaning was crystal clear. Zhang Tianbo broke into a cold sweat. He glanced at Zhang Zhekun, then at Xin Lianshan, and understood. With a bitter laugh he said, "Brother Xin, you really are faithful to your commission." Obviously, Zhang Zhekun had won over Xin Lianshan and now held Zhang Tianbo's family in his grasp. This visit could only be to persuade him. Xin Lianshan didn't take offense. He chuckled. "Don't be angry, brother. Naturally, I'm looking after your family. It's just that I've watched you run errands for the hair clippers all this time without gaining a single benefit. Now you're being forced to demand that brother-son hand over Daling market, truly the worst of both worlds. Why bother?" Zhang Tianbo couldn't help gritting his teeth and lowering his head. "It's not that I lack brotherly feeling, I truly have no choice. A man under another's roof must bow his head. As the saying goes, A wise bird chooses its tree. The Australians are overseas barbarians. Even if they're sea dragons, they're not true dragons. You gentlemen are in your prime, you can still accomplish great things, Zhang Zhekun said. The founder once said, the who have no fate lasting 100 years. These hair clippers may claim the name Song, but they're just another breed of island barbarians. They may seem invincible now, but their fortune will not last. Within 3 to 5 years, they'll vanish like smoke. The realm will return to Ming's bright heavens. He glanced at Zhang Tianbo. Does Constable Zhang truly wish to remain a constable for life? This humble one certainly does not. Zhang Tianbo couldn't help but answer. Exactly. Zhang Zhekun seized the moment. He picked up the wine pot, poured a cup, and raised it. Come, let us drink to Constable Zhang's renouncing darkness and embracing the light. Xin Lianshan immediately raised his cup. Come, bottoms up. The four drank together. Zhang Tianbo's head swam. He felt as if he were floating, his heart pounding. But he knew the current situation. Boarding Ming's boat was probably unavoidable now. He asked, Your lordship's kindness, this humble one will never forget it. Only what purpose does your lordship have in coming here? I will do my best to assist. Ha ha, well said. Zhang Zhekun was pleased with his compliance. Since you put it so plainly, I won't hide behind my hand. This time I have come to recover Yangshan County. Recover Yangshan County? Precisely, Zhang Zhekun nodded. In truth, he had no such intention. He had come to northern Guangdong playing it by ear. The victory at Guangning had been pure luck. They had caught the hair clippers off guard during their rapid advance. Now the hair clippers were on high alert, keeping a tight leash on retained personnel and granting them little authority. Replicating the Guangning model was virtually impossible. Take this Zhang Tianbo. Though he had landed a hair clipper title as detective squad leader, he held no real power. Expecting him to serve as an inside agent was a pipe dream. Though Zhang Zhekun had other plans, he wasn't about to reveal them. After all, recovering the county seat was a magnificent achievement, with plenty of loot to be had afterward. It appealed mightily to these Greenwood heroes, and the rallying cry carried great prestige. End of chapter. Chapter 22:19, Driving the Tiger to Swallow the Wolf. Could it be? You want me to serve as an inside agent? Zhang Tianbo was frightened. He had only heard storytellers describe such opening the gates exploits, invariably life-or-death affairs. Nothing so dramatic, Zhang Zhekun soothed him. You need only carry out the plan as instructed. These past few days, Wang Chui had been in excellent spirits. First, Yangshan's recovery was progressing smoothly. Refugees who had been sheltering in various places had mostly returned to their repaired homes and found livelihoods. The daily distribution of relief grain was steadily decreasing. Second, county roads were now generally open. Merchants were once again traveling to and fro. Third, and most gratifying, Sun Dabio, the greatest destabilizing factor in his view, had finally capitulated in the wake of the supply convoy ambush. He sent word that he was willing to disband his followers, wash his hands in a golden basin, and move his household out of Daling Market. He asked only that the county protect his considerable properties still in Daling Market. This effectively resolved the Sun Dabio gang. Next came Feng Hejiao, who had been stirring restlessly, even accepting a Ming commission, but he was merely a fish in a pot. Tell him, as long as his properties are legitimate businesses, the Council of Elders will protect them all. He need not make special requests, Wang Chui said. As for his residence in Daling Market, though it will stand empty, it too will be protected. Your honor is benevolent, Zhang Tianbo fawned. It's just his followers. Didn't I already explain their situation last time? Those who wish to return home, the county will help them settle and start production. Those who don't can be assigned to the National Army Replacement Battalion and later filled into the National Army as soldiers. Since Sun Dabio announced his willingness to leave Daling Market and wash his hands, he had repeatedly raised the issue of his followers' arrangements. Zhang Tianbo had shuttled back and forth 4 or 5 times before things were basically settled. Your honor misunderstands. It's not that matter. Zhang Tianbo was nervous. He swallowed. Sun Dabiao's men say that he has looked after them for years. They want to honor brotherly loyalty. They can't just quietly disband without ceremony. They want to hold a golden basin hand-washing assembly. They invite the county magistrate to attend as witness. Oh, is that it? Wang Chui nodded. This request was somewhat unexpected, but on reflection it was understandable. When Wang Chui was young peddling goods, he had come to know Greenwood folk. He understood that washing hands in the golden basin was usually done only when there was no other choice, and those who did it often met bad ends afterward. Now that Sun Dabia was withdrawing, his followers naturally felt the chill of when the hare dies, the hound is stewed. Inviting the county magistrate was merely a way to get the county's assurance of safety for the rest of their lives. This is a weighty matter. I cannot agree immediately, Wang Chui said after a pause. When is it scheduled? Tentatively the 28th of the 7th month. The weather is hot, not ideal, but Sun Dabia wants to show his sincerity, so he's rushing. Go on. Before then I will give you an answer. Yes, yes. Wang Chui discussed the matter with the county cadres. Sun Dabiao's willingness to withdraw from Daling Market was certainly good news for Yangshan's overall situation. The key question was whether this might be a hangmen banquet, a trap. His chief strategist, Peng Shaoan, privately judged that Sun Dabiao probably didn't dare play tricks, but if Wang Chui put himself at risk and anything went wrong, Peng Shaoan would be held accountable. So he adopted a cautiously opposed stance. As for the other naturalized cadres, virtually all opposed. Luo Yiming and Yu Siren, who oversaw security, were particularly vocal. Though somewhat skeptical of Sun Dabiao's withdrawal, they acknowledged that given his current situation and strength, he probably had no other options. What they objected to was Wang Chui's letting Sun Dabiao off without a reckoning. In their view, Sun Dabiao was drenched in crimes in Yangshan, notorious among the Han, and despised as a tyrant bandit among the Yao. A thorough reckoning would not only root out this malignancy, but also win the hearts of the grassroots populace, both Han and Yao, providing a foundation for future work. Wang Chui's murky dealings with Sun Dabiao, calling it expediency, while actually giving him a ceremonial golden basin exit and a safe landing, would only make him an untouchable liability later. They therefore opposed Wang Chui's attending the ceremony to endorse Sun Dabiao. There's another matter, Yu Siren said. Sun Dabiao and Feng Hejiao have been in close contact. To this day, he has never voluntarily disclosed his relationship with Feng Hejiao. What they're plotting privately, we know nothing. But one thing is clear. Feng Hejiao accepted a Ming commission as Bazong and is openly recruiting soldiers at Qinglian Market. He clearly intends a showdown with us. Luo Yiming nodded. What if Sun Dabiao and Feng Hejiao are secretly in league? County Magistrate Wang, wouldn't you be walking into a trap? Wang Chui was displeased. If that's your view, what do you suggest? Most believed Sun Dabiao's golden basin ceremony should never have been permitted. He should have been crushed outright. But matters had reached this point. They were caught between a rock and a hard place. The naturalized cadres fell silent. It was Peng Shaoan who gently coughed and said, in this student's view, the county magistrate need not attend the hand-washing ceremony. That would be overindulging Sun Dabiao. If the county magistrate trusts me, I am willing to go in his stead. I imagine Sun Dabiao will not dare complain. Yu Siren said, Sun Dabiao is counting on the county magistrate to be his banner. For you to venture alone into the tiger's den, it's not worth it and not necessary. My advice, simply don't go. Peng Shaoan wanted to say more, but Wang Chui waved him silent. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Let Sun Dabiao play his little game, we'll play along. I say we should attend this golden basin ceremony. What? Everyone in the meeting room was startled. Yu Siren was about to object when Wang Chui shook his head. No need to persuade me, I have my own ideas. The bottom line is, Sun Dabiao wants me to come and endorse him to guarantee his safety for the rest of his life. Fine, I'll give him that, but he won't get off so easily. What does the county magistrate mean? Peng Shaoan asked cautiously. Sun Debil cares deeply about his followers' futures and worries about his own safety. Fine, we'll do it the Greenwood way. At his Golden Basin ceremony, we'll have him submit a certificate of allegiance. Wang Chui's plan was to forbid Sun Debil from holding a Golden Basin hand-washing, the reasoning being that it was a Greenwood tradition, inappropriate for official purposes. Instead, it would be a reorganization assembly. Specifically, Sun Debil's followers would be reorganized into National Army Provisional 2nd Squadron, with Sun Debil or his nominee as squadron commander. Upon reorganization, the entire squadron would immediately march on Qinglian Market to suppress Feng Hejiao. If Sun Debil balked, that proved his duplicity. They would seize him on the spot at the reorganization assembly. If he truly led his men to attack, the Provisional 2nd Squadron would be the vanguard. After a fierce battle, it would inevitably be mauled. Whether or not Sun Debil harbored second thoughts, he would no longer be able to stir up trouble. One stone, two birds, eliminating both bandit threats at once. If he's willing to attack and puts real effort into it, we can spare his life and protect his family and property, Wang Chui said. Otherwise, we'll deal with him slowly. Once he leaves Daling Market, he has nothing to rely on. No one objected to the proposal itself, only to Wang Chui's going to Daling Market for the reorganization assembly. After all, it meant venturing into the tiger's lair. Wang Chui, however, considered it no obstacle. What are you all afraid of? I won't go to Daling Market alone. Since I'm going, I'll naturally bring troops. After the assembly, the troops will take over Daling Market. Sun Debil can have no objections. If he dares act up, we'll eliminate him on the spot. His plan: he and Yu Siren would lead 2 squadrons to Daling Market for the reorganization assembly. One was the Yangshan Provisional Squadron, composed mainly of Yao. The other was the 2nd Squadron stationed in Yonghua. With 2 National Army squadrons present, Sun Debil's rabble, fewer than 200 even with filler, would have to weigh their options carefully before trying anything. Once reorganization was complete, the 2nd Squadron would take over Daling Market. The Provisional Squadron and Sun Debil's newly absorbed men would immediately march on Qinglian Market. Luo Yiming would command the 1st Squadron, remaining in the county seat to handle emergencies. Using these irregular forces to assault Qinglian Market would be difficult, but given the Provisional Squadron's composition, keeping an eye on Sun Debil's men was more than sufficient. If those bandits tried anything, the Yonghua Yao who made up the Provisional Squadron would show no mercy. As for the assault on Qinglian Market, I'll notify Elder Huang in advance and request reinforcements. That way, we kill 2 birds with 1 stone, dealing with Sun Debil's men and destroying Feng Hejiao. Brilliant, truly a plan with no loose ends. Peng Shaoan couldn't help but flatter him. County Magistrate Wang is both a civil administrator who can pacify the realm and a military leader who can secure the nation. Though partly sycophantic, the sentiment was at least half sincere. The stratagem perfectly matched Peng Shaoan's aesthetic sensibilities. You flatter me. My thinking has never changed. Solve Yangshan's banditry at the lowest possible cost, Wang Chui said solemnly. Now the opportunity is before us. We must seize it. End of chapter. Chapter 22:20. Beating the drums. When Huang Kao received Wang Chui's letter, something about it troubled him. But stretched thin as he was and unfamiliar with conditions in Yangshan, he could not properly assess the situation. Though he had reservations about Wang Chui's approach, having entrusted the county to him, it was only right to let the man gain experience. The elders could not micromanage everything. After analyzing the contents of the report, he concluded that Wang Chui's plan carried limited risk. At worst, there might be a minor setback, nothing that would throw the entire county into chaos. He immediately wrote back approving the plan but cautioned Wang Chui, exercise extra vigilance. Do not be too lenient with such bandit strongman groups. Avoid excessive magnanimity. Do not extend mercy to bandit strongmen who have incurred great popular resentment. The letter ran several thousand characters. He wrote until the small hours, covering every point and concern he could think of, lest Wang Chui overlook something. After finishing, he handed the letter to the signals clerk for encoding and dispatched a courier to deliver it. Meanwhile, he summoned Zhen Huan. "Take your entire company and set out immediately. Arrive in Yangshan before the 28th of the 7th month, ready for combat that day," Huang Kao said. "Once there, you are under County Magistrate Wang Chui's command." Zhen Huan nodded. "Understood. I'll make arrangements and depart at first light tomorrow." With the reinforcements settled, Huang Kao felt somewhat reassured. As long as Zhen Huan arrived with the mountain company in time, any mess Wang Chui made could be salvaged. News that County Magistrate Wang would personally attend Sun Dabiao's Golden Basin hand-washing assembly at Daling Market spread quickly. Sun Dabiao told everyone he met, so delighted his beard quivered with each retelling. "At last I have an official status. I'll spend the rest of my days living peacefully under Australian rule." He sent people to the county seat to buy an old residence, demolished it entirely, and began building a grand new mansion. He dispatched agents throughout the countryside to purchase good farmland. Every day, porters streamed out of Daling Market carrying household goods to the county seat. He was clearly preparing a comfortable nest there. All of Daling Market was in a bustle. Not only were belongings being moved out of his residence, but several shops under his name had closed, managers and clerks dismissed. He retained only the largest, calling it his retirement nest egg. Greenwood heroes who had been lying low now emerged to offer congratulations and host banquets. Everyone knew. Sun Dabia was washing his hands, handing over Daling Market, and becoming a rich gentleman. Meanwhile, Wang Chui secretly deployed his forces while sending orders to the Yonghua territories. 50 able-bodied men were to report immediately to the county seat to reinforce the provisional 1st Squadron. Scouts dispatched to Qinglian Market kept close watch on the situation. Apart from drilling his troops, Feng Hejiao showed no unusual activity, indicating no collusion with Sun Dabiao. Still, Wang Chui remained uneasy. The moment Zhen Huan's mountain company arrived, he sent them straight to the outskirts of Qinglian Market to keep an eye on Feng Hejiao and prevent any sudden sally, and to be ready to attack once Sun Dabiao's reorganization was complete. In the midst of these feverish preparations, word came. Pan Tianshan, the eternal chief of Sankingling in Yonghua, had arrived with the reinforcement troops. "Show him in," Wang Chui said. Pan Tianshan entered the hall and was about to kneel when Wang Chui stopped him. "No need to kneel. Sit down and talk." "Your Honor, please save the people of Yonghua." Ignoring pleasantries, Pan Tianshan threw himself to the floor with a heavy thud and kowtowed 3 times in rapid succession. Wang Chui was startled. He hastened to help him up. "Eternal Chief, what is this about?" Pan Tianshan was one of the more loyal, eternal chiefs in the Yonghua territory. He had never wanted open conflict with the government. His participation in the 8 Pai Yao uprising had been purely because years of exploitation by Sun Dabiao had inflamed popular fury beyond containment. Though the Australians had pardoned the rebellion, they had not eliminated the devil Sun Dabiao. Worse, the very man who had been driven out by the Yao was now back at Daling Market, openly running his business. The Yonghua Yao folk still suffered under his extortion. This had long since brought popular resentment in Yonghua to a boil. The younger men wanted to march out and finish Sun Dabiao for good, but the eternal chiefs and elders had suppressed that tide. They had already fought the Australians once and been utterly outmatched. Had Elder Huang not shown mercy, the able-bodied men of Yonghua's villages would have been decimated. Besides, an Australian squadron was now stationed in Yonghua. Before the villages could even muster, the Australians would crush them. Yet the resentment continued to swell, especially after word spread that the Australians intended to pacify Sun Dabiao and give him an official post. Even moderate figures like Pan Tianshan found it intolerable. Later, when the Australians opened a salt shop in Yonghua and sold salt at fair prices, some of the anger subsided, But the Yao territory was seething with hidden currents that could explode at any moment. Pan Tianchen had been worried sick. He knew that if Yonghua rose again, the momentary satisfaction would be followed by brutal Australian retaliation, and the Australians' fighting power far surpassed Ming's soldiers. One misstep, and the Yonghua Yao would be doomed forever. Tormented by these anxieties, Pan Tianchen had several times prepared generous gifts to present to Wang Chuyi, but each time, disagreement among the villages had prevented him from going. Now, with Wang Chuyi suddenly demanding reinforcement troops, Pan Tianchen saw his chance. He personally led 50 warriors, determined to unburden himself to this elder. Though Yonghua's people were briefly misguided and followed the 8 Pai Yao in rebellion, it was only out of desperation. Pan Tianchen refused to rise. Sun Dabiao left us no way to live. Your Honor, every day you hang slogans and sing songs, saying the Australians' coming is like sunshine in winter, but that sunshine never reaches us in Yonghua. His voice cracked, and he began to weep. He grew more agitated as he spoke, pouring out his grievances between sobs. Everyone has no salt. A tiny bit of salt costs a fortune in trade goods, but without salt we can barely walk. Children have no salt to eat, neither do the old. People go to graveyards to dig up niter salt to eat. Many have died from it. Wang Chuyi felt embarrassed. He had learned of these things from the Yonghua squadron commander's reports. But in his view, subduing the 3 tyrants of Yangshan in one blow was the priority, a once-and-for-all solution. The people could endure some hardship in the meantime. He had not expected the Eternal Chief's reaction to be so intense. Since the Wanli era, when we Yonghua folk accepted County Magistrate Zhao's pacification and became subjects of the court, we have always been obedient to the government, never daring to cross the line. Whatever the officials demanded, public or private, as long as we could provide it, we gave our utmost. Now Ming's officials are gone and you Australians have come to be emperor. We dare not be anything but loyal. Only, if things go on like this, we'll have no way to live. These words weighed heavily on Wang Chuyi. He too had come from poverty. He knew the wretched plight of honest, humble folk who endured abuse with nowhere to turn for justice. He quickly helped Pan Tianchen to his feet. Say no more, I know all this. You'll have to bear it just a little longer. The skies will clear in a matter of days. Does your honor mean Sun Dabiao's golden basin hand washing? Seeing the magistrate's warmth, Pan Tianchen wiped his tears and rose. Exactly. After this reorganization assembly, he will leave Daling Market and our troops will take over. Buying salt and selling mountain goods will no longer be difficult for you. Thank you, your honor. Pan Tianchen dried his eyes but could not help adding, though Sun Dabiao is leaving, now he has an official title and a squadron under his command. He's become a soldier. I fear there will be more trouble later. He explained that Sun Dabiao, though he had nominally transferred his shops, keeping only one general store, had actually arranged for relatives and cronies to take them over. In reality, he still controlled them. His men were openly boasting that in 3 to 5 years they would return. Please don't think me presumptuous, your honor. You'll be here 2 or 3 years at the shortest, 4 or 5 at the longest before you're promoted elsewhere. When a new magistrate comes who doesn't know the old affairs, and Sun Dabiao is a deeply rooted local snake, won't Daling Market still be his domain? Wang Chuyi nodded. You speak truly, but rest assured, the 3 tyrants of Yangshan will all eventually pay for the blood they owe. So don't worry, the Council of Elders has its own plans. He did not elaborate further. The men you've brought will be incorporated into the Provisional First Squadron. That squadron is composed mainly of you Yonghua Yao. I trust your attitude towards Sun Dabiao is not in question. I need you to keep a tight watch on Sun Dabiao's men. Understood. The implication was clear enough. Pan Tianchen's spirits rose. When it comes to dealing with Sun Dabiao, every one of us Yonghua folk can fight like 10. Don't boast. Besides, I'm not asking you to attack them, just keep your eyes on his men. Wang Chuyi paused. Squadron commander, you will assign the specific tasks. This time don't go back, you carry authority, stay with the squadron as its backbone. At the critical moment I'll be counting on you. Yes, I understand. Pan Tianchen stood invigorated. Wang Chuyi issued a chit instructing the warehouse to select serviceable Ming-era swords, spears, armor, and firearms, and distribute a portion to the provisional first squadron. He also ordered preparations for wine and meat to celebrate the reorganization assembly, along with $500 silver for military pay. End of chapter. Chapter 22-21. Dark clouds gather the 27th day of the 7th month in the Australian calendar. The heat was ferocious, as if fire were falling from the sky. Word was that laborers had died of heat stroke in the fields. At the Daling Market Square, more than half the food prepared for the next day's Golden Basin hand-washing assembly had spoiled and been dumped, much to the dismay of the minions, who had not tasted meat in ages. They muttered privately that the date had been poorly chosen. When their bosses overheard and barked at them, they fell silent. Despite the heat, preparations for the assembly, or reorganization assembly, as it was officially called, proceeded on schedule. A stage had been erected in the square, topped with a shade canopy. Along both sides ran rows of bamboo shelters, supposedly for visiting heroes and Australian officials to observe. After all, Sun Dabia was a figure of some renown in the Greenwood. Inside Daling Market, several hundred of Sun Dabia's men milled about noisily. His actual corps numbered only 70 or 80. Another 100 or so were stay-at-home bandits, scattered in and around the market. Now he had sent men far and wide. Anyone who had ever worked under Sun Dabia's banner or had any connection was summoned. The promise was simple: show up, answer roll call, and receive 2 dew of rough rice plus a new set of clothes. New was a stretch. They were old garments, mended and re-dyed, that looked passable but had gone threadbare. The men grumbled that the stewards were skimming. Yet for just a few words and a ragged outfit, Sun Dabia had assembled over 200 men. Dressed in their new uniforms and issued swords and spears, they looked the part. He made no attempt to hide the padding. Since time immemorial, Greenwood heroes seeking pacification had inflated their musters. Who would not want more names on the roll? At the very least, the first month's grace pay would be fatter. Besides, everyone said the Australians treated their soldiers generously. Regular pay, provisions, and gear far beyond what Ming soldiers received. Just look at the Yao serving the Australians. Not even regular Fubo army, yet within days their faces were ruddy with health. More than a few were privately calculating. If the Australians really did absorb them, being fed and paid as soldiers might not be a bad life. Sun Dabia wore a contented air, occasionally strolling through Daling Market. His manner was far friendlier than before, greeting everyone he met, practically helping old ladies cross the road. The townspeople were baffled. What medicine had Sun Dabia taken? By the evening of the 27th, the National Army Yangshan 2nd Squadron arrived from Yonghua but did not enter the market. They bivouacked outside the walls. Only the squadron commander went in to finalize details of the next day's assembly with Sun Dabia. The encampment was entirely self-sufficient, firewood and water procured on their own. Of the provisions Sun Dabia sent, they accepted only rice and vegetables. Everything else, including the rare wine and meat, was returned. Many in the market clucked their tongues. They had heard of such discipline but never seen it. Early the next morning, Daling Market was abuzz with activity, packed with guests and gawkers. Cooks hired from across the county, drenched in grease and sweat, stood by roaring stoves, barking at their helpers and apprentices to move sharper. The air over the entire market was thick with the aroma of cooking. Poor folk who rarely ate meat could not help swallowing in secret. On the high stage stood an 8 immortals table, draped with an embroidered cloth. Atop it sat a golden wash basin, not actually gold but a brass basin polished to a blinding gleam with brick dust. Before the table stood an incense altar with a vase, a censer, and the customary offerings. Incense smoke already wreathed the air. Sun Dabia was seated in his inner chambers. The heat was fierce. He wore only an undershirt but was still drenched in sweat. Because this was a secret conference, not even a servant with a fan was present, only Bai Xuansheng. Bai Xuansheng was dressed immaculately, projecting an image of zen-like calm, though in truth his robes were soaked through with perspiration. It was all an act. He was here today ostensibly on Feng Hejiao's orders, but in reality he was under Zhan Zhekun's control. What play the inconspicuous staff advisor intended to stage at Daling Market, even Bai Xuansheng did not fully know. His task was simply to ensure the local tyrant before him followed the script. Yet Sun Dabao was growing visibly uneasy. He could hold himself together in public, but in the privacy of his chambers he was restless and agitated. Bai Xuansheng, too, was inwardly nervous. He had witnessed Australian prowess firsthand. Still, if he meant to accomplish great things, he could not afford to waver. Not only must he stand firm, he had to bolster Sun Dabao's nerve. Master Bai, is today's plan really reliable? Sun Dabao finally blurted out the question that had been gnawing at him. Bai Xuansheng answered without hesitation. Absolutely reliable. But I keep feeling unsettled. Sun Dabao rubbed his head. You're a scholar, you see the big picture better than I do. Still, the Yonghua squadron has already arrived. When the county magistrate comes with another squadron, I'll have fewer than 200 real men. Even if you really had 400 men, could you swallow 200 hair clippers? Bai Xuansheng said. Open battle means certain defeat. Victory lies in cunning. But your plan? Sun Dabao slapped his thigh. Farewell, my Daling Market. Daling Market is no longer going to bear the Sun name. Why grieve? True enough, Sun Dabao sighed, but I have so much ancestral property here. Even if today's plan succeeds, all of it will go up in smoke. His brows trembled clearly, the thought pained him deeply. Don't fixate on what's in front of you, master. Once the Australians are driven out, Daling Market will still be yours. And there's the county seat too. The Yao may have looted it, but since the Australians came, the market has recovered nicely, grain and goods shipped in from elsewhere. Add it all up, is that not a considerable sum? I believe that part. Sun Dabao remained gloomy, unmoved by the painted pie. What I fear is that if the first strike misses, the whole scheme unravels. Even if the first strike misses, Wang Chui and the Australians in Yangshan will be thrown into chaos. Bai Xuansheng radiated confidence. It's half a day's ride from here back to the county seat, and that's on horseback. Never mind that Master Zhan has already positioned men to ambush them on the road. Even if they reach the county seat, it will already be in our hands. Though he kept pumping Sun Dabao up, the man's brow remained furrowed. Fearing he might spoil things, Bai Xuansheng reminded him, when the time comes, your honor need do nothing. Simply go through the motions of washing your hands in the golden basin. Others will handle the rest. The sun climbed toward mid-sky. A minion came to report. The county's troops are here. Sun Dabao started. How many? Is the county magistrate with them? The county magistrate's palanquin is in the column, looks like he came. About 100-odd men, all armed. Judging by their look, it's the Yao troops from the county seat. The Yao troops from the county seat meant the Yangshan Provisional First Squadron. Though newly formed, poorly trained, and lightly equipped, their Yao composition gave them considerable notoriety in Daling Market. This Australian county magistrate has some cunning, Bai Xuansheng mused. Sun Dabao and the Yonghua Yao had been enemies for years, with blood on both sides. By bringing the Yao squadron, the Australians ensured that if anything stirred, the Yao would fight Sun Dabao's men to the death. Quickly. Bring water, I need to wash my face and change clothes. Sun Dabao called out in rapid succession. He seemed to remember what he had to do. He pulled himself together. Wang Chui and the Provisional First Squadron had set out from the county seat before dawn. By traveling early, they had beaten the worst of the heat. As they neared Daling Market, the sky grew overcast and the air turned stifling. Yusiren, who was leading the march, glanced up, probably rain coming, and ordered the column to quicken its pace. The Yonghua Yao were expert mountain walkers. Despite the heat, no one fell behind. But because it was so hot, The armor and weapons had been taken off and carried on shoulder poles or in back baskets. Wang Chui, Yu Siren, and the other naturalized cadres could only shake their heads. If these Yao did not bear a blood feud with Sun Dabao and Feng Hejiao, such a force would be utterly unreliable. The column arrived outside Daling Market. The second squadron commander was there to greet them. Yu Siren wasted no words. Take your squadron into Daling Market immediately. Secure every street corner and all 4 gates. Station yourself at the crossroads with 1 platoon ready to move. Yes, Section Chief. The commander saluted. What about the square? I see quite a few of Sun Dabao's men gathered there. Should I send a platoon over? Clearly, the commander was not entirely confident in the Yao squadron's fighting ability. How many? Are they armed? Over 200, all unarmed. The number matched their prior intelligence. Sun Dabao's actual strength was under 200. The extras were surely conscripted peasants brought in to pad the roll. Per the prior agreement, Sun Dabao's men were to assemble unarmed at the square for inspection. Their weapons would be collected in a warehouse under Sun Dabao's name for separate inventory. Have you checked the weapons? Inspected this morning. All piled in the warehouse as agreed. Don't send anyone else. You don't have many men yourself. Yu Siren considered. The Yao squadron should be enough to guard County Magistrate Wang. Stay vigilant. Watch for anything suspicious, especially outside the walls. End of chapter. Chapter 22. The dagger revealed Wang Chui appeared unruffled. He asked, "Any news from Kinglian Market?" "None yet, but I've notified the county seat to send word the moment they hear Zhen Huan has arrived at Kinglian Market." Yu Siren was more worried about Kinglian Market. He had dispatched agents to monitor Feng Hejiao's movements. So far, Feng Hejiao showed no unusual activity. Even if Feng did make a move, even if Zhen Huan's mountain company had not yet arrived, the normal march from Kinglian Market to here would take 5 or 6 hours on foot, and moving a large force would require a full day. So if Sun Dabao were colluding with Feng Hejiao to catch them in a pincer here, Feng's troops would have to set out at least a day in advance. Since Kinglian Market showed no sign of movement, Feng Hejiao was clearly not involved in whatever Sun Dabao might be planning. Both Wang Chui and Yu Siren relaxed. Their greatest fear was the two forces joining together. "Come, let's enter the town." Sun Dabao and all the worthies of Daling Market were waiting at the gate. When they saw Wang Chui's palanquin approach, Sun Dabao led the way. The assembled worthies fell to their knees in a wave. Sun Dabao kowtowed deeply, calling himself a humble commoner. His show of deference was so effusive that Wang Chui could hardly ignore it. He lifted the palanquin curtain. "No need for such ceremony." "Yes, please, Your Honor, first proceed to the Dragon Mother Temple. Tea has been prepared." Sun Dabao's manner was the picture of humility. Wang Chui nodded. He was drenched in sweat. Traveling in a palanquin under this blazing sun was like being steamed alive. Whatever Sun Dabao was up to, finding a shady spot and a drink of water came first. The Dragon Mother Temple stood beside the market square, an unremarkable 3-room compound. Its only notable feature was the stage facing the temple gate, the site of today's Golden Basin hand-washing ceremony. Yu Siren entered the town on high alert, scanning in every direction, but nothing seemed amiss. The heat had emptied the streets. The market, recently sacked by the Yao, was still undergoing repairs, its buildings scattered and forlorn. He scrutinized everything but found nothing unusual. Key traffic nodes had already been secured by men from the second squadron. When the party reached the Dragon Mother Temple, they discovered that practically the entire town had converged there. The shade shelters around the square teemed with people, several hundred at least, men and women, young and old, jostling for a view. When they saw the Australians had brought a Yao squadron, a ripple of unease passed through the crowd. "Tell Pan Tianshan to keep his men under control," Wang Chui murmured, lifting his palanquin curtain. "Hanyao tensions run high here. An incident would be no laughing matter." "Yes." Escorted by the Yao squadron, the palanquin was carried all the way to the Dragon Mother Temple. Wang Chui alighted, entered the main hall, offered incense to the deity, and then seated himself in a chair set up beside the altar. Sun Debiao's steward was already there with wash-water and tea, which he presented with utmost deference. While Yu Siren deployed security and made a circuit of the square, he noted that though the crowd was large, most were simply curious townspeople, no Greenwood heroes or their ilk. A handful with an unmistakable Jianghu aura were clustered in several shelters. The accompanying steward explained that these were Sun Dabiao's friends, here expressly to witness the ceremony. Being friends, they were presumably bandits from various quarters. Yu Siren filed this away, an excellent opportunity to sweep them all up in one net. He quietly instructed his men to watch those particular shelters. After the ceremony, they would pick them off one by one on the road. Meanwhile, Sun Debiao was not idle. The moment Wang Chui arrived at the temple, he came over with a retinue, offering greetings and tea, and repeating the terms Wang Chui had previously promised, over and over. Wang Chui grew impatient. "Master Sun, the terms have been promised. The Council of Elders always keeps its word, but henceforth your men must serve the Council with undivided loyalty. Set aside any other thoughts and you will be guaranteed peace and prosperity." "Yes, yes, I understand. This is all thanks to your honor's blessing." Sun Dabiao produced a gift list from his sleeve. "This is a small token of my sincerity. Please accept it." Wang Chui did not take the list. He frowned. "Master Sun, I appreciate the sentiment, but the Council of Elders has discipline. I cannot accept private gifts." "Yes, yes, your honor is upright and incorruptible. However, this gift is offered to the Council of Elders." Since it was for the council, Wang Chui accepted the list. The items were nothing remarkable: tea, mountain goods, leather, and other local products, plus 500 taels of silver and 500 bolts of cloth. All useful things, Wang Chui thought. He pocketed the list. "Since it's for the Council of Elders, I will accept it for now. In a few days the county will issue you a receipt." "Yes, thank you, your honor." Sun Debiao beamed as if he had gained tremendous face. He glanced at the sky and said, "The hour is upon us. Shall we begin?" "Begin." Wang Chui set down his teacup and rose. Yangshan County seat. Near noon, the streets were almost deserted. Shops were open but listless, their bamboo blinds hanging limp. The county seat had been sacked. Trade routes to Hunan were still not restored. Every business was hobbled. Some were ready to close, only because the newly arrived county magistrate Wang had held several merchant assemblies, promising exemption from commercial taxes and miscellaneous levies, had the shopkeepers been persuaded to keep their doors open. But trade was so slack that half a day might pass without a single customer. In the heat, from proprietors to shop boys, everyone dozed. The only lively spot in the city that day was a residence on County Front West Street, the very mansion Sun Dabiao had recently purchased. Since buying it, he had acquired the neighboring houses and shops at high prices, demolished them and begun grand construction, expanding buildings, laying out a garden. Dozens of laborers worked the site daily, making a constant racket. At noon, the laborers drifted out of the worksite in twos and threes, tools in hand, heading for an eatery near the west gate, where the workers took their 3 meals. This scene had been the same ever since Sun Dabiao began building in the county seat. The National Army soldiers on street patrol no longer gave it a second glance. Even though Section Chief Luo had specifically raised the alert level that day, no one was particularly concerned. Only, the number of National Army personnel on duty near the Sun Mansion worksite had increased. Zhang Tianbo sat in a tea stall in the suburbs outside the west gate, sipping tea absent-mindedly and stealing glances at the street from time to time. As squad leader, he was a commander without troops. His so-called detective squad had some 20-odd retained constables, but security section controlled them directly. They took no orders from him. Luo Yiming did not trust him and gave him no assignments. Once the pacification negotiations were underway, he had nothing to do, just wandering the streets every day, stripped of his former swagger. When people greeted him now, There was a wilted quality to their manner. Everyone in the county seat knew Zhang Tianbo had fallen out of favor with the Australians. The perks of his old days were gone. Those he had wronged in the past, though not daring to confront him openly, now showed him no courtesy on the street. Some even grabbed him to demand explanations. Zhang Tianbo gave way every time, swallowing it all. Revenge can wait 10 years. Having boarded Feng Heijiao's boat, he might as well go for a big score, bet it all. He glanced at the west gate again. Because security remained unstable, Yangshan's gates were not open from dawn to dusk. In summer, though daylight was long, the gates opened at 8 in the morning and closed at 5 in the afternoon. Even then, only one leaf of the gate was kept open, so it could be shut quickly in an emergency. A squad of National Army soldiers stood watch at the gate. It was mealtime. A cook had arrived with buckets and was distributing food. Nearby, laborers from the eatery squatted or stood around a large wooden basin of vegetables, eating in silence. As they ate, someone suddenly cried out, "Fire!" Zhang Tianbo's heart surged. He could barely contain his excitement. He looked east. Sure enough, a column of black smoke was rising from Sun Debiao's mansion worksite. The site had been piled high with bamboo and timber. Now, soaked in tung oil, it was ablaze. In the dry summer heat, the flames spread uncontrollably within minutes, a pillar of fire roaring into the sky. Whistles shrilled on the street. The patrolling National Army soldiers fell into confusion. Many ran toward the fire. At the gate, several sentries left their post and stepped into the street to gawk. Now, Zhang Tianbo sprang to his feet, hurled his teacup to the ground, drew a dagger from his coat and charged toward the gate with a roar. At his signal, the 20-odd laborers who had been eating dropped their bowls, snatched up shovels, carrying poles and hoes, and surged toward the west gate. The nearest National Army soldier stood gaping, bowl in hand. Seeing Zhang Tianbo rush at him, face contorted in a snarl, dagger flashing, he cried out, flung his bowl at Zhang's face and turned to run, only to trip and fall hard. Zhang Tianbo closed the distance in 3 bounds, planted a foot on him, and drove the dagger home. The other soldiers who had come out to see the commotion had no time to react. They were bludgeoned by the onrushing bandits and went down in an instant. The bandits' charge into the gate was momentarily checked by the barriers. Those precious seconds saved the remaining soldiers' lives. The squad leader raised his rifle and fired, dropping one bandit. In the bandits' momentary confusion, the survivors fell back into the guard chamber inside the gate. End of chapter. Chapter 22, 23. Blooming on both ends, several bandits brandished their weapons and tried to storm the guard chamber. A chaotic close-quarters melee erupted at the entrance, but in the end, the bandits were outmatched by the soldiers' bayonets and driven back. Amid the confusion, the soldiers inside the chamber opened fire. Smoke filled the gateway. The bandits screamed and scrambled out in disorder, huddling in the blind spots where rifles could not reach. The cramped space inside and the soldiers' small numbers meant they could not sally forth either. Both sides were deadlocked. Zhang Tianbo was frantic. If the gate could not be taken, the reinforcements waiting outside could not enter. The brilliant plan to seize the county seat would collapse. He knew the strength inside the city. Luo Yiming had fewer than 100 men. Add the civilian naturalized cadres and the turncoat retained personnel, and the total was only 140 or 50. They were scattered throughout the county seat, hardly a threat. That had been precisely why he had agreed to serve as the inside man and act according to plan. According to Zhan Zekun's plan, Zhang Tianbo and the 20-odd hardened bandits posing as construction workers would act as the inside agents. They would start a fire to create chaos, seize the west gate, and let the main force outside rush in to take the county seat in one stroke. To achieve a lightning capture, 2 things were needed: surprise and precise timing between the 2 sides. But now they were stalemated. Zhang Tianbo heard whistles echoing through the streets. He knew Luo Yiming would soon counterattack. The situation would reverse in an instant. He jumped out and shouted, "Quick! Light a fire, smoke them out. Several bandits hastily ignited bundles of discarded firewood and tossed them into the guard chamber entrance, then threw on some ragged straw mats. Thick smoke billowed through the gateway. Even the bandits could not stay near. Inside, the smoke-filled chamber became unbearable. The soldiers coughed and choked. The sergeant knew the situation was dire. Stay any longer and they would die. He bellowed, "Don't panic. Back to back, one step at a time, don't run." They formed triangular three-man teams, fixed bayonets, and endured the acrid smoke, inching their way out of the guard chamber. Outside, the smoke was slightly thinner. Bandits howled and lunged at them, but the soldiers were ready. Their tight triangular formations left no openings. After skewering 3 or 4 attackers, no one else dared charge. Seeing things going badly, Zhang Tianbo sprinted out of the gate and lit a smoke signal. The gate was still open, and no reinforcements from the city had arrived. If the main force waiting outside reached them in time, there was still hope. But though he fired off 3 smoke signals in succession, the road outside the city remained silent, not a soul in sight. Zhang Tianbo was beside himself. Had the timing gone awry? This was a matter of life and death. Drenched in cold sweat, he was about to turn back and check the situation when a volley of gunfire erupted inside the city. 4 or 5 bandits came running out of the gateway, faces pale with terror. The leader spotted him still standing there in a daze and shouted, "Master Zhang, run! The hair clippers are coming!" Zhang Tianbo knew the game was up. He turned and fled. Daling Market. Sun Dabao rose from his chair below the stage, cupped his hands in salute to the assembled guests, then gave a special bow to County Magistrate Wang Chui, seated in the place of honor on the stage. Only then did he mount the steps. The guests and townspeople, having endured a long Australian speech in the sweltering heat, were thoroughly fed up. Even under the shade shelters, there was no escaping the heat. Seeing the main act about to begin, the noisy square fell silent. On the table at center stage, the brass basin was filled with water. Sun Dabao stepped onto the stage, offered incense and prayers before the main hall, and inserted 3 sticks into the censer. After a brief pause, someone brought out another censer, bristling with lit incense sticks. Sun Dabao murmured under his breath, too far away for anyone to make out the words, but Greenwood insiders knew. He was reciting the incense-plucking valediction. When a Jianghu man wished to retire, with the consent of his chief and comrades, he had to perform this ritual, reciting 1 line and plucking 1 stick of incense. 56 sticks in all, 56 lines, to be recited without error. Only when the last stick was pulled could he be said to have washed his hands and gone ashore. Even a man of Sun Dabao's stature was not exempt. Sun Dabao reached the 56th line and plucked the final stick. Instantly, gongs and drums thundered. Lion and dragon dancers swarmed before the stage in a riot of color. Sun Dabao smiled, walked slowly to the brass basin, dipped his hands in and lifted them out. At once blunderbusses and firecrackers roared. The din made Wang Chui's eardrums ache. He was about to ask how much longer the ritual would take when someone screamed, "Fire!" In the deafening uproar of the square, even face-to-face conversation was difficult. Yet this shriek was so shrill, so desperate, that it cut through everything. Wang Chui and the others started. Following the cry, they saw a column of black smoke rising from the east end of the town. The crowd surged into panic. Sun Dabao called out loudly, "Your Honor, there's a fire. Please step down and take shelter. I'll go see what's happening." Before anyone could respond, he darted off the stage and vanished into the throng. Siren's instincts screamed, "Wrong." He drew his pistol and shouted, "Quick, protect the county magistrate." His warning came just in time. As the guards pushed Wang Chui to the ground, 2 or 3 blunderbuss shots rang out from the temple roof. On the stage, people, both Daling Market worthies and Wang Chui's own men, dropped in a spray of blood. Siren himself was hit. Iron pellets tore into his face and hands, blood streaming. Wang Chui was badly wounded by something. Blood poured from him. "Quick, protect the county magistrate, break out." Siren now understood completely. This was a trap. No one had imagined Sun Dabil would dare, in his own stronghold, to strike at the county government. Staring at the bleeding county magistrate, Yusiren's eyes blazed. He commanded the Yao squadron to hold the stage and prevent the enemy from scattering them in the chaos. The square was now a seething maelstrom. The conscripted muster extras and the onlooking townspeople trampled one another in their panic. Everywhere people screamed and fled. The guests, who had been posing as bandits, now brandished swords and spears, closing in on the stage. Others clambered onto neighboring rooftops to shoot down with muskets and bows. The Yao squadron had been standing guard around the stage. Though numerous, they had been caught off guard. Over a dozen were killed or wounded in the first moments. Poorly trained and lacking discipline, those on the outer edge broke and scattered with the fleeing crowd. Only the core, a few dozen men, obeyed their orders and held tight around the stage. Some were already locked in hand-to-hand combat with charging bandits. Around the stage, blades flashed and the screams of the dying filled the air. Pan Tianchen led the Yao in desperate battle. Many had not worn the armor they had brought, too hot, and suffered heavy early casualties. But the bandits had no armor either. They were evenly matched. The Yao bore a blood feud with Sun Dabil's men and fought without hesitation, pressing forward fearlessly. For the moment, they held their own. Yusiren had 2 guards carry Wang Chui down from the stage. The area below had become a battlefield. Not only were bandits charging in, but archers on surrounding rooftops were raining arrows on the stage. Fires were being set. After more than half a month without rain, the air was bone dry. The bamboo and wood buildings ignited like kindling, flames roaring, smoke billowing. Looking around, Yusiren saw flames and smoke rising all over Daling Market. He understood now. This was catastrophic. Sun Dabil had set fire to his own stronghold. He was clearly resolved to fight the Council of Elders to the bitter end. With fires burning throughout the town, the deployments Yusiren had made in advance were useless. The second squadron, scattered at various points, could not quickly regroup and engage through this inferno. Their plan had been to control the 4 gates and key roads, enabling them to suppress any unrest. But Sun Dabil's move was scorched earth, mutual annihilation. He cared nothing for the second squadron soldiers dispersed throughout the town. Instead, he was concentrating all his strength on storming the stage, bent on capturing or killing the Australian magistrate in one blow. "County Magistrate Wang, we have no choice but to fight our way out," Yusiren shouted. The situation was unclear. There was no telling how much strength the enemy had or what other moves he had prepared. The only prudent course was to fall back to the county seat. Wang Chui felt weak, dizzy, his head spinning. He knew his wounds were serious. But what consumed him was the collapse of his pacification plan, his betrayal of Elder Huang's trust, the comrades he had dragged into disaster. His heart felt as if it were being carved with a knife. For a long moment he could not speak. For an instant he wished he were dead. "County Magistrate, County Magistrate, County Magistrate." Only after Yusiren called repeatedly did Wang Chui come back to himself. He managed. "We all go, but what about the second squadron?" "Signal them to break out on their own," Yusiren shouted. The second squadron was scattered at various points throughout the town, with fires everywhere and roads possibly blocked. Ordering them to rally at the Dragon Mother Temple would only increase casualties and uncertainty. Better to have them withdraw independently. The signalman immediately lit 3 green signal rockets, the sign for general withdrawal. Yusiren raised his saber and roared, "Follow me, break out." Pan Tianchen rallied his spirits, swinging his great saber and leading the Yao soldiers in a furious charge. Yusiren and a dozen guards followed close behind, firing in volleys to support Pan Tianchen. End of chapter. Chapter 22-24. Breaking out. Yusiren directed the soldiers' breakout, dashing now to the front, now to the rear, shouting encouragement and waving his saber and pistol to rally them. After more than 10 minutes of close combat, everyone was drenched in blood. Pan Tianchen was covered head to foot. Impossible to tell whether the blood was his own or the bandits'. Though advanced in years, he fought without mercy, his great saber cleaving left and right. Before long, he had carved a bloody path through. The attacking bandits were numerous but accustomed to easy victories. When they met stiff resistance, their will to fight collapsed. After suffering repeated casualties, those who had charged began to fall back. They retreated to a distance and fired muskets and arrows. With the bandits momentarily beaten off, the party reached the crossroads. The street was littered with corpses and debris. A short distance farther, they encountered a squad from the second squadron that had been holding the intersection. The fires had not brought an attack here, but construction sites filled the town. Bamboo, timber, rush mats, and straw everywhere, and the flames were spreading fast. Forced to abandon the intersection, the squad had clashed with scattered bandits on the way and in the chaos of fleeing townspeople, killed more than a few. Even with all the construction sites and dry materials, it shouldn't burn this fast, said the squad leader, his face blackened by smoke. I smelled burning tung oil. They must have planned this. Casualties. 5 wounded, all minor. They can still move. Fall in with us, Yusiren said. Have you seen anyone else? No. The men reported seeing the green signal rockets for general withdrawal, but I didn't see them myself. I didn't dare go far. You did right. Yusiren's spirits lifted. Thanks to this squad's hesitation, he now had 10 more combat-ready troops. A quick glance told him the Yao squadron had lost heavily. Between killed, wounded, and scattered, nearly a third were gone. During the brief respite, Yusiren ordered, all squads check the wounded. Anyone who can't walk, make a stretcher immediately. Move. Sir, the county magistrate's wounds are critical. The medic tugged at his shirt. He won't last like this. What? Yusiren whirled around. 2 Yao soldiers were propping up Wang Chuyi, who had completely lost the ability to move. Blood dripped steadily from his clothes. In the moment they had paused, a small pool had already formed beneath him. Why haven't you stopped the bleeding? I can't. The medic was frantic. I just bandaged him 2 major wounds. One in the right chest, depth unknown, not bleeding much. The other in the thigh, bleeding non-stop. The elder said this might be a femoral artery injury, but it doesn't quite fit. Don't recite your damn textbook at me, Yusiren snapped. Can he still be saved? I applied a tourniquet, slowed it temporarily, but it's not completely stopped. The medic stammered. If we get him back in time, maybe. The mobile medical team arrived in the county seat just yesterday. Yusiren moved close to Wang Chuyi. His face was deathly pale, his hands ice cold. The prognosis was grim. Yusiren waved. 4 men carry him. Move. They found 2 bamboo poles from a nearby building, threaded 2 jackets through them, and fashioned a crude stretcher. The pause lasted no more than 5 minutes before the column resumed its march toward the edge of town. Daling Market was not large. From the crossroads to the nearest gate, the south gate, was only 200 meters. By now the streets were deserted, the attacks had ceased. But the entire town was an inferno. Freshly repaired buildings and stockpiled construction materials blazed, black smoke billowed, sparks swirled in the air. The scorching heat beat down on the column. The soldiers gritted their teeth against the heat and smoke, forcing their way forward. At last, they burst through the gate. Outside the gate, corpses lay strewn about. Yusiren spotted 5 or 6 headless bodies in National Army uniforms and felt a chill. Clearly, the enemy had attacked here and successfully driven off the defenders. Looking at the dead, it was obvious the enemy was far more numerous than he had estimated. Multiple intelligence sources had indicated Sun Dabio commanded about 200 men. His core force had been mauled by the 8 Pai Yao uprising and now numbered at most 40 or 50 veteran bandits. So many. Yusiren thought bitterly. I was careless. Sir, what do we do now? Retreat toward the county seat, Yusiren said. Stay alert. The enemy might well have set ambushes along the road. Sun Dabio had not burned his own stronghold just for this. He must expect more. The column set off at a run. No urging was needed. Everyone knew the danger. Only by linking up with the main force in the county seat could they be safe. Before they had gone more than a few li, they encountered several stragglers from the Southgate squad. Yusiren called them over, only 3, all wounded, all unarmed. He had no time to scold them for their wretched state. "What happened at the south gate?" "We don't know," one soldier said miserably. "We were on guard. Suddenly, 50 or 60 bandits came charging out of nowhere, first arrows, then muskets. The squad leader was killed first. We fired a few volleys and switched to bayonets, but we were scattered almost immediately. Afterward, they dared neither re-enter the town nor head back to the county seat alone. They hid in the roadside woods, hoping to wait for the main force. Your soldiers, how could you lose your weapons? Is this any way to act?" In truth, Yusiren had little regard for these National Army troops who had only a few months' training. "Help carry the stretchers." Wang Chui had fainted along the way but was jolted awake by the rough road. The column was constantly harassed by bandits. Every so often they had to stop and fight a skirmish. Wang Chui groaned. The pain seemed to be intensifying. He felt a strange chill, his head spinning. He could barely keep his eyes open. "You're awake?" asked the stretcher-bearer behind him. "Where are we?" Wang Chui murmured. "Hold on, County Magistrate. We're almost at the county seat. There's a mobile medical team there with elder doctors." The medic tried to reassure him. "Don't worry. Tell you section chief. He was right. I was wrong." Wang Chui sensed his life slipping away. Yet he felt neither grief nor fear, only overwhelming regret. "Tell him this is a fight, to the death." "Stop talking, sir," the medic said. "Once we get you to the city and bandaged up, you can tell section chief you yourself." Wang Chui slowly shook his head. He wanted to say more, but the dizziness grew worse. Not a word would come. He closed his eyes and soon lapsed back into unconsciousness. Indeed, the bandits had set ambushes along the road. The vanguard fought repeated skirmishes. Sometimes the enemy crept up from behind. If not for the two squads, 20-odd rifles, firing in alternating volleys, forcing the enemy to keep their distance, the archers and muskets alone would have bled them dry on the road. They fought and marched, and by dusk, with less than 2 kilometers to the county seat, the bandits finally withdrew. Only then did Yusiren allow himself to breathe. If the fighting had dragged into nightfall, marching in the dark would have been far more dangerous. Luo Yiming had suppressed Zhang Tianbo's uprising in the county seat, nearly annihilating the bandits, though Zhang Tianbo himself had escaped. The fires the bandits set, however, took him several hours to fully extinguish. The blaze had consumed half a block, adding to the already devastated county seat's misery. He knew the enemy almost certainly had another move planned and was frantic with worry for Wang Chui's party. But with only one squadron in the city, he was unable to send a rescue force. He dispatched several scouts toward Daling Market to deliver a message and gather intelligence, and sent couriers racing to Qinglian Market to alert the Li Miao Company stationed there. But the scouts returned with no news. Not until about 4 in the afternoon did one scout finally come back with several National Army soldiers, reporting that Sun Dabio had set fire to Daling Market, that County Magistrate Wang's party was trapped, and that the second squadron had been completely scattered and was retreating in fragments. Luo Yiming paced in agitation, helpless. Thereafter, trickles of second squadron personnel in small groups continued to arrive from the direction of Daling Market. Their accounts matched the first report, but no one knew the fate of County Magistrate Wang or the Yao Squadron. Only half an hour earlier had they picked up several Yao Squadron soldiers and learned that Sun Dabio had fully defected and that Wang Chui had been ambushed by bandits in Daling Market. This news was dire indeed. Luo Yiming, heedless of the city's depleted garrison, immediately dispatched a platoon to advance toward Daling Market and attempt a rescue. The platoon had not gone far before encountering Wang Chui's party. Though the column had suffered few casualties on the retreat, a full day of continuous combat under extreme mental strain had left everyone's strength nearly spent. Some men collapsed the moment they saw the relief force. Seeing reinforcements, Yusiren felt a weight lift. He had been worried that Sun Dabio had also prepared something in the county seat. The man had been buying land and building in the city, with many people coming and going. If he had hidden a strike force here as well, the county seat's defenses would have been in grave peril. Thank heaven the county seat is safe. Yusiren entered the city and, without pausing to rest, ordered Wang Chui taken to the mobile medical team for treatment. He himself hurried straight to the Yamen to find Luo Yiming. End of chapter. Chapter 22-25. Critical condition. The two men met at the county government gate. Yusiren had not drunk a drop of water since morning. After a day of fighting, the sight of Luo Yiming seemed to drain the last of his strength. He crumpled to the ground. "Quick! Help Section Chief Yu inside," Luo Yiming said. "Tell the kitchen to prepare sugar water." In the meeting room, a converted flower hall, Yusiren drank the sugar water and recovered some energy before recounting the day's events. The county magistrate planned for everything except that Sun Debia would go for mutual annihilation, Yusiren said bitterly. Luo Yiming tried to calm him. "Easy now. Since Sun Debia wouldn't drink the toast to peace, he'll have to drink the forfeit. The way I see it, this is for the better. A menace like that, better a short pain than a long one. Wipe him out completely." Yusiren nodded and was about to say more when a sharp pain shot through his back. He collapsed onto the reclining chair. Luo Yiming rushed over. There was a charred hole in his back. Ripping away the cloth, he saw an iron pellet embedded deep in the muscle, leaving only a bleeding wound that continued to ooze. Yusiren had been so focused on fighting and fleeing that he had not even noticed when he was hit. "You're wounded. Go to the medical team first," Luo Yiming said. "I'll handle the rest. First thing, recall Zhen Huan's mountain company." "Right, I know." Luo Yiming dispatched a courier with an encoded message to find Zhen Huan and order him to bring the company to the county seat immediately. "Close all city gates except the north gate. No one enters without my written order. Have the 2nd platoon muster at the north gate. Stragglers from Daling Market are to be disarmed and held in the burned-out area inside the north gate for screening. Wounded must be treated promptly. Have the kitchen make big pots of rice porridge. Let it cool, then send it over." The 2nd Squadron and the Yao Provisional Squadron had been completely scattered. Survivors were still straggling back. There was no telling whether enemy agents had slipped in among them. "Sir, it's almost 5 o'clock. The squad leader asks whether to close the gates on schedule." A messenger from the gate guard 2nd platoon came to ask. Luo Yiming checked his watch. 4 o'clock now. By regulation, the gates closed at 5. The 1st platoon sent to relieve the party would also have to be back inside before then. Yet fewer than a third of the 2nd Squadron and Yao Squadron had returned. Many were still on the road or lost in the hills. Before dark, they would likely not all make it back. After nightfall, men scattered in the wilderness would lose all sense of direction. Even locals might not find their way, much less the 2nd Squadron troops who had been recruited from the Pearl River Delta. "Don't close the north gate. Build a temporary barricade outside to protect the gate. Light bonfires outside the north gate to guide them in. That will draw the enemy. Isn't that why you're there, to hold off the enemy?" Luo Yiming snapped. "Our comrades are out there. They must all come back alive, not become wandering ghosts." The county academy was in chaos. This was the temporary medical station. Ordinarily, it was little more than a dressing station and rest stop. The entire county had only one doctor trained by the Council of Elders, really just a senior medic with a medical squad under him, plus some herbal physicians requisitioned from the town. Such a ramshackle operation could not treat anything remotely complex, but fate smiled on Wang Chui. The day before, a mobile medical team from the Fengchuan Field Hospital had arrived by boat, dispatched by Lin Motion when he heard from Huang Kao that Yangshan was conducting anti-bandit operations. That saved Wang Chui's life. Wang Chui was jolted awake on the road. Yangshan streets were nothing like Lingao's paved highways. The stretcher-bearers bounced him along. "Ah," Wang Chui groaned. The pain seemed to be getting worse and he felt strangely cold, a headache building. "You're awake?" asked the stretcher-bearer behind him. "Where is this?" Wang Chui murmured. "Hang on, we're almost at the medical station. You're lucky, a mobile field hospital just arrived in the county." The stretcher-bearer tried to reassure him. No need for a boat transfer. Wang Chui felt he ought to say something like, serve the council of elders and the people. A minor wound won't take me off the line, but he had no strength. The headache grew worse. He did not want to utter a single word. He closed his eyes and soon lapsed back into unconsciousness. The county medical station was overwhelmed, pure chaos. Chen Rui was on the verge of losing his mind. A few months ago, he had been just an intern assisting surgeries in the bright, spacious Lingao General Hospital. Now, though still technically an intern at the Mobile Field Hospital, he was doing frontline emergency work. Only now did he understand the saying, practice medicine 3 years, and you'll know there's no remedy under heaven. 3 years. 3 days had been enough to teach him how little he knew. True, they had come to Yangshan to support the coming anti-bandit campaign, but no one had expected the battle to erupt the very day after they settled in. Instantly, the field hospital and the county academy was swamped. Since noon, since Zhang Tianbo's uprising, wave after wave of wounded had been brought in. Before one batch could be treated, another arrived. From the panting, filthy casualties, he learned that a major disaster had struck, bandits in revolt, the county squadron routed, even the county magistrate caught in the trap. But there was no time to absorb or discuss it. The wounded flooded in until every inch of the station was full. Under the academy's eaves in the courtyard, stretchers lay everywhere. The wounded sat or lay on them. Stretcher bearers jostled one another to give them water, while a medic, drenched in sweat, kept shouting, "Abdominal wounds, no water." Chen Rui was now at the triage table, brow furrowed, straining to hear the patient's history. The ER was deafening. If you did not listen carefully, you could not make out a word. "You lot, wait your turn. I don't care what rank you are. Save your lieutenant and captain business for the barracks. This is a medical station. Who do you think you're pushing around? You there, help the wounded onto that bed, head to the left." Chen Rui bellowed, driving back an officer who was trying to cut in line and directing soldiers to move a casualty onto the examination bed. Wang Chui was brought in at the height of the chaos. Water. When Chen Rui began examining him, Wang Chui managed to groan that one word. What happened to this patient? The accompanying medic briefly described Wang Chui's injuries and added, "This is the county magistrate, a senior naturalized cadre." The word county magistrate made Chen Rui's heart sink. He nodded and began his examination. "Comrade Wang Chui, Wang Chui." Chen Rui called the name several times. Wang Chui answered faintly, eyes half closed, listless, then asked for water again. Chen Rui gave him a few sips of saline. "Something's wrong here." Looking at Wang Chui's torpid state, Chen Rui had an ominous feeling. He glanced at the triangular bandage on his chest, already soaked red, and the stretcher dripping blood. He reached for the pulse. Blank expression, pale lips, cold and clammy hands, rapid thready pulse, thirst. Chen Rui's tension mounted. He shouted to the nurse, "Hypovolemic shock, prepare for transfusion." The medic saw something was wrong and asked, "Doctor, the leg." "Never mind the leg, save his life first." Chen Rui cut him off. "Possibly a femoral artery injury." "That bad?" Chen Rui pulled back the cloth covering Wang Chui and drew a sharp breath. So much blood. Blood had soaked nearly all of Wang Chui's lower garments. Even the jackets lashed to the stretcher were stained black. "This is bad, massive blood loss." Chen Rui knew the prognosis was grim. Still, as county magistrate, Wang Chui was a high-ranking naturalized cadre. Spare no effort to save him. Too much blood had been lost to immediately tell whether the femoral artery was injured. Chen Rui picked up scissors and cut away the trouser leg to expose the wound. He turned to the 2 stretcher bearers. "This man has lost too much blood. If we don't transfuse immediately, he'll die. Do either of you know your blood type?" "Blood type." The 2 bearers looked at each other blankly and shook their heads. Chen Rui felt a flash of frustration. "Have you heard of blood transfusion? We're short-handed. We may need you 2 to donate blood." Before deployment, the Fubo Army and the National Army recruits from Hainan had all been blood-typed. Their types were sewn onto cloth tags on their uniforms for rapid matching if wounded. But the National Army units raised in Guangdong were a mixed bag. Not everyone had a blood-type tag. only a portion did. Abo cross-matching required only simple materials, Type A and Type B standard sera and glass slides. Though the Council of Elders biotech was limited, the standard sera for cross-matching were harvested from specific donors. Such sera, used only for in vitro tests, not injection, were easy enough to produce. Let the blood clot, refrigerate and draw off the serum. Refrigeration was no longer a problem. Previously, only Lingao and Hong Kong had gas-powered cold storage. After Guangzhou was liberated, the technology had gradually spread. Thus the Council of Elders blood supply system was essentially in place. There were now two true blood supply units, the Bern Blood Center and the Guangdong Regional Central Blood Station. End of chapter. Chapter 22-26. Blood supply. With the establishment of gas-powered cold storage, refrigerated blood and a crude cold chain of ice boxes and blocks had been set up in the Council of Elders' core territories. Both blood stations could now perform blood collection, refrigeration, cross-matching, and routine transfusions. The fermentation industry had long been able to produce sufficient quantities of citric acid, what the medical staff called citrate, which, combined with refrigeration, allowed donated blood to be stored for nearly a month. Since the Council's industrial system had no refrigerants, inventing a refrigerator was still a distant goal. Gas-powered cold storage was not mobile, so the system relied on ice boxes and blocks transported by vehicle or boat, covering only a limited radius. This crude blood supply system gave wounded soldiers only about a 50% survival rate. Beyond cold chain and transport issues, another major constraint was the scarcity of donors. In the 17th century, the concept of drawing and transfusing human blood was not merely shocking, it was horrifying, tantamount to sorcery. Even in Lingao, an old liberated area, blood donations came mainly from naturalized populations, especially military and school units, where new ideas had been most thoroughly instilled and organization and discipline were strictest. Even in factories and government offices, the mention of organized blood drives provoked grumbling. Though no one dared openly refuse, many were deeply reluctant. The periodic donation system had even sparked rumors that the Council of Elders practiced dark magic. In Guangzhou, the popular foundation was even weaker. Voluntary blood donation was virtually impossible. To encourage giving, Lin Motion, who was enthusiastic about establishing provincial blood stations, introduced a donation compensation mechanism. Predictably, this triggered another round of contention among elders in the medical sector and some busybodies from other departments. Blood selling, a flashpoint indeed. Making the poor serve as blood gourds for the rich, this is turning back the clock of history, a serious regression. Under no circumstances can we allow the human tragedy of Chronicle of a Blood Merchant to play out on our soil. Encouraging blood selling will lead to syphilis villages, a grave threat to social stability and the health of naturalized subjects. Have you gone money mad? This is literally eating blood-soaked bread. Lianshan, too, felt something was off. He paid Lin Motion a visit to raise the issue tactfully. Their idea of running unpaid blood donation in 17th century Guangzhou is simply naive. Lin Motion dismissed the opposition with contempt. Even in the old timeline, sperm banks paid transportation subsidies of several thousand yuan per donation. In this era, what's wrong with a little compensation for blood donors? People here are generally malnourished. You let them donate and then refuse to give them a decent meal, a bit of travel money. Is that reasonable? Besides, to promote blood donation and transfusion, people first have to understand what the technology is. Given their level of knowledge, not treating blood collection as sorcery is already giving us a lot of face. The best publicity is for large numbers of people to survive thanks to transfusions. Guangzhou isn't Lingao. With this huge population, the demand for blood is immense, but those who understand what transfusion is and are willing to donate unpaid, I can count them on one hand. We could encourage the military to donate. Lianshan suggested. Drawing on old timeline experience, the armed forces were a key blood source. Sure, and we do that. The only ones who trust us enough to know that donation isn't sorcery are probably the Fubo army. But the army is only so many heads. Can they support all of Guangzhou's blood needs? What's more, I'm not proposing to sell blood forever. Once the people of Lianguang understand what donation and transfusion mean, then we can talk about unpaid giving. Lianshan was about to say more, but Lin Motion lowered his voice. Director Liu, you know what kind of person I am. The blood station's income is substantial, but I haven't pocketed a single silver dollar. All the earnings go to the council's health budget. Our medical sector in Guangzhou has just 2 hospitals, the Provincial Hong Kong Hospital and the Infectious Disease Hospital. Right now, they barely break even. Sometimes we have to beg Director Liu for emergency funds. We can't keep asking the organization for help. Economizing isn't enough. We need to find ways to generate revenue. The donation compensation is trivial money, but the surge in blood supply it triggers is very real. At this, Lianshan fell silent. Lin Motion was being diplomatic, but everyone knew the medical sector was essentially losing money for goodwill. Lianguang was still at war. Guangzhou's finances had Director Liu grimacing constantly. If the blood station's revenue could plug a hole in the medical budget, that was something every stakeholder was happy to see. As for ethical qualms, such discordant notes were mere ripples in an otherwise rosy picture. Even if there's controversy, who's going to override the Council of Elders? In this era, who besides us knows anything about medical ethics? Lin Motion was still going strong. Take your own achievements, Director Liu. The Runchi Tang patent medicines. Did they pass phase 1, 2, and 3 clinical trials before going to market? Were animal tests, human trials, and toxicology studies done? When the pharmaceutical factory first produced crude sulfonamides and a whole slew of new drugs, they were given straight to refugees without even animal testing. By their logic, that's utterly unacceptable, yet no one said a word back then. Now they jump out and make a fuss, pure posturing looking for trouble. Hearing Runchi Tang, Lianshan's heart stirred. He nodded, thinking, if he had the capability, Lin Motion would probably advocate legalizing organ sales. But in truth, Lianshan did not have deep ethical qualms about paid blood donation. What concerned him was simply how poorly the idea played among other elders. Though the demand for blood products was smaller than in the old timeline, collecting blood was still no simple task. Since blood collection and transfusion could not always be technically separated, some long-obsolete transfusion procedures had to be revived. A popular method was indirect transfusion, connecting the donor's blood vessel to the patient's via metal or rubber tubing. The more fearsome-sounding direct transfusion involved surgically suturing the donor's vessel directly to the recipient's, a high-risk, difficult, primitive technique that even elder physicians found distasteful. Despite solving the problem of clotting in the tubing, its adoption remained limited. I would like to remind readers, Lin Motion had written in his feasibility report for frontline blood banks, that although our technology is utterly incomparable to the old timeline, even so, we have reached roughly the level of the 1920s, perhaps even somewhat ahead. But with the Council's current technology, replicating a blood station or bank that would be considered appallingly substandard by old timeline standards was impossible at the front lines. Limiting factors were many. The most conspicuous were rubber and the cold chain. Rubber production had not ramped up, so the output of transfusion tubing was not guaranteed. The cold chain was almost non-existent on the front lines and in semi-pacified areas, so blood product safety could not be ensured. Though Lin Motion, out of habit, used the term blood products, everyone knew that packed red cells, platelets, frozen plasma, and other component transfusions were completely out of reach. The Council's so-called blood products were almost entirely fresh whole blood. Without reliable refrigeration, citrate anticoagulated whole blood could only be stored for a few days, even less in the sweltering heat of Lianguang. To be safe, whole blood that had been out of the body for more than 48 hours was moved to a reserve zone, kept for another 24 hours, and used only in emergencies. If not used by then, it was discarded. Thus, at the front, the system depended on blood donors, extract and use immediately. Seeing the stretcher bearer's blank looks, Chen Rui sighed. He called to the nurse hurrying over. Put him in the observation room for now, but the bleeding won't stop. Alert Dr. Zai and have the ore ready for emergency surgery, and find some type B or type O donors. But before he could finish giving orders, Zai Yao had already rushed over, blood spattered from head to toe. His white coat had changed color entirely. Which patient is the hypovolemic shock? Before the words were out, Zai Yao had spotted Wang Chui on the stretcher. A single glance and he sighed. All right, observation room, shock position, hang an IV, have donors standing by. I've got another critical case still open, tell the OR to prep. If it's urgent, you start the prep, sterilize and drape. If you can handle it, go ahead. I really can't handle this. Let's wait for you, Dr. Zai. Chen Rui waved his hands hastily and sent the nurse to mobilize donors. Before he could catch his breath, he heard another commotion. You again. Chen Rui had just settled Wang Chui and turned to see the same officer who had tried to cut the line still making a scene at the triage table. His temper flared, he marched over. What now? Earlier you said wait your turn, see the county magistrate first. Fine, I waited. Now this little wench says triage by severity, wait behind this other casualty. How many have I waited behind already? Our squadron commander was wounded in combat. We've been in line forever and still can't get seen. So what if he's the county magistrate? If this damned magistrate hadn't bungled things, we wouldn't have lost so many brothers dead and wounded. He deserves to die. The officer's voice was not loud, but his face was a mask of impatience, brows knitted, eyes glaring as he complained. End of chapter. Chapter 22-27. Who goes first? You're up now, what's the rush? Chen Rui was not intimidated, he fired right back. I'm ordering you one more time, shut your mouth. What are you blathering about? The officer addressed as squadron commander was none other than Yu Siren. His face was dark as he barked at his subordinate, then turned back to Chen Rui with a softened expression. Young doctor, I'm terribly sorry. This is our vice squadron commander. Normally his temper is fine, he's never like this. It's just that we've had a lot of wounded brothers today, even I got hit. He's anxious. Chen Rui could hardly say much to that. He spread out the registration form. Then let me take a quick look at you first. Treatment may have to wait, though. That last patient was in serious condition. I hope you understand. How were you wounded? Fell into a bandit trap. The vice squadron commander was still seething, glaring at the unconscious Wang Chui. We've got a lot of casualties and some got scattered. A sharp glare from Yu Siren cut him off. He realized he had said too much. Discussing frontline conditions in the rear without authorization was against regulations. Chen Rui did not mind. He examined Yu Siren carefully. Where were you hit? Here. Yu Siren grimaced, turning to show his back and arm. Took a pellet, didn't feel it at the time. Now it hurts like hell. Chen Rui took up scissors and cut away the uniform around the wound. He examined it closely, then probed with a needle. The pain made Yu Siren break out in a sweat. Ow, ow, it hurts. The bleeding was not heavy, but the wound was deep. The projectile could not be extracted with forceps. How long ago were you hit? At least an hour. We fought the bandits several times on the road. I don't know which time I got hit. The skin around the wound showed no bluish discoloration from lead poisoning, meaning it was an iron ball or a stone, not a lead bullet. No risk of heavy metal poisoning. Treatment would be relatively easier. Your wound is deep, but it's not a through and through. The pellet is lodged inside, possibly against the bone. Lucky it's not lead. Chen Rui frowned. If it were a superficial wound, he could treat it on the spot. This one required surgery. We'll have to wait for Dr. Zai. Before Chen Rui finished, the vice squadron commander started arguing with someone again. What's wrong with you today, you a swipe? Yu Siren was furious now, cursing as he stood up. Son of a bitch, making a scene here. Don't you know where you are? Embarrassing the whole unit. What's going on? Zai Yao heard the commotion and came over. Why all the noise? This man is being unreasonable, Dr. Zai. Chen Rui jumped up and together with Yu Siren briefly explained the situation. Zai Yao frowned. You said just now, how were you wounded? It was a command error, you could say. We walked into a bandit trap. Doctor, I have to apologize for him. This fellow is normally even-tempered, steady. I've never seen him fight with anyone. I don't know what's got into him today. Must be seeing so many brothers wounded. Is he himself wounded? Zai Yao interrupted, pointing at the vice squadron commander who sat dejected on the ground after being scolded by his superior. Him, wounded, Yu Siren laughed. He didn't bleed, didn't even scrape his skin. Just got bumped on the belly by a log when we broke out. Zai Yao listened, studied the officer for a few seconds, then strode over and crouched down. He grabbed the man's wrist and felt his pulse. His expression turned grave. He stood up and said, Zio Chen, take this comrade to the observation room too. Chen Rui was startled. Him. Zai Yao was clearly not pointing at Yu Siren but at the vice squadron commander who had been making a fuss. Dr. Zai, what's? You could tell the earlier patient was in hypovolemic shock. Can't you see what's wrong with this one? Him. He was jumping around, arguing, what could possibly be wrong? I've told you, assessing injuries is complicated. You can't dismiss someone just because he's making noise. This man's lips are pale, his hands slightly cold. If I check his pulse, it's probably over 90. And you didn't even ask about his injury. He was hit in the abdomen by a log and afterwards showed marked changes in behavior, different from his usual self. That's when you need to pay attention. Then what might be wrong with him? Chen Rui was puzzled and a bit unconvinced. Have you considered splenic rupture? Zai Yao asked as he helped position the patient in shock position. Splenic rupture. Chen Rui's eyes lit up. It all made sense now. If splenic rupture bleeds slowly and in small amounts, symptoms can be mild and hard to detect. Besides mild pain in the upper left abdomen, the patient usually has few obvious signs. Zai Yao looked at him as if to say, do I need to spell out the rest? The terrifying implications of that diagnosis made Chen Rui's hair stand on end. The patient's unusual agitation might well be the restlessness of early shock. Though not yet life-threatening, as bleeding continued and blood volume dropped, he would soon enter the inhibitory phase of shock, at which point rescue would be far more difficult. Damn it, if we've got two patients needing massive transfusions at once. Zai Yao's frown deepened. Chen Rui understood. The medical station had nowhere near enough stored blood. One patient needing a large transfusion was a stretch, two at once was a crisis. Of course, it might not be rupture, that would be best. Let's examine this patient first. If splenic rupture is highly suspected, he'll need an exploratory laparotomy. And the shock patient from earlier. He's clearly in hypovolemic shock and the bleeding has gone on too long. If we don't act, he'll die. Give him the stored blood first. If you can debride and stop the bleeding, go ahead. I'll handle this one. Yes, Chen Rui could hardly say he was not capable. When hands were short, interns had to be thrown in at the deep end. Better to do something, anything, than stand there helpless. Zai Yao worked and thought furiously. They had already transfused one patient today. The station had only 2 or 3 units of whole blood left. By the council's standard, 1 unit was 200 cc. If the bleeding could be stopped successfully, those 2 or 3 units plus IV fluids might just be enough. But if the bleeding could not be controlled, if the suspected splenic rupture patient needed an emergency splenectomy, it would take several thousand cc of blood to save either. Now Zai Yao faced the question, which patient to save first? Wang Chui was the county magistrate. The other was a vice squadron commander in the National Army. Comparatively speaking, Wang Chui was clearly the more important figure. Vice squadron commanders who were sergeants numbered in the hundreds if not thousands. Naturalized cadres who could serve as county magistrates, you could not find more than a handful in all of Lingao. Anyone chosen for such a post was part of the administrative backbone the elders had cultivated. Wang Chui may be the county magistrate, but after all, he arrived first. You can't call it favoritism. And Zio Chen has already started his transfusion. Besides, this other man might not even have a ruptured spleen. Zai Yao silently reassured himself. But he knew full well, once the decision was made, it might mean the suspected splenic rupture officer would die, and in a sense, Zai Yao would have signed his death warrant. Though he had seen countless patients die before his eyes and under his hands, Zai Yao still did not like this feeling of holding life and death in his hands. "Go fetch Elder Song," Zai Yao instructed the medic assisting with the resuscitation. "And see if there are any more blood donors. Get as many as you can." "What about this one?" The medic pointed at Siren, still lying on the examination table. "He won't die. Move him to the light casualty holding area. Dr. Zai will operate when he has time." He picked up Siren's patient card, filled in the examination details, and said, "Hang it around his neck." Song Junxing was the elder on duty at the medical station that day. Though the oral surgery department had too few maxillofacial casualties to justify a dedicated service, if you drew a frontline assignment, you had to send someone. So Song Junxing rotated through with the other elders and senior naturalized physicians, accompanying the mobile hospital to each county in turn. This did not count as practicing outside one's specialty. This era was nothing like the hyper-specialized 21st century. Anyone who had worked in a clinic had learned a grab bag of skills beyond their specialty, things taught in medical school and things never taught, as long as they had anything to do with medicine. Practitioners of all stripes, regardless of primary discipline, were thrown onto the clinical front line for training. In the medical sector, whether clinical, pathology, laboratory, epidemic prevention, nursing, even forensics and veterinary medicine, which were not even under the medical department, everyone had to be a jack of all trades. No choice, otherwise the primitive medical support system could not function. Lin Motion had once joked, "We've all become village clinic quacks now. There's no part of the body we don't dare cut." Though Song Junxing was an oral specialist, under Elder Xi's advocacy and the pressure of reality, he, like all other elders with any medical background, had rotated through internal medicine, surgery, obstetrics, gynecology, and pediatrics under the council's technical conditions. He might not be the most skilled, but he understood the shared principles. On the front line, he might not excel at specific tasks, but certain responsibilities could only be fulfilled by him, for example, making the final call in situations like this. End of chapter. Chapter 22-28. The tourniquet Song Junxing emerged from the duty room, donning his white coat as Zai Yao briefed him. After a moment's thought, Song said, "Old Zai, your reasoning on all those points is sound. The remaining blood goes to Wang Chui first. Since they're queued and their conditions are equally critical, we follow the first-come, first-served principle. As for the suspected splenic rupture, have the transfusion technician stand by. If necessary, assemble everyone present whose blood type matches, including you and me, to donate." Yes, in truth, these measures were much the same as what Zai Yao was already doing, but he felt such decisions were best not made by him alone, especially when an elder was on the same shift. Seeing Zai Yao head toward the emergency room, Song Junxing considered, then followed. By now, the nurse had helped gather several blood donors, by their attire stretcher-bearers from the Fengchuan Field Hospital Rear Transport Unit. Seeing them approach, the nurse rose. "Elder Song, Director Zai." Song Junxing waved her to skip the formalities. "Can we begin?" "Well," the nurse hesitated. "The donors are here, but speak up if there's a problem." We're out of citrate and empty bottles. Only enough blood bottles left to collect 3 units. Song Junxing was startled. Even that could run out. But this was the new normal. Transport in semi-pacified areas was nothing like the rear. Checkpoints and martial law often created shortages. Even ammunition was sometimes tight. Medical supplies were frequently short. "Collect what we can. We'll deal with the rest later." Yes, but this was only a stopgap. If an abdominal splenectomy was needed, 3 units of whole blood might still not be enough. Without citrate bottles, they would have to resort to transfusion surgery. Song Junxing immediately ordered, prepare the instruments. Has the transfusion technician been notified? Elder, I just thought of something. About the surgery. Zai Yao suddenly remembered and sucked air through his teeth. What is it? We don't have a transfusion technician today. No transfusion technician, how can that be? Song Junxing was confused. Regulations say the Mobile Field Hospital should have at least 2 transfusion technicians. How can there be none? The regulation is 2 or more, Zai Yao said helplessly. But the front is short everywhere, everyone's asking for people. A few days ago, after a reshuffle, Lao Li went back to train new transfusion staff. That left just Zio Huang on our team, and yesterday he came down with severe malaria. Tusk, Song Junxing's frown deepened. What do we do? Old Zai, can you handle it? I've seen it done once in Guangzhou, but I've never done it myself. Zai Yao was at a loss. Privately he thought, awkward as this is, saying, what do we do hardly befits an elder. The council claims omniscience. If even the generals are stumped, what about us foot soldiers? This hurts morale. But he kept those thoughts to himself. He had no desire for tea with the Political Security Bureau. I've never done it either. Song Junxing was candid. My specialty is oral surgery. I've only observed transfusion surgery a few times. Well, at least he's not afraid to admit his shortcomings. Zai Yao's impression of him improved slightly. He said, Elder, there's no help for it. Beginners will have to manage. If transfusion becomes absolutely necessary, you take the lead, I'll assist. Dr. Zai, before he could finish, Chen Rui came running, flustered. Please come look. What is it? Zai Yao followed him to Wang Chui's bed in the observation room. Blood was being transfused. The wounds looked adequately dressed. The bleeding on both thigh and chest had largely stopped. He had even prepared for possible hemothorax or pneumothorax. Closed thoracic drainage was ready. He was puzzled why Chen Rui had panicked and brought him here, until he followed Chen Rui's pointing finger. The sight made his pupils contract. Wang Chui's left leg had begun to turn black. Faint marks from a tourniquet were visible on the skin. The tourniquet wasn't loosened, was it? Zai Yao asked, suppressing his anger. Fool, how did you examine him? How did you take his history and miss this? It was already like this when I found out. Chen Rui was crestfallen. Zai Yao was about to explode, but Song Junxing, who had followed, stopped him. This isn't his fault. The patient was brought in not long ago, yet the limb is already this black. The tourniquet certainly wasn't put on by this young man. It must have been applied by a frontline medic who failed to tell the stretcher bearers that the tourniquet needed to be loosened periodically. Zai Yao squatted down in bitter frustration. Everything's going wrong today, not one thing has gone right. Old Zai, Song Junxing did not know what to say. Frontline medics had limited skills, such things were not uncommon, but he understood Zai Yao's frustration. Having seen what modern medicine under the Council of Elders was truly capable of, low skill seemed almost criminal. Wang Chui's leg was beyond saving. The tourniquet left on too long had caused classic dry gangrene. Amputation was now unavoidable. Old Zai, Song Junxing seemed to have found his words at last. Get up, the patient is still waiting to be saved. Yes. Zai Yao stood, a belly full of grievances, and went to prepare instruments. The transfusion surgery might not take long, but with 2 novices at the table, who knew? And next door, another patient was waiting for an exploratory laparotomy. In the blink of an eye, the workload had multiplied. Old Zai, don't cause trouble, Song Junxing warned, seeing his state. I know my limits. Zai Yao nodded and said nothing more. Dr. Zai, the abdominal trauma patient's blood pressure is crashing, pulse weak. Should we do an exploratory laparotomy? Before the words were out, a shout came from the observation room. Take him to the emergency OR. I'll be right there. Zai Yao shouted back, then turned to Song Junxing. Elder, the transfusion surgery. Song Junxing closed his eyes, looking pained. I'll do it. You go prep for the laparotomy. Before citrate could be produced in quantity, the council's transfusion method was transfusion surgery. But because the council knew perfectly well that ex vivo blood collection was the future, they had not bothered with the historical parade of fancy modifications to technique and equipment. They simply threw together some connectors and tubing and called it a day. Once fermentation industry came online, citrate would be cheap. Even in modern times, the ACD preservative for blood collection was nothing more than citric acid plus sodium citrate plus glucose. So for the council, transfusion technology was either the citrate plus cold storage ex vivo method or the bare-bones emergency transfusion surgery for expedient situations, skipping all the transitional technologies that had once appeared in transfusion history. Transfusion surgery meant directly connecting the donor's blood vessel to the recipient's, or indirectly connecting them via tubing. This technique did not require storing blood outside the body, but it did require surgical anastomosis of vessels and/or tubing. Since the council had not invested in specialized anastomosis devices or transfusion connectors, field-expedient transfusion surgery relied on pure handiwork. Suture one end of the tube to the donor's vessel, the other end to the recipient's vessel. Done. The dangers were obvious. The simple tubing the council could provide did not prevent clotting well. The tube often had to be changed and re-anastomosed. Since ex vivo storage solved this problem safely and conveniently, neither elder nor naturalized physicians much liked transfusion surgery. Ordinarily, it was used only for patients who met two conditions. Immediate transfusion has a high probability of saving them, and without immediate transfusion they will certainly die, and even then, only in large-scale emergencies. After an initial vogue, transfusion surgery had cooled off and remained only as a technical reserve. But the Lianguang campaign presented new conditions. Unlike Kimu Island or Jeju, Lingao and Guangzhou now had quasi-modern or even modern hospitals. The low-level medical care designed for refugees was obviously unacceptable for the military in the eyes of the field commanders. Yet the logistical system was plainly inadequate to support hospitals at Lingao or Guangzhou standards. Refugees who could not get transfusions, no one would blame the doctors. But with blood stations flourishing in Guangzhou, frontline soldiers denied transfusion technology would give critics ammunition. In this awkward clash, transfusion surgery made a comeback. Though transfusion surgery clearly had problems and survival rates were not pretty, there was a difference between technical limitations and having a method but not using it. At least, it kept the inspection delegations from complaining. The council initially equipped transfusion surgery with improved paraffin-threaded tubes. Paraffin somewhat prevented clotting, and the threaded ends fixed sutures, preventing the connectors from shifting inside the vessels. For connectors, they adopted the early 20th century Unjur-modified transfusion connector. First, draw blood from the donor with a syringe while infusing saline into the recipient. Then reverse the valve, pushing the syringe's blood into the recipient while redirecting the saline into the donor, partly to prevent clotting. End of chapter. Chapter 22-29. Dr. Zai discusses medicine to be fair. With a skilled transfusion technician and proper anastomosis equipment, even transfusion surgery would not be particularly difficult. The problem was that Song Junxing was not a specialist in this. When it came to maxillofacial trauma, he could call himself, without false modesty, the foremost authority in this era. But suturing blood vessels, he was not necessarily any better than a senior naturalized physician like Zai Yao. We have very low requirements for transfusion surgery and use the simplest emergency technique, so even the least experienced physician can perform it on the front line. Song Junxing recalled Lin Motion's confident public assurance, and his lips twitched. He grabbed the instrument pack and headed for the emergency OR. Nothing to fear. So first, ask questions later. Song Junxing steeled himself. After all, everyone had been thrown in at the deep end for years now. Preparations for the exploratory laparotomy were nearly complete. Dark green drapes covered the patient, leaving only one arm jutting out for transfusion. Sterile conditions in this era could not compare to the old timeline, least of all in a frontline medical station in a semi-pacified zone. Having a drape at all was luxury. Song Junxing said nothing. He began disinfecting and draping the arm. Once the patient was wheeled into the OR, Chen Rui's work was done for now. With both senior doctors in surgery, he, the first-line physician, had to stay up front handling the clinic. By now, the ER had calmed somewhat. Casualty intake was basically finished. Anyone who had not made it back to the county seat by nightfall would likely not see the next sunrise. Occasionally, a lightly wounded man or someone with a comrade's help would spot the beacon fires and stumble back. The rest vanished into the forests along the road. A few bodies would be found at dawn. Others became 2 words on a certificate. Missing. Chen Rui stretched, glanced into the observation room. Wang Chui had been taken to orthopedics for amputation. Thinking of the tourniquet that had never been loosened, Chen Rui sighed and shook his head. Zai Yao finished the exploratory laparotomy past midnight. The spleen could not be saved. It was removed. Red-eyed, Zai Yao told the nurse to call him if anything came up, then pushed through the door to the duty room and fell asleep. The night shift was relatively quiet. Zai Yao and Chen Rui each managed 3 or 4 hours sleep. Chen Rui was quite satisfied with that. Now that you're working independently, how does it feel? After handoff, the two sat in the county cafeteria, relaxed. Zai Yao ate and asked. Not bad, Chen Rui said slowly. Just a bit chaotic, I guess. Scared? A little at first. Chen Rui was slightly embarrassed. I've seen work injuries in Guangzhou, but these frontline soldiers, covered in blood, legs smashed to pulp, maggots in their flesh, way more frightening than Guangzhou, I'd say. Maybe it's disrespectful, but it felt like the Ming world. You've hit the nail on the head. These ER patients are pitiful beyond words. The ER is the part of council territory most like Ming. Zai Yao spoke with feeling. Every time I'm on ER duty, I think of the old days. Nothing but crying and screaming. The stench of feces and rot everywhere, people dying and already dead all over the floor. Your heart aches, but you can only watch. Whatever you do is a drop in the bucket. You can't save their lives, you just watch them die. And they don't even die with dignity. Officials and nobles, beggars in rags, when disaster strikes, they all look the same. A drop in the bucket. Chen Rui felt his worldview crumbling. But the council's medicine is the divine art of raising the dead and regrowing bone. How can it be a drop in the bucket? We physicians can cure disease but not fate. Though the elders possess great knowledge and power, they are still flesh and blood, not immortals. Where in this world is there an art that can truly raise the dead? However skillful the medicine, there are still incurable illnesses. But even if we can't cure fate, the council can. Elder Lin says, the people are poor and therefore filthy. Filth leads to disease. Isn't that because the Ming world was bad? Now that the council has liberated Lianguang and life is better. Zai Yao gave a cold laugh. By your logic, those who live in comfort should fare better than corpses by the roadside. On the road to the underworld, each should stroll leisurely to reincarnation. Chen Rui did not answer, but his expression showed he agreed. The underworld is the most impartial place there is, no favoritism like the world of the living. When a patient's 3 souls and 7 spirits leave the body and the ghost judge comes with his warrant, it doesn't matter whether you were rich or poor, nothing helps. What difference is there? Zai Yao picked his teeth as he spoke. Early on, I was assigned to the army. All I saw were Fubo army soldiers and quarantine camp refugees, mostly hard-luck cases, similar backgrounds, nothing to compare. It was only in Guangzhou that I finally saw what wealthy patients looked like. Zai Yao reminisced slowly. My first wealthy patient was an old matriarch from a gentry family. Supposedly pampered in silk and jade, she had the misfortune of suffering from Zioke syndrome. I know that, it's the traditional medicine term. It's just diabetes, right? Elders say it's a metabolic disease, the hardest to treat. Yes. If she had been brought to us a few years earlier, she might not have deteriorated so badly. A cure was impossible, but she could have lived longer and more comfortably. But traditional doctors didn't understand the pathology of metabolic disease. They couldn't treat it systematically. Every doctor had a different theory. Over more than a decade, she drank enough herbal decoctions to fill several vats. None of it helped. By the time she reached Provincial Hong Kong General Hospital, her diabetic foot was so bad you couldn't touch it. Both feet were rotting, bone was poking through the flesh. The day they brought her to me, she had only a thin breath left. At that stage, there was no saving her. The foot ulcers were classic diabetic ketoacidosis. No one wanted to keep such a patient. Internal medicine stabilized the acidosis and half saved her life, then dumped her on orthopedics to deal with the rotting feet. Orthopedics didn't want her either. Even amputation couldn't control the infection. On some pretext, infection not controlled, possible concurrent stroke, they dumped her on me. As the saying goes, long illness, no filial sons. Her several sons, though all prosperous and willing to spend money, would not attend at her bedside. Learning that the Song Hospital could keep patients for admission, they cared nothing for appearances and admitted her at once. Clearly they wanted to be rid of the old matriarch. Fortunately, they did spend freely, so she stayed on in the ward. The old lady was confused when she arrived. No wonder orthopedics suspected stroke. But what could I do with such a critical case? After a day of fussing, I sent her to orthopedics for amputation, then got her back. The old matriarch was dazed. When the anesthesia wore off and she saw both feet gone, she burst into tears and could not be consoled. She cried until exhausted, then fell into a stupor, woke and cried again. She had been pampered all her life. Now, with her mind unclear, who could comfort her? That was bad enough, but the old lady was fated to suffer. You've taken surgical courses. You know what happens after prolonged bed rest. Within days, bedsores sprouted everywhere. With diabetes, infection sets in easily and healing is slow. Soon there was pus. And pitiable me, I had to change her dressings daily. The stench was beyond belief, far worse than the heaps of dead at Chiang Mai. Diabetes dragged on so long that kidney function was hopeless. After a few more days she was finished. By the time they moved her bed for her last breath, she was already unconscious. At least she was spared some pain. When I went to lay out the body, she was unrecognizable. Blank expression, filthy and foul, skin flaking, the bed soaked in pus, a heap of rotting flesh. I imagine even the ghost judge wrinkling his nose when he came for her. Less than a ghost, let alone human. At her end, not a single family member was at her side. She died before us strangers. When the family finally arrived, their faces showed nothing but relief, not a trace of grief. Damn it. Even a corpse on the roadside has parents and children to wail for it. At the mortality conference, I said privately to Elder Lin, if I ever end up like that, I'd cut my own throat and go out clean, looking like a human being. Elder Lin just snorted. When you reach that point, you won't even be able to open your mouth or eyes. You think you can end it yourself. What makes you so capable? What I mean by a drop in the bucket is precisely this. You fancy yourself snatching souls from the ledger of the dead, but after all our efforts, we've only tugged the ghost judge's sleeve. Tell me, when death is at the door, what difference is there between the rich and the corpse on the road? This speech left Chen Rui speechless. Life and death were vast matters. For a young man who had followed his parents into the council's fold and barely stepped into clinical medicine, this was a topic he had never deeply confronted. He did not want to continue the discussion. But there was one thing he had been mulling over. He hesitated whether to ask. Dr. Zai, do you think? The medic whose one omission cost the county magistrate a leg, shouldn't he be punished? At last, as if steeling himself, Chen Rui broke the silence. By that logic, every one of us here is guilty beyond redemption. Zai Yao pushed his empty bowl aside, unconcerned. Back when I joined the council, I served under Elders Zhang Ning and he during the second counter-encirclement and Operation Engine, just an assistant to Elder He, really. End of chapter. Chapter 22:30, Principles and Expedience. At the foot of Chiang Mai's walls, the wounded lay beyond counting, friend and foe alike. Those were the days when, as they said, the men rest but the tables never stop. The elders told us, do your best and leave the rest to fate. Save as many as you can. With what we knew then, even as assistants we were really just fumbling at the edges, sterilizing, draping, holding down limbs. But there was no time to be choosy. Cases that weren't too complicated got parceled out to us. Some procedures I'd only watched the elders perform, others I'd only heard lectured about. With wounded flooding in like a tide, you had to do it whether you knew how or not. Back then, it wasn't just me. Even the elders themselves stood frozen at the table sometimes. As for patients we couldn't save, too many to count, which Day didn't claim several. I won't go into all of it. Let me just tell you about one Ming soldier. An artillery shell had shattered his tibia. Amputation meant debridement. I was operating with Elder Lin. Looking back, I don't know what possessed me. I was fixated on how useful the newly issued hydrogen peroxide was. I soaked gauze balls in it and actually stuffed them into the bone marrow cavity to scrub. Chen Rui's eyes widened. Before he could speak, Zai Yao gave a bitter, self-mocking laugh. Yes, you've been in the ER, you can guess immediately. Pour in hydrogen peroxide and it foams like mad. Plug the cavity with gauze and the bubbles can't escape. They can only be forced deeper into the marrow. With pressure that high, what do you think happens? Air embolism, Chen Rui asked cautiously. Zai Yao nodded. I'd heard air embolism was extremely dangerous, but I never imagined it could strike faster than any human could react. Before Elder Lin could turn to see what I had in my hand, the patient cried out, "I can't breathe," and in an instant lost consciousness. Just like that, gone in a flash. If you truly want to file a complaint, first tell me. One piece of gauze cost a man his life. What punishment do I deserve? Failing to supervise, allowing an assistant to kill a patient, what punishment does Elder Lin deserve? Chen Rui was taken aback. How can these situations be compared? Dr. Zai, everyone knows your skill, who's qualified to judge you. Of course you shouldn't be punished. And the elders, of course they can't be punished either. But I've heard that in Australia this is called a medical accident. Doctors go to prison. Even if the government doesn't pursue it, the patient's family will demand the doctor's life. No need to go to Australia. If this had happened at Bern General Hospital, it would already count as a medical accident. Zai Yao smiled meaningfully. But this happened at the front line. Demand my life. That soldier couldn't even give his name. In times like these, he probably had no family who would come here demanding justice. But that's not, Chen Rui blurted out, but Zai Yao raised a hand to stop him. Hold on, let me ask you, what is the level of Australian medicine and what is the level in these newly liberated lands? Well, Chen Rui was stumped. No one had been to Australia. Everyone knew only what the elders showed them. But wasn't the elders' level the Australian level? What did that have to do with whether something was a medical accident? I once heard Elder Lin mention that even in Australia, doctors in the capital and doctors in remote backwaters receive different punishments for the same mistake. The capital punishes more severely. Country quacks get off lighter. Zai Yao continued. If Wang Chui had lost that leg in Lingao, the medic would go straight to Fu Yaodi for a year or two in the penal battalion medical squad. But here at the front, but that's not right. Chen Rui sensed something was off but couldn't quite articulate it. We're all naturalized subjects of the Council of Elders. Why should the difference in treatment be so stark? Today, as a senior, I'll give you a bit of life advice, a word to the wise. Just remember this. This incident happened on semi-pacified soil. If no one files a complaint, the officials won't pursue it. The medic's skills are low, you and I can see that plainly. Does Elder Song not see it? Does Elder Lin not see it? Does the Council of Elders not see it? Why don't they throw him in prison? Why do they still send him to the front? Have you thought about what's behind all this? Zai Yao asked. Chen Rui opened his mouth but said nothing. He remembered his training courses. Several elder doctors had remarked that the medic training was far too crude. Supposedly, in Australia, training a doctor took over a decade before one could practice independently. Here under the council, the best naturalized doctors at Beipu General Hospital had only 5 years' experience, and most had started as nurses or medics with hardly any medical education, growing through practice, built up by treating patients and attending short-term training courses. It was easy to imagine how many hydrogen peroxide accidents such crash course doctors had caused. Think it over. If you can't figure it out, at least you've taken political classes. The chapters on life under Ming rule are numerous, required reading. When you're on shift, don't carry such a chip on your shoulder. Zai Yao offered a helpless smile. You can learn technique from me. Don't learn my temper. This answer did not satisfy Chen Rui, but he seemed to grasp Zai Yao's subtext. The double standards tolerance felt at odds with the oath he had sworn, but he didn't know how to refute it, or perhaps he didn't truly want to. Fortunately, the conversation did not continue. Just as they were talking, the orthopedic surgeon who had been on shift the previous day came in to eat. Seeing they seemed finished, he nodded and went to get his meal. Zai Yao greeted him casually. Off duty? How many yesterday? Chen Rui knew how many meant amputations. For orthopedics, given the lack of internal fixation materials and the transport constraints, amputation and bone setting were virtually the entire job. In orthopedic slang, surgery simply meant amputation. In this era, shortage of doctors and medicine was the norm. Even elder doctors, facing many injuries and illnesses routine in the old timeline, were helpless. Especially for mechanical limb trauma that in the old timeline could have been repaired surgically and recovered. Here, amputation had become a common treatment, mirroring the early days of surgical history. The literature says early surgeons were barbers and butchers. It was meant as a slur, but there was truth in it. Elder he had once remarked at a medical sector meeting. In the elder physician's expectations, soldiers who had endured unbearable transport, operated on by poorly trained surgeons, in filthy surgical environments, using often backordered homemade anesthetics for improper procedures, would surely experience blood, terror, and despair, and record appalling complication and mortality rates. But to their surprise, the wounded often displayed uncomplaining tenacity and endurance. Of course, this surprised no one among the naturalized staff. An officer who would give his soldiers medicine was already considered a benevolent commander. That the Council of Elders would give equal medical care to derelicts, beggars, and enemy soldiers, that was sainthood. What did these grunts have to complain about? Before the campaign, orthopedic elders had foreseen that amputation would likely be overused. Even in the best-equipped Lingao General Hospital, work injury cases showed that tendency. So they drafted indication standards. Lin Motion repeatedly stressed the dangers and cruelty of amputation. But under primitive pharmaceuticals and difficult transport, amputations performed to save lives became ever more common. Don't get me started. Damn it. Off duty, I wish, just catching a breather. The scalpels are so dull they won't cut skin. Amputate. Amputate my balls. That patient, supposedly the local county magistrate, what was his name? Right, Wang Chui. The pain, oh the pain, he screamed through the entire surgery. The anesthesia didn't even work. The orthopedic surgeon was in a foul mood but had a healthy appetite. His mess tin was heaped full. The scalpels haven't been replaced in ages. When will supplies arrive? It's driving me mad. At this rate, even suture thread will run out. His amputation was risky, wasn't it? Lots of blood vessels in the leg, Zai Yao said. Indeed, the orthopedic surgeon nodded. It wasn't that long, about 20 minutes, but the patient's screaming made me afraid to cut, slowed me down. Lucky for him, he's got a strong constitution. He only took a few pellets. If there'd been more, hunting for iron shot and lead with this dull blade, there'd be no end to it. How much of his left leg did you save? Above the knee, barely. Whether it heals, who knows? The infection hurdle will be hard to clear. The orthopedic surgeon sat down next to them and began wolfing down his food. What a day! My arms can't even lift anymore. His hands were shaking. He could barely hold his chopsticks. Chen Rui sighed. There was nothing to be done. I hear you were up all night too. The other patient couldn't save the spleen. Zai Yao shook his head. He's lucky lost a spleen, but his life is safe. The poor fellow before him, though, open abdominal wound from a cold weapon, deep penetration. You know those are even more dangerous than gunshot wounds, more prone to infection. By the time he got here, it was classic peritonitis. I sutured the bowel, but there's no medicine. Whether he survives infection is anyone's guess. And even if he's tough enough to make it, he'll probably end up with a fistula, carrying a colostomy bag on his hip for the rest of his life. One slip and infection again. He probably won't live long. End of chapter. Chapter 22:31. The wounded. They were still talking when a nurse hurried over and whispered something to the orthopedic surgeon. He laughed bitterly. Great, another amputation. More casualties. Just brought in, apparently. A sergeant, his hand was blown apart by a musket. The surgeon shoveled rice into his mouth as he spoke. Zai Yao quickly said, "Take your time eating. I'll go handle the prep." Bai Cheng was unconscious when they carried him in. One arm was a bloody mess. The hand's shape was unrecognizable. Zai Yao had seen plenty of such firearm wounds lately. In the fighting against the bandits, cold weapon injuries were few. Most battle wounds came from various firearms. Crude as homemade guns were, with limited range, a close-range hit was more than flesh could bear. Zai Yao picked up the patient card hanging around Bai Cheng's neck. Bai Cheng, National Army Sergeant, Blood Type A, 1605. Dr. Zai, the Tourniquet. Chen Rui, mindful of the earlier incident, reminded him at once. Good catch. Zai Yao checked. The tourniquet had been loosened on schedule. He sighed. Fate was fate. Wang Chui's wound hadn't been that serious. If not for the tourniquet, he never would have needed amputation. This patient had encountered a conscientious medic, but his hand was utterly destroyed. Amputation all the same. He examined the wound closely. Judging by the damage, the sergeant's hand had been hit by a spherical iron ball. He had seen this type of injury before, caused by a heavy Ming matchlock firing a projectile weighing nearly half a kilogram. One could imagine the hand disintegrating on impact. "This is our squad leader," one of the soldiers who had brought him in stammered. "We were ambushed on the road. He led us in a desperate charge to break through. That's the only reason we escaped. Please, you have to save him. Don't worry, we'll do our best." Zai Yao gave the standard reassurance, then studied the wound again. "Zio Chen, you debrid, prep for amputation," Zai Yao ordered. "We're out of blood bottles. He can do without transfusion for this surgery," Zai Yao said. "Prep IV fluids." The operating room, which had just been quiet, sprang back to life. A few days later, the unlucky soldier with the abdominal wound, the one they had discussed over breakfast, was lying in bed, delirious with infection-induced fever. Zai Yao's worry had been well-founded. The Council's homegrown antibiotics were dubious in output, efficacy, and safety, even worse than expired old timeline supplies. And now, with logistics stretched thin, even those weak drugs couldn't be guaranteed. Surviving infection came down to luck and constitution. Bai Cheng was in the bed next door. His constitution was strong and his post-surgical recovery was relatively quick. The nurse gave him pain pills on schedule and offered a few words of comfort. Losing a hand was hard for anyone to bear. "I knew when I got hit that this hand was a goner." Bai Cheng looked at his bandaged arm, crestfallen. "At least you're alive," the nurse said. "I've heard from upstairs you've got merit for leading your squad. They're submitting a commendation for you. Don't overthink it. Rest and heal. The council won't let you down." Just then the feverish soldier in the next bed started groaning again. The nurse excused herself to tend to him. Bai Cheng watched for a while, then sighed. He could tell things were bad. "Nurse, what's wrong with him?" "Took a spear to the belly, peritonitis, severe infection." The nurse studied the patient. "Antibiotics aren't helping much. It's in fate's hands now." She glanced at him a moment. "Looks young. Who knows if he has a wife and kids at home? Such a pity." She nodded toward another bed. "That one's County Magistrate Wang. Lost a leg too. Still hasn't woken fever. Touch and go." The nurse's words made Bai Cheng feel a little better, especially knowing that JB Magistrate whose orders got us into this mess had also lost a leg. He felt considerably more at ease, the urge he had expressed on the road. "I'll stick a bayonet in that JB Magistrate," faded from memory. He lay on his side, gazing at his feverish comrade mumbling nonsense, feeling a kind of kinship in misfortune. Still, he considered himself luckier. At least he was tough, lost a hand, couldn't serve anymore, but with a commendation he'd go home alive. The council would surely assign him light work, a guaranteed stipend. Not a bad life. Only the hope of marrying a wife was gone. When he'd had all his limbs, no girl had looked twice at him. Now that he was a cripple, there was even less hope. 1:01 watch, the moon climbs the east wall. Why hasn't Scholar Zhang come yet? Longing's killing this little slave girl. 2:02 the moon on the windowsill. I hear dirt crumble from the wall, so the scholars here at last. Open the 2 leaves of the door and cast my eyes about, but it's just a black dog climbing the wall. Vexed is the little slave girl. 3:03 the moon straight overhead, still no Scholar Zhang, pining to death this little slave girl. Cough, cough. Hey, old Zhang keeps singing, why'd you stop? Cough, she don't like it, she won't come. What you thinking of going yourself? You ain't touched cat or dog in your life. If you did go, you'd walk through the wrong door. Ha 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 ha. Bai Cheng couldn't roll over easily, so he didn't turn, but a smile tugged at his face. That was old Zhang singing bawdy ditties again. Old Zhang had enlisted near Dengzhou. His whole family had been killed by the rebels. If the Fubo army cavalry hadn't arrived quickly, he would have died on the frozen Shandong plains. But old Zhang was born to be a soldier. Though uneducated, he was brave and careful, and he liked bayonet fighting, a rare fierce warrior. Despite his illiteracy, he had been promoted to Fubo Army second lieutenant during the expansion, which naturally made him a frequent guest at field hospitals and medical stations. This was his 3rd hospitalization for wounds. This time, he'd ended up in Yangshan's field hospital by sheer chance. His wound came not from bayonet fighting but from an iron pellet caught while escorting a supply convoy. He had been brought to the nearest facility. Old Zhang's injury was not critical, but not trivial either. No danger to life, but no quick discharge. So he passed his days in the ward cracking jokes and clowning around, making everyone laugh. This was the light casualty ward, mostly stable post-op patients, so the nurses rarely stopped him. Keeping a positive attitude aided recovery. Old Zhang, give it a rest. You've got hemopneumothorax and you're singing dirty songs. A nurse came through on rounds, her face stern. Time for your medicine, sit up. What's dirty about them? It's the truth. I've been a bachelor my whole life, don't know how to think about a wife. Unless you, ouch, 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 I'll get up. Old Zhang saw the nurse reaching for his catheter and shut up fast. Grimacing, he sat up and amid laughter, obediently swallowed his pills. Bai Cheng struggled to lie flat again and sighed. This ward was supposed to be for the lightly wounded, and the atmosphere was relatively relaxed. But lately, beds in the critical care ward were getting tight, and turnover in the light casualty ward was fast, so beds had to be borrowed. The feverish, delirious comrade in the next bed weighed on Bai Cheng's heart, though he was deeply ashamed to admit it. What's the matter? You're always sighing. Old Zhang lay half-inclined on his pillow, looking over at him. Nothing. Bai Cheng shook his head, trying to chase away his less-than-noble thoughts. Brother, I'm not as easy-going as you. I'm a cripple now, can't go back to the battlefield. He had worked in a factory before, a laborer. No education, couldn't learn a skill. After 2 or 3 years as a general hand, he figured he'd never get a wife at this rate, so he thought he'd join the army and make his fortune another way. When mobilization began, he enlisted. After 3 months of basic training, he was supposed to be assigned to a unit, but the National Army was expanding rapidly. His cohort was sent to the Guangdong National Army and given sergeant stripes, posted as squad leaders to various squadrons. Sergeant after only 3 months, Bai Cheng had been bursting with ambition, certain his chance for glory had come. But barely a month into Yangshan he had lost his hand, a cripple. Never mind fighting for glory, even a simple laborer's job back home was out of reach now. Is that all? Old Zhang curled his lip. Look at the fellow across from us, also lost his left arm. When you were on the table, I heard it clear as day. You howled for a good quarter of an hour. That fellow had his arm sawn off below the elbow. He held the mangled flesh in his right hand the whole time. When they cut it off, he never made a sound. I reckon Lord Guan's bone-scraping cure was no tougher than that. The man next to him was a Ming prisoner, getting lead dug out of his leg, shrieking his lungs out. Our fellow was already annoyed. Surgery done, he jumps up, grabs his own severed arm and whacks the prisoner on the ass like a thunderclap, yelling, "Lout! If I hear you making a mess again, I'll stuff this arm down your worthless throat." Bai Cheng felt even more embarrassed. In truth, he had been semi-conscious during the surgery, not fully in control of himself, and the orthopedic surgeon's dull scalpel had made it worse. Still, screaming like that during surgery was nothing to boast about. He cringed at the memory. Perhaps seeing Bai Cheng's discomfort, old Zhang chuckled, showing a mouthful of yellow teeth. "If you've got a mind to serve the council, there's no shortage of places for you. Besides, the council won't short you on your disability pay. It may not be enough for a wife, but it'll fill your belly. Think of the brothers lying on Ouyang Hill. You're doing better by a mile." End of chapter. Chapter 22:32, Bedside chat. Bai Cheng sighed again but didn't respond. After a pause, he asked old Zhang, "This isn't your first time being wounded, is it?" "It's my second battle wound, but my third hospitalization." Old Zhang seemed rather proud. "The first time I was hospitalized was back on Kimu Island, before I'd even enlisted. Things weren't like now. That huge refugee camp had only one proper doctor, Dr. Zai, and he couldn't possibly keep up. There was a hospital on Kimu Island. If there wasn't, how could so many lives have been saved?" Old Zhang shifted to a more comfortable position and continued. "Kimu Island was designed for 3,000 people, but at the peak of the refugee influx, it held as many as 4,000. Everyone who came was starving, covered in frostbite, or cut up by rebel swords. Without that hospital, who knows how many more would have died. As for the building itself, it was far better than this field station. The refugee camp was thrown together, even sheds had to house people, but the hospital was built of solid red brick, with glass skylights. The interior, though, wasn't as good as here. There were a few dozen kettles, 100-odd bowls, big pots, buckets, bedpans, and wash basins, but not a single proper bed. Just 100 or so straw mattresses laid with sheets, long pillows, and blankets. How could that compare to the beds we have now? There was one other bad thing. Rush mats were always stacked in the corner. If your sleeping mat wore out, you got a replacement. If someone died, they'd use one to wrap the body. Seeing that always felt like bad luck." Bai Cheng fell silent. Looking around, he realized this was actually the first time he had truly noticed what the field station looked like. The tent he was in wasn't large. Originally designed for 9 beds, it now held 12 because of beds borrowed from the critical ward. But everyone had a cot converted into a hospital bed. A nurse was always present in the tent. Though doctors were rarely seen, he knew they were just over in the examination area, ready to come at a moment's notice. As for pots and pans, those weren't in the observation room. He had heard the nurse mention that such things were kept in a nearby disinfection area, cleaned by dedicated staff. Anyone who did a sloppy job was punished. There's one more way the Kimu Island Hospital couldn't compare to this place. Old Zhang smiled meaningfully and nodded toward the nurse's changing shift. Bai Cheng smiled knowingly. The gender imbalance in council-controlled areas was nothing new, and the military was the worst-hit zone. Wherever you went, the girls on the propaganda and medical teams were extremely popular. Soldiers would sidle up to chat. The bolder ones would try to shake hands. Some, like old Zhang, would crack off-color jokes. The Fubo army had no political commissars, and its rudimentary political corps couldn't really tackle conduct issues with the troops. Besides, the elders themselves were happily buying maidservants to fill their harems. If discipline were too strict, the brothers on the front line would start grumbling. So as long as it didn't involve fundamental breaches of discipline, the council turned a blind eye to conduct issues. On the subject of nurses, Lin Motion had once seriously discussed with Zhang Zi a plan to set up a model in the style of Florence Nightingale, but it never materialized. The council had established a nursing program at Fangqiati early on, the predecessor of today's Lingao Nursing College. later added a nursing track at the Women's College of Arts and Sciences, and then one at Provincial Hong Kong Medical School. A tiered nursing talent system had already taken shape. Female nurses in pale blue uniforms, even though many were no longer young, had long since become an Australian medicine hallmark more famous than the white-coated Australian doctors. What had once been street gossip had become common knowledge. Even traditional Chinese medicine clinics that knew nothing about Australian medicine had begun hiring nurses. By modern standards, nursing skills under the council were hardly satisfactory. In the early years, a considerable share of patient deaths had been contributed by clumsy naturalized nurses. Of course, after years of clinical experience, the first generation of nurses was now close to old timeline competence. Standouts like Guo Fu had become deputy chief nurses and ward nursing supervisors. But the interns and newly capped nurses produced by the council's crash course training model were a different story. Like the green medical students, they had to be hammered and scolded by senior colleagues for years, completing their professional education in the wake of patients they had killed or crippled. The foundations of nursing science had been built into the council's educational system. Night rounds by duty nurses were the most basic nursing duty. The lady with the lamp routine had been standard since the council's first hospital opened. Because the council understood the importance of nursing, from the start it was seen by naturalized subjects as one of the best ways for a girl to eat government rice. There was no need for a noblewoman to lead the way and elevate the profession's prestige. Assembly line vocational training naturally couldn't instill the religious compassion of Nightingale's era, but for soldiers who once couldn't even afford a doctor, having nurse girls always present in the ward was already an immense comfort. From the moment it arrived in this era, the council had stood on the shoulders of pioneers. They couldn't replicate that kind of great model, nor, it seemed, did they need to. Once I get leave and go home, I'm gonna get me a nurse for a wife. She'll wait on me every day, polish my boots and my sword. If they're not shiny, I'll smack her backside. Old Zhang stared at the nurse's retreating figure and began daydreaming, as if the nurse who daily threatened to reinsert his catheter were already his bride. "Keep dreaming," said a lightly wounded soldier on the opposite bed. "Nurse girls are picky. You're just a little second lieutenant, think they'd look twice at you." "That's not fair," another wounded man said with a rueful smile. "Old Zhang's got all his parts and he's an officer. Even if he can't snag a nurse, he won't lack for a suitable wife. It's us, missing hands and feet, who have got it hard. Being a cripple is rough, but at least we can go home. This war, I've had enough." The soldier who had slapped the prisoner with his own severed arm spoke up. "In battle, if you die, at least it's quick. It's being wounded that's pure torment, worse than death." He had been fierce when he was hit. Now he looked utterly dejected. "Weren't you wounded on the boat with me?" Old Zhang asked. "This is my second time wounded. The first was at Tengxian, took a pellet to the calf, went to the dressing station. They bandaged me up, but since I couldn't walk, they said to wait for evacuation to the Fengchuan Field Hospital. If I'd known the suffering ahead, I'd rather have stayed in Huaiji. At the casualty assembly point, there were no stretcher bearers, just an escort squad the unit had arranged. I begged the medical team for a peace cart, squeezed myself and 5 other brothers onto it, and headed for Huaiji first." "Don't think I'm ignorant, I've seen a peace cart," Bai Cheng laughed. "Those carts are maybe 7 kai long and 4 or 5 kai wide. Men our size can lie 2 across. How do you squeeze in 6? Heh, you don't know. The medical team calls it an ambulance cart. When 6 wounded gather, they start a run. An ox or horse pulls it to Huaiji. The medic told me that in Guangzhou City they also use peace carts to move patients, and the council's carts aren't like Ming wooden carts. They've got steel bearings and rods, rubber tires, smooth ride, no bumps. But those Guangzhou carts usually carry only 2 people. How could they cram this many in so we couldn't even move? And Guangxi roads are hellish. Even with council magic, I was half shaken to death." Rain kept coming, the road turned to mud. The cart started and stopped, it took days. The more I bled, the weaker I got. A brother right beside me died on the road. I didn't even have the strength to push his corpse away. The cart, who knows what it had carried before, the wheels creaked like grinding teeth, and the groans of us brothers never stopped. The noise still rings in my ears to this day. No one in the room could think of anything to say. They had been lucky. The field hospital had arrived in Yangshan just when they were wounded. They hadn't endured long-distance evacuation, never experienced such a miserable animal-drawn cart. That was still not the worst. I saw some brothers come back riding captured horses, small Ming cavalry horses, tough and hardy. Not bad. But wounded men can barely ride. They need someone to lead the horse and look after them. Stretcher bearers sent from the rear weren't enough, so the army conscripted local laborers. And among those laborers, vagrants who'd steal coins from a boiling pot. Even ordinary conscripted peasants were dirt poor, only thinking of money. If the escort looked away for a second, they'd steal from the wounded and the dead. Some waited for the escort to slip up, dumped the wounded by the roadside, and ran off with the horse. On the road, I saw one wretch, because a wounded man couldn't stay on the horse going uphill, tie the man's legs together and drag him behind the horse up the slope. Our escort captain saw it and ran him through with a bayonet. That was satisfying, but that night half the laborers had run off. These laborers, weren't they all sent from the rear? Bai Cheng was shocked. If only, some were sent from the rear, but not nearly enough. If we hadn't used these scum for labor, who knows how many more wounded would have been stuck at the front. End of chapter. Chapter 22, 33 words spoken in anger at this. Old Zhang sighed again. Even so, having a mule or horse was more reassuring than walking back on your own. Plenty of brothers were wounded in the mountains, never saw a cart or a horse. They used rifles and spears as crutches and helped each other walk back. The unlucky ones ran into small bandit parties on the road and lost their lives. I walked part of the way myself. After a few days on that ox cart, I couldn't take it anymore. Luckily, though I was hurt, my hands and feet were all there, so I got off and walked. There was nowhere to rest on the road. We just slept in our clothes, lying in the yards of villagers' houses on beds of straw. Brother Zhang, you mean you walked all the way to Huaiji? Bai Cheng was skeptical. Though the ox cart was slow, it was faster than a wounded man on foot. Falling behind in a semi-pacified zone was extremely dangerous. Never mind bandits. The local Yao and other minorities were plenty hostile. A lone wounded man had almost no chance of making it back to camp alive. But old Zhang nodded calmly. Counting on my fingers, I spent 2 days on the cart, managed to get within sight of the city walls, and happened upon a column of wounded marching in pain. So I got off and joined them. If we didn't have walking sticks, we couldn't take 2 steps. Fortunately, every man in the escort had a spear. They gave me one for a crutch and we went slowly. Just a short distance, yet it took another day. The locals here have never heard of 2 pipes and 5 reforms. Wherever our troops go, medics are always doing disinfection and extermination. You can't say they aren't conscientious. But the wounded move slowly, half a day to cover a few li, so we couldn't reach the designated camps on time. We had to beg lodging along the way. Sometimes there was no village in sight. A broken-down temple for shelter was lucky. Even though we had a few medics, they were too exhausted to stand, let alone disinfect and debug. So every night mosquitoes and fleas swarmed. Nobody could sleep. By the time I got here, at least I was still breathing. I asked about the brothers who had gotten on the cart with me. Of those still alive when they were loaded, only 2 were left. In those 4 or 5 days, except for me walking and one man who switched to a cargo boat midway, the other 4 never got off the cart once. By the end, that piece cart stank beyond belief. The straw bedding was soaked through with shit, piss, and pus. As for the brother who took the boat, he wasn't spared either. The boat was faster but just as rough, and who knew there were rats in the hold. Soon after he arrived, he spiked a fever and died quietly. Bai Cheng sighed too. The brothers were wounded far from here with no nearby medical station. That's why we need to wipe out all these bandits fast. That's what matters. Old Zhang took a sip of hot water. Once the council's blessing spread everywhere, with good roads and hospitals on every corner, We won't have to suffer like this. A pity for the brothers already lying in their urns. For sanitary reasons, the logistics system, unable to return the bodies of fallen soldiers intact, had adopted the medical department's recommendation. Most who died in battle were buried on the spot. Those who died at the hospital were cremated and their ashes sent to Guangning. Being alive beats everything, old Zhang said with feeling. A few more days and we can go home. Bai Cheng wasn't particularly interested in going home. He was a bachelor, parents and kin were all gone. What could barely be called home was a bunk in the factory dormitory, and since he had enlisted, that bunk had probably long since been assigned to someone else. When he thought about it, he was truly homeless. Care packages. Someone cheered and the tent came alive. As long as they weren't comatose, the wounded received small gifts each week. Sometimes a cigar or a 5-pack of cigarettes, sometimes dry biscuits, sometimes little items made by students and women workers in the rear, underwear, socks, handkerchiefs. The nurse came through with a small basket, distributing along the rows of beds. Everyone who could still move crowded around, eager to see what new goodies had arrived. Bai Cheng reflexively moved to reach out, then suddenly remembered he couldn't just sit up. Then another thought struck him. Even if he could sit up, it wouldn't help. His hand was no longer a normal hand. It seemed only now that he truly understood what had happened to him. He was a disabled person. Not only could he no longer go to war, from now on, everything in his life would be different. The mood in the observation tent didn't disturb Song Junxing, who was sleeping like the dead. The night shift had been brutal. He didn't even eat breakfast before collapsing in the dormitory. He slept until dinner. If Fu Lianqi, who had come from the same support contingent to oversee disinfection, hadn't fetched him, he might have skipped that too. Strictly speaking, elders in the medical sector weren't military officers and didn't have to observe officer-enlisted equality. But since elder officers at the front at least maintained the tradition of eating from the same pot, the medical support teams couldn't ask for much. Besides, everyone was busy. In practice, they ate the same meals delivered by logistics as the naturalized physicians. And frankly, on the front lines, even the special elder mess wasn't much better. Little appeal for Song Junxing. Still, going a whole day without eating did seem unreasonable, so Song Junxing tidied up and followed Fu Lianqi out. Old Fu, I feel like things are heading the wrong way. Sitting in the special mess for a while, a few drinks in, Song Junxing was getting tipsy. He picked up a braised pork rib and said, "Wrong way. I think the situation is excellent, not moderately good, not slightly good, but excellent." Fu Lianqi said, half joking, half serious. Medical kits tested in combat proving their worth. The 3-tier evacuation system is basically in place. The Huaiji medical station has been made a model. Combat death rates have dropped significantly. Everyone who came to the front has contributed. What's heading the wrong way? Yes, the overall situation is excellent. I'm not denying that. But let me raise a small issue. Let me ask, what's the purpose of field medicine? Frontline emergency treatment, combat wound nursing with the goal of saving as many lives as possible, restoring combat effectiveness quickly and maintaining morale. Fu Lianqi replied, "It's that morale issue I want to talk about." Song Junxing gnawed on his rib. "How so?" Fu Lianqi asked. "In this era, no one can be more humane than us. To the grunts, we're practically bodhisattvas. What more could they want? Hold on, let me think how to put this. Okay, take the Chinese volunteers. High morale, right? Could we compare? Fear no hardship, fear no death. Even in the old timeline, that was legendary. The Fubo army can't match it. But even in Korea, there was a saying, the 3 fears. What were they? 1. Fear of no food. 2. Fear of no ammo. 3. Fear of not being carried off after being wounded. Song Junxing waved his bone. In our army, food may not be unlimited, but at least the soldiers haven't gone hungry. Ammo may not be unlimited, but we haven't run dry. But the third one, are all our wounded being brought back? How can you compare to the volunteers? 300 years difference. Fu Lianqi said. At least the volunteers had trucks, railroads, Shanghai pharmaceutical factories. nearly 50 years of modern medicine from late Qing to Republic. A system, however imperfect. Do we have that? But the Ming don't have B-29s either. In terms of casualty rates, ours are actually quite low. Never mind that for now. The volunteers' transport and logistics conditions were also poor by 20th century standards. There are parallels with us. Song Junxing explained. Failing to evacuate wounded properly is a huge blow to morale. Some fools in the propaganda department keep crowing that council medicine is all-powerful. Bullshit. Our soldiers have seen what real near-modern medicine looks like. Their expectations are sky-high compared to Ming soldiers. If they know they're going to suffer that much on the road, maybe lose a life that could have been saved because of delays, how do you think they'll feel? What can they think? They can't blame us, can they? Fu Lianqi was starting to see where Song Junxing was going but didn't say so, waiting for him to continue. Of course they won't blame us, but they'll be scared. Song Junxing recalled what he had seen at the medical station. Some officers even told me evacuation of the wounded is a mistake, especially the critically wounded. The hardships of that journey, and maybe you couldn't save them anyway, all that suffering worse than dying twice. Why bother? Better to just lie down and die at the front line in peace. That's just talk spoken in anger. It's not. Song Junxing was firm. You've dealt with the troops. If you said they were afraid to die, that'd be putting a horse-dung cap on the army. But ask them which they'd rather avoid, dying or being wounded, and you know what answer you'd get. This isn't something you or I can change. Fu Lianqi took a sip of kvass and set down his cup. And you know, even if it's not just anger, you have to treat it that way. Otherwise what? Are you really going to leave the wounded at the front to fend for themselves? Or go back to the old rules, finishing off the immobile wounded after a battle? I'll tell you, that's happening at the front right now. Some reports have come in and I pretend I didn't see them. I've ordered all related reports destroyed, because you can't manage it, and it's not good to manage. It's like the trend now toward overusing amputation. Everyone knows the field hospital has no real choice, but we still issue a stack of protocols that can only be used to wipe your ass at the front. Why? It's the same thing. End of chapter. Chapter 22, 34 Drug resistance. Besides, never mind transport, a problem we can't solve anytime soon. Take my own work, disinfection and pest control. Guess what the most common cause of death is at the frontline medical stations? What? Bacterial dysentery accounts for about a fifth. Fu Lianqi's face darkened. Since becoming head of Guangdong's Sanitation and Epidemic Prevention Section, he oversaw the entire province's public health work, including what he self-deprecatingly called disinfection and extermination. Theoretically, a far larger jurisdiction than his former superior lay in Lingao, but the resources he could muster for such a daunting task were pitiful. Dysentery was widespread in this era, yet prevention wasn't difficult. A disease so obviously caused by unclean food and water killing at such a high rate meant the work was being done very poorly. That would make his performance report ugly, though in truth it wasn't a major problem. The council's baseline was so low that any improvement looked impressive from the outside. That shouldn't be. Song Junxing was surprised. Is disinfectant in short supply? Disinfectant has never been sufficient. Mainly it's the old problem, execution gaps. We're actually short on logistics talent too, and since it gets less attention, the situation may be even worse. Fu Lianqi explained. I can't follow every company and personally supervise their disinfection work. I can only convey directives and requirements, but setting standards too high is meaningless because no single company can meet them. Forget the companies. Do you know how bad infection control is inside the medical stations? Song Junxing snorted. They're borrowing beds everywhere. The isolation protocol is a mess. Pneumonia patients, dysentery patients, and burn patients all crammed into one tent, bed to bed. If you ask me, this is what you get when the higher-ups demand great leap forward, style speed. Talent shortages everywhere, chaotic management. It has nothing to do with your disinfection work. Even if you distilled all the water, you couldn't stop it. what Song Junxing called infection control. The full term was nosocomial infection, referred to infections acquired by hospitalized patients inside the hospital, including infections occurring during the stay and infections acquired in hospital but manifesting after discharge, excluding those already present or incubating on admission. Infection control management was a critical function of modern hospitals, covering everything from hand hygiene protocols for medical staff to specialized isolation wards. The Council's hospitals naturally had infection control work too, as did the frontline stations, though it was lumped into the grab bag of medical administration. But the medical administration personnel, like the clinical staff, were largely products of crash courses. No matter how much Section Chief Deng boasted that Provincial Hong Kong General Hospital was a world-class hospital, it couldn't hide that 99% of its staff were woefully undertrained. And even if all the administrators met old timeline standards, that wouldn't solve everything. Fu Lianqi could feel that the overall hygiene consciousness of the troops couldn't be built up by a handful of medics doing outreach for a year or two. Fu Lianqi had come to Liangguang not as a frontline clinician, but to guide camp and garrison sanitation and epidemic prevention, basically his self-described disinfection and extermination work. Before coming to Liangguang, Fu Lianqi had fully mentally prepared himself for the state of public health. But after reading reports from the preceding elders, he realized that carrying out epidemic prevention work in a not yet pacified Liangguang faced layer upon layer of difficulties, even limited just to the military. Liangguang was subtropical, humid, sweltering, densely forested, with complex terrain. It was an ideal breeding ground for disease vector insects, animals, and microorganisms. Mosquitoes, flies, horseflies, gnats, snakes, rats, leeches everywhere. The little ice age didn't make summer here comfortable or hygienic. From frontline reports, Fu Lianqi had summarized the disease profile of the semi-pacified zone, mainly malaria, bacterial dysentery, leptospirosis, typhus, scrub typhus, arboviral diseases, and parasitic infections, mostly infectious diseases, all with severe incidence. From a natural environment standpoint, late Ming Guangxi was a petri dish with all 5 damp heat pest poisons. Against the backdrop of the Ming-era chaos, these problems could only get worse. During the Pacification campaign, frontline units often had to pursue remnant bandits for extended periods. Though combat intensity was low, physical exertion was high. Add inadequate food, clothing, and supplies compared to the rear, and resistance dropped markedly. Though martial law was being enforced as fully as possible, the Council's grip on the semi-pacified zone was weak, population movement was high, and combat units frequently had to enter natural foci and epidemic zones. Controlling sources of infection was extremely difficult. Before officially entering Liangguang, Lin Motion had requested to join the first support wave, conducting health reconnaissance with several public health elders. They roughly mapped the sanitary situation, disease profile, endemic disease prevalence, and water source quality of the semi-pacified zone. The results were unsurprising. The main threats were enteric infections and malaria. With the ubiquitous transport bottlenecks, disinfection and pest control supplies weren't always available on demand, and there were no adequate vaccines. Lin Motion could only devise stopgap measures, for example, borrowing from the old timeline PLA. He instituted a 3-serve, 2-separate, 1-self-store system. Cooks serve meals, serve dishes, serve soup, separate water for hand washing and bowl washing, utensils self-stored. He also arranged unified health checks for cooks and rescreened relevant medical histories. And he pushed more intensive outreach emphasizing routine drinking water disinfection and banning raw water, all to prevent enteric outbreaks. But once fighting started, you couldn't be so careful. Thousands of small units were scattered across the province. Even garrison units in county seats had poor conditions. When executing search and patrol missions, dining and lodging were even worse. Most of the issued sanitation protocols were dead letters. Even after the frontline hygiene system overhaul, Fu Lianqi still faced the same situation. Take bacterial dysentery, the most worrying epidemic. Due to drug shortages, treatment of patients couldn't be completed in time. Not only were there casualties, but a significant number of chronic patients accumulated, a hidden threat for secondary infections in the units. The conditions on the return march went without saying. Contact transmission was unavoidable. Back at camp, only a fraction of patients could be isolated. The rest couldn't be, making reinfection and epidemic spread easy. And Songji, there's a new wrinkle in the epidemic situation. Take a look at this first. Fu Lianqi pulled a document from his coat. Song Junxing took it, a telegram from the Guangdong Regional Health Commission. 1st Brigade Medical, your noon message received. Sporadic dysentery also seen in Guangzhou. Frontline units should, per new central regulations, retain bacterial samples for drug sensitivity testing and report promptly. Liu Lin. Retain samples for drug sensitivity testing per new regulations. Is that really necessary? There are only a handful of antibacterials we can use. Even if you run the test, is there any choice? We'd still use sulfa. Song Junxing was puzzled. Drug sensitivity, the full term was in vitro antimicrobial susceptibility testing, was a standard test of the antibiotic era. Simply put, when you had a variety of antibiotics to choose from, you cultured bacteria from the patient's infection site and added different antibiotics to see which ones the bacteria were sensitive or resistant to. Obviously, for a council that had almost nothing but sulfa, this wasn't a particularly useful test. I sent a telegram to Guangdong earlier, reporting the dysentery situation here. Fu Lianqi took back the telegram. Now it seems Guangzhou is also seeing sporadic dysentery, but ordering us specifically to do drug sensitivity testing, that's a first. Anyway, orders are orders, so I ran the test, and I did find a new problem. What problem? You said you thought drug sensitivity tests were useless, right? After all, the only drug we really have is sulfa. Because of that, up to now, we've basically never run a drug sensitivity test on any bacteria. Fu Lianqi's expression grew grimmer. The dysentery strains I received were Sane and Flexneri groups. I ran sensitivity tests on the Flexneri. Guess the resistance rate, average 20%, the highest 74%. That high, hearing this, Song Junxing, who hadn't been paying much attention, was shocked. The only antibiotics the council was producing in quantity were sulfa and oxytetracycline, with sulfa as the mainstay. This pioneering antimicrobial that had once opened a new chapter in humanity's millennia-long war against bacteria had, in the old timeline, been gradually marginalized. There were reasons. Sulfa-class drugs were generally considered bacteriostatic rather than bactericidal. In the old timeline, severe resistance problems had already formed. The council's sulfa was of limited purity and lacked trimethoprim as a synergist, so everyone knew resistance was bound to come sooner or later. Bacterial dysentery was one of sulfa's primary indications. Usage was heavy. Finding resistant strains in dysentery bacilli was no surprise. What no one had expected was for this day to come so soon. Though the proportion of resistant strains so far wasn't high, it was a very bad omen. With drugs already in short supply, the emergence of resistant strains was salt in the wound for an already dire dysentery epidemic. End of chapter. Chapter 22, 35, Acting County Magistrate. The drug-resistant strain problem was reported directly to Minister Xi, causing a minor stir among the Guangzhou medical faction. Medical standards had not risen much, yet resistance problems were already appearing. Transmigrant medicine was beginning to show its unavoidable limitations, premature development. Pharmaceutical chemistry capacity and clinical diagnostic capacity are mismatched. Of course, problems will arise. Fu Lianqi studied the document in his hand, frowning. The penicillin production line wasn't yet operational, still in trial production, so there should be no rush. But if bacterial dysentery spread through the semi-pacified zone, or ballooned into a disaster like the Guangzhou plague incident, the medical people would have egg on their faces. Before setting out, they had pledged to strangle the epidemic in the cradle. To address the problem, the Ministry of Civil Affairs and Labor had issued an order to tap expired holy ship medications. Though expired drugs sounded alarming, these medications brought aboard the holy ship, even after expiring, were safer and more effective than the Council's own strange concoctions, which was why the expired stock hadn't been disposed of and still retained controlled material status. But holy ship drugs couldn't fully solve the dysentery bacillus resistance problem, and they couldn't be used liberally. Expired drugs were a common cause of resistant strains. Unrestricted use would only make things worse. Actually, I don't think the situation is that grim, Song Junxing thought a moment. Public health doctrine is prevention before treatment. Controlling dysentery can't just be about drugs. The key is stopping disease from entering the mouth. As long as we hold that line, dysentery is nothing to fear. It's not dysentery I'm afraid of. Fu Lianqi was still worried. It's the resistant bacteria discovery that's so shocking. Any plans for the next few days? Isn't the cabinet coming to inspect? They say some big brains are coming. I hear it's not just President Xi. Apparently Director General Wen and Chairman Wang are both coming. What are they coming for? This news caught Fu Lianqi off guard. To show they care. This inspection isn't just the medical sector, it's across the board, Song Junxing smiled. And there's something else, I don't know if you've heard. They want to hold a memorial for martyrs of the medical front during the inspection. Chairman Wang is going to speak. I bet he'll work in that passage. Which one? Need you ask? A person's ability may be great or small, but if he has this spirit, he is already noble-minded and pure, a man of moral integrity and above vulgar interests, a man who is of value to the people. Fu Lianqi snorted but said nothing more. What's coming will come. Song Junxing refilled Fu Lianqi's kvass. Doing our own jobs well is already pretty good. Let's hope so. Fu Lianqi's expression relaxed slightly. Gazing into the deepening night, he smiled and raised his glass. To the Blue Banner, cheers. To the Council of Elders and the people. Song Junxing smiled too. Luo Yiming was burning with anxiety. The fallout from the Daling market disaster was far worse than anticipated. First, the human losses. The 2 National Army squadrons escorting Wang Chuyi to Daling market had been devastated. The provisional Yonghua Yao squadron, formed so recently, had completely disintegrated in the fighting. Fewer than 10 made it back to the county seat. The rest had been killed or scattered. The other squadron, though more than half returned, had many wounded and had lost all combat effectiveness. This left Luo Yiming with only 1 squadron in the county seat, plus the mountain company temporarily attached, and since the operational plan couldn't be executed, it was unclear how long the mountain company would stay, and he had no command authority over it. Desperate, he sent an urgent message to Huang Kao, requesting a new county magistrate and a new squadron immediately. The bigger problem was the severe damage to the county government's prestige. They had been gradually building credibility. Order had begun to improve. The Daling market incident threw the county into chaos. Progress on collecting reasonable contributions ground to a halt. Bandits and riffraff who had gone into hiding were out making trouble again, some even near the county seat. Yangshan was on alert 3 times a day. Luo Yiming was run ragged. The arrival of the Mobile Field Hospital, though coincidental, put him somewhat at ease. The hospital was escorted by a White Horse Squad platoon plus 2 gunboats, real combat power. With 2 elders in the county seat, Huang Kao would surely dispatch reinforcements faster. Huang Kao was nearly in tears when he received the urgent message. He had been mentally prepared for Wang Chuyi to stumble. If you were going to govern, you couldn't be hand-led by an elder forever. Making mistakes was understandable. But he never imagined Wang Chuyi would fail so catastrophically, nearly getting himself killed. Though he had escaped alive, Luo Yiming's letter said the county magistrate is gravely wounded. He has undergone amputation. Recovery is uncertain. Huang Kao couldn't expect a dying naturalized cadre to run the county, much less lead bandit suppression and pacification. Wang Chui's failure not only destabilized Yangshan, but affected Huang Kao's pacification work across the Lianyang region. Before this, according to plan, he had distributed his forces at key transport nodes. The National Army Lianshan 1st Squadron garrisoned Lianshan County seat. The Lianshan 2nd Squadron was stationed at Changshan's Old City, watching the road south from the 8 ranks Yao. In Lianzhou, the 1st Squadron held the prefectural city while 2 squadrons held Luming Pass, controlling the Yao's eastward and northward routes. In Yangshan, 1 squadron was stationed at Yonghua Township to watch the Yao's southeastern route, and 1 held the county seat. Under this deployment, Huang Kao's main forces were tied down guarding roads and blockading the Yao region. Historically, the Ming court had dealt with Yao uprisings this way, to good effect. As long as they tightly controlled the roads from the Yao region to the outside, they could at minimum maintain order in each prefecture and county. Once order was restored, political, cultural, and economic measures could follow, a gradual approach. Huang Kao didn't claim this would solve Guangdong's Yao troubles forever, but at least it was a good start. So he wasn't too worried about his lack of mobile reserves. Now, thanks to Wang Chui's failure, the Yonghua squadron watching the 8 ranks Yao's southeastern road was gone. The Yonghua Yao, who had just settled down, might waver. After Sun Dabil burned Daling Market, the road from Yonghua into the Yangshan Han district was wide open. If the 8 ranks Yao joined with the Yonghua Yao, Luo Yiming had no answer but to hold the county seat. To stabilize Yangshan, the mountain company, originally scheduled for only a week's attachment, had to stay on, helping Luo Yiming restore order. For mobile reserves already stretched thin, this was a major loss. Huang Kao estimated that once word spread, the 8 ranks Yao would almost certainly make a move. He had to stamp out this fire fast, otherwise, if unrest spread, the consequences would be unthinkable. His thought: first, send a new county magistrate to Yangshan to steady things. Second, launch an immediate bandit suppression campaign in Yangshan to wipe out these bandits quickly, a warning to every faction in the Lianyang region. But he had no bench of civilian cadres. County-level naturalized officials were already in short supply. Filling vacancies was tough enough, and an emergency replacement was even harder. After much thought, Huang Kao called Bai De into his office. "I am now appointing you acting county magistrate of Yangshan. Pack up and take up your post immediately." Bai De was stunned. "Elder, I'm not educated." Bai De didn't like studying. Her academic performance had always been poor. Despite priority cultivation, she had attained only basic literacy and earned a grade C diploma. Her reports were riddled with wrong characters. Huang Kao spent half his time correcting her spelling whenever he read one. But her social work performance was outstanding. Her organizational and mobilizing skills were just as good. She had participated in numerous grassroots work team missions opening new territories and had held village and township-level positions in Taiwan and Jeju. She had local administration experience. Her greatest strength was her loyalty to the Council of Elders and her tenacious work ethic. As a county magistrate, Bai De's abilities weren't quite up to the mark, but to clean up a mess, she might be able to manage. "If even she can't do it, I'll have to go to Yangshan myself." Huang Kao felt his head swelling. He hoped the girl could pull it off. "Don't worry. This has nothing to do with whether you're educated." Huang Kao briefly described the Yangshan situation. Wang Chui is now critically wounded and unable to work. The National Army in Yangshan has suffered heavy losses. Morale is shaky. Go there immediately and stabilize Yangshan. I've ordered Zhen Huan to keep the mountain company in Yangshan for now to help you steady things." Bai De was silent for a moment, then asked, "Since the elder wants me to go, I'll go. But once I'm in Yangshan, what should I do?" "First, calm people down and restore our presence in Yangshan. Armed patrols and the collection of reasonable contributions must continue. Second, rebuild the armed forces." We don't have time to send you reinforcements. You'll have to reconstitute the units locally. In particular, restore control of Yonghua as soon as possible. Unlike those cadres who pulled out a notebook to jot down key points whenever a leader spoke, Bai De counted off each task on a finger. 10 fingers full, 10 tasks memorized. She ran through her fingers again and could repeat the original words verbatim. When Huang Ko first witnessed her finger memory trick, he was amazed. He tested her several times, each time she was spot on. But he had a lingering question. What would she do if the list exceeded 10 items? End of chapter. Chapter 22:36. Taking up the post, Director Zhou. Huang Ko summoned the Lianzhou Prefecture Office Director. Arrange a boat immediately and assign a squad of National Army. Tomorrow at dawn, escort Bai De to Yangshan to assume her post. Zhou Lianshan was secretly astonished. He had heard the day before that the Australians had suffered a defeat in Yangshan. The county magistrate had nearly lost his life. Rushing a new official to take up the post was expected. But at this critical juncture, Elder Huang was appointing a woman, and a Li Aborigine at that. The Australians certainly didn't limit themselves when it came to personnel. Though inwardly skeptical, Zhou Lianshan was shrewd enough. Bai De might be a woman and a Li tribesperson, but she was an old naturalized subject. The elders had brought from Qiangzhou, on the same level as Wang Chuyi or Fu Debang. Her standing in the elders' eyes was naturally not something a newcomer like himself could compare to, so he immediately positioned himself appropriately. A boat is easy. There's a supply convoy going to Yangshan tomorrow. County Magistrate Bai can travel with the convoy. As for the escort, do they stay on or return after delivery? Return after delivery, of course. What I'm short of right now is soldiers. Huang Ko clutched his hair. Bai De might have her assignment, but she was a commander without troops. He had nothing to give her. I have a few household retainers, Zhou Lianshan said quietly. All brave fighters. I could send them with County Magistrate Bai. They're not fit for the battlefield, but as escorts, running errands, they'll do. This reminded Huang Ko. Zhou Lianshan did have about 10 retainers brought from his hometown. Not bad fighters either. Not long ago, when Zhou Lianshan led a bandit suppression expedition, his retainers, though armed only with spears and sabers, had outperformed the newly reorganized National Army troops converted from Ming deserters. Fine. Pick 4 to accompany County Magistrate Bai. Huang Ko nodded. Early the next morning, Bai De set out with her 4 guards. Her boat was part of a logistics supply convoy. The convoy captain had offered her a seat on the steam tug, noisy but armored and armed, far safer. Bai De declined. The engine noise made it hard for her to think. Her head ached. The smell of coal smoke and lubricating oil made her nauseous. Nearly 5 years with the Australians, and she still couldn't get used to these machines. She chose one of the towed cargo boats, apparently loaded with grain. A makeshift berth had been set up for her in the hold. She could have rested and slept there. But Bai De didn't like the cramped, stifling cabin. She preferred to sit in the watchtower at the stern, a steel shelter so small it could hold only 2 people, but able to stop enemy musket balls and arrows. The view was excellent. The convoy moved downriver with the rumble of the tug, the blue pole star flag fluttering from every stern. Mountains stretched endlessly on both banks, peak after peak, as far as the eye could see. The slopes were lush with forest. In the valleys, green paddies and villages dotted the landscape. The North River wound through these mountains and valleys. In July, northern Guangdong was blazing hot. Every surface in the steel watchtower was scalding to the touch, but Bai De didn't mind. She had endured far worse. Once, to recruit Raw Li in the depths of Limu Mountain and the Taiwan Aborigines, she had followed work teams into impenetrable primeval jungle, tangled vines underfoot, impassable thickets, sun filtering through only in flecks. The jungle was utterly airless, so hot you could barely breathe. Now, though the steel overhead was scorching, the watchtower was open on all sides and river breezes blew through, refreshing body and mind. The river scenery stretched to the horizon. Even on a scorching summer day, it lifted the spirits. But Bai De's feelings were complicated. Though not exactly gloomy, something was nagging at her. The source of her disquiet was this appointment. She had never wanted to hold office, much less shoulder such a heavy burden. Tasks the elders gave her she always completed gladly, but that was limited to simple work. Whether chatting with people or mobilizing the masses, whatever she was asked to do, work was a pleasure for her, a way to forget her homeland and pass the time. But she had never wanted to be in charge, not even as a team leader. Alone, she felt she feared nothing. Right or wrong, it was her own affair. But once you held a position, it was no longer just your concern. It was the whole team's, the whole department's. You could only succeed, never fail. Years ago, when she attended basic cadre training, instructor Dong Weiwei had been puzzled by her resistance to promotion, her refusal of responsible positions, her insistence on remaining a rank-and-file staffer. After much hesitation, Bai De had said, "The elders have said more than once, with great power comes great responsibility. I cannot bear that responsibility." "Why can't you?" "You're not who you used to be." Dong Weiwei had tried her best to persuade her. Bai De was not only a Li tribesperson but a woman. Though not ignorant, she was authentically a young girl. Her identity alone had landed her on Du Wen's priority cultivation list. And her practical work ability was solid. She had participated in nearly every Li Miao mission on Hainan, traveling deep into Limu Mountain to meet with raw Li, whom even cooked Li rarely contacted, doing painstaking groundwork. Her performance was outstanding. "If I make a mistake, it's not just my problem, others get dragged down," Bai De said. "How can anyone not make mistakes? As long as your intentions are good, people can forgive mistakes. Some mistakes ruin a person's entire life. How can they be forgiven?" Bai De lowered her head. Once she had been falsely accused of being a jinmu, a forbidden woman, and had nearly lost her life. Though she had escaped with an elder's help, she had become a wanderer in a foreign land. Kind as the elders were, caring as her comrades were, the injustice buried deep in her heart still haunted her. "I did nothing wrong, why must I roam so far from home?" "Precisely because you are a person of integrity, you need to take up responsibility. Only then can you best protect everyone." Dong Weiwei patted her shoulder. "With great ability comes great responsibility." Now, she thought of those words again, chewing them over. With great ability comes great responsibility. Do I really have such ability? She asked herself, feeling dread. The largest area she had ever independently overseen was a single immigrant village on Jeju. Now an entire county had been entrusted to her, and she had no room for error. Her heart felt heavy. She pulled out the crumpled Yangshan basic overview again. Last night she had already read the thin booklet several times and studied the latest intelligence briefing repeatedly. Her Chinese reading comprehension was poor. Understanding the material was an effort. But after several passes, she grasped the general picture of what she was about to inherit. The convoy reached the Yangshan County wharf on the second day. The dock was heavily fortified, sandbag walls, watchtowers, surrounding trenches. The White Horse Squad soldiers escorting the field hospital stood with loaded rifles. The atmosphere was tense. Luo Yiming had received word that the acting county magistrate was coming and was waiting anxiously at the dock. But when he saw the new arrival was a young woman, his face fell. He assumed she was a women's affairs cadre. "What's this? Didn't the new county magistrate come?" "I am the new acting county magistrate Bai De," she said. "What, you are the new county magistrate?" Luo Yiming was an old naturalized cadre. He had seen plenty of women cadres and was no rookie who would gape at a female official. But the new county magistrate before him was at most 23 or 24. Though her expression was steady and experienced, the whites of her eyes still had a youthful tinge. Wisps of baby hair stuck out at her temples. She really was a green teenager. "Yes, I am," Bai De nodded. "You must be Yangshan's security section chief Luo Yiming. Here is my letter of appointment." "Yes, I am." Luo Yiming's jaw nearly hit the floor. Has Director Huang lost his mind, or could he simply not find anyone? Sending a young girl to be county magistrate. True, The council valued promoting women cadres, but women rarely held important roles in the council's bureaucracy. Apart from certain professional departments, female cadres were mostly low-ranking. There had never been a woman who held a county magistrate's position, not even among the female elders of the council. With Yangshan's situation hanging by a thread, Director Huang was pulling this stunt. Sweat beaded on Luo Yiming's forehead. He couldn't help muttering, "Ridiculous." He said it in his home dialect. Bai De naturally didn't understand. But the disapproval written all over his face told her clearly she wasn't the person he had been waiting for. "Let's go," Bai De said. "I imagine there's a lot of work waiting for us." However dissatisfied, Luo Yiming couldn't change the situation on the spot, and there was no time to voice objections. Since that was the case, he would just have to shoulder more of the work himself and prop things up for now. "I've arranged accommodation. You've had a long trip, take a break, freshen up. After lunch I'll call a meeting of all county cadres." "I rested last night," Bai De said. "Let's walk around Yangshan County first. You can brief me along the way." End of chapter. Chapter 22, 37. Boosting morale. The request was perfectly reasonable. Luo Yiming escorted the new female county magistrate on a circuit of the city walls while she questioned him in detail about the situation in Yangshan. "The situation is very bad." Luo Yiming spoke heavily. The prestige the Fubo army had earned liberating Yangshan had been wiped out by this defeat. Particularly damaging was Wang Chuyi's crippling injury, which Sun Dabiao had loudly proclaimed as slain in battle. He had cut off the head of a dead National Army soldier, preserved it in lime, and hung the head box at Daling Market. Though Wang Chuyi hadn't lost his head, he was gravely wounded and still in critical condition, unable to come out and deny it. Local villages and hamlets, Yao and Han alike, had begun to doubt the newly arrived Great Song in the county seat. How long could this blue starry flag really last? On top of that, bandits flying the Great Ming banner were spreading the word everywhere. "The officials are coming back." The situation, which had been more or less pacified, was once again precarious. Many of the Han villages in the county are clan settlements. Whether they side with us will make or break our foothold here. Though they've officially switched allegiance, they're stalling on every request we make. Things are very unfavorable. This stonewalling had left the already weakened Yangshan county government paralyzed. Their orders went no further than the county seat. Under the original plan, the county was to rely heavily on village militia for bandit suppression and restoring order. Now those villages had slammed their doors. The county couldn't mobilize their able-bodied men or collect grain. Luo Yiming watched helplessly as Sun Dabiao and his official bandits paraded through the countryside, brazenly flying the Great Ming banner, openly levying grain and conscripting men from village after village. The bandit forces snowballed larger by the day. Most worrying is that bandits are now flowing in from other counties. Someone seems to be coordinating them. Everyone we've sent out comes back saying, Luo Yiming took a deep breath, "Our situation is extremely unfavorable. Morale is shaky. There have been desertions. If this weren't such a remote place, if men weren't afraid of being beheaded by bandits on the road, we'd probably have lost half by now." Bai De rested her hand on a battlement and gazed outside. "How many troops do we still have?" "One National Army squadron plus about 30 survivors from the shattered 2nd Squadron and the Yao Squadron, and a few dozen wounded who can't fight yet," Luo Yiming said. "There's also a Li Miao Mountain Company in the city and a White Horse Squad platoon escorting the field hospital, but we can't command those." "Director Huang has authorized me," Bai De said. "The Mountain Company is now under county command." "Really?" "That's wonderful." Luo Yiming's worried face relaxed slightly. Frankly, he had little faith in the National Army Squadron, only a few months old, for anything beyond defending the county seat. "Yes, with that company we can do a great deal." Bai De had already drafted a plan of action on the boat. "How are the Yonghua Yao? Still stable?" "No problem. Pan Tianchen wants to return to Yonghua, says he'll raise forces there to fight Sun Dabiao." Luo Yiming gave a brief summary of Pan Tianchen's situation. I think the Yonghua Yao are still reliable. They lost many at Daling Market and are sworn enemies of the bandits. Bai De shook her head. She wasn't so optimistic. It was true the Yonghua Yao had a vendetta with Sun Dabao, but that didn't mean they were loyal to the council. Though she wasn't Yao, she knew exactly how headmen and chiefs thought. They never trusted any government, never took officialdom seriously. They lived by a simple principle: when the officials are strong, submit. When the officials are weak, cause trouble. Now that the council's position in Yangshan had weakened, they might not join hands with Sun Dabao, but the odds of rebuilding an alliance with the 8 ranks Yao were rising fast. Is Pan Tianchen still in the county seat? He was eager to leave, but he's got a leg wound and can't travel, Luo Yiming said. He'll head back to Yonghua once he's healed. Comrade Luo, once he leaves, I don't think he's coming back, Bai De said. He may go raise troops to fight Sun Dabao, but whether he'll return is another matter. You mean Pan Tianchen is unreliable? Bai De looked out at the wilderness beyond the walls. If we can just keep them from rejoining hands with the 8 ranks Yao, that's already a win. This made Luo Yiming nervous. You're saying? Bai De's mood dipped. On the boat she had run through the county's situation many times. Each time the difficulties seemed insurmountable, no obvious place to start. Suddenly a cannon roared a few li away. Fire flashed and a column of smoke rose. Startled, Bai De strained her eyes. It looked like a village. It happens almost every day now. Luo Yiming was used to it. Bandits harassing villages near the county seat, forcing them to hand over grain. Don't you send troops to help? Luo Yiming smiled bitterly. If we sortie in force, they run the moment they see us. They've got spies planted right below the walls. If we send a small party, they ambush us there. Killing or wounding a few is worth it to them. We only have so many men, we can't afford this attrition. Fortunately, they don't commit large numbers either, just harassment. One cannon shot and they scatter. He signaled, and someone lit a great general cannon on the wall. The boom and dense smoke followed. Let's go to the county government, Bai De said. I want to meet the key cadres. There are 2 elders at the field hospital. Shouldn't you report in first? Brief them. I have nothing to brief them on yet. As for reporting in, I can do that after the meeting, Bai De said. Luo Yiming inwardly clicked his tongue. This Li barbarian woman really is barbaric. Bai De then convened all National Army officers at platoon level and above, along with every naturalized cadre in the county and the activists among the retained Ming personnel. The arrival of a new county magistrate dispelled some of the gloom. Not only did all those who should attend show up, but Yu Siren, still hospitalized, came as well. Only Zhen Huan was absent. He was on wall duty. Comrades, I've got a preliminary grasp of the county's situation. It's grim, Bai De said. It's like being an animal caught in a trap. Everyone's anxious. She saw that most of the attendees were in low spirits. She was anxious too, but she didn't have the elder's gift for a few magic words that could lift everyone's mood. She had watched that skill countless times but had never learned how to hit that nerve in just a few sentences. She thought a moment, then suddenly smiled. Look at you, heads hanging, dejected. One lost battle and you've forgotten how to act like men. You resent Director Huang for sending a woman to be county magistrate, then show me you can act like men. Luo Yiming hurried to say, that's not it at all. Man or woman, we absolutely obey the council's orders. He turned around. Right, everyone. A ragged chorus of agreement. A few faces brightened. Bai De spoke sincerely. Comrades, Elder Huang entrusted me with this post of acting county magistrate. I came empty-handed, shoulders carrying a mouth, nothing more. I brought no troops, no supplies. I'm counting on your help and support. Give me guidance, pitch in with ideas. Only by working together can we hold our ground in Yangshan, keep the bandits from pushing us out, and eventually govern this county the council's way. She glanced at the cadres in the room. Suddenly she felt more grounded. She continued, You've been in Yangshan for a while now. Some of you are locals. Whether you came from Hainan, Guangzhou, or were born here, we're all in the same boat with the Council of Elders. We all came from hardship, pulled out of the sea of suffering by the council, sent to school, shaped into people, given food and proper clothes, made cadres. Now the council needs us. We can't shrink back at the first difficulty. Isn't that right? That's right. Our situation is difficult, but it's not hopeless. The Mountain Company has been placed under county command, an elite unit. Mountain warfare and bandit hunting are their specialty. They're small, but used well, they're more flexible and effective than a big force. Besides, we've got 2 elders right here in the county. They can guide us at any time. And the field hospital and White Horse Squad they brought, other counties couldn't beg for such things. What is there to worry about? This speech genuinely brightened quite a few faces. With elders in Yangshan County, what's there to fear? Even if the sky falls, the council won't abandon Yangshan. County Magistrate, just tell us, what do we do next? We're with you, Siren was the first to declare. The rest echoed. You're all looking at me, hoping I've got some brilliant plan. I already said I came to Yangshan with nothing but 4 guards, and those were loaned by Joe Lianshan. I'm a woman. I grew up in a mountain village, limited experience. When I was sent to study, my head always hurt, so I didn't learn much. I've worked for the council a long time, true, but I've never been a county magistrate. I was only a village head in a temporary posting. But look how many of us there are. Many of you are well-read, experienced, with lots of practical work under your belts. Many hands make light work. Put your heads together. Who knows, maybe we'll find a good solution. End of chapter. Chapter 22, 38, rallying the troops. Her words were both sincere and humble. Her attitude, facing reality squarely while refusing to give up, lifted the spirits of cadres who had been skeptical of her and pessimistic about the future. The stifling gloom in the room vanished. After Bai Da finished, she asked everyone to share ideas about the current situation and their views. This approach she had seen others use many times in work teams, and had used herself. It not only yielded good ideas, but also boosted everyone's sense of participation and cohesion. The meeting's atmosphere came alive. People spoke in turn about their views, especially how to break the deadlock in Yangshan. Some proposed expanding local recruitment to build up the national army. Others thought they should arm more Yonghua forces. Still others felt the county lacked the strength for battle and should start by winning over the wavering villages around the county seat. Baida found merit in all of them and recorded each suggestion. Her literacy was poor, taking notes was laborious. She often had to ask speakers to slow down or say that again. In the end, Luo Yiming volunteered to keep the minutes. Finally, she said, "You've all made good points. In the cadre training course I attended, an elder taught us, how do you get work done? Make sure we have lots of friends and our enemies have few. Right now, we're weak. We need to make more friends. We must fully utilize local manpower and resources." This was something County Magistrate Wang also talked about, but it's not easy, Luo Yiming said. The county has only 4 kinds of powerful local forces: Yao villages, gentry, clans, and bandits. Most of the gentry and clans keep us at arm's length. Some won't even pay reasonable contributions. They stall and stall, and if we rely too heavily on local powers, they'll only grow stronger. We're certainly going to reform these local powers eventually, but right now, our main priority is bandit suppression, Baida said. The gentry and magnates' attitude is crucial. If they support us, we can at least check the bandits' expansion, maybe even use their strength to eliminate them. After all, bandits are a great disaster for the locality. But this was exactly County Magistrate Wang's concern. Gentry and clan power had always been viewed internally as the council's #1 enemy. On Hainan, after years of relentless blows and divide and conquer, military, political, and economic, these 2 forces had been virtually eliminated at the grassroots. Of course, Hainan's backward economy and sparse population had helped. When the mainland campaign began, local governance immediately ran into the question of how to deal with local gentry and clans. Given the council's military and political strength in Guangdong, they obviously couldn't replicate the Hainan approach. With only a handful of county cadres and 1 or 2 national army squadrons to govern an entire county, they couldn't smash the old order and build new grassroots governance from scratch. so they had to continue the old loose-rein model. Except for counties in the Pearl River Delta, most were run much as under the Ming, just with somewhat cleaner administration and lighter taxes, and this loose-rein rule required cooperation from local gentry and clan magnates. Naturally, county magistrates, naturalized or elder, would not move against them until they received adequate administrative and military support. This was simple, maintaining governance. This posture had drawn criticism from some elders within the council, who called it collusion, and a serious betrayal of the council's grassroots governance philosophy. Because resource shortages were real, some elders had raised the banner of land reform again, arguing for mass mobilization to smash the old ruling foundation and build a new order. This, of course, sparked fierce internal debates that convinced no one but whose fallout left naturalized county magistrates keeping both gentry and clans at arm's length. They couldn't offend them, but they dared not get too close either. Baida knew about the council's internal debate. She knew this move carried serious political risk, but she didn't care. She was only an acting county magistrate and had no interest in being confirmed. She had no interest at all in the council's ranked tables. "I know there's risk. I'll take full responsibility," Baida said. Luo Yiming stared in surprise at the thin, dark young woman unhesitatingly shouldering the burden. He was rather moved. "Since you've given the word, county magistrate, we'll carry it out. But the gentry and magnates aren't easy to deal with. The situation here is especially complicated. Because of geography and the Yao region, Yangshan's gentry and clans had strong independence and internal cohesion. Yangshan was a poor place, Han Yu had written. Yangshan is the most impoverished place under heaven. Thin soil, poor people, historically a land of fierce folk. The county yamen had always had little influence over local powers. Each village was something of a petty kingdom. Even when Wang Chui first arrived and the situation looked excellent, many local magnates had been cold to the county. Fewer than half the villages in the county had paid reasonable contributions. "If we want to win them over now, we'll have to offer them a good price." Luo Yiming was worried. "True. When we go to collect reasonable contributions, the polite ones haggle, the rude ones slam the door in our faces. The worst fire a blank cannon shot to scare us off." Naturalized cadres immediately began venting. Many of these magnates are no different from bandits themselves. With the county in chaos, they're muddying the waters. The Hakka and locals have already started killing each other. I've said it before, these gentry and magnates, execute them all and there'll be innocents. Skip every other one and there'll still be escapees. County Magistrate Wang was tricked by that Peng fellow. Baida didn't stop them. She let them vent their frustrations and meanwhile memorized the details they were spilling. When the hubbub subsided, she said, "Everything you've said is true, but what is our top priority right now? To wipe out the bandits and pacify all of Yangshan. Every means serves that end." She looked around. "So we can't worry about what they've done in the past, only what they can do for us now. As for the debts they owe the people of Yangshan, someone will settle those accounts in the future." Yusiren spoke up. "The problem is, they simply ignore us. In the past, we couldn't always get a meeting even when we visited. Now, with things like this, they'll only look down on us more. We'll start with a show of force, let them see what the Fubo army is made of, then they won't look down on us," Baida said. "Don't the elders always say, dealing with fence-sitters, speak softly and carry a big stick?" By the end of the meeting, the naturalized cadres broadly agreed with Baida's approach. After adjournment, they dispersed to their assignments. Baida stopped Luo Yiming as he was leaving. "Where is Peng Shaoan now?" "In the jail," Luo Yiming said. After the Daling market disaster, the cadres had been furious, demanding that the bastard who gave that rotten idea be dragged out and cut to pieces. Afraid they would actually kill him, Luo Yiming had locked Peng Shaoan in the county jail. Not in a cell, just in the guards' quarters, effectively house arrest. If he weren't a consultant personally appointed by Director Huang, I'd have sliced him myself. Luo Yiming smiled bitterly. "He's been off his food, nearly tried to kill himself, though I suspect that was all for show. I want to talk to him, Bring him to my office. County Magistrate Wang's misfortune was entirely due to that old wretch. Please don't listen to his nonsense. Maybe his plan for County Magistrate Wang didn't work, but at least he served as County Magistrate here for several years. He knows the local situation inside out. We still need him to show us the way, Baida said. Then I'll have him brought out right away. Since the Daling market debacle, Peng Shaoan had been like a stray dog. Every naturalized cadre who saw him glared, some cursed to his face. Luo Yiming hadn't exaggerated. If he hadn't intervened, Peng Shaoan would have been beaten to death. Even so, he had spent several days in bed recovering before he could stand. Peng Shaoan was crushed with shame. Wang Chuyi's campaign had been entirely his suggestion. Now this disaster, soldiers dead bad enough, but the county magistrate had lost a leg too. The guilt was enormous. He felt he had let down Wang Chuyi and even more Huang Kao. In Yangshan, he was now the villain everyone spat on. After much agonizing, he concluded the only way out was death, but dying was easier said than done. He stood on the stool with the belt looped around the rafter and thought of his elderly wife and his son. Of all hardships, dying is the hardest. He stood there, neck in the noose, for a long time and couldn't bring himself to kick the stool. In the end, he climbed down and went on clinging ignominiously to life. At least Luo Yiming had locked him in the jail where he saw no one all day and was spared the daily curses and occasional fists. He settled into cultivating his mind, reading and practicing calligraphy every day. Peng Shaoan, come out. The door opened. The jailer shouted from the threshold. End of chapter. Chapter 22:39. Ouyang Xi. Peng Shaoan was practicing calligraphy when he heard the jailer's summons. He started. The brush slipped from his fingers, leaving a large blot on the paper. What is it? He forced down his nerves and asked. The new county magistrate wants to see you. Tidy up and go with Section Chief Luo. Hearing it was the new county magistrate, Peng Shaoan relaxed and felt a flicker of excitement. So the new magistrate meant to employ him. He hurried to straighten his cap and smooth his robe, composing a solemn, dignified mien. Please lead the way. The jailer cursed inwardly, starving pedant. But with the county magistrate summoning him, who knew maybe he would be consultant again before long, he dared not slight him. With a fawning smile, he said, This way, Your Honor. Peng Shaoan gave a slight nod and paced out in measured steps. Seeing Luo Yiming, he hastened to bow. Section Chief Luo, your student pays his respects. Skip the pleasantries. The county magistrate is waiting. Luo Yiming saw the old man looking surprisingly hale, nothing like the half-dead with despair figure who had been locked up. This old fox sure can survive. Still, the fellow had his uses now. He couldn't be too rude. And since Baida was a young woman, he had better warn Peng so the old man wouldn't blurt out something inappropriate in his astounded alarm. He briefly explained the new county magistrate's situation, then cautioned, The council's customs are not like the Ming's. Do not comment. Your student will keep it in mind. Peng Shaoan heard this and his earlier eagerness sank by half. Inwardly he grumbled that Director Huang must be possessed. Since ancient times, a woman running a household meant the roof would cave in. Yangshan might only be a minor county, but the magistrate was still a lord of 100 li. Putting a woman in the post was unheard of. In peaceful times, if Director Huang insisted on such nonsense, so be it. As long as she had 1 or 2 capable advisors, a female magistrate could sit back and let the county run itself without major disaster. But Yangshan was ablaze. Even if he, Peng Shaoan, were made magistrate, he wouldn't know how to clean up the mess, let alone a young woman. Such trifling. This great song was doomed. If he were in Lingao, he would probably go remonstrate with the council. But standing at the jail door, he remembered he was half prisoner, half retainer. He calmed his agitation. Worry about yourself first. Let him just see what bewitching charms this female magistrate possessed to have so befuddled Elder Huang that she could steal such a lofty post. Arriving at the county magistrate's office, he saw her seated at a desk, working. From behind, she looked thin and slight, almost like a child. County Magistrate Bai, Consultant Peng is here. Baida looked up. Before her stood a man in his 50s, dressed in Ming clothing with the air of a fusty Confucian pedant, much like the dull tutor she had seen at the Jasmine Pavilion in Lingao. She nodded. "Mr. Peng, please sit." Peng Shaoan saw that this woman was young indeed, dark-skinned, just a young girl. He was startled. She looked hardly different from a scullery maid back home. He even forgot his annoyance at her failure to rise and greet him. Bai De said, "Mr. Peng, I am the new acting county magistrate." Bai De, startled as he was, Peng Shaoan remembered his manners. He half bowed. "I am Peng Shaoan, currently serving as consultant to this county." Bai De studied him. "Mr. Peng, you know the situation. I won't waste words. Our position in Yangshan is very difficult. We urgently need to open a new front. I just arrived. I'm unfamiliar with local conditions. As our consultant and a former Ming County magistrate, you must know Yangshan as well as anyone. I'd like to hear your views." In the past, such an invitation would have had Peng Shaoan showing off, but Wang Chui's disaster had scared him witless. He dared not offer counsel. He only mumbled that he was dull and too old and useless, refusing to utter a single useful word. Bai De grew impatient. She knew Peng Shaoan was afraid of repeating his mistake. She said sincerely, "Mr. Peng, I know you have reservations, but we all know you meant no harm. You and County Magistrate Wang both wanted to govern Yangshan well and earn the council's trust. Besides, you're only a consultant. Any policy errors are the responsibility of us administrative leaders. So don't hold back. Say whatever's on your mind." Luo Yiming was inwardly startled. This Bai De has a lot of nerve. Not only was she taking full responsibility, she was explicitly saying Wang Chui's failure wasn't Peng Shaoan's fault, a verdict only the council could render. Ordinary elders wouldn't dare speak so casually. The sincerity of her words moved Peng Shaoan. In all his years in office, he had never met an official who spoke so plainly. "It is not that I am being evasive," he said. "Truly, my wits are scattered. When County Magistrate Wang treated me as a trusted advisor, I devised strategies for him, hoping to help him pacify Yangshan and earn a fine future. Who knew that a scholar's empty talk would doom the state?" The county magistrate walked into a trap, lost soldiers and officers, and was gravely wounded. His life still hangs by a thread. "I am too ashamed to live. How could I produce any views?" Bai De saw the old man speak with feeling, tears glistening in his eyes. "He is at least sincere," she soothed him. "Don't get upset. We are all in the same boat in Yangshan. The situation is extremely difficult. We urgently need to break through. You know local conditions better than anyone. We still need your help." Peng Shaoan wiped his face. "If you ask me to devise strategies again, I cannot comply. But anything about people and affairs in Yangshan that I know, I will tell you everything, holding nothing back. If there is any errand you wish to send me on, I will exert myself to the utmost." Luo Yiming silently cursed the old fox for being slippery. Bai De didn't mind. She asked, "Very well. I'd like to know about the influential gentry and magnates in this county, those with good reputations." "That is easy." Seeing he wasn't being asked to propose schemes, Peng Shaoan relaxed by half. He had served here for years. He knew the gentry and magnates like fish know water. After a moment's thought, he said, "The foremost figure among the county's gentry is Ouyang Xi." The Ouyang family had lived in Yangshan for generations. Ancestors had held office. The family had produced scholars for several generations running, a true eminent lineage. In Ouyang Xi's generation, he himself had no degree and was technically a commoner. But his son, Ouyang De, was a Jurin from the Tianqi era. So the Ouyang family commanded considerable influence locally. What is his reputation in the county? Elder Ouyang is known for public-spirited generosity. He has done much for the county. Take the Han Gong reading terrace. Ouyang initiated its restoration. Bai De nodded. She knew Ouyang Xi was exactly what the cadre training elders called a local worthy. Of course, when the elders used that term, they always did so with a kind of mocking disdain. Internally, how to regard local worthies was a frequent point of contention, debates that sometimes spilled into the classroom. Overall, the council was skeptical and distrustful of local worthies. His public spirit can't just be about restoring a reading terrace. That was a major undertaking. As for lesser things, building roads and bridges, disaster relief, Ouyang has done plenty. Peng Shaoan, who had gotten along famously with the Ouyang family during his tenure, had often relied on their help to settle difficult official business. Naturally, he returned the favor with various considerations. Where does he live? The Ouyang family's old residence is in the city, but when the Yao unrest started, they moved the whole household to their fortified village in the countryside. Does he have militia? About how many? Peng Shaoan couldn't quite read what this woman was after. He grew a bit flustered. About, perhaps, 200 or 300. Baida noticed his sudden hesitation and found it odd. A moment's thought made it clear. She said gravely, "Mr. Peng, I'm asking about his household because you said he is public-spirited and upright and honest. I won't hide it from you. Our situation in Yangshan is dangerous. We need the support of influential local families. This is critical. Tell me what you know, don't conceal or exaggerate." Peng Shaoan nodded repeatedly, thinking, this woman does have some insight. If the elders didn't send reinforcements, these few people could never break the deadlock. Winning Ouyang Xi's support was indeed a sound strategy, but he had once suggested the same idea to Wang Chui. Wang Chui had agreed with him, yet had not adopted it. Peng Shaoan had been puzzled for a long time before he understood. The council had always been lukewarm toward local worthies. Who would have thought that what Wang Chui dared not do, this woman would dare? Peng Shaoan was both impressed and secretly alarmed. Had the situation in Yangshan deteriorated so far that the council would stop at nothing? He steadied himself. His militia are not many in number, only about 100, but the family has many sons and nephews, plus many long-term and tenant laborers. In an emergency, they could arm 500 in no time. Quite a lot. Baida asked further, has the Ouyang family done anything to provoke public resentment? Peng Shaoan pricked up his ears. The council placed great weight on popular sentiment, a critical issue. He thought a moment, then chose his words carefully. As I said, the Ouyang family has always been public-spirited. Their family discipline is strict. There is no great resentment against them. However, they are a large clan, 300 or 400 males, so it is inevitable that some members are less than exemplary, and a clan of such stature cannot help but act high-handedly at times. Please bear that in mind, County Magistrate. End of chapter. Chapter 22, 40. An awkward reunion. Peng Shaoan continued his recommendations, mentioning several other influential families. Among them was the Tang clan. The Tang ancestor was Tang Jian, who led troops south to capture Yangshan at the dynasty's founding. He left his fifth son here to establish a branch line. Though this branch never distinguished itself in official circles, the bloodline has endured for generations. Today, several thousand clansmen live together, making them one of the county's most powerful clans. Such a great clan in a place like Yangshan was essentially a militia unto itself. One word from the patriarch could muster 400 or 500 men. Baida turned to Luo Yiming. How have these families treated us? Except for the Ouyang's, none will pay reasonable contributions. Nothing but endless stalling. Luo Yiming shook his head. The Ouyang family's old residence is inside the city walls, so they've been somewhat more cooperative. I understand. Baida now had the full picture. She turned to Peng Shaoan. Mr. Peng, I'll need you to visit all of these families. I can certainly pay calls, but given the current situation, a visit alone may not move them. Naturally, I won't send you empty-handed. Baida smiled. Wait for my word. I'll prepare a generous gift for you to bring. Both Peng Shaoan and Luo Yiming looked puzzled. This lady magistrate arrived with nothing. Where would she get a generous gift? The county treasury is nearly bare. After seeing Peng Shaoan out, Luo Yiming couldn't contain his curiosity. County magistrate, what gift? The county has nothing. Even if the county had something, I wouldn't squander it on these moneybags and patriarchs. Baida's voice was firm. In our position, groveling with lavish gifts, never mind whether it would work. Even if it did, who would actually be in charge of Yangshan afterward? Luo Yiming breathed easier. So the county magistrate hasn't lost her head after all. But then, right now our prestige in Yangshan is gone. The generous gift I speak of is about restoring it. Baida had thought this through clearly. In their current state, local power brokers wouldn't give them the time of day. Even if they could be persuaded to help, the cost would be astronomical. They might solve the immediate crisis, but the long-term consequences would be disastrous. The only solution was to rebuild their authority. We have an elite unit at our disposal. We should make full use of it. Baida's eyes gleamed. Win a reputation in Yangshan. Then these fence-sitters will know which side to back. I understand, County Magistrate. Luo Yiming nodded eagerly. So what exactly do we do? What's the situation at Daling Market now? Still Sun Debiao's territory, though it's mostly ruins. Sun Debiao has his main force camped there and he's gathered a lot more men. Then we take Daling Market first. Daling Market was a strategic pass on the road to the Yao region. Capturing it would carry powerful symbolic weight, seizing Sun Debiao's lair, while also restoring control over Yonghua. Moreover, controlling Daling Market held major economic significance. The annual salt trade into the Yao region alone generated substantial revenue. Holding Daling Market meant holding Yonghua's economic lifeline. But we don't have the numbers, Luo Yiming said. Pan Tianchen has volunteered several times, says he'll return to Yonghua and raise forces to fight Sun Debiao. I think we could let him handle it. We provide fire support. After the victory, the Yonghua Yao garrison Daling Market. Baida shook her head. We can't hand this job to Pan Tianchen, and we certainly can't give him Daling Market. With Daling Market in our hands, we hold the initiative. If Pan Tianchen's people hold it, the initiative passes to them. Setting aside the economic value of that pass, they'd be positioned to attack or defend at will. The next time we need their cooperation, we'd have to threaten them with an army or hand over a truly generous gift. Luo Yiming saw the logic. If the Yonghua Yao ever rejoined the 8 ranks Yao, losing Daling Market would leave Yangshan wide open. Then let's have Pan Tianchen bring his survivors along when we attack Daling Market, he suggested. If he wants to return home and raise troops, how can he get back without taking Daling Market? Tell me, Comrade Luo, how long has Pan Tianchen been saying he wants to go back and raise troops? Quite a while now, since the day County Magistrate Wang was wounded. There's more than one road back to Yonghua. He could easily take his men via Libu Market, longer but perfectly doable. Why hasn't he left? Luo Yiming was stumped. Why hasn't he left? There always seemed to be some reason for delay, and he himself hadn't wanted Pan Tianchen to go, since that would mean losing what little armed strength they had. He's lingering around the county seat waiting for us to give him legitimacy, Baida said. Legitimacy? What legitimacy can we give him? Luo Yiming was more confused than ever. Exactly what you just proposed. Let him fight, then garrison Daling Market. Perhaps he even wants a title mayor of Daling Market or something. If he controls Daling Market, it becomes official and proper. Baida paused, and setting aside any ulterior motives, the salt trade alone is worth a fortune every year. Laid out this plainly, Luo Yiming finally understood. He had felt warmly toward Pan Tianchen. They had forged camaraderie in blood, and had thought of the Yonghua Yao as our people. So you mean? Of course Pan Tianchen has done nothing against us. He's even rendered service to the council. But the Yao villages are one of the county's local power factions. He and we are, at present, only friends, not comrades. They were still talking when someone came to report. Company Commander Zhen is here. Show him in. Baida nodded. Comrade Luo, please stay. We can discuss the offensive plan. Rapid footsteps echoed in the corridor and Zhen Huan strode in. He had enlisted to follow Baida, but over the years he had rarely seen her. Baida seemed always to be avoiding him. Whenever his company was stationed somewhere, Baida would mysteriously be transferred away. During their posting in Kaohsiung, they had finally spent some time in the same place. Yet every time Zhen Huan tried to see her, she was always down in the countryside or on temporary assignment in some village. Once, he tracked her down directly to the village where she was posted. For the first time in years, they sat face to face. But this long-awaited reunion left Zhen Huan with no pleasant memories, let alone any rekindling of old feelings. Baida had been coolly indifferent. Their conversation was flat as water. No matter how Zhen Huan tried to steer the talk, Baida never responded. She had no interest in reminiscing about the past, nor did she want to discuss the future. At one point, Baida's coldness had broken Zhen Huan's heart. Back in the village, they had been the acknowledged couple, tenderly, passionately in love. Now Baida seemed like a different person entirely, as if she had forgotten everything. No matter how Zhen Huan cajoled or insisted, he couldn't move her an inch. After that meeting, they had been apart again for a long time. Both were reassigned to the Lianyang region. Zhen Huan had searched for every opportunity to see her, but combat missions kept him busy and the chance never came. Now she had come to Yangshan as county magistrate. At last, they could see each other every day. In that eager frame of mind, Zhen Huan burst into the office. "Baida," he called out, his voice thick with feeling, then spotted Luo Yiming and realized he had been rash. A flush of embarrassment crept up his face. "Company Commander Zhen, you're just in time. I was about to send for you." Baida's tone remained calm and professional. "We're about to discuss our next military action. We'll need your company." "At your command, ready to die." Zhen Huan immediately blurted out an awkward declaration of resolve. "You didn't even ask to see my authorization before saying that. A bit hasty, don't you think?" "Whatever you want me to do, I'll do it." Now it was Luo Yiming's turn to feel awkward. Though he didn't know the history between the female county magistrate and the mountain company commander, their words and manner made it clear their relationship was not simple. And knowing both were Li cadres from Hainan, he pieced together the rest. Baida remained composed. "That statement is against regulations." She took a document from her drawer, an order signed by Huang Kao. "Here are your orders." Zhen Huan took it without looking and stuffed it in his pocket. "Baida, tell me, who are we attacking?" "Section Chief Luo and I have tentatively decided to take Daling Market, strike a blow at Sun Dabiao's bandits and reassert control over Yonghua Township." Baida summarized what they had just discussed. "What do you think?" "I support every decision you make," Zhen Huan declared. Baida sighed in exasperation. Luo Yiming stifled a laugh and smoothed things over. "Since Company Commander Zhen has no objections, let's discuss the battle plan." "Good." Zhen Huan grew focused. "What's the enemy situation in the county now? Section Chief Luo, give us a rundown." "All right." Luo Yiming drew back the curtain covering the wall map. "The enemy situation isn't complicated. There are three main bandit groups, Sun Dabiao's, Feng Hejiao's, and a new one we know little about. There are also plenty of small scattered groups, low numbers, poor equipment. Since burning Daling Market, Sun Dabiao has swelled into the county's largest bandit force. Many local bandits and riffraff have joined him, and he's absorbed scattered bands from other counties. His strength has ballooned to nearly 600. According to our scouts, these out-of-county stragglers brought weapons, firearms, so Sun Dabiao's equipment is much better than before. He also recently received a title from Qingwenken, some kind of garrison captain. So these new arrivals may have official Ming backing, possibly even remnants of regular troops." End of chapter. Chapter 22, 41 Catching the ringleader, 600 men. "What does he feed them?" Baida asked. She knew Yangshan was much like some of Hainan's poorer counties, thin soil, sparse population. Even bandits couldn't gather too many people. 100 or 200 was considered a large gang. Men couldn't be supported in large numbers. Most bandit underlings farmed in peacetime and assembled only when needed. For Sun Dabiao to suddenly gather 600, just feeding and housing them would be a major problem. "He makes the villages pay tribute," Luo Yiming said bitterly. "Plenty of villages refuse to pay reasonable contributions to us, but when the bandits come for grain, they hand it over without a peep. That's because bandits can kill and burn freely. We can't." A voice came from the doorway. "It all comes down to authority." Baida started and looked up. It was Yu Siren. His arm was still in a sling, but his color was much better than right after he was wounded. "Old Yu, what are you doing here?" Luo Yiming frowned. Your wound hasn't healed. Don't move around too much. If it doesn't mend properly, your arm will be affected. They've already put it in a splint. How much can I possibly move? Siren was unconcerned. The doctor said I could walk around. All right, the more people the better. Join the meeting. Everyone pitch in. Baida didn't mind. Zhen Huan spoke up. Once we destroy Sun Dabiao, we'll naturally have authority in Yangshan. Local powers wavering is nothing strange. When we were in Taiwan recruiting the various tribal villages, it was the same. Knock down the strongest and most defiant, and the rest fall in line. Both Zhen Huan and Baida had extensive experience suppressing bandits and pacifying indigenous peoples. Their words carried weight. Neither Luo Yiming nor Siren objected in principle to asserting authority, but they had misgivings about doing so with such meager forces. I'm not against it, but perhaps we should pick a different target, Luo Yiming said. Sun Dabiao has 600 men. We have barely over 200 and we still need to leave troops to guard the city. Sun Dabiao's numbers are high, but it's a motley crew thrown together. Routing them wouldn't be hard. The difficult part is killing or capturing him. Siren scratched his chin. As long as he and his core subordinates escape, it won't be long before he's raised another force. Exactly. Cutting down ordinary grunts by the dozen means nothing. The key is eliminating the ringleaders. Baida nodded in agreement. Sun Dabiao and Zhang Tianbo are two of Yangshan's 3 tyrants and the masterminds of this uprising. We need to take at least one to fully demonstrate our authority in Yangshan. To catch Sun Dabiao, we have to surprise him, Zhen Huan said. After discussion, the meeting decided to strike Sun Dabiao first, both to assert authority and to seize Daling Market and regain control of the Yao region. We're outnumbered. Right now, every faction in the county looks down on us. We can use that. Siren outlined a plan. We should pretend to be even weaker, reinforcing their impression and lulling the bandits. He proposed first withdrawing all grain collection teams and halting reasonable contribution collection, making it look like the county had been cowed into submission. The new county magistrate is a woman. That news will spread across the county in no time. In local thinking, a woman must be timid and weak. Being sent here as magistrate is a sign the elders have lost their minds. So pulling back the work teams fits their expectations. It'll make them despise us even more, Baida laughed. Who knew I'd be useful in this way? Go on, Siren smiled. We pull back all the grain teams. In a few days the field hospital is leaving. We make a big show of packing up luggage and loading wounded as if we're preparing to flee. That'll stir up the whole county. Of course. These bandit gangs have eyes posted outside the county seat, watching our every move. There are probably spies inside too. Whatever we do, Sun Dabiao will know within a day or two. Lull him into complacency, then strike when he least expects it. Zhen Huan understood immediately. The Li Miao company specialized in mountain ambushes. Rough terrain was their advantage. Exactly. Siren nodded. We're short on men. The national army isn't much use in a fight. They stay to hold the city. The mountain company handles the combat. We raid Daling Market by night. What about the eyes outside the walls? The moment we move, they'll spot us. A large force moves slower than a lone runner, and they may have other signaling methods, smoke or fire. The Li Miao company can board boats first, as if redeploying. After all, Company Commander Zhen's men were only attached temporarily. Returning to their parent unit is perfectly normal, right? Then disembark midway. Exactly. Siren nodded. No matter how many eyes the bandits have, they can't post watchers all along the river, especially at night. Good plan, Luo Yiming praised. Company Commander Zhen, can your unit handle a night raid? Night assaults, jungle warfare, close combat, those are the mountain company's specialties. Zhen Huan turned to Baida. What do you think of this plan? It's a good plan. Baida didn't know much about fighting, but this seemed viable, and all 3 men present had combat experience. I'm no expert in military affairs. If everyone thinks it's sound, it probably is. Let's do it. With the plan set, spirits rose. They discussed details and assigned tasks. What do we know about the interior of Daling Market? Should we scout first? Zhen Huan asked. We've got continuous long-range observation, but we don't know what's happening inside. Sun Debao keeps tight security. Sending someone in would be difficult, Luo Yiming frowned. Since the market reopened once every 5 days, he's been checking closely. Strangers with outside accents get questioned repeatedly. He's not killing openly now since he needs to attract merchants, but getting detained would cost time and might tip him off. We've sent scouts several times. None got into Sun Debao's fortified core. If we knew exactly where Sun Debao sleeps, we could go straight for the heart when we strike, take him out directly. Zhen Huan's voice was tinged with regret. After the fire, Daling Market was a ruin. There was no way to pinpoint Sun Debao's location. Baida thought it over. Scouting still has to be done. Since we can't get in, we pull someone out. You mean? Where is Zhang Tianbo, one of Yangshan's 3 tyrants now? Unknown. After his attempt to be an inside agent failed, he fled. We assume he's hiding with Sun Debao or Feng Hejiao. No hard evidence. I've read the Yangshan files. Zhang Tianbo and Sun Debao and Feng Hejiao are sworn brothers and were deeply involved in the Daling Market incident. He must know Sun Debao inside out. If we can catch him, we'll know everything about Sun Debao. But where do we look? The world is vast, Luo Yiming shrugged. We've wanted to catch Zhang Tianbo too, but that slippery eel vanished without a trace after escaping the county seat. That's what we need to figure out. Baida leaned forward. He's not Sun Wukong. He didn't pop out of a rock. He must have friends and relatives in the county. Yangshan isn't that big. If we look hard enough, we might find a lead. This was no brilliant stratagem, but for days they had been sunk in despair or scrambling to stabilize things. No one had thought about counterattacking. Baida's words suddenly opened their eyes. Right, Zhang Tianbo didn't spring from a rock. He has parents and children like anyone else. He can't have wiped his trail clean. Somewhere his family is hidden. Luo Yiming waved his hand excitedly. Find his family and we flush him out. Once we grab him, even if he doesn't know Sun Debao's inner workings, at least we can parade him out and chop off his head. One of Yangshan's 3 tyrants gone. That'll take the wind out of the bandits' sails. Zhang Tianbo has a master, used to be head constable here, named Li Xuanqui, Luo Yiming said. The old man retired years ago and lives on a manor outside the city. He's probably the closest outsider Zhang Tianbo has. Zhang visits him every year. In fact, back when County Magistrate Wang tried to recruit Zhang Tianbo, Li Xuanqui was the go-between. Perhaps Zhang Tianbo's family is hiding on his estate. But would Li Xuanqui still be home after Zhang Tianbo turned? Baida asked. That dampened their excitement slightly. Yusiren thought for a moment. At least we can try. Li Xuanqui is over 60. He can't be running around with the bandits. He's sure he has no public connection to them and he's living the good life as a wealthy man. There's no way he'd run off to become a bandit. 9 times out of 10, he's still holed up on his own manor. We can send someone to scout quietly first, Luo Yiming said. I'll dispatch a few capable men to check. If we confirm he's on the estate, we invite him over. Li Xuanqui is no good man either. Yusiren's expression darkened. According to our files, he spent over 20 years as a constable here, sheltering plenty of highwaymen who preyed on traveling merchants, made a tidy fortune in blood money. His hands are far from clean. It's just that he mostly victimized outsiders, so locals don't know his crimes and think of him as a decent constable. End of chapter. Chapter 22, 42. Another lair. Bring him in quietly and fast, Baida said. Use him as the breakthrough to catch Zhang Tianbo. Li Xuanqui had spent the last few days consumed by fear. Zhang Tianbo's betrayal was no surprise. Yamen regulars like themselves had never truly been on the same side as the Australians. But he hadn't expected Zhang Tianbo to be so brazen as to openly play inside man at the county gates. True, Sun Debao had won a victory at Daling Market, reportedly taking 100 Australian heads and slaying the county magistrate on the spot, and the whole county was buzzing with the news. But Li Xuanqui, with his years of experience, could guess that the Australians wouldn't take this lying down. Especially since Sun Debao had failed to take the county seat itself. The most critical position in the county remained in their hands, and Australian ships still plied the river without pause. For now, the Baldies were holed up in the city, but once they caught their breath and brought in reinforcements, Sun Dabiao's days would grow much harder. What happened to Sun Dabiao didn't concern Li Xuanqua. What worried him was Zhang Tianbo. Not that he worried about Zhang Tianbo's life or death. In fact, if Zhang died now, Li Xuanqua would breathe easier. He worried that his connection to Zhang Tianbo might bring the Australians down on him. Everyone in the county knew of his relationship with Zhang Tianbo. The Australians never let a grudge go unanswered. If they couldn't reach Sun Dabiao, venting their fury on Zhang Tianbo was the obvious next step. Zhang Tianbo was hiding with Sun Dabiao, beyond reach, but his family wasn't at Daling Market. Though not hidden on Li Xuanqua's estate, he knew where they were. If the Australians came to force him to reveal their location, what would he do? Jiang Ziaoshan had urged him, just grab your valuables and join Sun Dabiao at Daling Market. They all had old ties and Zhang Tianbo was there too. You can go, I can't. Li Xuanqua smiled bitterly. You're still young with no family. I've got one foot in the grave and a house full of women and children. As for standing with Sun Dabiao and Feng Hejiao, I probably still have enough face left for that. Going alone wouldn't be a problem, but I'd have to bring my family. Daling Market is a bandit lair now, not a single building left, all grass hovels. How would women and children settle in? Even Zhang Tianbo didn't dare bring his family to Daling Market. Worrying about the women and children was real, but Li Xuanqua was even more worried that joining them would count as going greenwood. Everything he had scraped together over a lifetime, his estate, would vanish. Li Xuanqua was loath to give up his holdings but terrified of being implicated. He sighed all day long. He thought of entrusting his family to someone, but looking around he couldn't find a single person he could trust. He had been a constable in Yangshan for decades, friends scattered all over the county, but now not one was reliable. Still, the last few days had calmed him somewhat. He had heard the Australians hadn't shipped in reinforcements. Instead, they had sent a new county magistrate, a woman no less. That became the talk of the county. Everyone, whatever their trade, gaped in disbelief. A female county magistrate. What kind of move is that? Li Xuanqua couldn't figure out what the Australians meant, but since no reinforcements came, they probably wouldn't be taking action. And he had heard that over the past days they had been loading goods and wounded onto boats at the dock, one vessel after another sailing away, no longer bringing things in, only shipping things out. Could the Australians be running? Li Xuanqua reckoned it was possible. They had suffered badly at Daling Market. Without reinforcements, they couldn't hold. And word was their grain collection teams were having no luck. If they couldn't collect grain, they couldn't stay in Yangshan. If the Australians couldn't hold on, naturally they would have no time to settle accounts with Zhang Tianbo. Li Xuanqua felt better. Hurry up and leave. That evening, Li Xuanqua finished dinner and went over his accounts. He had his widowed daughter-in-law bring his grandson to recite lessons. This grandson was the only male heir of the Li family. Li Xuanqua treasured him like a jewel. 2 years ago he had hired a tutor to begin his schooling, but the boy's aptitude was nothing special. 2 years of teaching, and while other children could recite the 3rd or 4th volume of the Book of Odes, he couldn't even finish the 1st. The boy stumbled through the Odes. Li Xuanqua listened with eyes closed, but his mind wasn't on the recitation. He was planning the Li family's next move. Yangshan was full of danger. If the Australians left, the county wouldn't be peaceful. The Ming weren't coming back anytime soon. The various bandit factions would fight it out. Though he had connections with all sides at this juncture, old friendships might not outweigh hard cash. How should an old man like him maneuver to keep home and hearth safe? It suddenly occurred to him that it would be better if the Australians did not leave. With them here, at least there was still law and order. Once they left, it would be lawless chaos. He sighed softly. At bottom, those who ate the Yaman's rice prospered only in peaceful times. In troubled times without the Yaman, who would respect a head constable? At this moment he even felt a twinge of regret. The grandson's halting recitation stopped. Li Xuanqui grunted. "Why are you so rough on the text? Your tutor needs to drill you harder." He opened his eyes and froze in shock. In the hall, 4 or 5 men had appeared out of nowhere. Each wore short jackets and leggings, carrying double-barreled shotguns. They had the servants at gunpoint. His widowed daughter-in-law clutched the grandson, trembling violently. "Gentlemen," Li Xuanqui's heart raced. "Which crew is this?" Then he knew Australians. His heart sank. They came after all. He forced himself to stay calm. "What hill, what mountain do you good men come from?" The lean, dark leader grinned. "Constable Li, no need for thieves' cant. We're from the Yangshan county government. Please come be our guest." This old man is getting on in years." "No matter, we've arranged a sedan chair. And the county magistrate says that with law and order so bad, she's worried your family might be in danger once you leave the estate, so she has invited everyone to be guests together." "Li Xuanqui's entire family has been brought in?" Baida asked. "That's right." Luo Yiming smiled. Company Commander Zhen and his men swept up the Li estate, old and young, top to bottom, brought them all to the county seat. Not one got away. "And the estate? I posted a squad to hold it along with a few prisoners. Anyone who shows up gets grabbed. You handle the interrogation. Get everything about Zhang Tianbo out of them fast," Baida instructed. The old man was a constable, probably slippery as an eel. "No problem. We've got his only grandson. Can Zhang Tianbo possibly be more important than his grandson?" Without much effort, just a mention that his precious family has been comfortably settled. The crafty old ex-constable spilled Zhang Tianbo's whereabouts. Zhang Tianbo was indeed with Sun Dabiao, but he wasn't prospering. His attempt as inside man had failed. The county gates hadn't opened. Zhang Tianbo had become useless and was being sidelined. As for Zhang Tianbo's family, they were still at Xin Lianan's estate, but there was another force there now, ostensibly protecting, actually guarding. "Whose force?" "I don't know," Li Xuanqui said dejectedly. "I'm told it's some Ming official's men, keeping Zhang Tianbo's family hostage. We got the location of Xin Lianan's estate from him. We've sent scouts. We should hear back soon." The scouts brought news quickly. Xin Lianan's estate was indeed heavily guarded, tight security everywhere. The estate is in a very remote spot. The terrain is treacherous, hard to find. We couldn't get inside, but we gathered intelligence from nearby villages. This Master Xin always had underworld ties, 20 or 30 thugs under him. Not long ago, a new force arrived and took over the whole place. Now there are over 100 men, all from out of the county, judging by their accents. Word is they came from Guangning County. So Li Xuanqui's confession checks out. Zhang Tianbo's family really is at Xin Lianan's estate. Luo Yiming slammed his fist on the table. "If there are 100 guards, we'll need to deploy troops to grab them." Zhen Huan was already on his feet. "Our company can move out immediately."